MEETRA SURIK was one of the most unique individuals in the galaxy. While a strong-minded leader and a powerful Jedi, her uniqueness does not stem from her connection to the Force. Regarded by some of her masters as mediocre and ordinary, Surik was perceived as an average student of the Jedi Order. And indeed, she was not a unique thread in the fabric of the Force, nor was she the strongest. In times future and times past, there will be individuals who more than her deeply hear and respond to its voice, those who will shift its currents to achieve great and terrible things. But no Jedi or Sith ever will make the choice she made. Indeed, MEETRA SURIK was not a unique thread in the fabric of the Force. She was not a thread at all.
You are not a Jedi, not truly. And it is for that I love you.
As many Jedi before her, MEETRA SURIK was found and separated from her parents by the Jedi Order at a very young age. She began her training at the Jedi Enclave on Dantooine, informally under the guiding hand of the Jedi Knight Kavar. This informal apprenticeship lasted long enough for the two to develop a strong bond as friends. After a time, however, Kavar would choose to fight in the early skirmishes of the Mandalorian Wars. His decision meant that Surik was left under the tutelage of other masters, including one Vima Sunrider, who reportedly often had to caution young Surik to be mindful of her powers, especially her aptitude for severing one's connection to the Force. While there is not much detail known about Surik's training as a Padawan, this caution suggests that she possessed an inclination for manipulating or interfering with the Force in a way that separates herself, or perhaps even others, from its influence. The path of the Jedi is not an easy one, and many challenges and obstacles lie upon it. It is safe to presume that Surik's trait to distance herself from the Force would manifest itself in cases where it could benefit her, perhaps in cases of emotional withdrawal, temptation of the dark side, or simply instances where it was easier to cope with the challenge at hand. Although a difficult fact to accept for most Force sensitives, not being able to sense the Force does offer certain advantages. At a later point in her life, Master Rook would tell Surik that she was always difficult to read, even as a Padawan. There's no doubt that her ability to tamper with her connection to the Force, whether instinctively or intentionally, would impact the perceptions of Force sensitives around her. Still, this trait, while unique, would not be of significant importance to MEETRA SURIK until later in life. In 3976, when Surik was a young Padawan, the Mandalorians would begin their crusade against the galaxy. They raided star systems in the Outer Rim territories for over a decade, until finally deeming themselves capable enough to move closer to the edge of the Galactic Republic in 3965. Around this time, as they began waging war on the Republic in smaller skirmishes, Surik's master, Kavar, left to battle the Mandalorians. Battle after battle, the Republic started suffering greater losses. Yet the Jedi Order refused to officially enter the conflict and fully support the Republic with its forces. Two Jedi Knights,
Revan and Malak, defied the Jedi Council. They challenged the Mandalorian fierceness and brutality on the battlefield with a viciousness of their own.
While the Order didn't openly and officially enter the conflict, they allowed Revan's faction to engage the Mandalorians. MEETRA SURIK had much compassion for the lives lost under Mandalorian fire. Inspired by her former master Kavar, she too decided to join the conflict, after being personally recruited by Malak himself. Her choice would leave a prospective Padawan, Mikal, without a master and a mentor. In merely a few years, Revan would prove himself as a commander and a tactician worthy of leading a third of the Republic military. However, Revan's command would often involve taking moral shortcuts, sacrificing resources, territory, and people to achieve victory. Still, this approach was the only one that appeared to work against the enemy. Only once they matched Mandalorian brutality and fierceness did they begin pushing them back. Surik would prove herself a powerful Jedi, and she would quickly become one of Revan's most trusted generals during the Mandalorian Wars. During this time, she would attain the rank of Jedi Knight. One of the most defining moments of her life happened during the Battle of Duxan, one of Onderon's moons. Duxan was at a critical position, and taking control of it was important to Revan's plans in the war. But the challenge was that the Mandalorians were safely secured deep within the jungle itself, after decades of fortifying the moon. This was their territory. Protected by the landscape, weaponry, and the jungle's ferocious beasts, any kind of attack appeared impossible. Revan placed Surik in command and ordered a large-scale assault on the moon, an assault that would mark one of the bloodiest battles in the entire war. Revan's plan on Duxan called for hundreds of small attacks, probing the Mandalorian defenses and searching for a weakness. Each engagement resulted in losses, but precious information, culminating in a final charge of the few soldiers that remained across a minefield in an attempt to strike at the Mandalorian emplacements.
If you ask us to charge, will it make a difference? Will our sacrifice mean something?
With a heavy heart, knowing each of those who obeyed it would be lost, Surik gave the order. By the battle's end, the jungle floor was littered with bodies of both sides. According to official Mandalorian reports, for each Mandalorian soldier that fell, the Republic paid with 10 of theirs. Surik followed her orders and sacrificed the lives of nearly all who followed them. But victory was achieved, and Duxan was theirs. Later on in life, she would reflect at that moment and stand certain that the task would have been impossible to achieve had her forces not been as committed as she was. They followed orders. All of them knew, as she had, that they would either win the Battle of Duxan or lose the Mandalorian Wars. By 3960, Revan's leadership would push the Mandalorians to a final battle of the Mandalorian Wars, which would take place in the vicinity of the planet Malachor V. In secret, Revan tasked the Zabrak engineer Bao-Dur to construct a superweapon known as the Mass Shadow Generator. Revan assigned Surik as the commander of half of the fleet, which would serve as bait to draw Mandalorian forces closer to Malachor V. Everything was going according to plan. However, Revan's forces were delayed by a Mandalorian scouting party outside of the system. By the time his forces reached Malachor V, a fierce naval battle was already underway. Revan directed his forces to engage, and after he successfully boarded Mandalore's flagship, he faced Mandalore the Ultimate. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, Mandalore the Ultimate decided to challenge Revan to a duel to the death. Mandalore was a capable opponent, but despite his best efforts, he was defeated. Yet the battle was not over, as Revan's forces continued to push the Mandalorians closer to Malachor V. There, in orbit, Surik waited to give the order.
I remember standing on the bridge with you and watching the destruction of the Republic. Watching ships full of soldiers and Jedi burn and die. I remember the look you had when you turned to me. It was the longest you'd ever looked at me. You didn't say anything, just a nod. Events moved quickly then, even in my dreams. Flashes, explosions, you falling. I could feel the pain around me. And then the memory. The drifting hulks of the Mandalorian ships, the dead, allies, friends, strangers, and then the echo, lingering, the sound I awakened to in my nightmares. None of us realized the magnitude of what we unleashed, a slaughter caused by one of my creations.
As the superweapon activated, it marked the beginning of the end. The mass shadow generator pulled a large number of Mandalorian and Republic ships rapidly towards its surface. So powerful was the pull that, as later records show, starships were deeply embedded into the planet's crust as a result of their powerful impact. While both sides suffered losses, those of the Mandalorians far outweighed the Republic. Seeing the destruction unfold before them, both the toll on their forces and the devastation of an entire planet, the Mandalorians immediately surrendered. Below them, Malachor V was transformed into a broken cluster of planetoids that were only tenuously held together by the gravitational forces. As it deployed, the mass shadow generator's detonation had ravaged the surface of Malachor V. Destruction on such a scale also left an open wound in the force that surrounded the planet. Revan was beyond the range of the superweapon as it detonated, and he was safe aboard his ship. Surik's ship, too, remained intact, but it was close enough for her to feel the consequences of the event through the force. In that moment, as the device activated, she felt the screams of every living thing that was consumed by its mass shadow. Pain, unlike any felt before. Their screams reverberated through her mind, like claws digging into flesh. Warning. Event corruption detected in DATACRON 1, Chapter 3. Reconstruction in progress. Estimated time of completion, under 11 hours. Playback will commence automatically upon restoration. Skipping to next chapter. In the aftermath of Malachor's destruction, the Jedi Council summoned Revan and all his followers to answer for their choices. None obeyed the call, and instead followed Revan as he mysteriously departed into the unknown regions, claiming to go on to pursue the remaining Mandalorians. None obeyed the call, except for Surik. Unbeknownst to her, her choices were finally her own, and she chose to return and face the Order. Surik had hoped, but never truly expected them to understand why she was willing to sacrifice everyone she had known to obey orders, whether she were forced to do so or not. Even now, she would do what she had done again, and carry the burden of thousands to ensure millions would live. A heavy burden indeed, and a choice no other Jedi could make, should be forced to make. But she did. In hindsight, for her choices, the Council granted her the greatest reward any Jedi could hope for.
You are exiled, and you are a Jedi no longer.
There is one last thing. Your lightsaber. Surrender it to us.
And so it was that MEETRA SURIK left the Jedi behind, venturing to the Outer Rim and hiding from the eyes of the galaxy. Eight years after the destruction of Malachor V and the exile of MEETRA SURIK, a force was growing in the darkness. lurking on Jedi across the galaxy, killing them without a trace. The Order was weakened, and in an attempt to unveil this unknown threat, the Jedi gathered on KOTOR, the colony homeworld of the Miraluka, a Force-sensitive species. KOTOR was a terrestrial planet covered in mountains and oceans. Although its landscape primarily consisted of mountains, it had a rich flora and fauna. Its inhabitants, the Miraluka, built their cities with a distinctive round-shaped architectural style. The Miraluka possessed an intense connection to the Force, so much so that they evolved without eyes, as they did not need them. A thoughtful and cautious species, they had little interest in personal gain or glory. They had a unique understanding of the Force, believing that good and evil did not exist, and learned to accept both life and death. The Miraluka that lived on KOTOR were so in tune with the Force that they felt the events surrounding the Battle of Malachor V light years away. In an attempt to proceed forward, Jedi Master Atris rallied a secret Jedi convocation, both to unveil the threat that lurked upon them and the means of dealing with it. Given the nature of its inhabitants, KOTOR was chosen as the ideal place for such a gathering. They never saw his face, but they did hear his voice.
I imagine there are worse deaths, worse pain. But if there are, I do not know them. I was there when the planet died. To see everything around you extinguished, it was as if I was blinded. It was as if the Force had been bled from the world. The planet was not destroyed. It remains. It orbits, dead in space. But nothing lives on its surface. It echoes, but there's no one left to hear it.
Many Jedi died that day, and a crippling blow to the Order was dealt. Many of the wise and powerful masters were killed. Fortunately, Atris was one of the masters who had not attended the gathering. The remaining Jedi went into hiding, scattering across the galaxy, knowing that where Jedi gather, Jedi will die. Atris took refuge under a polar ice cap on the planet Telos IV. Here, she began to build a secret Jedi academy in an old irrigation system. She trained a group of half-sisters, specifically trained to resist Force powers. While this made them powerful against Force users and protected them from the influence of the Force, it also separated them from it. Atris believed this would prevent them from falling to the dark side. Furthermore, as they were not Force-sensitive, their presence in large numbers would not be sensed as intensely. Within this polar academy, Atris hid many of the Jedi Order's most valuable artifacts and resources, including many Sith holocrons. These were said to contain forbidden knowledge, but Atris knew she was more than capable of resisting the dark side influence of these artifacts. She would frequently meditate and tap into their knowledge, hoping to discover advantages which would ensure the future of the Jedi Order. Here she would remain and wait until the unknown threat revealed itself, and once it did, she would be ready to face it. It has been approximately 1 year since the destruction of KOTOR. MEETRA SURIK learns that the Jedi are scattered across the galaxy, and that they are being hunted. Despite the fact that they had exiled her 9 years prior, she decides to return. Admiral Karth Onasi orders the Harbinger, a Republic cruiser bound for Onderon, to change course and head to the Outer Rim in order to pick up Surik. She is granted standard quarters and treated as any other passenger. Yet her identity is kept secret to such an extent that even the captain doesn't know who she is, nor the purpose for her presence. Surik remains in her quarters for the majority of her trip, as the Harbinger begins its 10-day journey to Telos 4. Its crew was told that the ship is headed to aid in the recovery effort on the planet. At first, the journey appears to be stable, but eventually the Harbinger unexpectedly drops out of hyperspace and remains stationary for a few hours. It is not her business, being a common passenger, to dig deeper into it, but it appears to be an unexpected development. During this time, Surik is visited by an HK-50 protocol droid. It had been sent a few times prior to check up on her and to see if there was anything she needed. She immediately notices that the droid model is one she hasn't seen before, but she doesn't think much of it. It has been some time since she was aboard a Republic vessel, after all. Shortly thereafter, the Harbinger continues on its way. Business aboard the ship proceeds as usual, with its crew of around 300 continuing to function as it ordinarily would. However, as days pass, a certain degree of anxiety becomes palpable amongst the crew. This becomes increasingly noticeable as Surik heads to the medical bay to conduct a routine medical examination. Every footstep feels as if it were echoed by another, and yet, as she turns, there's none there. There's only darkness. As her vision stabilizes, she wakens to uncertainty. This is not the Harbinger. The passage of time since then remains a mystery. Upon closer inspection of these KOTOR panels, Surik believes it unlikely no one was alerted by them. 4 of the 5 panels are blaring a persistent alert that their occupants are dead. Yet, not a single soul is here. In hopes of finding answers, Surik sets off to explore the area, quickly running into a dead end, a most unusual one at that, as the path through the main corridor is blocked off by this damaged door. Whether the damage done to it was accidental or intentional is unclear. Without something to burn through its circuitry, she won't be able to force it open. Examining a nearby terminal labeled as the Peragus Medical Bay Console, Surik discovers that she had been in that KOTOR tank for just over 3 days.
Still examining the survivors of the damaged freighter. Looks like it goes by the name of the Ebon Hawk. Only one survivor, placed in the KOTOR tank for recovery. The carbon scoring on the vessel suggests it was in a battle, but no indication of who fired on it. Couldn't get much from the Nava computer. I'm surprised the ship was able to make it inside the Peragus asteroid field without the asteroid drift charts. Aside from the lone survivor, we recovered an old woman. No life signs. There was also a protocol droid and a utility droid on board. Sent both down to maintenance while security sorts through the other items on the ship. It looks like the utility droid, a T3 unit, was able to get the ship working enough to get to the colony.
To her surprise, despite there being no way of them knowing it, the logs indicate that only a day after she arrived, people in this facility began speculating that she could be a
Jedi. But we won't know for sure until we get the transmission back from the Republic. If the survivor is a Jedi, that would account for the recovery rate. But I'm more concerned that a Jedi here may cause trouble. Some of the miners, especially KOTOR, are already Another accident today. A detonation in the ventilation tunnels. If the lockdown measures hadn't activated, the whole facility would have been destroyed. Got most of the injured to the Kolto tanks in time, but the rest had to go to the morgue. One of the wounded said a droid caused the accident, but we couldn't get any specifics.
These reports on droids malfunctioning appear to coincide with the arrival of the Ebon Hawk. The final medical log entry was made 1 day prior. No further entries since then.
There was a detonation in another one of the fuel vents the droids were working in. We deactivated several of them and moved them down to maintenance, but we're still treating the plasma burns. That cuts us down to almost half shifts, and with the droids malfunctioning, we may not make the Telos shipment for this month. Fortunately, the detonation didn't cause a lockdown.
Warning, there has been a fuel detonation in the mining tunnels. Emergency lockdown commencing. All personnel report to quarters and prepare for emergency venting countermeasures.
No! If the ventilation systems are malfunctioning, evacuate the medical bay! Everyone evacuate!
A handful of possible scenarios race through her head, all of which result in a number, or perhaps even all, of miners being hurt. Further examination reveals something unexpected. All 5 Kolto tanks had been administered a lethal dose of sedatives.
Why did they spare you?
She must venture deeper into the station in hopes of finding survivors and an explanation for this. In an attempt to bypass the damaged door, she decides to explore the morgue for any tools she could use to force the door open. Most of the morgue is vacant, apart from 2 corpses. By the one in the distance, she immediately notices a plasma torch, but before proceeding, she eyes the nearest corpse, the one of the old woman who was brought with her on the Hawk. She appears to be dead. No indication of breathing occurs. Interestingly, based on the Ebon Hawk's survival time, she has been dead for at least 3 days, but there's no indication of decay and no sign of what killed her. A thought crosses her mind, but she abandons it given the urgency for time. She proceeds to collect the torch.
Find what you're looking for amongst the dead?
To have eluded both her and the medical scans, this old woman must have been in deep hibernation, possible only through a rare force technique typically used when one's body is close to death.
Close to death, yes, closer than I'd like. I slept here too long and could not awaken. Awaken?
The voice.
It may be I reached out unconsciously, and your mind must have been a willing one. Or perhaps you have been trained for such things.
Conscious or not, accompanied by the fact that she was able to induce force hibernation, one of the more challenging force techniques, it is clear this is no ordinary woman.
I am Traya, and I am your rescuer, as you are mine. Tell me, do you recall what happened?
As hard as she may try to recall, there appears to be a glaring gap in memory between entering the medical bay aboard the Harbinger and awakening in the one on Peragus, a place she knows nothing about. Surik had hoped someone like Traya would have more answers about how they both ended up here.
I do not know where here is. I do recall rescuing you. The Republic ship you were on was attacked.
It would appear trouble followed even beyond the Harbinger. Surik shares what she discovered, including the fact that all Kolto tanks in the medbay were programmed to kill their occupants. But strangely, despite also receiving a lethal dose of sedatives, she managed to survive.
A result of your Jedi training, no doubt. Your stance, your walk tells me you are a Jedi. Your walk is heavy. You carry something that weighs you down.
While Traya's insights may be a topic worth exploring, this is a discussion for another time.
Perhaps we could discuss it at length later on. Now we have other concerns. I was removed from the events of the world as I slept. A survey of the surroundings may provide the answers we seek. The ship we arrived in must still be in this place. We should recover it and leave. We were attacked once, and I fear our attackers will not give up the hunt so easily. Without transport, weapons, and information, they will find us easy prey indeed. Even as I slept, I felt much unrest here. I saw strange visions, minds colored with fear. Now, everything here feels terribly silent. I would find out as much as you can about this place quickly. I fear we will need to depart as suddenly as we arrived.
A fair assessment, though it may be best that Traya stays here before Surik can confirm it's safe to continue. After all, she had just awoken from her state, and might not be fit to protect herself on her own.
I'm not offering to help you. I'm not so young as to leap from death's door as quickly as you. I leave you to the explorations of this place. Here I will remain and attempt to center myself. You may wish to extend your search to some clothes, if only for proper first impressions.
Using the plasma torch she obtained, Surik manages to weaken the damaged door sufficiently to unseal it, only to be greeted by more corpses. Nearly every room she walks through is littered with broken mining droids and corpses of miners, covered by scorch marks. They don't appear to have come from ordinary weapons used for such a purpose.
This is the exit, but it is sealed. Strange. In my visions, it was open.
This is the exit, but it is sealed. Strange. For some reason, Surik believes it should not be sealed. Despite believing this is where she needs to go, there appears to be no way of unsealing the door, so she proceeds onward. Perhaps she might find a way to...
Be careful. There is much energy in the room beyond, yet it stems from nothing that lives.
Traya's voice surprises her, coming through as clearly as if Traya were right next to her.
Can you not sense them? Reach out. Cast aside your sight. Cast aside what you see, and instead reach out with your perceptions. You can feel them. The droids you cannot perceive, but the small oscillations of energy, that you can feel, echoing outwards.
As she unseals the doors, prepared for their attack, Surik engages the droids and disables them one by one, dodging their laser shots. For the first time in a long time, engulfed by battle, an unusual sensation envelops her senses. She had almost forgotten.
It is fate, but it is there. It is the Force, you feel. It has not been so long as for you to forget.
But it does not feel as it once did. Instead, it's coming from a great distance.
Do not turn away from it. Listen. Feel it echoing within you.
She hadn't even realized it, but the second the door had unsealed, her senses had become sharper, her movements quicker, and her resolve stronger. With the droids defeated, she now focuses on the sensation more clearly.
Come, I shall guide you down the familiar paths. You will need it if we are to survive and escape this place.
It is light years away from what it once was, but it is with her once more. Inspired, yet careful, Surik proceeds deeper into the facility. No sign of anything living in the area. Nothing. Except...
Beyond this door, someone yet lives. Be mindful. His thoughts are difficult to read. But you have nothing to fear from this one, and he might yet prove useful.
Nice outfit. What, you miners change regulation uniforms while I've been in here?
She was hoping to find allies who would make the situation clearer. A person behind a force field might not qualify.
Security claimed I violated some trumped-up regulation or another. Take it up with them if you want. But they stopped listening to me shortly before they stopped feeding me. Now that's criminal. Atten Rand. Excuse me if I don't shake hands. The field only causes mild electrical burns.
Atten does not appear to be an officer in this facility, but he may yet provide some information about this place.
Oh, you mean you didn't come here on purpose? I'm shocked. I really am. This slice of paradise is the Peragus mining facility, the only supplier of shipping-grade engine fuel to this corner of the galaxy. Peragus fuel plays havoc with engines, but it gets the job done. As long as you don't mind the toxic byproducts and trying to mine it without blowing yourself up.
It must be highly volatile.
Yeah, this asteroid belt is one giant minefield. One proton torpedo, even a stray blaster shot, can start an explosion that'll make the one that shattered Peragus II look like a kid's pop detonator. You know the planet with the exposed core you saw flying in? That hole was caused by the first mining station that tried to siphon fuel off the planet. Blew a whole chunk out of the planet and set it drifting out here in a big clump of fuel-cooled asteroids. So the miners drill the asteroids now, not the planet's surface. That's why they don't allow blasters here. Can't trust a miner jumped up on Juma Juice not to fire one stray shot that'll turn the entire colony into a thermal detonator.
That would explain the logs about the explosions, but not why the entire facility is deserted. It has not been destroyed entirely. It is still unclear what happened here.
You mean before or after that Jedi showed up? Either way, it's a real short story. You see, this Jedi shows up, and you know what that means. Where there's one Jedi, the Republic will soon be crawling up your ion engine in no time. But the story gets better. See, some of the miners get it into their ferrocrete skulls that since the Jedi's unconscious, they can collect the bounty the exchange has posted for live Jedi. Well, what passes for the law here didn't like that idea. So the two groups started fighting.
Bounty on living Jedi. Surik had heard news of Jedi disappearing across the galaxy, but certainly didn't expect bounties to be placed on their lives. At least, not so soon.
Don't know much about it. Maybe the exchange wants one as a trophy, or somebody's got something against Jedi and is looking to collect. Not many Jedi left. Wouldn't surprise me if the bounty's pretty high.
Not many Jedi left. Of the many she knew, how many remain, she wonders. If Jedi are truly such a rare sight in the galaxy, their numbers must be very thin.
Look, not like your half-naked interrogation isn't a personal fantasy of mine, but hey, wait a minute. You're that Jedi the miners were talking about. Look, hey, let me out and I can help you. I can. I've gotten out of trouble countless times.
It won't be easy to trust someone in Atton's position. Quite literally.
Don't give me that. Just in case you don't understand the trouble we're in, let me lay it out for you. Every asteroid in this orbiting minefield has deposits of Peragian fuel within it. That means when one decides to pop, its brothers and sisters are going to come along for the ride. One explosion, you might survive. But 100? 1,000? You'll be riding out of here on a comet trail, Jedi. So if something's gone wrong here, you can cling to the Force all you want. But nothing will stop this place from going critical. This facility isn't a military installation, which means we may have a chance. You shut down this self-security field, and I can reroute the emergency system so we can get to the hangars. We grab a ship, and then we fly out of here.
A fair point. And it appears Surik is in no position to argue, given the present circumstances. Besides, she is confident to be more than capable to handle Atton, even without her recent revelation.
Great. Now to business. Let's get to the command console.
The Peragus mining facility constantly sends out automatic hails to incoming vessels, along with asteroid drift charts. Incoming vessels need these to ensure they don't crash into random asteroids upon approach.
Thing is, you can bounce that same transmission back to the comm here, and suddenly you've got access to the communication system from the inside. Pure Pazak. The console's ours. Now, all we need to do is reactivate the turbo lifts, cancel the emergency lockdown. Hey, this system's been severed from the main hub, after it was locked down from remote. You can't even reroute the system, it's been cut clean. Someone tried to lock down this whole level tight, and leave us here, trapped.
Before they can decide on their next course of action, they may extract more information about events from this terminal.
Tracked the freighter in. Was lucky it wasn't destroyed when it drifted into the asteroid field.
Alongside mostly useless data for their present situation, she uncovers the cause of the unknown explosions in the mining tunnels.
Accidents are making the miners restless. The droid behavior course must be undergoing some kind of binary decay. 2 miners were drilled by a droid's mining laser, and those blasts in the ventilation tunnels nearly caused the whole facility to blow.
Holologs don't seem to provide any insight into who could have severed this terminal's link or why. It is clear that the present situation was not caused by mere accidents, but intent. While this console cannot end the emergency lockdown and unseal the turbolifts, it may be able to communicate to the rest of the facility.
We could try, but if the miners were trying to trap you up here and probably kill you, why not call them and chat?
Regardless, any sort of communication is better than none. Surik keeps sending a message to other areas of the facility. After several minutes of trying, it appears no living soul can hear her attempts. This message is coming from the hangar. This must be the T3 unit that arrived with the Ebon Hawk, alongside Surik, Traya, and the protocol droid. This T3 unit appears to be capable enough to provide some assistance. Its diagnostic proves that it's functioning optimally. Surik instructs T3 to unseal the emergency hatch so that she may proceed deeper into the facility. Considering the task as good as done, T3 proceeds towards the fuel depot. Here, T3 may access a terminal that will have the ability to unseal the emergency hatch. The once dormant droids seem to have decided to make T3 their new target. T3 passes through to the lift to the fuel depot, and upon reaching its terminal, he searches for a way to unseal the emergency hatch on the administration level. Analyzing a colossal quantity of data in seconds, T3 runs across logs which show peculiar information. Someone has been creating phantom fuel leaks and threats, using the emergency lockdown to section up parts of this facility, then covering their tracks flawlessly. He realizes that even if Surik and her allies reach the fuel depot using the turbo lifts, they will be on the opposite side of the lockdown and still be unable to access the Ebon Hawk. This is highly important information he will convey to his new allies as quickly as possible. As she awaits for T3 to complete his task, Surik examines the layout of the facility. If T3 is successful, she could use the emergency hatch to reach the mining tunnels. From there, the fuel depot, and finally the hangar where the Ebon Hawk is.
Hey, what do you know? A little cargo cylinder came through.
Wasting no time, Surik equips a comlink to stay in contact with Aten while she heads to the turbo lift. Shortly after exiting the lift, she finds emergency supplies, along with some much-awaited clothing.
Damn it. Good to hear it. No sense in you running around half-naked. It's distracting. For the droids.
The supplies also include an energy shield.
Yeah, it's like a military-issue energy shield, except it's designed to protect the miners against lasers and heat. Should work against the droid mining lasers. It won't last forever, and certainly not against multiple laser hits. But it may buy you some time if you get ambushed by a battalion of droids.
Now, with some form of actual equipment, Surik proceeds through the mining tunnels. This droid appears to have run into a glitch of some sort. Knowing her way around droid circuitry, Surik reinitializes its systems, after making a slight modification to its programming. No matter how temporary, assistance is highly valued in the present situation. The energy shield proves to be a lifesaver, but it won't last forever. She hopes to find a more permanent solution to the droid problem.
You're getting close to something big. I think it's the main ventilation shaft. There's got to be some central controller down there. That'd be governing intelligence.
Here, all suspicions are confirmed that the droids are not malfunctioning in any way, as there is a clear command placed in their programming to attack anything organic. While it may not affect all droids in the entire facility, Surik disables the command for those on this level, allowing her to pass safely to the turbolift. Unfortunately, the tunnels leading to it have collapsed. The only way to reach the turbolift is to disable the containment fields.
Containment fields in the mining tunnels are shutting down. You need to get out of there before they vent fuel to the surface of the asteroid through the tunnels. I'm locking down the turbo lift to the administration section now to keep the blast from spreading. If you've got anything left to do down there, make it quick, because where you are is going to get real hot, real soon.
With still a few minutes to spare before the area becomes hazardous, Surik examines the terminal for any useful information. She quickly notices neatly organized, labeled, and dated camera recordings connected to worksheets. One of the recordings sticks out in that it had all these labels removed. This would prevent it from automatically appearing in reports.
We're supposed to be sinking fuel siphons into the 3218 asteroid shelf right now.
Forget the siphons. You know that survivor they pulled from the freighter? One of the miners said they served with her on Malachor V.
Malachor V? So she's one of the survivors? Or worse, a Mandalorian. So what?
Not a survivor, idiot. She's one of the Jedi from Malachor V.
If she's one of the Jedi, hell, we can't have her walking around here. Well, I don't know what she'll do.
I thought all the Jedi were wiped out in the Civil War, weren't they?
Guess they missed one. But it gets better. I did some checking, and that bounty on Nar Shaddaa is still alive.
What? You want to sell the Jedi to the exchange? Korda, have you been chewing spice?
Look, you know how big that bounty is? That Jedi's our ticket off this rock.
Korda, there's no way the officers will go for that. They'll lock us up for sure.
Then we'll improvise.
Their plans surrounding the Jedi bounty clearly went beyond a simple idea. Still, it is unlikely the miners would be too invested in this conspiracy given the present situation of the facility. If they still live, she will need them. Surik proceeds with caution, prepared for anything that awaits at the fuel depot.
Greeting. It is a pleasure to see you intact, Master.
This must be the protocol droid that arrived with them on the Ebon Hawk.
Answer. I am a survivor of the Harbinger, just as you were, Master. With the unexpected termination of my previous Master, you are the only organic which I may now serve.
This protocol droid will surely know more about the events that transpired between the Harbinger and now.
Hesitant explanation. That has been the subject of considerable discussion since our arrival here, Master. Many have attempted to claim you and this unit as salvage. I was crudely interrogated concerning our brief history together on board the Harbinger.
HK-50 provides some additional information that fills the gap in memory, beginning with the moment Surik first boarded the Harbinger and the Outer Rim. Shortly after she settled in, the Harbinger pulled to a stop to examine quite an unusual scene. 2 empty vessels adrift in space, one Sith warship and another a freighter named the Ebon Hawk. Oddly enough, as the Harbinger's crew physically connected to each vessel, they didn't find a single soul on board either. For whatever reason, the captain of the Harbinger believed the Ebon Hawk was still spaceworthy and could be repaired, so they took the Ebon Hawk on board the Harbinger before continuing on course. Everything proceeded functioning normally aboard the ship, up until the time when Surik was requested to visit the medbay, when she lost consciousness. At that time, HK explains, for an unknown reason the Harbinger's systems started to fail, quickly disabling the ship. HK-50 speculates that this damage distracted the crew enough to allow someone to place her unconscious body inside one of the cargo holds. In the midst of the chaos, the Harbinger's systems kept getting worse. Then suddenly, the cargo compartment she was in was breached, and she was taken on board the Ebon Hawk. HK-50 also mentions something that she finds quite unusual given her previous command experience. For some reason, the Harbinger opened fire on the Hawk. It would make little sense for Republic soldiers to do such a thing given the circumstances they were in. Another unusual matter is that it appears the Ebon Hawk happened to be precisely at the right place at the right time to save her life.
Speculation. Perhaps it was always its intention to play dead, then kidnap you off the Harbinger and rob me of my bounty.
Bounty?
Clarification. By bounty, I refer to your life, Master. It would pain me to see you damaged in any way. Suffice to say that once we arrived at this floating rock, our situation became much clearer. Explanation. Despite my market value, Master, the miners were far more interested in you. I was forced to remind myself it was not due to a failing of my model or function, but because you were a Jedi.
Surik didn't have any Jedi robes or a lightsaber on her. They had no way of knowing she was a Jedi.
Surprised answer. Why, I told them, Master. You are the Exile Jedi who served with Revan in the Mandalorian Wars, are you not? I hope all that has happened has not been the result of a miscommunication. If so, then the problem lies with the core word databases, which are notoriously spotty.
She was certain no member of the Harbinger knew she was a Jedi. Her identity was kept secret. This protocol droid seems to possess significant knowledge, since the information on her history would be present only in Jedi archives.
All that has happened has been because they believe you to be a Jedi, Master. They debated what to do with you as you lay unconscious in the medical bay. One group seemed intent on selling you as property. The other group opposed this. 3 standard hours after the division between the miners became apparent, accidents began to occur throughout the facility. A result of improper maintenance, I believe. The mortality rate of organics in the facility rose quickly. The explosions herded the miners into emergency sections of the station, quickly and efficiently cutting them off from communications and facility control. But sadly enough, not the ventilation systems. You see, the explosions had damaged specific sections of this facility's ventilation systems, causing a slow, lethal buildup of toxic fumes in the dormitory level. Ironically enough, any miner that fled to the dormitory level to protect themselves from the droids and the explosions would find themselves in a gas-filled death trap.
She might still have enough time to rescue them.
It is unlikely any miners remain alive. Unfortunately, communication with the dormitory section is severed, Master. It is perhaps for the best, especially if any other accidents have occurred in that section. If that were the case, the severed comlink would have spared us the satisfaction of hearing the miners' screams as they lived out their last moments in fear and terror.
Surik considers satisfaction to be an unusual term to use for their present situation.
Rapid retraction. Why, yes, satisfaction in knowing their fate, Master. It would be unfortunate if they had been slaughtered, but there would be a calm, comforting certainty that there is nothing we can do to escape until a ship arrives.
This protocol droid's descriptions of events seem to be laden with speculation. She doesn't have time to question. Every part of her being is telling her to leave this facility as soon as possible.
Warning, Master. Continued exploration of this facility may place you in unnecessary danger. Condescending retraction. I believe you will do your best, Master. This facility would have to be nailed down with a droid-level precision to prevent your escape. It is only a matter of time before a ship or freighter docks with the Peragus facility. When that occurs, we shall depart this place forever. I encourage you to return to the medical bay and wait for retrieval from a vessel that is no doubt on the way, even as we continue this pointless conversation.
Pointless indeed. There's no way to reach the dormitories internally with the turbo lifts locked down. Instead, she must take a spacewalk and access the dormitories from the outside. Furthermore, even if she considered simply running to the hangar and escaping, she finds that this doesn't seem to be a possibility, as the path is blocked by force fields. Perhaps some of the miners, if they are still alive, may be able to help her in disabling them. Either way, she must reach the dormitories.
Explanation. Of course, for that, you would need to unlock the maintenance console, and without the maintenance officer to speak the voice print protocol, that is impossible.
His body appears to have gone through a lot of punishment.
Musing. In the last days of his life, the maintenance officer was quite careful about voice protocols, bordering on paranoid obsession. Conjecture. I suspect once he realized something was wrong in the facility, he voice-locked the droid bay functions, A prudent measure, but in the end, he met the same fate as the rest of the organics. I heard his dying screams as the droids he tended turned on him, mining him like a piece of asteroid rock.
5 droids, burning through the outer door. They're forcing their way into the bay. Please, someone that... Oh no, they're through! Oh, my leg! They're burning through my leg! Oh, stop! Stop, please!
Addendum. His remaining attempts at communication are variations in Decibel Master, ranging from frenzied screams to gibbering inarticulate attempts to beg for his life.
Fascinating information that proves to be of no value. With HK seemingly insistent that she stay here, he won't be of much use. Before proceeding and facing the rest of the rampaging mining droid army, Surik uses the resources and the workbench and droid maintenance to arm herself additionally. She also finds a sonic imprint sensor locked in one of the cargo containers, sparking a convenient solution to her new problem. A pity this protocol droid was not of greater use. It may be able to recreate what it heard from the maintenance officer, Surik comments, but it's surely not sophisticated enough to entirely mimic his voice to produce new sentences. For instance, the sentence used in the voice print protocol.
Proud answer. Master, I believe my vocabulator is working adequately enough to accommodate your request. A recitation.
Maintenance control voice print ID R1B5.
There. Was that sufficient, Master?
Most impressive, she remarks, before proceeding to deal with the droids between her and the airlock.
Maintenance control voice print ID R1B5.
With the airlock now suddenly accessible, the path to the dormitories is clear. For a brief moment, ignoring the urgency of the situation, the environment outside of the mining facility is oddly calming. At the very least, the instant threat of malicious mining droids is halted while she's out here, and the view of the galaxy, separated from her only by the visor of her suit, is almost comforting. Sadly, there's no time for a break. She will save the starlight and galaxy's wonders as a reward for escaping this facility.
That's about time. I lost your signal after you left the mining tunnels. Now you're coming in clear.
Except I'm picking you up on the exterior of the facility, on the asteroid's surface. That can't be right.
Although dangerous, this truly was the only path to reach the dormitories.
Huh? What are you doing out there? You're crazy, even for a Jedi. Look, you need to get out of there, quick. What little is left of the facility's venting systems have gone active, most likely from the explosions in the mining tunnels. They're venting Peragus fuel deposits into space through the exterior vents. Right in your path. The vents look like they've been purposely rerouted to vent the gases to the exterior. And only in the last few minutes, it's almost as if... what now? I don't believe this. There's a ship coming in, sending a docking code. I have a bad feeling about this.
He has come.
Based on everything she learned thus far, the arrival of the Harbinger only further complicates things. Then again, with any threat it may have brought with it, there may also be an additional escape route. She delays such thoughts for later. Now she must quickly make her way to the dormitories to see if any miners remain. The area doesn't look promising. It echoes the administration level, with bodies of miners and broken droids scattered about. The door to the dormitories is still sealed. Examining the dormitory console, she can peer inside through camera feeds. The situation appears even grimmer as she disables the ventilation systems. From this console, she may now finally unseal the doors.
Emergency lockdown overridden.
No survivors.
Sir, couldn't we contact the medbay? Maybe the Jedi's awake. If so, she could help us.
No good. The link to the medical computer was severed from the hub, just like the administration console. Even if the Jedi wakes up, how would we get the dormitory turbolift code to her? Without it, the turbolift to the administration level is locked down. Just finished helping the dock officer set up the transmission relay. Not much signal strength, but it's better than nothing. The transmission gives the code to open the turbolift when or if help arrives. Code is a simple group of 5 numbers. 3, 17, 13, then the next 2 numbers are...
The holo recording appears to suddenly end here. Surik examines the available data to uncover the remaining 2 numbers. It looks like a military flash code. As she takes her time to decode it, she sets the latest available log entries and security records to play, in case they may contain relevant information.
We've set the emergency transmission on automatic playback. We're using a simple military flash code to transmit the code to the turbolifts, so maybe our rescuers can get down to the dormitory when they reach the station.
She had assumed it to be, but she is now certain it's a military flash code. Surik quickly begins deciphering it.
Someone's played us for fools. And since KOTOR and his crew aren't locked in here with us, it's pretty clear who it was. If I ever catch up with that Mandalorian-loving son of a... At least the air scrubbers are still working, even though they're tied into the... Hey, what's happening to the ventilation system?
By the looks of it, it would appear the miner named KOTOR was responsible for everything that happened here. And yet, her presence here means something prevented his plan from unfolding to its end. Surik enters the code she extrapolated. 3, 17, 13, 5, and 7. Odd. She's certain the code is correct. She re-enters it, but it's not working. Unless it has been changed. She accesses the latest available camera records, hoping to find a clue.
Almost didn't make it out of the dormitory section before the lockdown, you Murklack. You're cutting a little close, aren't you?
Yes, a regrettable miscalculation on my part. I'm contacting you because I'm picking up a subspace transmission from within that level. Is that your doing?
No, they must be trying to use the old relay system to send an emergency signal. I doubt they know what's really going on.
Hey, this turbolift's locked down.
Try the code again, and don't worry about the miners and their transmission. By the time help arrives, we'll be all the way to Nar Shaddaa.
Oh, they won't be leaving the dormitories. The explosion within the tunnel has damaged the ventilation systems, causing breaches in the core exhaust conduits.
What? That's going to kill them all!
Not all of them, but I'm sending a number of mining droids to your location right now to correct that problem.
Korda, this turbolift's locked down. The sequence isn't working.
Keep trying it! You! Why are you doing this? Why me?
You. It was never about you. The Jedi is all that interests me. But then you had to ruin everything by revealing her identity and then trying to harm her. And that I cannot allow.
Statement. You are a risk, Korda. You are impulsive, crude, and soon, deceased.
Hawking query. Korta, are you dead yet? Smug statement. I believe I forgot to mention that I reversed the turbolift codes, in case you managed to get this far.
With her suspicions confirmed, she realizes it's unlikely her movements have been ignored thus far. She hurries to unseal the turbolift by reversing the code and rushes back to the administration level.
disturbance. Our enemy is here. We must leave at once. The one that fired upon the Ebon Hawk, and he will not let us go without blood being shed. The story is a long one, and time is short. Come, we must go, and quickly. We need to make our way to the docking area on this level. I fear the airlock has already opened, and if so, we must be on our guard. If we cannot reach the Ebon Hawk, then we must find a way to escape on the ship that is docked here.
What in space is going on? Who's this? Another Jedi? What, did you guys suddenly start breeding when I wasn't looking? I'm guessing that Republic ship that just docked isn't carrying friends of yours.
I hope your talent for understatement is offset by your skill with a blaster. If not, then I fear our time together will be short indeed.
Yeah, and I'm also good at running and drinking, Your Majesty. And even if you two aren't big friends of the Republic, that warship's the only way off this station. Good thing we have a clear run to the ship.
Brett, Master, perhaps I did not enunciate clearly the last time we spoke. I suggested that you should shut down, stay put, and wait for rescue.
HK-50 had plenty of opportunities to kill her. Hesitance in performing its primary function is a very odd trait for an assassin droid.
Clarification. Assassin droid is such a crude term, Master, reserved for Durasteel drones uploaded with only the most archaic kill programs. The function I perform has been referred to as wanton slaughter. I prefer to see it as a means of facilitating communication, resulting in the termination of hostilities.
Logically, that would include the termination of the entire population of a mining station.
Indignant answer. Master, the miners intended to place you in jeopardy. I could not allow that to take place, so I was forced to negotiate a termination of hostilities. After reprogramming the mining droids to mine any organics they perceived, they began to kill the miners one by one. Then a series of flawlessly timed explosions drove the miners into their dormitories, where I was able to gas them all at once without wasting time hunting them through the mining tunnels. I then administered a large dose of sedatives to the remaining miners in the med bay, enough to kill them, but ensure you slept peacefully. Of course, against my calculations, you awakened from your tank prematurely. I am ashamed by the inconvenience that caused for both of us.
Fortunately, the droids did not kill her before she awoke.
Answer? You misunderstand me, Master. Those droids were there to guard you. As I said, I did not anticipate you awakening from the tank. You are quite a hardy specimen for a Jedi, a wrung-toe among humans, if you will indulge me the metaphor. Besides, as you proved, Master, such droids could never pose a threat to a Jedi. The droids were custodial in nature, cleaning the facility of other distractions.
Why would someone want to capture a living Jedi? Why not simply have her killed as soon as the opportunity presents itself?
Answer. No, Master. Killing you was never the intention. If you resist my attempts to return you to your Kolto tank, however, I may inadvertently fracture your skeleton in several places to incapacitate you. It is beyond the scope of my programming to probe the motivations of my clients, Master. Suffice to say that I am being well compensated for my services. You have been a difficult target to find. You have been wandering the galaxy since the end of the Mandalorian Wars, leaving little record of your passage. It is as if you did not wish to be found. I happened to be serving as a protocol droid on the Harbinger when you booked passage. After that, it was a simple matter to sabotage the Harbinger and call for a retrieval. Irritated statement. However, when the Ebon Hawk appeared and salvaged us from the wreckage, I was forced into a series of rapid recalculations, culminating in our current situation.
Whoever sent HK-50 after Surik was clearly willing to sacrifice much to obtain her.
Chiding answer. My programming renders me incapable of revealing the identity of my client, Master. However, I am free to say that my client is wealthy and very interested in possessing the last of the Jedi. If inflicting pain is the only means to resolve this matter, then you leave me no choice.
Everyone down!
Focus.
Critical damage detected. Statement. Self-destruct sequence activated. 3, 2, 1. Statement.
With HK-50 defeated, the three proceed to the Harbinger.
Something is wrong. I sense no one on board.
You sense no one on board? Sense any assassin droids creeping up behind us like last time?
Everyone here has been slain, yet there are few signs of battle. No carbon scoring, no blast of fire. This place has been hit by assassins of a different sort.
Then what are we doing on this ship? We were better off in the facility.
Oh, and go where? We cannot go back into the facility. If the assassin machine was correct, then we cannot reach the hangar.
You two are supposed to be Jedi? You two are the worst Jedi I've ever met.
We need a course of action, not division in our ranks. Otherwise, this ship will be our last stand.
Look, I don't mean to cast another shadow on this, but even if you could reach the ship you came in on, it wouldn't matter. You'll need the orbital drift charts to clear the Peragus asteroid field, unless you want to have the shortest flight out of Peragus ever recorded.
Though the Harbinger managed to reach the Peragus mining facility safely, its size makes it unlikely to be simple luck that they avoided the asteroids.
Well, of course they have the asteroid drift charts in their Navicomputer. They'd have to.
In that case, they could download the drift charts from the Harbinger and escape on the Ebon Hawk.
Well, we'd have to get to the bridge. Well, that's the biggest problem I can see.
That is a sound plan for the moment. Let us go.
So many corpses. She was expecting bodies, but it's been a long time since she laid eyes on a slaughter of this scale. Their position, and merely few signs of resistance, imply a surprise attack. Whatever happened here happened quickly. Pushing past the bodies, Surik accesses the bridge console. Indeed, the orbital drift charts are present in the Harbinger's database. Once she downloads them to a datapad, she examines logs leading up to the attack.
We have taken on passengers to Telos.
Sir, we've just received an emergency broadcast. A freighter under attack by Sith forces.
The Sith warship is empty, sir. We attached an umbilical and sent 3 strike teams through it, and there's no sign of a crew or its commander.
There's no one on board? What about the escape pods?
They're still in their berths, sir. This place, it's empty. It's like a ghost ship.
Then who was firing at the freighter?
We don't know, sir. The freighter's empty, too. We did a clean sweep and nothing except a lone T3 unit, badly damaged.
Search the freighter and the warship one more time. If they're clean, then we'll tractor the freighter over. No idea why the Admiral thought that freighter worth all the effort, but we'll find out. What about that Sith corpse we retrieved from the warship?
We haven't had a chance to fully examine it, sir. He looks human, but he's fractured in several places.
And keep me posted. Something's wrong here, and I want to know where all those Sith on the warship went. We're still experiencing a problem with the communications array, and now maintenance is telling me there's a cascade failure in the weapons.
Sir, I just picked up an unusual sound from MedLab.
I have come for the Jedi. What the hell was that?
Sir, I don't know. Communications just got cut.
Send a security team to MedLab, now!
That was the last report on record. Despite the emergency lockdown being ended, much of the Peragus mining facility is still sealed due to HK-50's override commands. The Ebon Hawk remains inaccessible from within the facility. Instead, they will attempt to proceed to the fuel line of the Harbinger, which connects to the fuel depot, bypassing the locked-down parts of the facility. Unfortunately, this means navigating through to the entirely opposite end of the ship, the only alternative being to return to Peragus and wait for the enemy to find them.
Oh, hell. Better the death you know. I'm right behind you.
Surik, Traya, and Aten carefully make their way through the Harbinger, safely getting past the bridge deck and through to the crew quarters. Only now does she recall the uneasy feeling the last time she was here. Vulnerable, yet unsure from which side to defend, where to direct her focus. The sensation only worsens as they reach the medical bay, with each corridor granting a new potential angle of attack. She must obtain more information before the threat reveals itself.
Something's wrong. Ever since we picked up that Sith firefight in the region, crewmen haven't been reporting for their shifts, and I can't reach people on the comm. Checking the survivor from the Sith vessel. I'm not sure whether he's alive or dead, or what's even keeping him together. His flesh is cracked and scarred, and I'm registering several thousand fractures in his skeleton, as if each bone was splintered repeatedly over time, then put back together. Judging from the scar tissue, I believe these wounds took place before his death. If so, he must have been in constant pain. I have no idea what's been keeping him together. Medical officer. The soldiers sent to the medical bay have just died. I don't know where the subject went. I think he's gone to find more of the crew. With him or Sith. They just appeared right out of thin air, like they were wearing stealth generators, but I think they were always on board. When we stopped to pick up that freighter, they must have come on board the Harbinger. I have no idea how many are on the ship. There could be only a few, or as many as 100. And with communications cut off, we can't call for help. I think that thing in the tank was a Sith Lord, alive the whole time, waiting for something to wake him up.
I have a bad feeling about this.
We must go, and quickly. If we remain here, then we will die.
Since their initial attack, Surik finds it somewhat easier to detect them, her senses finally having some point of reference and growing sharper after each encounter.
Just as I thought. They are assassins, and they are responsible for the attack on the Ebon Hawk and the Harbinger. Sith assassins can sense their prey through the Force. It is like a hunger. They feed and grow stronger when they are near Force sensitives. The stronger their prey is in the Force, the deadlier they become. As long as you were cut off from it, you were able to evade their sight. I fear that you will be no longer shielded from their eyes, or the eyes of their masters. The stronger you grow, the more will come.
As they reach the engine deck, she senses one, but he is not like the others.
I came to warn you, Jedi. You know not what path you walk.
This battle is mine alone. I am not defenseless. He cannot kill what he cannot see, and power has blinded him long ago. Run! I shall be along shortly.
Left only to hope that Traya has a plan, Aten and Surik continue towards the fuel line.
I sense you, my master. Faint, weak.
Your senses betray you, as you betrayed me.
After all that's happened, still you live. You are difficult to kill.
For one as limited as you, perhaps. To have fallen so far and learned nothing, that is your failing.
The failure is yours. No longer do your whispers crawl within my skull. No longer do I suffer beneath teachings that weaken us. And now you run in search of the Jedi. They are all dead, save one. And one broken Jedi cannot stop the darkness that is to come.
Perhaps we shall see.
What's wrong? Are you all right?
Molten fluid envelops her hand, burning through to the bone, and yet her eyes claim this is a false image. The flesh is unharmed. To her relief, the pain subsides quickly.
What happened to you?
Unaware how the knowledge reached her, she senses its source.
Look, if she's in pain, then that pain's buying us time we can't afford to waste. Especially if Sleeps with Vibroblades gets tired of playing with her and decides to use us for practice next.
Unwilling to allow Traya's sacrifice to be in vain, Atton and Surik emerge on Peragus, on the other side of the fuel line. The route to the hangar should be clear from here. While they're prepared for any sudden surprises, this one is truly unexpected. T3 explains that HK-50 disabled him and simply dumped him into the fuel line. Fortunately, T3's memory core is well shielded. His resilience truly makes him an exceptional droid, though there is something else she cannot quite place. It's time to depart the facility, and she decides T3 will join them. As T3 guides them through the fuel depot, aiding in the disassembly of the droids the HK-50 had tampered with, they finally reach the hangar.
This door's magnetically sealed. I can't believe this. The ship's right out there and we can't get to it. Huh? What is that piece of junk saying?
Surik translates that T3 knows of a way to unseal it.
Alright, well, if he can slice the door open from the terminal above, don't let me stop him.
This is good news, as it means the Ebon Hawk was locked away, beyond the assassin's reach. The path is clear. By the time they board the Hawk and prepare the ship for takeoff, the assassins pour in after them. Once they realize their prey found an escape route, they discarded any attempts at subtlety and rushed directly after their target.
Quick! We're gonna need some time to fire up the engines. Let's give the laser turret a workout.
It's been some time since she operated a turret, but the memory is quickly refreshed. Dozens of assassins rush toward the ship, attempting to board it. She takes out most of them before the boarding ramp is lifted.
We've got company!
Noticing Traya's severed hand, Surik realizes the pain she had felt was not an exaggeration.
Alright, let's get out of here!
She requires urgent medical attention.
There is no time. We must leave.
If they hit us, we're dead, but if they keep missing us, we're dead. It's great odds. Somebody shut that trash compactor up. Now, either they hit us and destroy us, or they hit an asteroid and make the whole field go nova.
What are the asteroids? They can be destroyed by us as well as them, can they not?
That'll take out the whole field, the colony, and maybe us. We might not even be able to jump to hyperspace in time.
Then we die here. Choose now.
The Harbinger is pouring out constant fire after the Hawk. It is inevitable that one of the many asteroids hit will set off a chain reaction. If the Hawk maneuvers behind one of the larger ones, the chain reaction will begin closer to the enemy.
Hold on! This is gonna get a little rocky. Well, now that we just killed a planet, maybe one of you can tell me what's going on. Because between assassin droids, a Sith Lord that looks like he sleeps with vibroblades, and being target practice for a Republic warship, I was better off in my cell.
The Republic warship was the Harbinger. It was seized on its way to Telos by the Sith. They sought you, Jedi, because you are the last of the Jedi. Once you are dead, then they have won.
But she was exiled by the Jedi, and even with that fact aside, her Force sensitivity only reawakened recently. There's little to warrant the Sith would consider her to be the last of the Jedi.
The Sith believe you to be a Jedi Knight, and that is all that matters. The Jedi Academy on Dantooine is nothing more than a crater that echoes with the ghosts of dead Jedi. And the Jedi Temple on Coruscant lies empty. The waters in the Room of 1,000 Fountains have fallen still in reverence to the fallen Jedi and those now lost.
What course of action remains for the last of the Jedi? If she is to face the Sith and stop them, how would such a task be accomplished by a single individual?
That is not an easy question to answer. This threat is greater than you know, and I do not believe it is a battle that can be fought. We cannot hope to triumph against them alone. To stop them, you will need weapons, allies, and a teacher. In the end, I fear it may not be enough. You fought in the Mandalorian Wars, and it cost you everything. Are you willing to sacrifice as much again?
Either Surik faces this threat, or the galaxy will fall. There is no choice but to fight.
You are not listening to me. This is not like any field of battle you have ever fought in. Think carefully on your choice. If you choose to fight, if you choose war, it is a path few turn from once the first steps are taken. It carries with it a terrible price. And in the end, you may find you have nothing left to sacrifice. You have much to learn. Telos, all our paths seem to lead us there. Perhaps there, if you are willing, I can train you, help you to survive a while longer.
Not like we have much of a choice, the Peragus astrogation charts being what they are.
It is where we must go, and where the Harbinger was bound before our unfortunate encounter on Peragus. But we have spoken long enough, and my wound pains me. If you have other questions, find me in the crew quarters. There we will speak more.
Hey, don't stop your long, boring rants on my account. I was just getting sleepy-eyed.
Also in private, we will be mercifully free from the opinions of imbeciles and fools.
Allowing Traya a brief reprieve from the conversation, Surik decides to explore the vessel. T3 is already preoccupied with maintenance tasks. At a later point, they will have to have a chat about what transpired in the days leading up to Peragus. Upon further exploration, she quickly notices a sealed door. According to ship schematics, this door belongs to a small cargo compartment. This HK unit appears to be broken. Nonetheless, taking careful steps in examining it, it becomes evident that this is not an HK-50 unit. Based on the color and the state of its components, this droid likely has many stories to share. Given her knowledge of droid parts, she should be able to repair it with minimal casualties. That is, if she can find the parts, though it's more than likely the HK-50 unit she encountered on Peragus won't be the last one she comes across. As Surik explores the rest of the ship, she finds many marks of repairs, indicating the Ebon Hawk was indeed in critical condition when it reached Peragus. The most important component, the hyperdrive, is stable. The garage area also carries marks of repairs and reinforcement. Here she finds a fully functional and relatively stocked workbench. There are 2 crew dormitories, one of which is currently occupied by Traya. It is clear this vessel has everything needed for the journey ahead, especially if they find allies along the way. She cannot help but think of others who previously occupied these dormitories and walked these corridors. If she could still feel the Force as strongly as before, would she have perhaps felt the echoes of their passing? It is of little consequence now. The final stop, Surik finds the cargo hold, which, apart from holding enough space to house several speeders, has only a single item compartment. Here she will lay down her weapons for now. To her surprise, the compartment contains several items stashed away, including a Jedi robe. It has been some time. Once a common sight in the galaxy, How many individuals are left to wear the traditional clothing of the Jedi Order? Not just yet, she concludes, returning the robe to its place. There's much to process, much to think about.
Have you come for more answers? There is little more left to give.
When Traya's hand was severed, Surik felt it vividly, as if it were her own.
That does not surprise me, any more than you hearing my thoughts when we were apart. The pain, however, was unexpected. If I could, I would have shielded you from it. This wound is a physical thing and will fade with time. It was necessary. Some things may only be learned from sacrifice. When battle is upon us, I suspect our minds are prepared enough to shield each other from the pain. I think we shall not have a repeat incident of what happened at Peragus.
Perhaps, but they may not know for certain what the consequences of this bond will be. Pain may be blocked to an extent, but evidently that was not the case for severe injuries. And in case of fatal ones, the consequences would perhaps be more extreme.
Possibly, yes, and I fear it works both ways. I would not wish to test it, nor should you.
But how could such a bond have formed?
I confess its nature eludes me as well, but the bond is strong, and its roots run deep. It seems that at times of stress and pain, if they catch us unawares, then the pain is transmitted between us. It seems the force flows easily between us. When one of us manipulates the force to heal or strengthen ourselves, the other is aided as well. A powerful technique indeed, though, as we have noticed, it has its drawbacks.
The bond seemingly formed on Peragus, when Surik finally heard the force again after many years. Although it had felt distant, like a whisper, at the very edge of hearing.
If my suspicions are correct, perhaps the damage the Jedi Council did was not as permanent as they thought. It is not an easy thing to cut one off from the Force.
The Jedi?
What did you believe? That you suddenly lost your connection with the Force without reason?
Surik does not recall how or why her connection to the Force was severed. After the Mandalorian Wars, after her exile, she merely recalls the connection being absent.
It is much like losing one's ability to listen or being put into a deep sleep, unable to awaken to the galaxy around you. Such a thing has been done before, when Jedi have pronounced sentence on their own and exiled them as they did you.
The events of Malachor V are a blur, as was the moment of her exile, a cacophony of images and memories, many of which she'd prefer to forget. But surely the Jedi Order isn't the one to blame.
If not the Jedi, then what did you think was the cause of such a loss?
Many possibilities come to mind. Perhaps the war itself, the choices she had made, somehow distanced her from it.
War leaves many scars, but rarely does it blind one to the Force. If anything, conflict and challenge may make the connection stronger, more intense. No matter what horrors you experienced in the war, no matter who you served, it is unlikely that the Force would be lost to you unless another factor was involved.
Another factor? One such factor could be the Jedi Masters. If they did do it, perhaps the act of severing the Force affected her memories. And if not, they at least might know more about what this factor was that severed her connection, or perhaps even restore it.
It is possible that such a thing can be undone. Still, even so, the chances of the Jedi undoing such a thing for a traitor is a slim thing at best, assuming they yet live. If any still live, I doubt the Jedi Masters would even help one such as you. You, who turned your back on them to follow Revan to war, as they aided Revan in the Mandalorian Wars. Do not be a fool. They will not intercede to save a traitor, unless the knowledge saves them as well. Self-preservation is an effective technique to persuade or train the unwilling. If any yet live, where they walk is unknown to me. If we are meant to find them or their teachings, I suspect we shall come across them in our journey. Our link may have had other consequences. Perhaps you can hear the Force again, distantly, through me. If so, then there is hope. I may be able to teach you, train you to feel the Force again. And if you will not allow me to help you, then other Jedi must train you.
But if there are no more Jedi?
Then I am your only hope, as you are mine. We are a sad pair, you and I, to defend the galaxy against such a thing. Life never ceases to teach fallen Jedi. It is only when one ceases to listen that we grow still and die. I offer to train you to become strong again, to know the ways of the Force, and to hear the Force sing within you as it once did.
The two are linked. What threatens one threatens the other, and the only way Surik can protect them both is to become stronger. It will be best to keep Traya close, she decides, and if she has knowledge to impart, Surik will listen.
Then our training shall begin. Whenever I travel with you, I shall impart what I can to you through my words and presence. Our current destination is as good a place as any to begin. The planet Telos, decimated by the Sith during the Jedi Civil War. Before the war, Jedi who failed their training were sent to the fields of Telos to serve the galaxy, not as Jedi Knights, but as farmers and laborers. The destruction of Telos was complete. I doubt any Jedi remain. Yet there may be echoes of their passing. We shall see. Much has happened in the galaxy in your absence, and since the defeat of the Mandalorians at Malachor V.
Indeed, there's much to discuss. Once they reach Telos and establish the next course of action, some stability, there will be time to focus on galactic history. Of course, there's also the matter of Traya's personal history to discover, her Force sensitivity and her ties to the Jedi. She will surely have many stories to tell.
Indeed.
Surik and her allies approach the planet Telos. They will not land on its surface, however, as very few ships do. Nearly a decade ago, the planet was bombarded by the former Republic Admiral Sol Karath under orders from Darth Malak. As a result, the surface of Telos was devastated and its atmosphere corrupted, producing toxic chemical rains. After Malak's defeat, in an attempt to inspire a general sense of recovery, the Republic began funding the efforts of an Unheard, which aimed to restore the planet to its former state. As a result, protective restoration zones were raised across the planet to do the work, and the colossal Citadel station was constructed in the orbit of Telos to oversee the progress.
Attention, this is Citadel Station Bay Control, Dock Module 126. Please remain where you are. Lieutenant Dahlgren will arrive shortly to meet you. That is all.
I don't like the sound of that. If they think we caused the explosion... Uh-oh. Here comes the welcoming party. They may not know what happened, so don't blow it.
I'm Lieutenant Gren, Telos Security Force. I'm under orders to take you into custody in regards to the destruction of the Peragus mining facility.
There's not much to say. They cannot prove their innocence or incriminate anyone else. It would be best to let the process run its course until the authorities reach a dead end.
You haven't been formally charged, but you will be placed under house arrest pending the results of our investigation. My men will relieve you of any arms and armor. Please follow me.
Tell me I'm not going to jail again.
These will serve as your quarters for the duration of your house arrest. 2 officers will be stationed outside at all times. We have a ship examining what's left of the Peragus facility now, so your stay might be brief. We'll keep you informed. Let's go.
This isn't good. We've got to get off this station.
We cannot stay in any one place too long, but our path has brought us here for a reason. I must meditate on this. In the meantime, we should rest.
Yeah, you go ahead and meditate. As for me, I could use some sleep.
There is nothing they can do in their current predicament. Attempting to leave while under such strict regulation can only cause trouble. They will do best to rest for a few hours either way.
I've come to inform you that the Telosian government has completed its inspection of what's left of the Peragus facility. It appears that the Harbinger had indeed been present, though it was gone when our ships arrived and was responsible for the station's destruction. Logs recovered from the facility's wreckage indicated that the miners perished as a result of sabotage, which began while you and your companions were either incapacitated or incarcerated. As such, you are to be released from house arrest. However, the Republic is sending its own ship. They have insisted that you remain on station for the duration of their search.
The sojourn is already en route, likely not more than a few standard days. Feel free to use these quarters during your stay. Please visit the TSF station and entertainment module 081 to complete the necessary paperwork at the front desk.
The Ebon Hawk should be transferred from the impound docks by the time you're free to leave.
Well, now what? We can't just stick around. We need to find a way off the station. Whether it's the Ebon Hawk or some other ship. We could hit Nar Shaddaa, maybe. If you've got people coming after you, it's where you go to get lost in the crowd.
An interesting first choice.
Hey, everyone needs to get lost once in a while. Get away from something, you know? It's no big deal.
Perhaps they could turn to the Republic for help.
The Republic? They can't even properly fund and manage a space station, let alone fight an enemy as cunning and ruthless as the Sith. Even if somebody believed us, the Republic won't be any help. Believe me, I know. Only the Jedi threw the Sith back last time around.
He may be right, but whatever we do, we should move quickly. I feel we came to Telos for a reason, but we may have spent too much time here already. Even if the Harbinger was destroyed at Peragus, more Sith could already be on their way. Still, there is a chance we might learn of other Jedi here on the planet's surface. Jedi who might help us restore your abilities or sever the link between us.
Well, what do you think?
Perhaps they could work their way off the planet by reaching the Ebon Hawk. They're not allowed to leave, but if they can get past security, they might leave the station before they're detected. Surik and her allies proceed to the TSF station to obtain their belongings and the Ebon Hawk.
Welcome to Entertainment Module 081's TSF station. I will call up the appropriate information now. One moment. Searching. One moment. It seems the Ebon Hawk was transferred to Telos' surface instead of an impound dock. However, both the requester and the point of delivery are unknown. In addition, the vessel is not showing up at any government-sanctioned landing site. I would conjecture that it has been stolen, and the TSF records have been illegally accessed and modified.
I knew it! That stupid T3 unit stole our ship. It's probably joyriding through the system right now, laughing at us, laughing at me.
That is unlikely. While your utility droid is not accounted for, numerous satellites track all incoming and outgoing vessels. There is no record of the Ebon Hawk leaving the system.
Wait, you're saying the ship's actually somewhere on Telos' surface? Telos' atmosphere is highly corrosive outside the shielded restoration zones. Where else could someone land safely?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid that's all the information I have for you. Fortunately, your possessions were kept in the armory and were uncompromised. I will open the door for you so that you may retrieve them. You will find them in the security lockers.
It appears they have no way off-planet. Lieutenant Grant had noted that the Republic vessel Sojourn was on its way to Citadel Station.
It is currently delayed on a search pattern. I am unable to provide you with an estimated time for its arrival.
By the time the Sojourn arrives, it is more than likely the Sith will find them before any Republic assistance is given.
Beyond waiting in your quarters for further word, I do not know what else to suggest. I am sorry for what has happened, but the situation is beyond me. I cannot legally supply you with another vessel.
They may have to wait for days, or even weeks. Indeed, Atton was correct in his assessment. They must find another way. Surik dives deep into the flow of the station. It will be difficult to get off-world without detection, and even if that were an option, she does not wish to give up the Hawk so easily. She quickly identifies several ways of descending onto the surface of Telos in search of the Hawk. One of such ways proved to be the Ithorians leading the Telos restoration effort. The Ithorian leader, Chodo Habat, offers a way to find the Ebon Hawk. He is willing to provide a simple shuttle without a hyperdrive for her to use to descend to Telos. Once there, she can seek out the engineer responsible for constructing the Telosian shield network. He should be able to localize where the Ebon Hawk landed on the planet. Furthermore, to her surprise, he claims he may attempt to heal her. Chodo Habat says he is Force-sensitive, a priest of his people, and that the echo he felt upon her arrival was not a natural thing. It spoke of a great pain, not of the body, but of the spirit. It is as if she once felt the force flow through her, then it was torn away, brutally and quickly, the echo coming from the hollows where it once flowed through her. He says that it is a most unusual wound she carries, and if she would permit him to examine her, perhaps he could help restore some of what was lost.
Your speech is filled with maybes and perhaps. You are bold to make promises of healing while the world under your care burns and dies. You may be able to help, but there is always a price, is there not?
Chodo Habat claims that he and his herd do not wish to see any living thing suffer, but indeed, the life of Telos takes precedence, and they would ask her for a favor, 2 favors to be exact. Ithorians are renowned for their ability to stabilize ecospheres. They seek to bring back life to Telos by creating restoration zones and filling them with wildlife from worlds where it is abundant, such as Onderon and Duxon. However, progress has been challenging. The Ithorians relied on infrastructure droids to plan and manage the project. The Republic originally provided a G0T0 droid intelligence to Citadel Station that would help manage the logistics of the project. However, it vanished some time ago without a trace. Whether it was stolen or destroyed is unknown. At great expense, Chodo's herd has acquired a second, somewhat lesser droid intelligence to take its place. The Republic provided a small escort to accompany the droid, but Surik would provide additional protection regarding this most important matter. If this droid intelligence is lost or damaged, the restoration of Telos will be placed in great jeopardy. The second favor will prove to be more challenging as it concerns the Zerka Corporation. The Ithorians made some progress on the planet, but seeing potential for profit, the Zerka Corporation joined the restoration effort and gained great influence on Citadel Station. Zerka is powerful, with many lobbyists in the Senate and throughout the galaxy. Using legal loopholes, they exploit the restoration zones to salvage abandoned equipment on the surface of Telos and sell it to the highest bidder, caring little about the delicate balance of the ecosystem. The Ithorians are unable to do anything to stop them. Thus, Chodo Habat asks Surik to perform a few illegal, albeit justified actions, to hinder the Zerka Corporation. Given her impartial status, no one would be able to blame the Ithorians, and their efforts would continue. Surik decides to aid the Ithorians. Once the droid is safely escorted to the Ithorian compound, and Zerka's efforts adequately hindered, namely its entire mainframe stolen, containing sufficient evidence to expose Zerka's criminal activities, Chodo Habat makes the necessary arrangements for her shuttle. He also reminds Surik of his offer. Chodo says, when she stood before him, she opened his eyes to a hurt almost as great as the planet's. Yet he can feel that she is slowly regaining what she has lost, and that in time she may fully heal. He does admit, however, that even as the healer of his herd, he has never faced an injury such as this.
Healing a dead planet is one thing, Chodo Habat, and healing a Jedi severed from the Force is quite another.
With all due respect, Habat says, he believes she is wrong. In healing a planet, it is a matter of connections. As plants feed animals, and animal populations thrive and grow, life connects and expands, the living web of the Force. And perhaps that connection will help one MEETRA SURIK feel whole again. Though they describe the restoration as a process, they are, in truth, he says, opening Telos to the Force.
You have already begun to heal, to feel the Force again. If so, then the offer is worthless. You speak well enough, Chodo Habat, but perhaps you see all this as your chance to exert your own hold over others.
Surik values Krea's guidance and wisdom, but she does not sense nor suspect any ulterior motive from this Ithorian. His intentions are pure, and if he wishes to attempt mending and potentially restoring some of what was lost, she will allow it. Very little healing has been achieved, but it is a beginning. Surik walks away from the Ithorians, sensing a change. if not within her connection to the Force, then with her determination for the future. The Exile and her allies set off from the Citadel station towards the surface of Telos, to RZ-0031, a Zerka-held restoration zone where the Zabrak engineer was last seen.
Citadel Station, this is Admiral Carth Onasi of the Republic Cruiser Sojourn.
Admiral Onasi? This is Lieutenant Gren, TSF. We've been expecting you.
Gren, it's nice to know that TSF hasn't gone to shambles in my absence.
And how about you? An Admiral? You might change your tune after you see what the situation is like down here, Carth. I've got some bad news for you.
Well, it can't be that bad, Gren. I think Telos has already been through the worst.
The one you came all the way out here to pick up? Well, she managed to escape the station. We're not exactly sure how it happened.
Well, that's unfortunate, but luckily it still fits our plans.
Am I hearing this right?
I'll tell you more when I arrive, but the Republic has decided not to detain the Exile and adopt a wait-and-see approach.
The Exile? Then...
Like I said, we'll talk more when I arrive.
Looks like we will. I'm uploading the approach vector to you now. See you soon, Admiral.
Good to have you back, General. We survived one spectacular crash. Lucky I was here to pull you and your friends out of that shuttle, or you'd be more than a little crispy. But it's only fair. I owe you more than one, General. The pilot's more or less unharmed, and the old lady, well, she's tougher than she looks.
Beodur, the engineer who served with her in the war. The two didn't share much history, apart from the moments leading up to the annihilation of Malachor.
Don't think too hard. I'd rather not talk about the war, if we could. We all went through some tough times after Malachor, and maybe we all did a little forgetting. Guess that's one thing we've got better than droids. They can't forget anything. But then you give them a memory wipe and they forget for good. We can't all be that lucky. You know, I never thought I'd see you again, General. Galaxy's a big place, and this is the last place I thought I'd bump into you. So I have to ask, just what are you doing here?
Surik briefly shares the details of their journey since Peragus and the theft of the Ebon Hawk, leading up to this unexpected shuttle crash.
Got some news for you, General. That shuttle of yours is done for. Scrap.
Well, this is familiar. Feels like my last time on Telos.
Crashed the shuttle that time, too?
Nope, Pazak.
That was not the most pleasant landing I've endured. Next time we should perhaps seek out a more reputable pilot.
You're welcome, Traya. You know, if I weren't such a crack pilot, we could have hit the shield wall or one of those rock faces.
Yes, our current situation is a vast improvement.
No one's supposed to be here but a Zerka research team. I can't say they'd be happy to see us, but shooting us down? I can't imagine Zerka having us shot down by a bunch of scientists either.
The Ithorians had mentioned Beodur having tense relations with the Zerka Corporation. Could it be they were the ones who shot the shuttle down?
You know, I caught a glimpse of what looked like an AD tower when we flew over the compound.
Why would a research station have an air defense tower?
Maybe they're doing something they shouldn't be. I've seen pirate bases with the same sort of setup.
The Ithorians suggested Beodur would be able to access the shield grid from one of these compounds.
I can help you find it. I have access to the shield network. I came hoping to repair whatever damage your shuttle took, but not even I can fix that wreck. We'll have to get back to the compound. It's the old Ithorian research station, turned into a salvage team staging area. It won't be an easy hike. If Zerka secure the compound, there could be a lot of them out there. Second, there's all the Canucks. The vicious wide-jaw predators the Ithorians imported from Duxon. They were meant to keep the herbivore population in check.
If they mainly focus on herbivores, they shouldn't be a problem. Unless...
The Canucks ate them all. Now they'll eat anything they can catch, including us. Without the Ithorians to maintain the accelerated ecosystem's balance, everything here is falling apart. Zerka's killing the restoration project piecemeal.
Indeed, Surik recalls talking to the Ithorians about Zerka's impact. The future of the Telos restoration effort remains uncertain, especially after the destruction of Peragus.
We relied almost completely on Peragus for our fuel. It's hard to make up for a planet's worth of fuel exports. There's enough fuel in the reserves to keep Citadel Station from falling out of orbit, and for managing the restoration project, but not much more than that. If we can't find a new fuel source soon, we'll be in bad shape. The Republic's tight on credits right now, still recovering from the war. They're sparing all they can, but it's not enough.
It struggles to survive now. It is difficult to believe the Republic will be a match for the Sith that will inevitably come. Now, more than ever, she feels the weight on her shoulders. They must find the Ebon Hawk immediately to begin their search for the remaining Jedi and face this threat. And if the Ebon Hawk cannot be found, anything that flies will do.
There's the landing pad. There should be a computer terminal I can access from there. Looks like we're going to have to fight our way there, though. Look sharp.
As Bayodur leads them to the Zerka site, they are immediately attacked. Fortunately, the defense team was a small one, allowing them to gain access to the shield grid.
Good. It's functional, and my passcodes still work. Now let's find your ship.
The TSF said the Ebon Hawk wasn't at any sanctioned landing site. It could be anywhere on the planet.
The TSF probably thinks the ship was put down in the wastes, but they don't know the planet as well as I do. Telos' atmosphere has been turned into acidic vapor. Landing a ship in the wastes would be like sealing it in a hangar full of hungry Minocs.
I'd say there's probably an illegal landing site somewhere then.
Still shielded, but not a restoration zone or other listed facility. That's why I need access to the shield network. Here, a small anomaly in the shield network's power grid. I'm not surprised the TSF didn't spot this. It's subtle, more like an error or random flux than anything suspicious. It looks like power is being drawn to generate a shield over a small area in the polar region, but nothing should be down there. Orbital cameras show nothing, just an empty mesa.
We should investigate this. I feel this is the best bet of finding the Ebon Hawk.
According to the computer, a shuttle is currently docked inside the research facility. At least there was at last report, though that was months ago. But that's not going to stop me. I'm getting back to Citadel if I have to build a new ship myself.
Accessing the old military base, they indeed find a docked shuttle, allowing them to depart this restoration zone and head to the anomaly located in the polar regions.
Egotistic praise. An excellent shot, even with the prevailing winds. I couldn't have done it better myself. Relieved statement. Oh, Jedi, it is good to see you intact. We were concerned that shooting down your shuttle would damage you irreparably. Quick clarification, but now that we have found you, we hope that we can facilitate communications. Unnecessary addendum. And put an end to hostilities. We merely wish to cripple your vessel. Once we tracked your coordinates, we were able to deploy several droids in this location.
Her assessment about multiple HK-50s appears to have been correct.
Chiding statement. Oh, Jedi, there are as many of us as are needed to capture or kill our targets. Egotistical boast. And there are far more of us than any one Jedi. Destroy one of us, and more shall rise from the wreckage. Unnecessary threat. And our attack protocols are more than a match for you and your allies.
Given her previous experience with HK units, asking questions will be a waste of time. And with the weather conditions in the area, she would rather speed up this encounter.
Probing query. We are, however, curious as to why you chose to come to the remnants of the polar Telos irrigation system. There is nothing here that our instruments can detect. Eager threat. But we are looking forward to extracting your motives for coming here when we place you in torture restraints. Statement. Self-destruct sequence. 3.
It is alarming how quickly the HK units extrapolated their location. They are gaining information more quickly than expected. There is no doubt more units will be coming after them. They will need to be dealt with at some point, somehow. On to a more pressing matter. Beodur was knocked out in the crash. The shuttle interior has transformed into a death trap. They must find refuge first before bringing him to safety. A single structure stands out in the distance. Upon approach, it seems to be a turbo lift.
Lay down your weapons, and you shall not be harmed.
Do as they say. I sense we will come to no harm.
Surik complies with the stranger's request, even after the group is separated and she is taken to a large room which appears to be a Jedi Council chamber. This facility has clearly been transformed into something different. A sense of relief grazes her senses upon seeing a familiar face in the distance, but the sensation quickly fades once memories surrounding it wash over her.
I did not expect to see you again after the day of your sentencing. I thought you had taken the Exile's path, wandering the galaxy. Yet you have returned. Have you come to face the judgment of the Council, as you did so many years ago? Are you finally willing to admit that we were right to cast you out?
She did not come all this way to debate such a matter. There is much she would wish to say, given this opportunity, though speaking from her heart would only further complicate the situation. She does, however, wish to know why her connection to the Force was lost. It clearly guided her here. At the very least, she deserves to know why.
The Force does not guide your movements, not anymore. Its connection was lost when you fell. Perhaps you feel that the Force also led you to the Mandalorian Wars as well, but in truth it only led to your exile.
It is clear Atris disagrees with the notion that the Jedi Council had anything to do with her losing her connection to the Force. Whether that is true remains to be seen. Atris's words always were a test of self-discipline. Surik retreats, and instead wishes to understand why the Council exiled her.
Why? Because you turned your back on us. And the Order. You followed Revan to war against the Mandalorians, the very war that made Revan a Lord of the Sith, and ruined you.
But the Republic asked the Jedi for aid.
The Republic asked the Jedi Order for aid against the Mandalorians, that much is true. Yet that aid did not mean rushing into battle, giving in to aggression, your hate, your passions.
Her choice was as far from hate as it could have been. It was not aggression that pulled her into the war, but the compassion for the innocent.
So you said, so long ago. I didn't believe it then, and I don't believe it now. You sought adventure. You hungered for battle. You could not wait to follow Revan to war. The Jedi Order asked only for time to examine the Mandalorian threat. They urged caution, patience, and you defied them. So when you returned, you were brought before us. You were a Jedi no longer, and so you were exiled.
They exiled her for defiance, because they could not control her. She followed Revan, followed Kavar's example to defend the innocent. It is frustrating to listen to Atris claim otherwise. Inaction, permitting the deaths of innocents, was never a choice.
Life is filled with choices. And when you are forced to make one, you have the Jedi teachings to guide you. All that you had been taught, you threw at your feet, crushed them beneath your heel, and you were ruled by hate, aggression.
Her flawed accusations aside, Surik cannot help but wonder, was Atris not even tempted to help the innocent?
Of course I was. But the Jedi teachings require we examine how we may best help them. Action without reflection is not our way.
The day of her exile certainly highlighted their divide in opinion. A day that cannot be so easily forgotten.
There was much about that day that was difficult to forget. Your words, your defiance, and when you stabbed your lightsaber into the center stone. I have kept it, so I would never forget. As a reminder of what can happen when your passions dictate your actions. I have kept it, so I would never forget your arrogance or your insult to the Order.
Even with her limited connection to the Force, she can sense Atris's emotions. A human being beneath it all. Beneath the powerful barriers holding them back, as she recalls the past events that tested her beliefs. So much anger, hatred. She cannot understand why it is directed at her. There were others more qualified to be its target. Why her? But she understands it is a fact that cannot be changed. Certainly not now. Reopening old wounds would achieve nothing, merely an exchange of harsh words, disagreements, taking an eternity to reach any conclusion or peace for either of them.
It will never be over, for either of us. So answer me. If you cannot seem to admit the Council was correct, then why are you here?
All clues indicate that the Ebon Hawk is here. She simply wishes to get her ship back and depart Telos.
Your ship? Ah, the Ebon Hawk. It is not your ship. Unless you are admitting to the destruction of the Peragus mining facility. If it is your ship, perhaps I should be questioning you as to what happened, and why you destroyed the facility and murdered all the miners stationed there.
For the sake of her emotions, Surik ignores the flawed accusations and shares information about the Sith she encountered, how they followed her to Peragus and destroyed the facility in the process.
You speak truly. You have encountered the Sith. I can feel the scars on you.
She also shares the suspicion that they are hunting her, believing her to be the last of the Jedi.
You? If they thought you were Jedi, the teachings of the Sith blind them indeed. I am the last Jedi, not you. You betrayed our teachings, our beliefs, the very core of the Jedi Order. There are no more Jedi, except I. Like you, they turned from the Order, and now only I remain. If they sought a target, they would have hunted me, not you. But the blindness of the dark side is well known.
It is unknown how many Sith there are at the present moment. Atris may be a powerful Jedi with much knowledge and skill, but even she will need all the help she can get.
Whatever force they can bring to bear, it will matter not. If they face a true Jedi, they shall fall.
A bold stance, albeit questionable one.
We shall see. For now, the perspective on your situation has changed. If these Sith attacked you, they will soon realize their mistake. And if you escaped, they most likely let you go to see if you would lead them here. I have your ship. I will return it to you. You must leave here before you place us in jeopardy.
She wishes nothing more than to depart. Though if Atris were to fall to the Sith, it would only bring forth greater destruction, and it would be a shame to lose a powerful Jedi in this conflict. Her personal opinions aside, Atris would be unwise to reject the potential assistance Surik can provide in this context.
You offer your aid after turning your back on me? On the Council, the Jedi is not something you embrace out of fear. The commitment is stronger than that, something you never seem to understand. But if you help me, it cannot be done from here. There are others in the galaxy who may help us against a Sith threat. If you can find them, gain their trust, perhaps our defenses shall be stronger for it. Take your ship, seek them out. If you find them, encourage them to gather on Dantooine. From there we can call a council and see what can be done. It is now time for you to depart.
Come with us.
Curious.
Are you all right, Mistress?
The exile reminded me of something I had forgotten.
Forgive me, Mistress, but I must ask. The exile, I've never seen another affect you so strongly. Was she important to you once?
We all have our heroes, and when we watch them fall, we die inside. She made a choice once, and I did not. The day we judged her, I stood in the chamber, and she was so right. She was so certain of it. I doubted myself, but not now. She will never make me doubt myself again. But now I am tired. I must meditate.
Of course, Mistress. I will tell the others you are not to be disturbed. And please, do not exhaust yourself. We can attend to matters here.
Surik seeks out her allies, though she struggles to find them in this place, and also worries precisely how one would restrain a prisoner within an irrigation system. She turns to one of the handmaidens for assistance, but she cannot help immediately noticing that they all look the same.
We share the same father, and we all bear the face of our mother. It is not unusual for the Achani of the same parents to be born so as to be indistinguishable to outsiders.
Except for one.
As I have said, it is not unusual for the Achani of the same parents to be born so as to be indistinguishable to outsiders.
They all share the same father. So one of the handmaidens must have a different mother.
If you seek to raise anger in me, you will fail, Exile. I tolerate your presence only upon orders of the mistress. She did not order me to endure your questions.
Surik was merely curious. She meant no offense, of course. It was an inappropriate observation to voice. She apologizes.
One cannot take back an action, and often apologizing for it only compounds the insult. Simply drop the matter and be silent.
Indeed. She instead inquires about the location of her allies.
You will find them in the main irrigation channel room, in the northern part of the plateau interior. The particle emitters there that once governed the flow of water to Telos can double as force cages.
Surik was respectful thus far. Now she cannot help but sense a mild degree of anger rise within her at the thought of her friends being mistreated or harmed.
They were caged for their safety until we could determine your intent, Exile. Atris cautioned us against your tactics, fearing that your allies would create a distraction. Your companions gave us little trouble, however. The male could have presented some challenge if he had resisted, but he chose not to.
Aten?
He has had some Echani training. He masks it well, but when you are in danger, his mask dropped into a stance we know well.
Interesting. Where would he have gotten that training?
I do not know. The Echani forms are known to be taught to military special forces throughout the galaxy. If the source is a mystery to you, perhaps you should ask him. It would be wise to know those you travel with.
It would indeed. Atris's handmaidens are Echani and are clearly very knowledgeable in the ways of battle, and if Atris trained them the ways of the Force, Surik perhaps underestimated them. They may yet prove a challenge for the Sith.
I assume you meant no insult. It is forbidden for us to become Jedi. Even if we possessed the awareness of the galaxy that the Jedi possess, we are here because we are not Jedi. That is our purpose. Atris believes the new Jedi Order that shall arise here will need to be guarded and watched by those not touched by the Force. She thinks it will give balance.
So the handmaidens will be tasked to serve and to supervise the Jedi and their actions.
A crude way of describing our duty, but in a sense, yes, the Jedi have long since lacked anyone to judge their actions and provide support should their power corrupt them. We are this strength. It is our duty to watch for aggression, rage, passion, and end it before it takes root.
So had Surik displayed these things here, the handmaidens would have struck her down.
I would have struck you down as you entered this place, if Atris had not stayed my hand. Though you are not a Jedi, you have been sickened in Revan's service. If for a moment I felt you could bring harm to Atris or this place, then I would end you.
It does not come as a surprise that Atris's opinion of Surik and what sort of Jedi she used to be carried over to her servants.
Atris speaks of you, but Jedi is not the term she uses. She says you followed Revan to war, the same Revan who took the Mandalorian flame and brought it to the Jedi.
Surik is not Revan.
Perhaps you believe that, but there is often little difference in one who wages war and one who follows another to war. You chose to fight the Mandalorians, and in choosing to fight them you also fought the Jedi whether you knew it or not. Only a Kathhound turns on its own master.
But they are Echani. Their people were also threatened by the Mandalorians during the war, and they too, like Revan and all who followed him, like Surik, fought the Mandalorians.
We did, but not against our teachings or our masters. We fought with them, united.
Had the handmaidens served under Atris at that time, she would not have allowed them to fight. Surely they are aware of this.
That is true. And we would have heeded her, for we would have served her.
They would have heeded her, but the choice to obey and not defend their home would not have been an easy one to make. Not unlike the choice MEETRA SURIK made.
No, perhaps not. If you are truly a warrior, and not some murderer without discipline. But I do not believe you are weak, or a murderer. You show reflection on your actions.
She does not regret her choices, no matter how difficult they were, but she wishes to learn from the past, to seek out different perspectives, see possibilities. In the future that is yet to come, many choices await. It is the only way she can improve her chances of making the right ones.
Perhaps I misjudged you. Perhaps you have changed from the exile Atris described to me. I hope you may show her the same side you have shown me. Shortly before the destruction of Dantooine by the forces of the traitor Jedi Malak, Atris had many Jedi artifacts and knowledge transported here secretly. She was able to bring them here before the Academy's destruction. It was a fortunate thing. She was not able to save everything. If you wish to see a few of them, speak to the last of the handmaidens. She has seen some of these objects and has an interest in such things.
Last of the handmaidens? As in, the weakest?
Yes, she should be in the training chamber to the north and west of here. She constantly seeks to improve herself so that she may no longer be ranked last among us. She is easily distracted by matters that do not concern her or her duty. Such distractions weaken her, and she knows this.
What sort of distractions?
I will not speak of them. Ask her yourself, if it matters to you.
It might be best to first ensure Traya and the others are well.
Did you find what you came for?
The Ebon Hawk is here. Once the crew is ready, they shall depart. Soon, preferably.
The ship. That is not what I meant. My question was directed more to you.
Surik tells Traya of the woman she had not expected to ever see again, who made this place her home. Regardless of their unpleasant reunion, it provided an opportunity to learn more about finding the Jedi. And it was at least good to see one of them is still alive, all things considered.
I had thought that would bring you some peace, yet I still sense some unrest in you. There was something from your past here, something unresolved. I feel we did not come to this place by chance. You were led here. This woman who resides here, she did something to you once, something that hangs upon you still.
How could it not? Atris was one of the council members who cast her out, and wanted to punish her even further.
I see it now. The act has left its marks.
Atris has made a big impact on Surik, even after a brief discussion, and apart from the fact that she may not be the most charming person to have a debate with.
Whatever her charm, or lack thereof, you must deal with it. Be warned. Unresolved events from our past can create wounds in the present and the future. And more importantly, they can distract you, weaken you. It could prove fatal against the enemies we face.
That much is true. She is a distraction she must learn to work around. However, Atris's impact on her thoughts is significant. So much so that she almost neglected to notice how perceptive Traya is on this matter. That itself is proof enough of how distracted Surik is already, and after witnessing Atris's emotions after all these years, still so strong. A decade did not a single thing to weaken them. She must learn to direct her thoughts around her. It will take time. Sadly, there is not much she can do to accelerate the process, short of eliminating her.
Killing such a one could prove difficult and unwise. Yet she distracts you, that is clear, and that may be reason enough. Such distractions could prove fatal against the enemies we face.
Well, that is a course of action she would not prefer to take. Atris could prove to be a valuable ally, if she could be persuaded to actually operate as one. Besides, Surik could not even consider how such a target could be eliminated, especially here, surrounded by her servants.
Direct action is not always the best way. It is a far greater victory to make another see through your eyes than to close theirs forever. Yet all that lives feels, and where something feels, there is weakness.
Oh, if anyone feels, it's Atris, regardless of her years of training or the defenses she puts up. But in the sea of emotions she suppresses, what is her weakness?
Why, you, of course. You are the gravity around which all her actions rotate. You exert a stronger influence than you know. Be her foil, her challenge, and eventually she will see things your way. Natural leaders do such things to followers, whether they be simple criminals or old women such as myself.
Leaders like Revan, perhaps. For now, the best way to negate Atris's influence would be to work around her as a subject. For a start, she did not expect to find a Jedi Academy hiding under a polar ice cap.
There is a Jedi here, perhaps, in that you are correct. Yet there are no students, and this woman, this Atris, surrounds herself with those who cannot feel the Force. Curious.
Yes, one of the handmaidens noted they were not trained. But they cannot feel the Force at all.
No, their minds are walls, trained to resist tricks of the mind. This discipline blinds them to the Force as well, even if they were Force-sensitive.
The only way Traya would know this for certain would be if she attempted to break down those walls.
Invade the mind of another? It is not something done carelessly, or when there is nothing to be gained.
It most certainly is not. Either way, these Force-resistant disciples will serve Atris well. From what she heard here, Atris is firstly focusing on rebuilding the galaxy. Only once that goal is achieved will she focus on finding students. It might not be the worst outcome for the Jedi teachings, assuming her plans succeed.
Plans are fragile things, and life often dashes expectations to the ground. Perhaps students will come to her in time. For now, she is surrounded by those who cannot feel the Force.
Yes, they may not feel it, but it doesn't mean the Force is absent. A perfect hiding spot. It makes one wonder where else it could be hiding. Surik had worried about the handmaidens mistreating her friends.
He's only sleeping. It seems the journey here has fatigued him.
That is understandable. It's also good to see Beodua safe. The handmaidens were well aware of the circumstances of their landing. If they wished, they could have easily left him in the cold.
I'm fine, General. Even power has been restored to my arm. This must be where I had detected the energy readings before, and the drain to the restoration shields. It looks part of a huge polar irrigation system, possibly planet-wide, like the one on Coruscant. I had been told by the Republic that it was not in use.
A most fascinating place to be in, and it will surely aid in the recovery effort given its planet-wide reach. Despite the fascination, however, she eagerly awaits to depart this place. There's only one more thing to do. It would be best if Beodua prepares the Hawk for takeoff and examines if everything is in order by the time they're finished here.
Very well, General. I will await your arrival.
We should not remain here too long.
Hey, you're back with us. We were just on our way to rescue you from those ghost women when, we got locked up.
At least it provided an opportunity to catch some rest. Still, given Atten's state, perhaps they should take things slow.
Don't worry about me, I'm fine. How did things go with the Jedi here? Are you all done?
Almost completely, she notes. Discovering the ship aside, it is refreshing to know she is still the target of Atris's anger, after all these years.
Well, that's encouraging. Nothing like a steady stream of people who hate us or want to kill us to keep the heart pumping.
Well, a stream of people who hate or want to kill Surik specifically. There's no reason for her allies to suffer the same burden. He would be safer if they parted ways. Perhaps once they reach Nar Shaddaa.
No, I was just complaining. I'm with you until things start going better for you. We need to stick together, you know? And who knows? I might be able to help you out of a tight spot at some point.
Atten has proven himself as a valuable ally and a friend. His presence will be most appreciated.
Hey, don't mention it. It's my pleasure.
They should take it slow, however, as the journey clearly took its toll on Atten. He appears to be a bit tired. Stressed?
What? Look, I'm fine, okay? I was just a little dizzy when I first woke up.
Let us keep moving. We should not remain here too long.
They shall depart shortly. Surik wishes to take the opportunity of potentially accessing the relics Atris has brought here.
You are the Exile, the one Atris warned us about.
And this must be the last of the handmaidens.
I am the last of the handmaidens. This is correct. I train so that one day that will no longer be true.
The others implied the title comes from her distractions and training. But once that obstacle is overcome, she will no doubt improve.
It dishonors me that they would say such a thing to an outsider, but I cannot deny the truth in what they say. My thoughts are not always focused on training. Perhaps once having known the ways of the Jedi, you may understand what occupies my thoughts. There is much knowledge here, and only one of the Jedi remain. There is so much about their ways of battle, their forms, their stances, that may be lost forever if the last of the Jedi is taken from the galaxy.
The fear of so much knowledge falling to ruin does justify her distractions. One way to alleviate the fear of the Jedi lore being lost would be to learn it.
Even if I possessed the senses that the Jedi were said to have, such teachings would be forbidden. Atris has set us upon the road we are to travel until the end of our days. We are to serve the Jedi by watching them, not learning their ways.
But if one was to learn their teachings, they would know better what to watch for and how to recognize corruption in a Jedi when they deviate from the teachings.
That is something I had not considered. You have given me something to reflect on, Exile. I thank you.
One of the other handmaidens mentioned she may direct Surik to the artifacts in this academy.
I know a little of them, yes. Much Jedi knowledge is stored here. Secrets of their teachings, combat styles, and discipline. Most come from Dantooine, brought here before the academy there was destroyed by Malak. Not all relics were able to be saved, for there was not time to rescue them all. Jedi relics are kept by Atris, within the walls of her meditation chamber. Entry is forbidden.
Most come from Dantooine. That implies others come from elsewhere.
I am not permitted to speak of such things, and it is not your concern.
But the last of the handmaidens has seen them.
I have seen a few of them. Yes, they were not always in Atris's meditation chamber. There were many relics, among them small cubes, warm to the touch, each containing their own light.
Jedi holocrons, yet warm to the touch, you said?
Yes, and with a light about them. When held, some would speak, ask strange questions.
Questions?
Yes, their questions were confusing. They seemed to think I was someone else, someone's student.
Ah, of course they did. A simple misunderstanding, no doubt.
I had thought perhaps I had damaged them in some way, but I could not think of what I had done.
Perhaps it is nothing, as Kreia says. But the holocrons responded only to her amongst all the other handmaidens here. But of course, she is different.
I honor the face of my mother. It is not something spoken of in the company of others.
Perhaps one of the holocrons recognized this. Perhaps they sensed the markings of her mother. Not only physical, but also...
I do not wish to discuss it.
Of course. It is a personal matter. She had brought it up with one of the others, then made the mistake in apologizing for bringing up such a sensitive subject.
There's no need to apologize. You were merely remarking on something that you saw. There is no wrong in that. It is not a sensitive subject, but a subject that requires trust. There is no such trust between you and I, and such trust takes time.
That it does. Sadly, time is a luxury they do not have. Surik had hoped to gain additional knowledge, but it's evident Atris is keeping it close. It is unlikely she will permit Surik entry to her chambers.
There is nothing more to be gained here. Let us depart.
Before you go, Exile, question for you, if I may ask it. You have touched the Force. What does it feel like?
Perhaps it would be best for Atris to answer that question.
Please, I wish to know.
It is like a cloud, a mist that drifts from living creature to creature, set in motion by currents and eddies. It is the eye of the storm, the passions of all living things turned into energy, into a chorus.
It is the rising swell at the end of life, the promise of new territories and new blood, the call of new mysteries in the dark.
That was before. Surik now fights to return to that vision of the Force. With time, one day she may hold greater knowledge of its presence, though now she more so knows of its loss. It makes her appreciate its presence even more.
Then tell me of its absence.
It is standing atop the summit of a great mountain, the winds tearing about you, then finding yourself buried alive, trapped, helpless and alone. It is knowing what you want to say, and never finding the words. It is a chorus, replaced with silence, hearing teachings without meaning.
It is like having the energy of youth, then feeling the cloak of years fall upon you, and knowing you are weak, fragile, and a thing easily discarded. It is like a beloved pupil to whom you have shared everything, sacrificed everything, and then having them turn from you and forget all you were.
Thank you both. I see. I appreciate you sharing your knowledge with me.
After years of suppression, it is likely this conversation will only add to the pile of distractions for the last of the handmaidens. and MEETRA SURIK.
Well, if it isn't the one who stole the Ebon Hawk. Not so smug now, are you little thief?
Don't be a fool. Atris stole the ship and the droid.
Says you.
T3 informs Surik that he is quite well. He also apologizes for the ship being stolen, adding that Atris's handmaidens downloaded T3's entire memory core. Most interesting. What would she want with that? A two-way connection. They best continue this discussion on the Hawk.
Mistress, the last of the handmaidens is not among us.
She has left with the Exile.
Left? But why? Her oath.
I sent her to travel with the Exile. She may discover something I cannot.
Mistress, the last of the handmaidens, she is willful, and she has demonstrated her fascination with Jedi. It may not have been...
I know what I have done, but it was necessary.
Well, now that we're off that Dajaric board of a planet, I say we burn sky until we see lines.
T3 mentioned downloading some information earlier. He explains that as the handmaidens connected to his memory core to download data, the connection flowed two ways, allowing him to extract data himself. Now he explains the data in question is information from Atris's archives about the Jedi Masters.
What is the machine saying?
Amongst all the data, he says he found a holo recording of Surik's trial. It has been a long time since it occurred. She did not expect to discover any information about it after all this time.
We seem to have found it.
As Revan summoned you, so have you come full circle to return to the Jedi.
Why did you defy us? The Jedi are guardians of the peace, and have been for centuries. This call to war undermines all that we have worked for.
Is Revan your master now? Or is it the horror you wrought at Malachor that has caused you to see the truth at last?
We feel that your true understanding of what happened at Malachor V will only happen in time, and it cannot happen here, near the battlegrounds where you fought.
You are exiled, and you are a Jedi no longer.
There is one last thing. Your lightsaber. Surrender it to us.
You were correct, Kavar. When she was here, I felt it. It was as if she was not there. More like an echo.
We have not lost a Jedi this day. You felt it. She has lost herself. She is no Jedi. She walked Revan's path, but she was not strong enough.
I fear it is our teachings that may have led Revan to choose the path he did.
We are not the ones who taught him.
We take responsibility, Atris, not cast blame.
The choice of one was the choice of us all. Revan's teacher intended no harm, and Revan had many teachers since.
Yet they all stem from the same source. Her teachings violated the Jedi Code, and lead all who listen to the dark side, as they did the Exile.
You are wrong. The dark side is not what I sensed in the Exile. Surely the rest of you felt it as well. That emptiness we felt. She has changed.
Whatever that wound was, it was of the dark side. We should not have let her depart. She will simply join Revan again, or perhaps worse.
What would you have done with her, Atris? Be mindful of your feelings. This is not Revan who stood before you. This one walks a different path.
We let her go because we must. Where she travels, she carries her destination with her.
Malachor V should have been her grave. You saw it in her walk, and in the Force. It was as if she was already dead.
No, not death. Many battles remain for that one, if what we have seen is true. But the future is a shifting thing, and she cuts like a blade through it.
We should have told her the truth. A Jedi deserved to know.
No good would have come from it, even if what you believed was true.
Perhaps in many years we will call her before us and explain what happened to her, and how she may be healed. Until then, she must accept her journey.
But she may never discover the truth, and she will never know why we cast her out.
And that is the future we must accept.
Those Jedi sure like their secrets, don't they?
They sensed something. They called it an emptiness. Something else severed her connection to the Force, the wound Chodo Habat mentioned. Based on their testimonies, the Jedi were not the ones responsible, but that is yet to be proven. The Masters did make it clear there was a very specific reason why they exiled her, but they did not reveal it. Traya had mentioned self-preservation earlier. Could it be they viewed this reason, whatever it was, as a threat? This is the main of the several unanswered questions brought about by this recording, such as those on the topic of Revan and his master. D3 also makes a peculiar discovery. He says he found records of the last known locations of Jedi Masters, where they sought refuge, but of the many Masters amongst the Jedi, this data only referred to the locations of those Masters on the Council, who exiled her.
A strange coincidence.
It is no coincidence. There is some larger plan at work here.
Master Zez-Ka'el should be on Nar Shaddaa, Master Vrook on Dantooine, Kavar on Onderon, Master Vash on Korriban. They must visit each of these worlds, find the Masters, and obtain answers. Surik will instruct the Masters to meet on Dantooine and collectively establish a course of action against the Sith. This in total leaves 4 destinations to cover before the Dantooine gathering takes place. There's much to do.
Those are Atris's records you have stolen.
What the hell are you doing on our ship?
I have come to join you. I can help you against this threat.
Well, we don't want your help. Or any of your sisters.
If it comforts you to believe that, then so be it. But the enemies you face are many, and you will need all the help you can get. It is just me, and I am doing this against Atris's wishes, and those of my sisters. I do not believe in Atris's teachings, not any longer. I believe that she condemned you unjustly. Sometimes one must fight. It is the way of things. Battle defines us, and those that refuse to fight are simply afraid of themselves.
The handmaiden may be right. Her skill in battle may prove useful for their cause. And, short of throwing her out through the airlock, there isn't much to do than let her stay.
But of course, what does one more matter to our journey? I have had enough of this. I will be in my chambers.
Yeah, me too. I'll be in my chambers. But since I don't have any, I guess I'll just go to the cockpit like I always do. If she's coming with us, she gets the cargo hold. Might remind her how fun it is to get locked up.
The cargo hold is enough. I assure you, there is little I need. I will attend to myself.
There's no need. There are available crew quarters.
It is no matter. I am used to worse conditions, but thank you for your kindness.
The Ebon Hawk sets off towards Nar Shaddaa. For the duration of the trip, Surik decides to allow the crew, including its newest addition, some time to breathe for a moment and settle in. She also allows herself some time to think, deciding to place her attention into rebuilding the HK unit, having taken a processor from one of the fallen HK-50 units. There was insufficient time and resources to remove any of the larger components given the circumstances, but the processor will be a good start, she thinks, to test the compatibility between HK-50 units and this one. Careful removal of the old processor and installation of the new one will take time, but the burden of space travel allows for it. Regardless of the task's complexity, the process places her mind onto familiar roads, and for a time, everything feels ordinary as she focuses on this single task. As hours pass, the old processor is removed, and the droid is restored sufficiently to welcome the new component. Her task approaches its end, and she is returned to the present moment. Now in a highly focused state, her mind makes a thorough scan of her journey since the day the Harbinger first picked her up, sorting every event into its proper place, much like the circuitry of this droid. She quickly identifies key elements within the mainframe. Their confrontation with the Sith on the Harbinger showed that Traya knows a lot more than she is letting on. She may even be acquainted with the Sith who injured her. There's also the matter of Atton's secret Achani training. While it does not pose a threat, the fact he never mentioned it or openly displayed his abilities does imply there is a reason he's hiding them. Perhaps he knows she'd ask, and that line of questioning may lead somewhere he does not wish to discuss. The handmaiden of Atris is yet to earn her trust, of course, though there may be information she could extract surrounding Atris, as Atris's motives remain unclear given the lack of information she had provided, though it's not unlikely Atris simply wanted Surik sent away as quickly as possible. Lastly, amongst the entire crew, Beodur is the one she feels most in tune with, despite their shared past being the stuff of nightmares. As she ventures to the workbench for some additional tools to finalize her work, she is quickly reminded of his calming presence. Where her mind feels more focused during repairs, lending itself a stronger capability for analysis, his relaxes and enters a peaceful mood akin to meditation, the sensation carrying over to her by simply existing in the same space.
I'm not sure who got her up and running, but I'm amazed she's even space-worthy. Whoever made these repairs doesn't think like most mechanics. But don't worry, I'll get everything in shape.
There will never be a doubt about that. The crew should feel fortunate to have a technician of his skill aboard. They didn't directly discuss whether he'll join them on their journey or why, though she suspects that this is simply where he belongs, as a gear does in a clockwork. She considers discussing their shared past, for it may allow them both to heal, perhaps once more time has passed, and they all truly feel at home aboard the vessel. The HK processor is in place. It is properly installed, but its functionality requires the replacement of additional components. Nar Shaddaa will surely provide an opportunity to find them. It will not be too long before the droid is operational. There are many hours left until they reach the planet. Surik intends on getting some rest, but only after talking to the crew's latest addition.
Welcome, Exile. Is there something you need?
Surik feels it is important to dispel the image of her Atris may have painted. It is important that the last of the handmaidens understands her motivations, if she is to fight alongside her.
She said, you betrayed the Jedi by going to war when it was forbidden to you. You turned on your masters, your teachings, and yourself.
Surik may have betrayed her master's wishes, but she never betrayed herself, and she was never enveloped by darkness, despite what the Jedi Council may say.
Atris says that you fell to the dark side in the Mandalorian Wars when you gave in to your lust for battle. Once you tasted war, you could not give it up. You had fallen so far, you could no longer feel the Force.
The handmaiden, much like every other member of the crew, should take it upon themselves to form their own image of her based on her actions, and unaffected by the views of others, Atris included.
I believe that is the extent of her expressed feelings toward you. There are variations at times, but all rise from the same foundation.
Expressed feelings? Atris's feelings felt very expressed when she last talked to Surik, but there may be something unexpressed remaining beneath the surface.
Yes, it is difficult sometimes for others to truly speak their heart or listen to it. The words often prove difficult, or they do not come at all. Without having seen you and Atris fight, I cannot say. Battle is a pure form of expression. It is heart and discipline, reduced to movement and motion.
So if Surik was to face Atris in combat, the truth might emerge.
Perhaps. It may prove truer than conversing with words. In battle, the words are swept away, giving way to actions. Mercy, sacrifice, anger, fear. These are pure moments of expression. To the Echani, battle is a means of communication. It is an art, in the truest sense of the word. Stance, form, discipline are a means of expression and communication. They speak one's heart and one's devotion to their cause. When you risk pain or death, there is no truer sacrifice or strength.
If that is the case, Surik would be wise to engage the handmaiden in battle. However, she is not trained in the Echani arts, and may not be equipped for such communication.
Training is something reserved for certain caste members of the Echani, but I do not see the harm in instructing you in some basic principles. I do not understand how you and Atris fight, but I will instruct you on how Echani children are raised on warfare.
Surely her ability level is more advanced than that.
All Echani fighting principles rely on foundations. If one does not understand the most basic of fighting moves, it is not possible to understand the higher tiers. It is similar to learning the alphabet of a language before being able to use words, then sentences. As a foundation, I will instruct you in our elementary movements. The body itself is the first weapon you must master. It is not something that can be described.
Perhaps then action should replace the words.
You are correct. Words are merely words, and they failed to communicate what I intend to teach you. Let us duel, you and I. Use only your hands and feet to strike at me, nothing else, or our combat shall be over. Such things will obstruct learning. And do not hold back, or I will hurt you.
The handmaiden also makes a point that the Echani typically train with barely any clothing.
Duels among the Echani are rituals, and do not allow for armor or anything that restricts movement. I am making an exception in this case.
After a brief duel, a few observations quickly come into view. The first one is indeed the restriction of her clothing, delaying her movements ever so slightly, but sufficiently to be noticed. The second is her opponent's focus. It appeared to falter at random moments, as if a wave of thought overwhelmed the handmaiden, suppressing the thoughts of combat.
You fought well, but you announce your motions before attacking, sometimes quite loudly. Take as long as you need to recover, and if you wish, we shall fight again.
Surik notes the handmaiden is quite difficult to hit. She excels at evasion and blocking, regardless of the strength of the impact directed at her.
Of course. I do not wish to be hurt. If you wish to hurt me, then you must try harder. It is not a contest of raw strength, but of action and reaction.
As the two continue their training, Surik processes the information she is obtaining from the handmaiden, sensing her resolve, but also her wavering focus. Throughout the entire training session, she is given useful information on how to become better at the art, implying the handmaiden truly wishes to teach her. She also notes the more subtle communication that takes place in combat, the intent conveyed through body language, facial expressions, even grunts that emerge in key moments, when an attack lands or defense falters. The two continue their training for several hours. Eventually, exhaustion takes hold, marking the end of the training session.
I do not think you are ready for further instruction. Each movement of our arts demands some time to use the art in battle, or to examine how it may be best used in battle.
It will suffice, as both obtained much information to process. This training emptied the remaining energy in Surik's reserves, and she decides to use the time left to reach Nar Shaddaa to get some rest. It will no doubt be needed.
Well, here we are, the Smuggler's Moon. It's the gaping maw of Nar Shaddaa, swallowing all the cargo and spaceport thugs the galaxy has to offer.
She has not been to either, but from what Surik heard, it is a good thing Master Exile did not choose the planet of Nar Shaddaa as his destination.
It means glorious jewel in Huttese, but don't let that fool you. Trust me, we're not going to go anywhere near the place unless we want to be washing the stink out of our clothes for the next few years.
That bad? I didn't think anything could compel you to bathe.
You spend all day thinking up that joke? Maybe you and Bao-Dur should start a circus.
I fail to understand the reference, though I doubt your explanation would prove worthwhile.
Anyway, Mandalorians, mercenaries, war veterans, and pilots from the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War ended up on Nar Shaddaa, from all sides of the conflict. When the last war ended, there was no place left for them to go. Nar Shaddaa's a rough place and easy to get lost in. Or for someone to get lost. If we wanted to keep out of sight from the Sith for a while, you couldn't pick a better spot.
A perfect place for a Jedi to hide, which makes finding one an additional challenge.
It won't be easy. There's so much traffic on Nar Shaddaa, finding anyone on the moon's surface is going to be hard. We're going to touch down in the refugee sector. There's a lot more traffic there, and it's harder for people to spot you coming in, or find you once you arrive.
You speak of this place as if it is familiar to you.
Anyone flying the Star Lanes has docked on Nar Shaddaa at least once. I wouldn't want to live there, and I doubt anyone does by choice. I've plotted a course for the refugee sector, and we should touch down within the hour. Once we're down, we should finally be able to breathe easy. There's no way anyone's going to find us here.
This gives just enough time for Surik to prepare and catch up on relevant galactic history in the years she was absent. The last notable event for her was the destruction of Malachor V. It marked the fall of the Mandalorians. The Council then called all the Jedi to return and answer for their actions. But Revan and Malak and all who followed them aimed their ships to the unknown regions of space. She was the only one who returned to the Jedi, but was exiled, and that is where her knowledge of galactic events ends, apart from the few rumors that reached her ears during her travels. Traya and the crew tell Surik of the history that is common knowledge for most. After her exile, she learns that Revan and Malak eventually returned from the unknown regions, but they were Jedi no longer. Something must have turned them to the dark side while they were out there, for they departed as Jedi, but returned as Sith Lords.
Revan and Malak, and all the Jedi that served them, turned against the Republic and the Jedi Order. Jedi fought Jedi. Revan was ambushed by the Jedi and captured. Malak continued to wage war in his master's place, inflicting terrible wounds on the Republic. Wounds that bleed still.
Most interestingly, she learns, Revan was not only captured by the Jedi, he was changed, his memories wiped by the Jedi Order, so that they may use him against the Sith. In time, he would understand what happened, and with the help of Bastila Shan, he was redeemed to the light. In the end, a redeemed Revan faced Malak and defeated him, marking the end of the Jedi Civil War.
When Taris was destroyed, it showed Malak's heart through its execution and intent. It was brutal, without finesse. Yet with Revan, he spoke through battle and tactics in a way one could never do in words. He showed his heart at Malachor V, and finally at the end of the Jedi Civil War. I believe he was speaking to Malak in that final battle, though few knew it. What stronger display than death for conveying one's sense of being betrayed by one's own student? Revan's anger must have been great indeed.
To claim to know anything of Revan's choices, or what lay in his heart when Malak fell, is conceit, servant of Atris. And whether Revan had any choice in the matter at all is something else you should consider. The Force is a powerful thing to wield, or deny.
But to say that seems an untruth based on what I know of the Jedi. The Force can drive others, but there is still choice, is there not?
But at what point does the power the Force exerts submerge any attempt at choice or free will?
If there is no choice in the Force, then our teachings and our actions are for nothing, and I refuse to believe that is true.
You have taken a complicated question, servant of Atris, and you have trivialized it with your answer and lack of experience.
Regardless, I would have liked to have been there for that final exchange and seen the truth of their conflict with each other, as perhaps you would have.
The only person who can say what happened in that final battle aboard the Starforge is Revan, but no one knows where he is now. After Malak's defeat and the end of the Jedi Civil War, the Republic and the Jedi entered a short era of peace. Revan and Bastila married, for it is said that it was their bond that redeemed him from darkness. She regrets not being there to witness the moment the Jedi Masters were made aware of that particular decision. She also wonders if Revan ever thought of finding her after his return. She cannot help but wonder what he would tell her now. If they meet one day, would he even be the same person she once knew? Her thoughts begin to drift around him, the past, Malachor, but she quickly recaptures them, for such things are of no consequence at the present moment. Continuing with the historical timeline, not too long after the end of the Jedi Civil War, however, Revan departed into the unknown regions once again, but this time on his own, even leaving Bastila behind. She is no doubt in hiding, if she has not been found by the Sith. A part of her wishes to seek her out, but given the present situation, it would be best to do so after the Sith threat is dealt with, if it is dealt with. It has now been around 3 years since Revan departed, and there has been no sign of him.
It is said that the Sith remnants turned on themselves after Revan defeated Malak, reducing Korriban to ruin as the Republic still bleeds and struggles for life. The Jedi Civil War left wounds that have yet to heal. We shall see if the Republic has the strength to survive.
Indeed, without Revan's interference, the Republic would have fallen to the Mandalorians, and then perhaps again to Malak.
Perhaps. It is sometimes difficult to find the truth in the Jedi Civil War. Was it the Republic that defeated Malak, or was it Revan? If it was Revan, then the Republic was never truly tested. A culture's teachings, and most importantly the nature of its people, achieve definition in conflict. They find themselves lacking. Too long did the Republic remain unchallenged. It is a stagnant beast that labors for breath and has for centuries. The Jedi Order was the heart that sustained its sickness. Now the Jedi are lost. We shall see how long the Republic can survive. And this new threat, it is a quiet thing. Unlike the Jedi Civil War, it drives at something deeper than the strength of the Republic. It is aimed at you.
The Sith have fought to annihilate the Jedi since the Order was first split, since the first Great Schism nearly 20 millennia ago. But in all of their history, much like Malak's war against the Republic, it was a battle for supremacy. They would try to dominate the Jedi, to turn them away from the Order. Yet these new Sith are different from Malak, in that they are concerned only with the destruction of the Jedi. They seem to hold no beliefs, no views, no power which they wish recognized. Nothing but the death of the Jedi.
For them, it is all that matters, all that ever mattered. It is a different war these Sith wage, a thing of silence and shadow. They strike from the darkness, hiding from the face of the galaxy until all Jedi are exterminated. After all the Jedi are gone, then the galaxy is theirs, no matter whether the Sith or the Republic rules. It is the dark side that shall reign, unchecked. You see, the war, the true war, has never been one waged by droids or warships or soldiers. They are but crude matter, obstacles against which we test ourselves. The true war is waged in the hearts of all living things, against our own natures, light or dark. That is what shapes and binds this galaxy, not these creations of man. You are the battleground, and if you fall, the death of the Republic will be such a quiet thing, a whisper, that shall herald the darkness to come.
General, is there a reason you don't carry a lightsaber anymore?
The one she gave up at the trial now belongs to Atris, and during her exile she did not spend much time thinking about reclaiming it.
That's not your lightsaber anymore. That belonged to someone who served Revan in the wars, not the person you are now. You could build another one, if you wanted to.
The thought only briefly crossed her mind, but it would feel good to wrap her fingers around a lightsaber hilt again.
Indeed. A Jedi tool and a Sith weapon. And why do you need such a thing?
Don't give me that. There were plenty of times back on Peragus where a lightsaber would have been helpful.
I know this. A lightsaber is part of who you are. Without it, you're not complete.
Listen to me. There is much weight, much craving attached to such a tiny thing of light. For the male, it seems to have an inordinate importance. But we shall leave such male preoccupations for philosophers and cultural historians. A lightsaber, any weapon, only achieves worth in how it is wielded, in the effort, in the struggle of one who holds it.
So any value placed upon it, beyond its function, is only symbolic in nature. But it has been a symbol of both Jedi and Sith since ancient times. Surely that has some value.
Such a weapon does not make a Jedi or a Sith, and at times it makes them much, much less than they are.
Then, at its core, a lightsaber is nothing more than an extension of the wielder, through which their intentions are magnified. After listening to Traya, Surik decides that she does wish to build a new lightsaber, but she casts away the emotions attached. A tool whose sole purpose is to increase her chances for survival, and that of her allies.
Very well. I suspect that you will learn the parts and the path to build it in time. But until then, focus on rebuilding yourself.
I spent a lot of time around Jedi during the war. None of them would let me take their lightsaber apart, but I did learn about their construction.
If her memory serves her right, she will need a power cell, an emitter matrix, and a lens. The casing she can construct once all the components are gathered.
Then focusing crystal. Though I have to admit the crystal is beyond my means. Never did understand them.
Of course, the crystal is the most unique element. She recalls a location of a cave on Dantooine where some may be found. The other parts are rather common and should be obtainable on Nar Shaddaa.
Just bring the parts to me before you get started building it. I'll make sure they're usable.
Ah, the beautiful stench and decay of desperate living.
This moon, it teems with life. It is difficult to center oneself.
Welcome to Nar Shaddaa. Towering buildings kilometers high and miles deep, with canyons so wide you could have a dogfight in them. Word of warning, watch where you step, or you'll fall for hours.
The mass of people, the rush of their emotions. Finding a Jedi, or anyone else touched by the Force here, will be difficult.
Verily, the contrast is so intense, even to her weakened senses. She has never felt a world so alive with the Force, and yet so dead to it. Certainly a place to get lost in. Hopefully the Ebon Hawk will be alright here. It does feel a bit exposed.
Maybe a little, but landing here means we didn't have to transmit our ID signature. You know what trouble that always brings. In fact, while we're here, we should get those signatures changed. Wouldn't make us such a target when we enter a new system. Alright then, let's move out. Where are we headed exactly?
It does not matter where we go. If what we seek is here, we shall come upon it in due time.
Yeah, if you want to stay on the ship and meditate some more, don't let us stop you.
The first step would be to stock up on supplies and potentially get some better equipment.
There should be a central trading hub up ahead. Their stock's probably not the best, but they may have some things worthwhile.
Surik delegates tasks to each member of the crew. Beodio and Atten will look into changing the ID signature of the Ebon Hawk, as well as stocking up on equipment, food, and repair components needed for the Hawk. Given the nature of this world, it would also be wise to have a medpack at the ready. Traya and the Handmaiden will accompany Surik as they explore the area and ask about any signs of Master Exile. Given the fact that there is a bounty on living Jedi, that might be a good starting point.
Well, that means finding either a bounty hunter, a ranking member of the Exchange, or someone willing to talk, none of which are too appealing. Bounty hunters in the Exchange are going to want to shoot you, and someone who is willing to talk to anyone, which means trouble.
The bounty is a waste of our efforts. All that matters is the Jedi. The intentions of the thugs of this moon are of no consequence. But this moon does not get any smaller while we wait. This sector is as good as any place to begin our search, so let us begin.
All right, if you have any questions, just ask. We should be able to leave the ship here as long as we want. No one supervises these landing pads anymore.
As the search begins, Surik quickly notices the challenges of this world. The poor, helpless, and the desperate, none of which provide any answers.
Jedi Master? Are you crazy? There aren't any more Jedi running around, let alone Masters.
Sure doesn't look much like a Jedi. And it looks like you're not alone. Who are you?
Their path leads them to a Trandoshan named Vosk, who, to her surprise, immediately addresses her as a Jedi. She has nothing to fear from him, though, for he is no longer a bounty hunter and provides her with useful information. He shares that her presence has been noticed already. This is because, alongside the bounty on any living Jedi, someone in the Exchange crime syndicate has placed a bounty on her head specifically. The bounty hunters are well aware of her movements, and although their eyes are upon her, even now, he says, none of them will step forward to claim the bounty. They're waiting for something. Vosk believes someone is playing them for fools. There exists a truce amongst the bounty hunters. So long as they hunt the same target, they will not attack each other. But the truce is made fragile by whoever is holding them back. She hoped to find a bounty hunter willing to cooperate and provide any information on Master Exile, to which Vosk states that hope has no currency on Nar Shaddaa. Bounty hunters and the Exchange cannot be found unless they choose to be. So she should force her predators to step out of the shadows. There can never exist a simple solution to a task, and she cannot think of a way to get the bounty hunters or the Exchange to show themselves. This world is complicated, where bounties are commonplace, as are people in need, crumbling under debt, lacking food, help, and rarely anyone willing to provide it. It is slowly becoming a burden to bear.
Your thoughts are disturbed. I can feel them like a shiver running through you.
This world radiates with desperation, more so now than when they landed.
It is Nar Shaddaa, the true Nar Shaddaa that you feel around you. It is this moon, with the metal and machines stripped away and the currents of the Force laid bare. I'm surprised you can feel it. I fear the damage to you had deadened you to such perceptions. What you feel is the echo of the minds of these creatures within the Force. Their anger, their greed, their desperation. It is life. It is but the vibration of minds driven by life's struggles. The struggle to feed, to take, to mate, to fight. It is the way of things.
But the anger and desperation, there must be some way to heal it.
One might as well heal the universe. But such manipulation is possible, yes. It requires that one be able to feel the critical point within the fractured mass, and know how to strike it in such a way that the echoes travel to your intended destination.
So it is possible to control the flow of the world on such a colossal scale.
Not in the sense you understand it. The ability to fool the minds of others, to dominate them on a massive scale that you speak of, is not achieved best through raw power.
Dominate. She does not wish to manipulate the world around her, but to help it heal.
Healing is manipulation, and if you do not realize it yet, then you will discover that an act of healing depends largely on your perspective. Manipulation is done through propelling events, or selected ones, into motion. It is done through teaching, through example, and through conviction. And the greatest of victories are not manipulations at all, but simply awakening others to the truth of what you believe, of hearing it echoed around you in life.
In this moment, it feels as if she is in tune with the flow of the world around her, standing directly in its currents. How long will she feel this sensation, she wonders?
For as long as it lasts. Like life, such waking moments within the Force are rare, waiting for the right moment when the critical point is struck and the sound rises. But let us be silent. Words and thoughts are distractions. Feel this moment, for as long as it will last. Feel life as it is, with the crude matter stripped away.
She allows the currents to flow through her, like water through open hands. The sensation is startling, uncomfortable, yet exhilarating, for it is life in its realest form. It is also familiar, this flow of the Force. Within minutes, the sensation weakens as the stream splits into separate currents, and the echo passes her. As the critical moment draws to a close and ultimately ends, she exhales and feels her grip on the Force strengthen, like the atrophied muscles of a hand finally beginning to clench.
I have felt it too, my lord. A disturbance in the Force. It was difficult to make out, my lord. At first it was such a quiet thing. I did not notice it. But now I wonder if it has always been there. I merely could not hear it before. The sound built so slowly, yet when you listen for it, you can make out the strains, even over the background life of the universe. Do you feel it is a... You are the darkness in which all life dies, my lord. All life exists to feed your power, and my life is yours. I beg you, please. Let me die. Yes, this disturbance echoes through the Force. I can follow it to its source and bring it to you. I will leave at once, my lord.
Keep back. I am ill. Contagious, the others say. I was well just yesterday. Now, I don't think I'll last much longer.
Unable to tolerate it any longer, Surik decides to use the medpack she obtained earlier to help this man.
I won't turn away your help. Thank you. Oh, I'm feeling a little better. Thank you.
That was noble of you to help that sickly man. You put your own life at risk to save others. I admire your bravery.
If you seek to aid everyone that suffers in the galaxy, you will only weaken yourself and weaken them. It is the internal struggles, when fought and won on their own, that yield the strongest rewards. You stole that struggle from them, cheapened it.
But there comes a time when one must ask for help. If Traya or any of her allies were faced with such a fate, she would be willing to risk her well-being to help them.
Then your allies are your weakness, and if they die, you die with them. And because of that, where once the Sith had but one target, now there are many, and you frustrate my attempts to protect you.
One MEETRA SURIK does not consider herself the most important individual in the galaxy. Surely Traya would agree that even a Jedi's worth has its limits, especially an exiled one. She is willing to risk it to preserve the lives of those she cares for. Otherwise, what is the purpose of living?
The currents of the galaxy, of nations, of peoples, may all stem from such small kindnesses. Every small weakness, small fracture that you create weakens the whole. If you care for others, then dispense with pity and sacrifice, and recognize the value in letting them fight their own battles. And when they triumph, they will be even stronger for the victory. If you ever weakened yourself in such a way for me, I would rather suffer and die than have you demean yourself for me. That is not who you are, who you can become.
But what if this is simply who she is? Someone who will sacrifice herself to aid others?
Then you do not know yourself, and you will die a fool's death before you are ever tested.
What is done is done. She refuses to be punished for saving someone from the brink of death.
If you do not wish to hear it, then you will remain deaf to everything around you, and that shall be punishment enough.
If she chooses not to listen, she will only bring harm upon herself. She helped the man heal, but he does not know how to do it himself. He will inevitably fall ill again, and she won't be there. Perhaps she could have set him on a path where he could eventually do it for himself. In a way, she has stripped him of that knowledge. In the end, Surik does not entirely regret her decision, but she acknowledges that it was pity that drove her to act, rather than the desire to truly make an individual stronger. She remains committed to helping others, but in the future, she will approach such situations with greater mindfulness.
That is all I ask. The Force binds all things. The slightest push, the smallest touch, sends echoes throughout life. Even an act of kindness may have more severe repercussions than you know or can see, and that is my lesson to you. Be careful of charity and kindness, lest you do more harm with open hands than with a clenched fist. This is my challenge to you. Use small kindnesses, small cruelties, and listen for the echo in the Force.
There may yet be a way to create a calculated echo to achieve a desired result. This small act of kindness could very well have been its beginning. If she involves herself more, she might make things more challenging for the exchange, making it more difficult to suppress people. This will make her a problem until they finally show themselves. She decides to provide aid, but heeding Traya's advice in a more strategic fashion, without depleting her own resources and placing herself directly in harm's way. Although one might argue that attracting the attention of the exchange or bounty hunters isn't exactly the most harmless of exercises. In the following days, she learns much, helping people by bringing them closer to opportunities. She tells those looking for work where they may find it, buyers where to find their merchandise, refugees how they may overcome their struggles. Often she leaps to their aid to do the work for them, to eliminate a threat, to negotiate a deal. But she quickly stops herself, for she will not be here forever. The world must learn to heal itself, to struggle and fight without her to hold its hand. Life on Nar Shaddaa is still covered in footsteps aimlessly taken, but now precious few emerge, Still steps of struggle, but with purpose and intent, no longer leaving only despair in their wake, but hope. She even finds a few opportunities for herself, finding lightsaber components, as well as parts that should prove useful for her droid reconstruction efforts. She also finds a potential solution to the problem faced on Telos. Voga the Hutt, a crime lord operating on Nar Shaddaa, was considering shipping fuel to Citadel Station. Telos is desperate for fuel, which translates to a high selling price, but Voga cannot ship the fuel due to interference from the exchange. He tells Surik that Goto, the head of the exchange, somehow knows his freighter schedules, hijacking every freighter he sends with his cloaked yacht in space. Until this Goto is eliminated and his yacht destroyed, Citadel Station will not see a drop of Voga's fuel, no matter the funds the Republic is willing to pay. If she can find Goto, talk to him, or eliminate him, she might help the Republic find a new fuel source. But she cannot take her mind off that name. Why does it sound familiar?
We just got this message on the comlink. Looks like trouble. I think this is something everyone will want to hear.
The echo returned. She had hoped the message would be from the Jedi Master, but an exchange crime lord will have to do.
The droid's the one who picked up the message. He's got it all ready to display.
Welcome, MEETRA Surik. I regret this message has taken so long in reaching you, but I only recently became aware of your presence on Nar Shaddaa. I am Visquis, a representative of an exchange of shipping interests here on the Smuggler's Moon. I am expanding an invitation to you to join me in my private lounge within the Jek-Jek-Tar, where we may speak without being disturbed. I wish to discuss something of mutual interest concerning your past profession and prospects for the future. Do come alone. One human in my presence is more than enough.
Well, good thing it's not a trap.
What are you talking about? It's obviously a trap.
Why do you say that?
It may be a trap, but traps work both ways. This Visquis, his kind are spread through the lower reaches of Nar Shaddaa, and he may have information, but the choice is yours. If you go, you will have to go alone.
It's just off the docks, near one of the far traffic pylons. He's got you at a disadvantage there, though. The place is filled with cyanogen gas. One whiff of that and it'll be the last breath you take.
Yes, the cyanogen gas attacks the skin and the lungs. Good thing they kept one of the spacesuits left aboard from Peragus.
Besides, you'll need a full bodysuit if you want to remain disguised. A human walking around in there isn't going to get a warm reception. No droids either. There's a lot of electromagnetic activity in the area. Screws with comlinks and behavior cores.
Quite the disadvantage.
Well, I wouldn't keep him waiting. If you got his attention, you probably attracted the attention of someone else.
Surik heads towards the Jek-Jek-Tar bar, revising tactics with each step. This is a trap, but she will have to rely on her ability to adapt and maneuver around it.
Hey, look, I wanted to tell you. Be careful. I won't be able to contact you via the comlink if something happens. And I'm betting that Squidhead knows it. Look, take these. They're antidote packs. If your suit gets breached, you'll need to inject them fast if you don't want your lungs to seize up. And trust me, once the seizures start, you'll be dead.
A wise precaution. Should her suit be damaged, these might buy valuable time.
Watch yourself, and don't be too long. I'll keep an eye out here until you return. And I know just the place.
So, you're the big Jedi that everyone's been talking about. You don't look so tough to me. I thought you Jedi were supposed to be smart, and here you are running around Nar Shaddaa sticking your lightsaber into everyone's business.
Well, she didn't quite get to lightsaber reconstruction yet, but point taken, as intended.
What, were you planning to save everyone on this moon? You're attracting more attention than a fleet of Sith warships. I'm Mira. I'm the best bounty hunter in this system, and that's not me bragging, that's fact. I had you in my sights ever since you landed. I've been watching you run all over the refugee sector like a bantha, and for someone with a price on their head as high as yours, you sure don't know how to keep a low profile. Look, I know that squid-head Visquis sent you a message to meet him in the Jek-Jek-Tar. He works for Goto, and it's a trap. I'm betting he's gonna lure you in there, start a fight, and then he's gonna wrap you up and deliver you to Goto, dead, claiming you attacked him.
For that, he will need to kill her first. but she may extract some information she needs from Visquis before he tries. Visquis's personal plans to betray Goto change nothing.
If I know about it, that means everybody else on this moon knows about it, or will soon enough. And when that happens, the bounty hunter truce is off. That means things are going to get real ugly real quick.
If the truce breaks, the bounty hunters will turn on her, but also each other. In such a chaotic state, she is prepared to handle them.
Now, I don't think you get it. They're not going to come after you. I think your friends are the ones in trouble.
Well, this sure beats staying on the ship. A few drinks to keep me on my toes, a few games of Pazak to keep the mind alert. Should be enough to keep me out of trouble until our fearless leader straightens things out. Give me a hit of Juma, and keep them coming. Well, looks like staying on the ship was a bad idea after all. So, I don't think I caught your names. You two work here, or?
They are indeed dancers. They were slaves once, but not any longer.
Yeah? What happened to your master?
They say their master was made deceased. They only serve themselves now, and him, if he so chooses.
No, I'm not here for the Nar Shaddaa nightlife. No, actually, I'm here protecting someone, keeping them out of trouble, by acting as a distraction for people looking to harm her. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the attention, but I had you two pegged as assassins as soon as you walked in here. The clothes and the concealed weapons kind of gave it away.
Clearly a most effective distraction. They say they only seek the Exile, and if he does not submit, they will simply kill him, then seek out another of his allies, until they find one willing to cooperate and deliver her to them.
Why don't you two shut us try it and we'll see what happens? More where that came from. Just like a Jedi. Well, that's it. The bounty hunter truce is off. That means this place is gonna get real bad, real fast. I better get back to the ship. Warn the others.
This is one of my safe houses. It's not too pretty to look at, but keeps away prying eyes.
It certainly has a distinctive smell, which in itself is not too uncommon on this world.
Yeah, well, it's one of those trade-offs. All the freighter exhaust from the docks, you know. Some aliens actually like breathing it, if you can believe it. You could say I've gotten used to it. This is actually perfume compared to how the rest of the docks smell.
Back to business, now away from prying eyes, Surik wishes to know Mira's plan in handling the situation with the exchange.
You know, Visquis is arranging a trap for you in the Jek-Jek-Tar. No surprise there. Thing is, he intends to cut the bounty hunters out of the loop and deliver you to Goto personally.
But from what she heard, someone, presumably Goto, is preventing anyone from claiming the bounty.
Well, Goto posted the bounty, then told them not to try to capture you. There's another Jedi on this moon, and Goto thinks you came to make contact with him. He's hoping to capture two at once, but in order to do that, he has to give you a little freedom to find each other. Look, I don't know why you came to this moon. Maybe you got some problem with the Jedi Order. Maybe you want to get the bounty off your head. Maybe you're here to help people. I don't really care. The thing is, ultimately, you're going to have to meet with Goto. And the only way I see that happening is to let yourself get captured. And that's where I come in. I can bring you to him, no pain, no fuss, and what you two talk about is your business. Getting the credits for your capture is mine, so let's make a deal.
Even if Mira is being truthful, to reach Goto, she will have to convince Visquis to stand aside and let her claim the bounty. The plan is too risky, and Surik is not willing to place her life in Mira's hands. She is willing to work with her, though, and go to Visquis together.
Well, for one thing, you're going to stay here, and I'm going to meet with Visquis instead.
Either they meet him together, or Surik does so alone. There is no alternative.
Actually, you really don't have much choice. That smell you noticed when you came in? Yeah, it's filtering through your lungs right now. Anybody without olfactory blockers, like I have, is going to start feeling dizzy, and eventually fall unconscious. Good night, Jedi. Let me just take that environment suit, and I'll be back soon.
Hey, we need to move out.
Something happened.
The truce between the bounty hunters and Nar Shaddaa is off. There's gonna be a war.
She was told to meet alone. We cannot disrupt their meeting until the alien reveals the information he has.
Look, we need to move. They're coming after us, not the Exile.
I'm not leaving the General behind. We either leave here together or not at all.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm guessing we're in a lot more trouble than she is. Anybody here catch that? All I understood was very.
I think he wanted us to give up the general to his poorly trained collection of bounty hunters.
Ah, well, that would explain it.
I'll take the stupid one, who decided to threaten us rather than shoot us when he had the chance.
You have finally arrived. Please come in and remove that cumbersome suit. The air here is quite suitable for your kind.
Good eyes, Hanhar. No wonder you're still number 2 on Nar Shaddaa.
Restrain yourself, Hanhar. There is no need for violence. I gather from your conversation that this is not the Jedi I invited here. It is difficult for me to tell. You humans all look so alike to me. Perhaps you would care to explain what I owe the honor of this visit, and where I might find the Jedi?
Yeah, and maybe you'd like to explain why you've decided to backstab Goto and claim the Jedi for yourself. He doesn't want anyone messing with the Jedi until he finds the other one. Everyone knows that.
Ah, what a prime example of human arrogance. What you know is substantially less than what I know. Otherwise, you would not have come here. First, everything that goes on in the Jak-Jak-Tar is invisible to Goto. It is something I discovered by accident, and have tested many times since to ensure accuracy. Second, I am not acting on Goto's orders. Not anymore. Hanhar and I reached an agreement to deal with Goto altogether, and collect a tidy sum from Boga.
You signed on with Boga the Hutt? Visquis, you're dumber than I thought. There's no way Goto won't find out.
He might. It is possible, but it is a risk I'm willing to take. You see, Voga is very tired of having his freighters hijacked by Goto. It is causing his word to have less weight on Nal Hutta. There is a leak in his operations here on Nar Shaddaa. Rather than simply find the leak and eliminate it, his anger has compelled him to eliminate the source of the irritation altogether. Unfortunately, Goto is very careful about showing himself to others. It is always holograms with Goto. Always. But I have a suspicion that Goto will reveal himself to a Jedi. Unfortunately, it is clear he will not reveal himself to a 2-credit bounty hunter with the audacity to try and strike a deal with me. So, please, tell me where the Jedi is. I'm not in the mood for negotiation.
Yeah, right. I'm not telling you where the Jedi is. It's my bounty. And that means she's under my protection.
How predictable. Very well.
I know you can hear me. The numbness you feel should be wearing off soon. But not before we've spoken. When I first heard you were on Nar Shaddaa, I didn't quite believe it. I didn't think anyone could track me here. But I see I underestimated you. I've watched you as you have traveled the refugee sector. I've seen what you have done, what I refused to do. Even exiled, you are more a Jedi than I. If anything, know that your actions have convinced me I can stand by and watch no longer while the exchange closes its grip on this sector. I know a young woman went to meet with Visquis in your place. He will not negotiate with her. He will kill her. She was supposed to protect you, but I should have watched her more carefully. I intend to rescue her. I will return shortly, or not at all. If you have come to this moon for answers, or for revenge, then you will follow me. For if I fail, then you will be denied both.
The effects of Mira's poison begin to wear off, quite rapidly too. She regains control of her senses in mere seconds and heads towards Jak-Jak-Tar. She does not have another spacesuit at the ready, and returning to the Ebon Hawk may only additionally put her allies in danger. She has no alternative but to heed Master Zezkael's words and trust that she can endure the poisons long enough to reach safety. Having reached her destination, she enters the airlock compartment, which starts filling with cyanogen gas as soon as the door seals. No, she will never reach safety. The airlock didn't properly begin the transition to the fumes of the interior of Jak-Jak-Tar, but she already feels irritation on her skin. The gas concentration must be very high, Before she even thinks of holding her breath, a small dose of the gas reaches her lungs, as if she inhaled a flame.
And trust me, once the seizures start, you'll be dead.
She immediately injects the antidote, giving a slight semblance of control. But her lungs need air.
Listen to me. Clear your thoughts.
Even if Traya could reach her, by the time the external airlock unseals, she will be dead.
Still you're breathing. Let the trace amounts of air in your lungs hold you. The force can sustain you. Listen to it. Let it keep you alive until you reach safety.
Traya's guiding voice helps her calm her thoughts and reawaken forgotten training, even as her lungs cry out for air. Of course, breath control, the ability allowing any Jedi to suspend the body's instinct to shut down.
It is an old technique similar to the healing trance. Some Jedi can hold their breath for hours, even days.
She will only need a few minutes. Surik takes the moment to focus and get used to this peculiar sensation of not breathing and allowing the force to sustain her and mend the damage. Once her lungs feel as her own again, she steadily forms a thin barrier around her body to gently push away the toxins, allowing the force to also undo the damage to her skin. Her mind focused and body protected, she steadily proceeds into Jak-Jak-Ta, making her way to Visquis's chambers. But once there is no one but his Twi'lek servants. The air here must be pure, given their presence. One of the attendants says that Visquis escaped through the old ventilation ducts leading to his private chambers. She also says he is protected by an entire clan of bodyguards who accompanied him, taking a red-haired woman with them. Surik makes her way to the toxin-filled tunnels, now with a pair of lungs full of air. She almost loses her orientation in the complexity of these tunnels, wandering for what feels like hours, but eventually finds an exit. But the door is sealed, another case where a lightsaber would prove useful. Attempting to rewire it would take time and focus. Perhaps she should head back and... The obstacles placed around this meeting reflect an intriguing approach to hospitality. After all she has done to get here, she demands answers.
Very well. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You are, after all, human. Based on your actions alone, I take it you are not familiar with the organization I serve, or my responsibilities. I run the refugee sector. I decide what happens here. I control the flows of the currents of this sector. We sought to put pressure on the refugee sector for one simple reason. Whenever seeming innocents are placed in danger, especially human, there the Jedi are, lightsabers blazing. It is curious, though. We've been applying pressure on the humans in the sector for some time, yet only now do you show yourself.
Surik only recently arrived to Nar Shaddaa, though it is discouraging to hear that the touch of the Jedi has been absent for so long.
The Jedi have always been slow to act when danger threatens, more so now than in the past, and you are no different. Still, if you are only a recent arrival, that would lend some validity to the rumors of another Jedi being here on Nar Shaddaa. Fortunately for me, I require just one. You have caused a great deal of trouble for the exchange here on Nar Shaddaa. As expected, we all have our masters, you know. Mine is soon to be deceased. Goto is the one who placed the monumental sum of credits upon your head. Your price is so high that any bounty hunter who captures you would be able to buy their own planet. But then he ordered that you are to be unharmed, only observed. We were told to be patient. I, however, chose to act before he gives the order for your capture. You are clearly very important to him. For what purpose, I do not know, and that makes you the perfect bait. Fortunately, you sought me out, attacked the exchange, and I had no choice but to capture you. Goto won't be able to resist, and once he comes to claim you, I will kill him. Now, it is time for you to rest, Jedi. The gas isn't. No matter. A corpse will have to suffice. I order you all, attack the Jedi. Attack the Jedi. You never truly worked for me.
While the Jedi remains on Nar Shaddaa, my eyes shall watch her.
Goto, I was only trying to bring the Jedi to you. Please, take her. I offer the human as a gift, freely, as I would my—
Enough!
It seems Visquis was wrong, and Goto did not come in person. What is he so afraid of, she wonders.
What an amusing Jedi specimen you are. I was expecting someone taller. I am Goto, one of the officials representing a percentage of non-sanctioned trading here in both the YouTube system and Republic space. I am already wasting precious minutes in granting you this audience, and I do not wish to waste any more. I have gone to considerable expense and effort to bring you here. It is because I have a job for you.
Unless this is part of standard recruitment, Goto certainly has an unusual way of asking for help.
Yes, but I am not in the habit of asking for things. There is something important to me I need protected. The Republic, it is broken. What happened on Peragus has set in motion events that I can no longer control. Not to be melodramatic, but I fear it has broken the galaxy irrevocably. In one standard month, the Republic will collapse. Not due to war or secession, but because it lacks the infrastructure to support itself.
A standard month? The Republic is in bad shape, but it is still recovering from the Jedi Civil War.
It is unknown to all but a few, but the Republic lost the Jedi Civil War. At the time of their defeat, the Republic was on the brink of collapse. Rather than remain, however, Revan chose to leave known space. A frustrating turn of events, as a rallying figurehead could have done much to restore order.
Yes, that is a shame, but where does she fit into this? She's a former Jedi, not a political figure.
There is something moving in the galaxy that lies beyond the ability of my instruments to detect or predict. Whatever this presence is, it is staging strikes at key figures throughout the Republic, and through some unknown means, it is causing the destruction of worlds. KOTOR, a Miraluka world in the Mid-Rim, was one such place. I have reason to suspect there was a gathering of Jedi on that world when it was rendered lifeless. I cannot find any pattern in these attacks, and it is a source of frustration to me. There is some clue, however, that perhaps the Jedi are linked to these attacks, or that the targets are significant in some way I have yet to discover.
So he wishes to stop the Sith threat. For the time being, it seems, their goals are aligned.
You misunderstand me. I do not wish to stop the Sith any more than I wish to stop the Jedi. I do not care which one triumphs. I only want the universe to settle down for a while, catch its breath. All these constant crises are getting somewhat repetitive.
But Goto is the head of the Exchange Crime Syndicate. Why should he care what happens to the Republic?
You could say I am something of a patriot. The problem is I can find no side to choose. Both are hidden from me, as they seem to be hiding from each other. It is like a Dejaric board where neither player can see the other, nor see all the pieces.
Perhaps Bazak might be a better option.
Bazak bores me. I often suspect my opponent of cheating. I prefer predictable games, such as galactic economics.
Surik is willing to work with Goto, so long as the outcome of their partnership does not benefit the Sith. As she travels the galaxy, she is willing to remain in contact with him, to establish the best course of action to stabilize the Republic.
Well, there is where we are at cross purposes. I cannot set you free. You have a tendency to cause dangerous repercussions wherever you go, and I would rather keep those to a minimum. The galaxy really is a fragile place right now. It is the proximity alarm. We are under attack. Somehow your allies have found you. They have gotten farther than I calculated. They are very resourceful. You will remain here. I must see to the defense of my ship.
Given his reach and power, KOTOR may prove to be a valuable ally, but she has no interest in being his prisoner. Fortunately, this vessel's command structure is designed for a crew of obedient droids, leaving few security restrictions to console access. She cannot help but wonder if this ship was ever even touched by an organic lifeform apart from KOTOR. While access to the primary systems is not possible from here, she sees enough to learn that, much like the rest of Nar Shaddaa, the Ebon Hawk's crew did not actually locate KOTOR's yacht. Instead, they changed its signature to appear as one of Voga's freighters. It was tracked immediately upon detection. Quite a clever move, but this also means every morsel of droid power on this yacht is now directed at them.
I suggest you surrender. Your chances for escaping this vessel are near zero, and your chances of survival are rapidly approaching that number.
Primary power distribution, the cloaking field, these systems can only be accessed from the bridge. She only has access to secondary systems from here, those connected to auxiliary power, environmental controls, internal illumination. But the cloak is also connected to auxiliary power. With the bounty hunter truce off, any hunter in the sector would rush to KOTOR's yacht if they knew where it was. Revealing the ship would provide an excellent distraction. As droids prepare the ship for battle and attempt to reactivate the cloak, they manage to fight their way to the bridge.
Proximity alert. Multiple targets detected.
With the grip on the Hawk disabled, and the cloak now permanently offline, the path is clear. They rush to escape before this vessel is destroyed.
I can't believe we just blew up KOTOR's yacht. That's going to destabilize crime throughout this whole sector.
Yeah, well, you'll understand if I hold back the tears.
You don't understand. Crime in the YouTube system, it's like the economy.
Plus the power vacuum. Even if Voga gets up and running again, the system is going to be feeling the effects for years to come.
With that said, it wraps up all their assigned tasks for Nar Shaddaa. Well, one remains to be dealt with.
We didn't find that Jedi Master with the weird name.
Zez Kyle? Well, that's not true. I already found him. Actually, he found me first. He hired me to watch out for you, keep KOTOR off your back until he could meet with you. We'll need to head back to Nar Shaddaa, to that safe house off the docks. I said I'd meet up with him there if we ran into any trouble.
Evidently, she was not too successful in her task, but she suspected it was Mira who unsealed the door in the tunnels and handled the guards in Visquis's compound. Before that even, she recalls Vosk mentioning her as one of the few bounty hunters left with honor, who respect the hunt and only kill when they must. It is also clear she was the one who told the crew what happened to her. T3 then infiltrated Voga's warehouse and stole the transponder codes, allowing the Ebon Hawk to pose as bait, and the crew came to the rescue. It seems Mira would be a useful ally, given her skills. It's safe to say that the outcome of their journey to Nar Shaddaa was most favorable in the end. Almost.
What do you want now?
If you thought to escape my notice so easily, you would be wrong. As a token of my goodwill, I present to you a gift, this droid. It will serve you well on your journey.
She would think Goto would be a lot more upset at having his yacht destroyed. She also thinks they'll do just fine without one of his droids hovering around.
You would be surprised at how little I care about what you think. It is also insurance in the event that our arrangement is compromised.
While thankful for the gift, she, along with everyone on board, will feel more comfortable and safer once the droid is disabled.
That would be unfortunate. I would nearly lose a droid, while you would lose your entire ship and a sizable chunk of whatever planet you were on when you tripped the failsafe detonator.
She's far too valuable to him, he's bluffing.
Oh yes, I excel at that. Regardless, testing it would benefit neither of us, I assure you. Do not be concerned. The detonator is primed only when the droid's behavior core is tampered with. If we enter combat, such actions will not trigger an explosion. As much as I need you, you will find you will need me as well, and this droid will prove useful on your journey.
The droid stays then, as if her opinion mattered. But Goto may only use it to relay information. After all, he cannot destroy her if she disobeys.
I cannot harm you. You are the key to saving the Republic. Pray that you do not prove yourself otherwise.
That is it then. The last thing left on Nar Shaddaa is to talk to Master Exile. She looks forward to getting the answers she came for.
So, you have returned from exile. Kavar thought you might. He felt you were the key to understanding the threat we face. The others were not so certain, but so many of them are gone now, as you no doubt know.
The absence of Jedi is hard to miss. Master Exile is the only one she came across since her return, apart from Atris.
Atris? But I had thought she had gone to KOTOR with the others.
KOTOR? Yes, Goto told her it was destroyed after a Jedi gathering took place there, and how all the Jedi there perished. Though it is strange that Atris didn't mention it when they spoke. It is a fortunate thing she did not attend the gathering.
Yes, she holds the last of the Jedi teachings. It is good she survived. Only a handful of us remained after the Jedi Civil War, barely 100 in number. Then, even that 100 began to vanish, in places where the Force seemed blind. The only pattern we determined is that when Jedi gathered, they were seen no more. At the last Jedi conclave on the Miraluka world of KOTOR, the entire planet was wiped out, an entire race destroyed, because the Jedi chose to gather there. It was only then that we realized we were facing something far more powerful than we knew how to fight. And we could not fight an enemy that will not reveal itself. But any Jedi, anyone who was strong in the Force, who attempted to track down such a threat, vanished without a trace. If it believed us defeated, then perhaps it would finally show itself. It was a faint hope, but it was the best we had. It was Kavar's plan. He was always the greatest tactician among us, and had seen war more than the rest of us. And we knew that the war would be lost if we continued to act as we had. I do not know where they wander now. There are few of us, though. Too few. And I have not heard from them in some time.
And that is where they hid from the galaxy and from each other. But as she found him, especially here, she is confident she'll find the others as well.
I had thought perhaps that here upon the Smuggler's Moon, I might find some evidence of the threat we faced. The strong currents of life here on Nar Shaddaa make perceiving a Force user difficult. I could use it to cloak my movements and watch without being discovered.
But that is not the whole truth. In her time here, she witnessed much, but not a single mark of his passing. He watched the world struggle, but never once acted. never once helped, never once sent a single echo that may return to him and lead him somewhere, for it may reveal his presence.
No, you are right. That is not the whole truth. It is difficult to detect a Force user on Nar Shaddaa, and I knew it. This threat we face, it leaves wounds in the Force when it strikes. It leaves nothing. To live life without the Force, to vanish and die and leave only an echo, it was terrifying. To be connected to all life around you, then to have it stripped.
A reasonable fear. He is human before he is a Jedi, after all. This was also true during her trial, as she recalls the records, for he was the only one who did not blindly place the beliefs of the Jedi at the forefront, though he still sided with the Council.
Ah, so the records of your trial were found. Good. Sometimes I think this galaxy would be a better place if there were less Jedi secrets. I wondered if perhaps the teachings of the Jedi had been our failing all along. There have been so many failures by teachers who believed in the code with all their being. Master Arca failed Ulic, as Master Bas failed Exar Kun. Ulic Keldroma, Malak, Revan, you, all Jedi. There is something wrong in the Force, a wound, a sound that is growing, like a scream. You can hear it echo in Nar Shaddaa, sometimes when the moon is on orbit. It is a frightening thing to feel, that perhaps being connected to all life is not enlightenment at all, but simply another doom.
Is that why they cut her off from the Force? To spare her that doom?
Is that what you think? We did no such thing, but it is a technique that has been used as punishment in the past, yes. What caused your loss, I fear, was different. We did not understand it fully then, and only recently do I feel we may have become enlightened. The other masters may have more knowledge of this, but I do not. And I do not know if they even live. Does it matter? It seems your power has returned. Perhaps the loss was not a loss at all.
Of course it matters. Something happened to her. Something changed her being. They said they saw an emptiness within her, and she must understand what it is and how it came to be.
We vowed never to speak of it, and although I would not keep promises to Jedi, I keep promises I make to others. And Kavar was a friend. If we were gathered as one, then the promise might be revoked. Until then, I can say nothing. Now I must take up the role I was ready to cast aside. And we Jedi will need to stand together. It is easy to cast blame, but it is perhaps time the Order accepted responsibility for their teachings and their arrogance, and come to recognize that perhaps we are flawed. Not once did I hear one of the Council claim responsibility for Revan, for Exar Kun, for Ulic, for Malak, or for you. Yet, you were the only one who came back from the wars to face our judgment.
But it didn't matter, for they all judged her actions as wrong, those of a fallen Jedi. She had been foolish to hope that they would see her deeds and learn something from her choices.
You taught me something important in the Council chamber long ago, Exile, and it has stayed with me all these years. You were right to do what you did, everything you did, and rather than attempting to understand why you did what you did, we punished you instead. Our one chance to see where we had gone wrong, and we cast it aside. And now, that decision has come back to us and may carry with it our destruction. Perhaps there is something wrong in us, in our teachings, and though I tried, I could not cause that thought to leave me, so I left the Council. And I was not the only one. That is why many scattered, and why many in the Republic do not trust us, and why we do not trust ourselves. Make no mistake, I am no Jedi. This is the end, you see. After this, there will be nothing, and I think it will be for the best.
She believes him, and understands, and forgives. As for the Force, Surik is willing to accept that the Jedi Masters were not the ones responsible for her loss, and will need to gather them all if she is to learn what truly caused the breach. Lastly, even if Master Zez-Kaiel no longer considers himself a Jedi, she would be willing to accept any knowledge he has to impart, anything that may help her rebuild her connection to the Force.
It has been some time since you have used the Force, it is true. But there are techniques to enhance one's tie to the Force, to make your influence through the Force more potent. Yet, even as such techniques can enhance the Force, they should be used cautiously. They can drain you quickly, leaving you at the mercy of your opponents. Do you feel it gathering within you? Now, slowly, let it out. Slowly. Perhaps exile has been good to you indeed. It has certainly not dulled your instincts, nor the speed at which you learn.
Surik also takes the opportunity for learning and inquires about Force bonds.
Such bonds are a connection that can be formed at moments of crisis, or in the slow understanding that grows between master and apprentice. It was something you were gifted with, as I recall. You formed such attachments easier than most, even to those who could feel the Force only faintly. Even Vrook could not ignore it, which is saying something.
It seems this inherent trait is acting as a double-edged sword, for the Force bond is helping her regain her connection to the Force, but also puts her in danger. She would sever it, but fears it may result in death.
That is most unusual and unnatural. I have never heard of a bond of such strength. There were a few within the Order who knew more than I did of such bonds, but their students were few, lost in the Mandalorian Wars. It was rumored that Revan studied such bonding deeply, both through the Jedi histories and with certain teachers, before he left the Order and went to war.
How would one break such a bond, she wonders.
A bond between two living beings is not something easily broken. It is not a choice. It is like breaking a feeling, like turning away from the Force. To break a bond, your feelings would have to change, or one of you would have to die. But even then, the bond wouldn't go away. It would simply be empty. A wound.
A wound? Perhaps the other masters will be able to provide more information. She should see to it once they're gathered.
I shall go to Dantooine, to the ruins of the Enclave. If you gather the others, I will meet you there. And thank you, Exile. You're returning. It is good that you are back among us.
After a long discussion with her newfound ally, Meera decides that she would like to accompany the Exile on her journey. Relations on Nar Shaddaa will likely be in a chaotic state for some time, after all, and even though she might not be compensated for her contribution, Meera is willing to offer her talents and knowledge, both of which will surely prove useful on the journey.
Something wrong?
Not as of yet.
Even though Surik suspects this might not be the last time she sets foot on the Smuggler's Moon, her work on Nar Shaddaa is done, and the Ebon Hawk is ready to depart to its next destination. The next destination in line is Onderon, where Master Kavah sought refuge. A specific plan of action will be laid out once they reach the planet. Meera has certainly proven herself to be trustworthy after providing aid on Nar Shaddaa, and Master Zezkael having vouched for her. She quickly settles in amongst the crew, for she has proven she can be trusted. KOTOR's droid is also here. Much was achieved on Nar Shaddaa. The Hawk's ID signature has been changed, and supplies have been restocked. Surik found the remaining components for the HK droid, and now it's only a matter of finding the adequate time to install them. Before that, however, she goes over the lightsaber components. All components are here, apart from the crystal. Even though the lightsaber will not be functional yet, she wishes to examine and double-check each of the components with Bao-Dur. This also provides her with an opportunity to learn what he was doing since the war's end.
I moved around for a couple years. Working as a starship mechanic got me from place to place. I wasn't ready to settle down after the war. Though the war had ended, I couldn't find peace in anything. As long as I kept moving, I didn't have to think about what happened. Know what I mean?
It sounds like he was trying to run away.
I was, no doubt. It's hard to face up to yourself sometimes, and for a few years I couldn't. Mostly, I was angry. Angry about what I had done, about why I had done it. Maybe if I had the Force to lean on, I could have worked it out. But then the Force didn't seem to be of much help to others. I decided I'd do something constructive. I wanted to make up for the things I'd done in the war. I wanted to design planetary shields, but there weren't many systems with the credits to spare. There was more that needed to be rebuilt and protected. I found out that Telos was going to be the flagship project for the Republic, and it sounded like something good. But Zerka ruined everything. I thought I could force Zerka out on my own, but I guess I can't fix everything myself. All I wanted to do was send a message, but I couldn't even do that right. That's the past, though. It's good to be working with you again, General.
And it's good to have him on board. Hopefully being here gives him some stability. He is welcome to stay for as long as he chooses, of course.
As long as you don't mind having me around, it's a nice change from drifting.
During all that time, it seems he was at least not alone.
That old thing? I built him when I was a kid. Been following me around for years now, despite what I've done to try and chase him off. Hey, just kidding. I'm happy to have you around. He helps me out with repairs. I outfitted him with a cutting laser and some other tools for delicate modifications. He's also good for singeing the pants of annoying techs.
The small remote does provide a useful presence. Surik wonders if he'd be able to construct one for her.
I would, but then I wouldn't be the only one with a floating sphere following him around, and I kind of like that.
Understandable. Besides, she is already involved.
Iridonian, if I might have a moment.
What is it, Goto?
I have spent some time in the presence of your remote, and the upgrades you have performed on him are quite adequate. I am impressed with your work, though less so with your remote itself.
What's wrong with my remote?
I find his use of resources, energy spent on frivolous things, to be an unsightly waste. But it is obvious you have some skill, however slight, in the upgrading of machines. I want you to provide me with similar upgrades.
I should be able to do something. I will see what I can do next time I have a free moment.
Speaking of stability, perhaps the Republic will see a bit of it now that it has access to Voga's fuel.
Oh, that pile of incompetence. What a poor challenge he turned out to be. However, though I am loath to admit it, Voga is still very much a threat. As short as his arms are, his actual influential reach is much greater. I imagine that now he is free of me for a time, he will resume shipping operations throughout the galaxy.
But won't that help the Republic? Goto wants to stabilize it, so why was he trying to stop Voga from selling fuel?
Because I wanted to force the Republic to turn to other resources to bolster their infrastructure. Dealing with the Hutts for any resources whatsoever will only bleed the Republic dry. The Hutts serve only the Hutts, and their trading practices only serve to undermine an already weak Republic.
Voga's aid should then be used as a short-term solution to keep Citadel Station in orbit, until something better is found. But for how long? She cannot help but think of Kray's lesson on charity. In this instance, the Republic is growing dependent on inadequate solutions for survival, much like it had become so dependent on the Jedi solving its problems. Relying on these sorts of solutions, including Voga's fuel, may do more damage in the long run.
Doing so would bankrupt the Republic. In the long run, it will do more damage than the failure of Citadel Station.
It is acceptable in the short term, however, until they find something better.
Your hypothesis may be correct. A momentary fluctuation for a greater goal is acceptable. I attempted to force the Republic to turn to shipping fuel from Peragus rather than buying it from the Hutts. Before you blew up the planet, of course.
The Sith blew it up. She is getting rather tired of taking the blame for it.
Then stop causing events of planetary destruction. You are a walking catastrophe, and you are not making saving the Republic any easier.
The next destination is Onderon, an unstable world. From what she heard, the planet is in the midst of a political conflict, putting all other plans on hold. Its wildlife is part of the Telos restoration effort. There's no doubt the effort will benefit from Onderon's stabilization.
Onderon is an outer rim world, rich in ecological resources. Its aggressive ecology is capable of bringing devastated worlds back to life. It is currently experiencing a political schism split between two forces. One must triumph for the planet to be stabilized.
She shall have to assess which side to aid once they reach the planet, and once one side triumphs, Onderon will be able to contribute to the stabilization of the Republic. Master Kavar has undoubtedly involved himself in it, unless he too, like Master Exile, simply wished to hide. For the remainder of the trip, Surik had planned to talk to Traya for some guidance, but there's a matter that has been weighing on her mind since their arrival to Nar Shaddaa. In the days spent on the smuggler's moon, she was approached by someone in the refugee quadrant who claimed to know Aten.
Yeah, that's a surprise. Did he say I owed him credits too?
The stranger didn't mention credits, but he did say that Aten spent some time on Nar Shaddaa during the Jedi Civil War, and that Aten is not Aten at all.
I'm as Aten will ever be. And whoever your trusted informant is, he's right. I did show up on Nar Shaddaa during the Jedi Civil War, along with a lot of other refugees.
Interesting that he never mentioned that before, as they reached the moon. Speaking of mysteries, there's also the matter of Atris's handmaidens noticing his Achani combat stance.
Oh, that. Don't tell anyone, but you wouldn't believe how many fights you can prevent by just pretending to know that stuff.
The handmaidens of Atris appeared capable. It is unlikely they could be fooled so easily in the art that is essentially their life.
Is this an interrogation? If so, you're terrible at it, especially for an ex-Jedi, or whatever you are. Why don't you just crawl in my head and try to dig out whatever you're looking for rather than asking about it?
She was not even considering that as an option. She merely wishes to know more about him and why he decided to stay.
You know what? I helped you get off Peragus. If I hadn't been there, you wouldn't have even gotten off the administration level. I'm trying to help you. I don't know why I'm bothering.
Actually, the Sith would have arrived through the airlock on the administration level anyway and provided an escape route.
Yeah, well, I still helped you. Sort of. Maybe you shouldn't look a free Ronto in the mouth before you buy it.
Aten's help is appreciated, but she should know more about his past. Before his arrival to Nar Shaddaa, it would be good to know more about those she travels with.
You know what? Not once have I asked you about the Mandalorian Wars. Not once. I heard about Seriko, and I sure as hell know about Malachor V. What makes you think you've got the right to interrogate me on anything? You've got plenty of lives to answer for. All you Jedi do.
All she has done was to stop the enemy and save countless innocent lives.
How did you even live with yourself after Malachor? Is that why you went back to the Jedi Council? Hoping they'd kill you? But Jedi don't kill, do they? At least not their prisoners. Maybe you were counting on it when you went back in chains. So you got off easy. You were exiled, brushed under the cargo ramp, another dirty little Jedi secret. I'll tell you, all those Jedi at Malachor, they deserved it. Every last one of them.
No one deserved what happened at Malachor. Certainly not the Jedi who stood up against the Mandalorian threat, sacrificing themselves. Why would he even believe that?
Because Jedi lie, and they manipulate, and every act of charity or kindness they do, you can drag it out squirming into the light and see it for what it is. The galaxy doesn't need Jedi arrogance or Jedi hypocrisy anymore.
And the Sith are better.
The Jedi, the Sith, you don't get it, do you? To the galaxy, they're the same thing. Just men and women with too much power, squabbling over religion while the rest of us burn. At least the Sith are honest about what they're killing for. The Jedi are pacifists, except in times of war. They're teachers, except when it comes to telling their students the truth. And when they save you, it's only so you can suffer more.
The Jedi have their flaws, but there's more to their path than what he believes.
Whatever, just leave me alone. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with you anyway.
There's not much point in a discussion at the present moment. Hopefully time will allow for Aten's emotions to settle down. She was planning on talking to Traya, but Surik instead decides to get some rest. This conversation has certainly unsettled her own emotions too. Aten has been a helpful ally thus far, and it would be unreasonable to disregard his contribution. At the present moment, despite his newfound distaste for Jedi, there is no reason to consider him a threat.
My lightsaber. You've destroyed it. I yield, Master. It is as I heard through the Force.
This assassin is different from the others. Not only in skill, but the Force.
Kill me. I beg you. It was not my wish to challenge you. And I must pay the price.
The assassin will live long enough to provide some answers.
I have nothing to offer you. It is as I felt.
Now I've seen everything. This woman, she's a Miraluka. I didn't think any were left in this part of the galaxy. They're a pretty secretive race. I heard that some of their kind become Jedi, but a Sith? That's a new one. I'm not sure how you'd go about killing one. It'd be tricky.
Killing?
Just mentioning it, she looks like she's suffered enough wounds already, even after the beating you gave her. I heard they had a colony on the Mid-Rim, almost halfway between Onderon and Dantooine. Then, it wasn't there anymore. The whole planet was wiped out. Nothing left alive. No one knows why.
Perhaps she knows.
Well, it was a planet of her people. If they see through the Force, who knows? Maybe they all saw something through the Force that we can't see. They claim to see on a higher plane than we do. You know, the whole Force thing makes me nervous.
Hopefully she will be able to recover enough to provide answers. Strange. Surik did land a few blows, but nothing even close to fatal. This assassin is very different from the others. It is as if she is recovering from more than a physical wound. It is clear she will not awaken anytime soon.
Well, some of her wounds are pretty bad. Looks like she was already carrying her share of scars, though. I think she'll recover, yeah.
She is a threat to us.
So that's 2 votes for killing?
I am not asking that she be harmed or interrogated, but she is of the Sith, and she has attacked us once. She should not be allowed to walk freely on the ship.
In that case, the Handmaiden should take up the responsibility of guarding the Sith assassin until she recovers from the medbay. She should remain on the ship while they explore Onderon, and until they decide what to do with this assassin. After all, Atris has trained her handmaidens to deal with Force sensitives. No other crew member is more qualified for the task, even though the assassin did manage to board the vessel undetected. In the meantime, Surik will take advantage of the few remaining hours to rest and prepare for Onderon. Once they reach the planet, they may plan out their next move.
Well, this is Onderon. Looks like there's a long line to get into the Isis starport.
Something feels wrong here. A great disturbance here in orbit, and again on the planet below.
I guess this blockade is a symptom of larger problems on Onderon.
If they decide to do a cargo search, we're gonna be in trouble.
Looks like we're about to find out. I'm receiving a message from some Colonel Tobin. Patching it through.
The Ebon Hawk. I was told to expect your arrival. I don't know your business on Onderon, but it ends here.
Down on that jungle moon.
You know, just once I wish someone was glad to see us. But no, if it isn't weapons pointed at our heads, it's someone trying to blast us out of the sky.
Well, the space battle's still going on overhead. Since they were so eager to use our hull for target practice, I doubt they're just gonna forget us.
We're lucky I was able to find this place to land. Looks like something has cleared away the jungle in a few spots around here.
Buried memories resurface, and a sense of unease rises.
I did pick up the remains of an old outpost near here. Maybe that's why there's all these clearings around. Maybe they were once settlements.
There were no settlements here. Those clearings were most likely once craters or crash sites.
Crash sites?
This is Duxon, where the Mandalorians began their crusade against the Republic.
The remains of whatever outposts you detected here are military ones. We should be careful.
This is where the Mandalorian Wars started? This doesn't look like much of a battlefield.
Much is buried here, and there is much that should remain buried.
They should depart as soon as they can, once the ship's state permits it.
It's taken a little damage, nothing too serious. I'm shutting down all unnecessary systems until we make repairs. It'll keep us from being a target. Until the ship is repaired, we're not going anywhere. Unless you can find another route to Onderon, we should sit tight.
There may be a means to get to Onderon by another route.
The Force has guided us here for a reason. We should explore our surroundings. There is something here.
Something? Oh, there's something here, all right. Predators. Not small flit darters, but big, mean, nasty predators.
Nevertheless, we should explore our surroundings. And that nearby outpost would be as good a place as any to begin.
Atton should remain on the ship and handle repairs while they explore the jungle. She would do well to gear up.
Well, if you go, be careful. No telling what other ships were forced down in the battle.
I have a feeling the ship will not be repaired until our business here is concluded. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah, I understand. What's so important about this place?
This is where the Mandalorian Wars began. She fought here once, and there are things here she must see.
She fought here? Why didn't she say anything?
Do you speak of all your battles? Or are there some you wish to forget?
In this unpredictable environment, the senses of a bounty hunter and a Force sensitive will be most useful. Kreia and Mira will accompany Surik on the moon's surface. Beodua, Atton, and D3 will remain on board and repair the Hawk as quickly as possible. The handmaid innovatress has already received her assignment. Goto's droid will also stay on the ship. Perhaps he could use some of his accessories to accelerate repairs.
If that means you will always pick me last for any missions, then I will accept your judgment and instead remain safely on the ship, where I will have access to all your computer systems.
Goto's droid will accompany them in reconnaissance mode. The jungle is the same, no matter the years. It does not take long for Duxon's beasts to take notice of new arrivals and make themselves known. They were a significant threat during her last visit to this moon, as they are now. Many memories are buried here. To the common eye, it is just another jungle, filled with narrow pathways. But to hers, each of them represents a threat.
You heard the general. Charge! Charge! This is yours!
Orlando!
You thinking what I'm thinking? These jungles are filled with long, narrow paths, dumb beasts that just keep charging at you. This place is perfect for mines. If the carcasses were worth anything, you could make a fortune.
Just another jungle.
I've got some news. The space battle is still going on. The Hawk's sensors just picked up a contact heading to the moon. Most of the ship's systems are powered down, so it's about all I got. That ship may have landed nearby, though. Or it may be on the other side of the moon. So you might want to prepare for another friendly Onderon welcome.
She should be able to handle any trouble that comes their way. After the complexity and the chaotic nature of Nar Shaddaa, perceiving her surroundings here feels easier.
Well, Nar Shaddaa may be one of the biggest cesspits in the galaxy, but it's got a life to it. Activity. Aliens, people, refugees. It's like noise, but relaxing. Like the hum of a hyperdrive.
It is easy for Mira to say. She was raised there and got used to that relaxing noise.
Yeah, more or less. I wasn't born there. I just ended up there. Well, the war happened. The first one, against the Mandalorians. I had family right up until the end. It's not really a new story. You hear it all over the galaxy. It's what happens after the wars are over that you don't hear much about. After Revan crushed the Mandalorians, planets throughout the Republic were flooded with refugees. I was just one of the others. Me? I got passage to Nar Shaddaa. From there, not much you can do, so I became a bounty hunter. I'm good at finding people, so I used it to make credits.
Malachor had no colonies. How could she have lost family there?
Take a guess, Jedi. Only 2 groups of people would have lost family at Malachor. And Jedi don't have families.
So Mira is Mandalorian.
As much as any slave becomes a Mandalorian. They took prisoners on every world they conquered to bolster their ranks. And they took a lot of worlds.
What was her homeworld, Surik wonders.
I don't know, it didn't matter. I was too young to remember, really. Besides, Nar Shaddaa's kind of grown on me. It's as much my home as any place else.
So Mira spent her childhood as a slave to the Mandalorians?
When I was young, yeah. They mostly used me to carry ammo packs and munitions. Toward the end of the war, they needed everyone they could get. They taught me to fight, to hunt, to survive. I was part of their squad, even when I was young. Everyone served as part of the unit, and I felt like I had a place there. After Malachor, it really didn't matter anymore. Mandalorians lost. Bad. But you know that.
It sounds like the Mandalorians were the only family she knew. It pains Surik to say, but what she did had to be done. The Mandalorians were a threat.
Yeah, I know. I saw the worlds they left behind them during the war. That kind of stays with you, I haven't forgotten it. What happened at Malachor, they probably deserved it.
Malachor is a heavy subject. Moving past it, it seems Mira found herself on Nar Shaddaa, with the way she speaks of the world. It is impressive that she's so successful at finding people there, given their density on the moon.
Not if you know your target. Usually you get a hollow or rough description, and then you just sort of listen to it, get a feel for him or her, then start walking.
Walking?
This is a little hard to explain, but Nar Shaddaa's got a flow, a life to it. You see all kinds of aliens and life there, and it's got currents. You know your target, you can feel them. You know where they're going to go. And sometimes you know where they're going to be before they do.
I'm good at finding people. Because when they're lost or out of place, it's like something's wrong inside them. And that's why I hunt.
Most interesting that Mira perceives the currents of Nar Shaddaa. Surik cannot help but wonder about Mira's potential.
You have led us on a very fine chase, human. But we have finally found you.
Well, if it isn't the Zug brothers. Sorry, but this one's my bounty. So keep those weapon barrels pointed down.
Our quarrel is not with you, red-maned small female. We are far from Nar Shaddaa, and so are you. You have heard of the Sruk family, yes? We are bounty hunters. Very effective, very famous.
And very dead if you keep pointing those guns at us.
Just when she thought she was free of Nar Shaddaa filth.
Watch it, Cargo. Otherwise I might decide to split the bounty with the Zugs.
Me for a while. I know, you're crushed.
This grievous loss aside, they must proceed in the direction of the outpost. Hopefully it will provide some answers. But before the outpost, they run across a different structure.
Watch it, Jedi. There's a body over there.
That is not the skeletal remnant of a war long past. That is a recent kill. It appears that Duxon isn't as abandoned as we would be led to believe.
A lone Mandalorian. Fresh kill, too. Less than a standard week. I can't figure the percentage in them still being on this rock.
The past has a curious attraction to us all. Perhaps he came in a small shuttle to revisit old battlegrounds. Perhaps not.
Whoever hired him had a good reason to send him to this jungle. There may be more of them around.
The structure door appears to be impenetrable to anything short of high-grade explosives. It must be some sort of cache. There is nothing for them here, so they proceed towards the outpost.
Hold it right there. We've got you surrounded.
Great, just what we needed. Mandalorians.
We claimed this moon decades ago, when we reforged ourselves after Exar Kun's defeat. Some of us call it home. Why are you trespassing here?
Surik explains that they crash-landed on the moon, and are looking for a means of reaching Onderon. This should not give the Mandalorians sufficient reason to attack, though given her role in the Mandalorian Wars, they almost certainly know who she is, and that she is a Jedi. Perhaps they may wish to take this opportunity for revenge.
Why does everyone except Mandalorians hold grudges after battle? We were both tested, and your side proved more formidable. We honor you for it. If we were planning to attack you, then we would have opened fire as soon as you entered the clearing. You left yourself exposed on both sides. and you would have been little more than target practice for us. We have orders to escort you to our camp. Our leader wants to speak to you. So your choice is, follow us as our guest, or see how Mandalorians have earned their reputation.
This may prove of use to us. Let us hear his words and see if they hold any value.
So you're the intruder. Our sensors picked up your handiwork in space. I am Mandalore, leader of the Mandalorians.
So this is the successor of Mandalore the Ultimate. Surik was under the impression that the Mandalorians disbanded after his fall.
Scattered perhaps, but we're still alive. Alive and rebuilding. Many Mandalorians have fallen from the path of honor, and are now no more than common mercenaries. But that is changing. This used to be the heart of the Mandalorian war effort. From this complex we commanded an armada that had the Republic on the run.
All those years ago, she would not have believed she would be engaged in a dialogue with her now former enemy. She had always wondered what it was that made them choose Duxon as their base.
Mandalorians have a rapport with this jungle. Every moment here is a struggle. All creatures gripped in a constant war for survival. The sole purpose of the weak is to feed the strong. We train here and learn the lessons of the jungle. The beasts also help us keep our edge.
Their camp looks like it's seen better days.
Covert camps are not meant to attract attention. Because we conquered them, the people of Onderon still hold a grudge against the Mandalorians. So we keep our presence here a secret.
Speaking of Onderon, she tells Mandalore that she is looking for a way to reach the planet. It would be safe to presume that Mandalorians have the necessary means for it.
So it's transportation you want? It so happens I have a small shuttle that's more than capable of running the Onderon military blockade. I make occasional trips to Isis for information and supplies. I don't travel with anyone I'm not sure of. You look capable, but Isis can be a dangerous place. If you want to travel on my shuttle, I want to make sure you aren't going to be a liability. If you want to go with me, you're going to have to prove your worth. Ask around. See if you can make yourself useful, or something that'll show what you're made of.
In the days that follow, Surik dedicates herself to the task of being useful. With her allies, she heads into the jungle to aid the Mandalorians, from searching for mechanical parts in slain Canucks to dispatching covert military scouts. She does much to prove herself, even encountering aggressive beasts that would take more than a few Mandalorians to kill. She has also proven herself in the battle circle, defeating many Mandalorians in hand-to-hand combat, without relying on the Force or weapons. Her regular training with the Handmaiden has truly proven useful.
You there, I am in need of your assistance. I'm Kumas, a Mandalorian warrior. My brothers believe me dead. Without aid, they shall soon be right.
That's the first time she ever heard a Mandalorian asking for help.
Do you expect me to beg? I am not going to barter for my life. I only ask what any warrior deserves, a chance to die for a cause, not starving and weaponless at the mercy of beasts. A patrol was sent to look for weapon caches in this region. They found 3 sites that looked promising. Zarga, my commander, told me to prove myself by taking explosives to those sites and uncovering the caches, if they exist. This was the first site. After easily dispatching some Maras, I removed my pack and began to plant my charges along this ridge. When I finished setting the charges, I looked down to see Canucks swarming all over my pack. The pets were eating everything. I killed the Canucks, but then a herd of Bomas arrived. I had no more ammo. The extra energy cells I had brought had been in my pack, so I've been up here, weaponless for 2 days.
He ran out of ammo. Surely that's against some Mandalorian code.
Blaster rifles don't use much energy, and their energy cells last a long time. How often have you had to change ammo?
Mira could spare some blaster ammo.
My blaster rifle's been useless ever since I used it to bash in a Canuck's skull.
He could have tried running back to camp.
Even if I got by the Bomas, there are too many beasts between here and the checkpoint. Bravery is commendable, but there is no honor in suicide. You must have cleared a path to the beast coming here. If you take care of the Boma beasts, I can make it to safety.
He truly is helpless. After all she has seen in the Mandalorian Wars, it is rather amusing to see a Mandalorian warrior outmatched by Canucks.
I do not need you to echo my failures to me, I need your aid.
A few years from now, he'll likely find the situation amusing too,
I find that hard to believe, but assuming I live, you might be right.
They decide to take care of the Boma beasts, as a few of them shouldn't be too difficult to handle.
A moment. That beast there. The force flows even through these simple creatures. If you empty your mind, you may be able to feel its thoughts. They aren't fully formed. Basic instincts, primal urges, every breath dominated by the needs of the moment. The force is strong in such creatures, but their minds are weak. Pray for those able to hear their thoughts and influence them.
Stretching out with the force, Surik can sense the flows of the Boma's thoughts.
Beasts can be easier to affect than other sentients, but you must bridge the gap between what distinguishes us and them. You feel its thoughts? Yes. Like a low rumble before the storm. Use the force to create a barrier around it, carefully and slowly. You came close, and you have the potential. With practice, you can make any animal passive and pliable, but the cage around their perceptions is a fragile thing. Many things can break its hold. Violence, especially with the Force, anything is possible. But that is the end of the lesson for now.
A valuable lesson, one Surik is most thankful for.
You may thank me by using what you have learned. Let us go.
She continues to practice this ability as they engage other beasts, and while yet incapable of entirely dominating their minds, the power is sufficient distraction to make them easier to handle. Once the Bomas are taken care of, she decides to accompany the lost Mandalorian back to the safety of the camp, just in case, hoping that her contributions, including this one, will be recognized. And upon bringing him to safety, it's good to see her own reinforcements have arrived.
I'm grateful for your help, stranger. I won't forget this. I have only one request. Please, don't mention this incident to anyone.
Apart from her crew, there is no need for anyone to know of his failures. There is growth in conflict, yes, but telling the Mandalorians just how helpless he was would essentially make him an outcast. Strange how times change. Her choice would likely have been very different a decade ago.
I have no love for Mandalorians, but just letting him starve up there, I think you did the right thing.
She has seen enough death, and perhaps this man may repay her kindness to another.
You never know. There was enough senseless death back then to last a lifetime.
Sith's blood! Fixing anything in this rot-infested place is an uphill battle. This jungle attacks anything made by man.
What's the problem?
I'm trying to get the relay dish operational, but several components are broken and need repair. Without the relay, we're vulnerable to attack, especially right now.
I can take a look at it, if you will permit it. Correction. We can take a look at it, if you will permit it.
I'll take whatever help I can get. Whatever wires and tech haven't been corroded by the jungle are at least 10 years old.
While Beodor and T3 help with the repairs, Surik heads to Mandalore for a progress report.
You defeated Braylor in the battle circle. Either you're very lucky, or you're a lot tougher than you look. Kelborn said you dispatched some covert military scouts in the jungle with him. He spoke highly of your work. How many Canocs did you have to kill to find those parts for Zuka? That was a tremendous help. The gate guard said you managed to kill a Zakig. Those are tough beasts, Jedi. You've earned some respect around here. Zarga told me that you returned one of our sheep to the herd. He was evasive when I asked him what happened, however. Trying to survive in the jungle must have taken its toll. You've made quite a reputation around here. You did better than I thought you could. I was planning on heading to Isis tomorrow, but I'll move up the timetable and take you now.
This is excellent news. Before departing, it would be wise to familiarize herself with the situation on the planet, especially the political side of things.
When you were last here, you probably didn't even go to Onderon. The Republic knew that Onderon's fate would be decided on its jungle moon, not the planet itself. To begin with, when you talk about Onderon, you're really talking about the ancient walled city of Isis. It's the only inhabited settlement on the planet. Onderon is a recent addition to the Republic, joining during one of the darker eras in Republic history. The people of Onderon don't possess the resolve and strength needed in these times. Many of them want to break away from the Republic. They want to go back to an earlier age when they could cower behind their walls. Their spinelessness made them easy to conquer.
Who is currently in charge of Onderon?
It depends on who you ask. Queen Talia rules from the royal palace, but her cousin General Vaklu has a great deal of power in Isis as well. They disagree about many things, just like their citizens. We fought General Vaklu during the war, and he is a worthy adversary. Queen Talia is young and hardly a match for him.
Queen Talia then represents the Republic, whereas Vaklu represents Onderon, and would separate, preserving the planet's independence. This is the choice she must make once she reaches the planet and begins her search for Master Kavar. But given the description of either side, it's more likely Kavar will find himself on the Republic side and the Queen.
I'm going to talk with Zuka and have him start a shuttle flight check. After that, we'll head out.
Surik proceeds to wrap up her work at camp while the shuttle is prepared.
How are the port stabilizers?
They check out Mandalore. All systems are green.
Good. I want the shuttle bound for Onderon within the hour.
Is all in readiness?
It is. Like I promised. Why? You want to back out now?
My only concerns are for the one you escort to Onderon, Mandalorian. Would you do any less for one of your clan?
Don't pretend to understand us. We Mandalorians are a breed apart.
If by apart you mean scattered, broken, and lost, then yes, you are correct.
Not for long. Soon the Mandalorians will be strong again, united as one clan under one banner. Mine.
Ah, yes, the Great Crusade, after the first one was ended by Revan and the Jedi. Such a defeat was merciful, an echo of the end, when your ships were in flames, crushed in the grip of Malachor V. But I do not need to remind you of such things.
I was at Malachor V, and I remember how many Jedi died to stop us there. And no matter how many dead orbit that planet, the Mandalorians still live. Clan Ordo still lives. See Kex there? He was serving on Nar Shaddaa as muscle for the Hutts. Kelborn was a scout for the Duros on Frontier Worlds. I brought them here, gave them a purpose. This galaxy will be ours again, I promise you. That is the future.
Indeed. The future is always in motion. It is a difficult thing to see. Perhaps there will be no New Age Mandalore, no great Mandalorian crusade. Perhaps your people fought their last battle at Malachor V, and you have been dying ever since, a quiet death that will last centuries. And perhaps all that remains will be what I see before me. A man wounded by a Jedi, encased in a Mandalorian shell, hunted by the thought of being the last of the Mandalorians.
You've got some guts talking to me like that. You think your age or your Jedi whelp are going to keep you safe from me?
No, Mandalore, you are wrong. I hope that it is you who will keep the one I travel with safe. You are loyal, and you have served many masters, even when they abandoned you. Do you wonder where he wanders now, Mandalore? Why he gave you your orders, then abandoned you at the edge of the galaxy?
How do you know that?
I know many things, and I can answer the question that burns within your shell, Mandalore. But there is a price. You must keep the one I travel with safe. She is important to me, more important than anything. Show the same loyalty you have shown in the past, Mandalore. If there is a Mandalorian crusade, let it be for something that will carry your people's memory into the future. So when the time comes when there are no more Mandalorians, then at least their honor will remain. The one I travel with has walked your same path, and I ask that when the end comes, that you remember that kinship, even if it seems there is nothing else left.
Forget the Jedi. Keep your eyes on her.
Several hours later, with all the work wrapped up, Surik and Kreia arrive at the hangar, where they will accompany Mandalore to the city of Isis. Given the shuttle's capacity, no one else will be able to accompany them.
1, 2, 3.
Wait a moment. I sense there is a disturbance in the camp.
Mandalorians, we got company. Stealth targets have breached our perimeter.
Our enemy has tracked us here. I did not expect them so soon. How did they get here, I wonder? Let us join the battle. Our allies will need our help. None of them can escape. Our whereabouts must remain a secret.
Over here. There are more of them.
You didn't think you were the only ones with stealth generators, did you?
Who wants to die first?
Focus.
Seems trouble follows you on a regular basis. I think it's best for both of us if we head to Isis immediately. Grab your gear. My men will take care of cleaning up the mess. City of Isis. It's been shut down tight for months now. General Vaklu is close to declaring martial law. We won't be able to travel too far in the city. Fortunately, I have a friend in this quarter of the city. He's a doctor by the name of Dagon Gent. His office is on the other side of the market square. It might be best if you do the talking around here. The Onderonians have a mixed view of Mandalorians after we conquered their world.
Well, doesn't look like you have any trade goods, so the inspection's just a formality. All Republic vessels must be searched, and the delays are turning pilots grey before their time. And ever since the Republic fired on our space forces, things have been even slower.
The Republic attacked Onderon's ships first. Strange.
Bad days. And things are getting worse. I'd get out of the system quickly if I were you, friend. Here's your starport visa. Don't lose it. They're priceless right now. I know one captain already who can't get back into the starport.
If starport visas are truly so difficult to obtain, it's safe to assume many are stranded here against their will.
In the latest news today, the Onderon Space Force has confirmed that a Republic military craft initiated the space battle over our planet. Sources inside the military say the first shots of the massive battle were fired by the Republic vessel, the Ebon Hawk. The Ebon Hawk is a capital-class vessel, and it destroyed 15 Onderon military fighters before being destroyed by Colonel Tobin's forces. After last month's spectacular explosion of the South Quarter mining refinery, Queen Talia hasn't made a single public appearance. Security in the Royal Palace has been increased to unprecedented levels. Senior royal officials have claimed that the explosion was one of 3 recent assassination attempts. Many citizens have criticized Queen Talia's absence during these increasingly unstable times.
Unstable indeed. She can feel it in those that surround her, and not only the people.
Beasts can be sensitive to the currents within cities and people. When such things are disturbed, the beasts may echo it.
Not unlike the currents of Nar Shaddaa. On occasion, reaching a critical moment, as the sound rises.
Calm. What? Run! The bomber is out of control! I don't know what to say. I had heard stories, but I assumed that they were fledgling riders, or simply tales that grow in the telling. Not since my first Drexel have I lost control of a beast. I apologize profusely. Something very wrong is at work here. The stories say that the smoldering fires of city politics cast a smoke they can smell and breathe. They revert to their primal instincts. If the beasts continue to grow out of control, the city is filled with them. The consequences.
On their way, the situation of the people of Onderon becomes even clearer. Onderon's military has placed a restriction for travel. Only those with a starport visa may leave, and there are people of all kinds searching for an escape.
My husband was killed by General Vaklu's troops. Our home was seized, and we were cast out. I just want to get off this planet and start a new life. Please, help us. No one else will.
And others seeing an opportunity for business.
I offer you 2,000 credits if you find an open starport visa. You won't find a better deal.
She does not have an open starport visa at this time, and she likely shouldn't put too much effort in looking for one. Perhaps it would be best to focus on the task at hand and depart Onderon as soon as possible. Otherwise, she too might find herself stuck here.
This is Dagon Gent's place. He's not the best doctor you'll ever meet, but he's well connected in this city. Doesn't look like he's here right now, though.
You looking for Dagon? You're not gonna find him here. A soldier captain was murdered at the cantina real good. They got some suspects at the tower. From what I hear, Dagon Gent is one of them. If you talk to him, tell him I got his 20 credits.
Talking to one of the captains in the merchant quarter is the next logical step then. They should also ask about the victim in question.
Captain Sulio. She was in charge of the starport checkpoint. A good soldier. Your friend was one of the last people that saw her alive. So far, he's just a suspect. But if he did it, the punishment is death.
Dagon Gent is the only person I know with the contacts to help us out. We need to get Dagon out of custody.
I know Dagon personally. He's one of the worst doctors I've ever heard of. But I can't see him deliberately killing someone. He was one of the last people seen with Captain Sulio in the cantina. Ask around there. I've heard he's got a good motive for killing her. If you can somehow clear that up and prove it wasn't him, Command will cut him loose. If I say any more, I'll get in trouble.
They head back to the western square to the Isis Cantina. Quite a place to be. It seems business is booming, and rightfully so. With so much pressure and stress on Isis, people need a place to wind down.
Nice to meet you, Sentient. Are you interested in a friendly game of Pazak? The deck is warm, the drink is plentiful, and the company amiable. Can I tempt you?
Many games of Pazak will have to be played if she's to find any clues.
I'm in enough trouble as is. I'm glad I wasn't even here that night.
I really can't be any help with that. The soldiers were asking me some entertaining questions that night.
Dagon Gent didn't do it because he was with me at the time. I'm afraid the Onderonians are quite fond of their death penalty. So if I stood up for him, he'd be trading one death sentence for another. He definitely wasn't involved with her murder. We were taking great pains not to be seen, which has a certain irony to it, really. If you can free him, please do. He's been invaluable with his help to the Republic. I only wish there was something I could do to help him.
Assuming we get Dagon free, we're going to have a few private words about this. Together, we fought against the Republic during the Mandalorian Wars.
So much for Mandalorians not holding grudges. Asking around about the relationship between Dagon and the victim, Captain Sulio, Surik quickly discovers a strong motive for her murder. On that night, several witnesses say Captain Sulio deeply humiliated Dagon Gent.
She did? Oh no, by the 4 moons, what a mix-up. They got it all wrong. Dagon and Sulio were good friends. It's just when they got a little too much Juma juice, they'd carry on.
It would be easy for others to assume there was a genuine fire in their exchange. They would get especially colorful when they had a crowd.
Dagon and I were laughing about some of the choicer ones later. Yellow-toothed dung dweller. We bought her a couple of drinks afterwards. It may look strange on the outside, but it was just their habit, their way of passing time during these dark nights. Listen, if the soldiers think that's a motive, they just didn't do enough digging.
So she must begin at the beginning and find out what happened that night.
I was cleaning up stakes from a particularly rewarding Pazak game when I heard a loud sound outside. I grabbed my blaster and went out the door. When I got out, I saw Captain Sulio. She was quite dead. Blood was everywhere. I heard a noise and saw Dagon Gent coming from his office across the courtyard. We both waited for the authorities to get there. The next day, they picked up Dagon and several other people in the area. It's crazy to think he did it. Sulio was our friend.
Other witnesses in the cantina confirm Nico's story. Everyone else arrived at the scene when Dagon Gent and Nico were already there. They all confirmed that he was the one who found the body first, near the cantina.
Just outside the door by the junk heap.
It might be a good idea to look at the crime scene. We fought many soldiers in the Mandalorian Wars. The Onderonians were certainly brave, but they were disorganized and stupid. I wouldn't be surprised if they overlooked something.
Not much else besides a pile of junk. Digging through it, Surik finds the remains of a cantina serving droid still clutching its serving tray. It has been heavily scavenged, missing its head. She checks in with 1B8D, a nearby droid known by the locals for buying and selling scavenged parts. And indeed, on its extensive list of scavenged items for sale is a droid head.
Kif in the cantina can probably do something with this. We should head back.
Let me see. You've got the head. That's where his memory core is. That should do it. Let's take a look at his last feed.
Hello there. What is this? Oh my, she's dead.
There you go. It seems this recording proves that the killer came from the marketplace. You may want to show this to Nico.
There's no way that Dagon could have done it. I saw him coming from his office. That's the opposite direction of the marketplace. We should go talk to Captain Riken and clear all of this up.
That should do it. We still don't know who killed Sulio, but this will greatly assist our investigation.
You have been ordered off this investigation, Captain. I hope you can explain yourself.
I had nothing to do with this, sir. This citizen found information about Captain Sulio's murder. It's material to the investigation.
We've already got our man. Sulio and this Gent were fighting the night she was murdered. He had ample motive. Have you read the report? Some of the things Sulio called him were vile. Sulio and Dagon clearly hated each other.
Even as an off-worlder, having talked to several people who confirmed the story, it is evident the two were quite used to flinging insults at each other.
So these two were friends? A friend would never say such things to another friend. You expect me to believe—
It's absolutely true, Major. I was a friend of both of them. They've done this dozens of times. Bahima the bartender can confirm it, as well as half a dozen other people. They were an odd pair, but they certainly didn't hate each other.
I see. Well, there's still the fact that he was right there at the scene of the crime.
He came from the office, but with the recording of the murder, it's clear the shot came from the opposite direction.
You have a recording? And I'm sure you're just misinterpreting it.
I've seen it myself, Major. It really can't be Dagon Gent. The real killer is still loose.
Very well, Captain. Set Gent free, then. But if later it turns out that he did do it, it's going to be on your head.
If you head over to Dagon Gent's office, some men will bring him there shortly. Thanks for clearing this whole thing up. I could tell the justice wasn't being served, but we all have our orders.
Thanks to the help from Dagon Gent's friends, Surik may now talk to him about arranging a meeting with Master Kavar.
Thanks for getting me out of there. As detention cells go, it had definite class, but I prefer being out on my own all the same. Captain Sulio and I were acquaintances. I just happened to be too close when she got dead. Real shame. She wasn't bad to look at, and she could drink. Well, regardless, I owe you and Mandalore one.
Dagon's office appears to have been looted in his absence. Quite a shame.
Yeah, it was. Although it looked pretty much like this to begin with.
Isn't this meant to be an operation room of sorts?
Little dirt never killed anyone. Well, maybe a few people. But they didn't pay too well, so they got what they deserve. I give my customers a menu of options. If they go for the deluxe, I'll clean up the place and put on a new smock. Otherwise, they knew the risks.
It's interesting he refers to them as customers, not patients. But back to business. Mandalore said that Dagon would be able to connect her to a Jedi Master. As far as this political conflict goes, he's very likely to be on the Queen's side. If he's anywhere, she'd be willing to bet it's the palace.
A Jedi Master, you say? Now that is interesting. It's quite a bounty in Jedi these days. Not that I'm looking to collect, but if there's a Master there, I think I know who it is. I'm not certain, otherwise I'd tell you. But the man I'm thinking about is smart, likes to stay in the shadows, and is cryptic as hell. If he isn't a Jedi Master, he should become one.
She wants to meet with this cryptic individual as soon as possible.
There's a slight problem with that. I know you don't want to hear that since you went through all the effort of springing me out. Scavengers have already looted most of my stuff. Most of it's garbage anyway, so I don't care too much. But I did have a couple of encrypted holodisks that they nabbed. So here's the punchline. I need those discs because they have some contact information on them. The people I know you don't just walk up and chat with. There's a procedure. And that holodisc has the procedure. The Kells gang pretty much owns this street. From what I hear, she's the one that cleaned me out. She's in the local cantina most days. She's tough as Drexel leather and more dangerous than an angry Wookiee. If you take Mandalore with you, though, you should be just fine.
Perhaps a simple offer of credits would be sufficient. She could simply buy off the stolen holodiscs.
The Offworlder wants to make a donation. Kill her and take everything.
So much for that plan. It is a good thing this entire room is reserved by Bakel's gang. Once she and her gang members are taken care of, Surik searches her body for the holodiscs. Alongside them, she also finds an open starport visa, usable by anyone who possesses it. There will be a time to think about it later.
Great going there. With these, I'll check my contacts at the palace. I should be able to get a meeting with your Jedi Master shortly. You got anything you need to take care of in the quarter, you best do it now. You're dealing with serious politics by contacting him. If things go bad during a meeting, you may not be welcome in Isis anymore. Perhaps never.
The risk is acceptable. She needs to talk to the Jedi Master as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I'll get on it. Just grab a cot and rest a bit. Once I get a meeting time, I'll let you know.
Is this meeting a trap? I can't afford to lose you, especially given recent events.
Anything could be a trap. Vaklu is no fool. But if the message is true...
Is this necessary? I can guarantee your safety in the palace, but outside these walls the General has many men that would do anything for him.
Nothing in life is certain, Your Majesty. But I feel something. There is a disruption in the Force. I must investigate this.
Very well. But please, be cautious.
Aren't I always?
That's what I was afraid you'd say.
Crime rates have been soaring in recent months. Even in the Merchant Quarter, the Western Square has seen a dramatic increase in violent crimes. In local news, a citizen in the Merchant Quarter was mistakenly arrested by Queen Talia's soldiers. He was innocent of all charges. The soldier is expected to be reprimanded for the false arrest. In the Council of Lords today, Lord Dashiell recommended a special commendation for Colonel Tobin due to his brilliant command of our armada in the skies above Onderon. Without him, Lord Dashiell said, the Republic attack would surely have done more damage. Tobin is one of Iziz's greatest heroes and deserves recognition.
The man who gave the order to attack the Hawk.
Colonel Tobin is General Vaklu's right-hand man. Despite his martial skill, he handles himself as a functionary more than a warrior. Back when we were fighting Vaklu's resistance during the Mandalorian Wars, Vaklu wouldn't have any use for a poisonous Kinrath like Tobin. But Vaklu seems to have adapted well to peacetime.
I won't remain silent any longer. The Republic has actively attacked us. They attack our spaceships unprovoked. What next? An invasion? Perhaps they seek to conquer us. Will you stand idly by? Will you let them bomb our city? No! In our 50 years of flying their colors, we have had more war than the past millennia. We do not need the Republic. They need our resources, our world, and our blood. If Queen Talia is so removed that she won't do what the people so clearly want, then we must show her with force.
That's it, Ponlar. We're taking you in. You've gone too far.
Brothers and sisters, let us rise up now and march to the palace. Our will cannot be denied.
Conflict is brewing.
We should conserve our strength for more important matters.
It would be best to steer clear of direct confrontations at this time. Still, she must pick a side eventually if she is to help stabilize Onderon.
We should try to get General Vaklu to be on our side. He has a shrewd mind and is far more fit for command. Queen Talia is young and too idealistic. A veteran leader is what this planet needs, and would make a better ally.
Yes, but it was Vaklu's people who attacked the Ebon Hawk.
Holding vendettas is a weakness. An open mind can unlock many doors. General Vaklu may be at odds with us now, but it need not always be that way.
Vaklu is no fool. Even if we've had disagreements in the past, he'll recognize how advantageous an alliance could be between us.
Perhaps. But he lied about the Republic attacking Onderon's military. If that truly is the only way to drive his people, long-term stability is doubtful. Vaklu's rule will lead to Onderon's independence. It may strengthen Onderon, but will weaken the Republic directly. But if the Republic can be made stable, both sides will benefit.
The meeting is on. Head straight to the cantina. You guys should be in there. And no offense, but I hope I never see you again.
You must have gone through a lot to arrange this meeting. The palace is at full battle readiness. Smuggling in a message is no small task.
She is pleased to finally see Master Kavar after all these years.
Kavar, the famed Jedi Guardian. The Mandalorians counted on the fact it would be you, not Revan, who would lead the Jedi against us during the Mandalorian Wars.
It seems my former student keeps curious company. Strange times lead to strange alliances, though.
I wonder how we'd have fared against you. I thought you were killed fighting Malak during the Jedi Civil War.
No, I survived the war, if only just. Why are you here? I imagine that you hold little love for any on the Jedi Council anymore, even an old friend.
Her meeting with Zez-Kyle has changed her view of the Jedi Masters somewhat. Despite disagreeing with their choice to exile her, she does understand why they did what they did.
You have to understand that it was a time of great uncertainty, but there's more to it than that. And I think you deserve an explanation.
Am I interrupting? In orbit, I thought for sure that the Ebon Hawk was mine. I was certain, only to see you slip through my fingers during the battle. Imagine my delight to discover you were on Isis. Quite careless, if you ask me. Get them, men, and watch your aim. Civilian casualties cause a mess of paperwork.
I must return to the palace. I'll get word to you when I'm able. Run!
What have you done to my men? Blast! Men, take care of her. I won't let Kavar escape.
There's a chance that non-combatants could be hurt here.
Someone should tell that to Vaklu's man.
I'll tell Dagon Gent to get out of Isis fast. They'll figure out his connection to all this soon enough. Good luck.
She has publicly become an enemy of Vaklu and the military. It is time to leave Isis as quickly as possible. Quite a distance to the spaceport. Hopefully they'll be able to cut their way through.
What's happening in the West Square? It sounded like battle. Command's ordered comm blackout. Do you know what's going on?
It appears not all of Onderon's military will attack them in broad daylight. Not yet, at least.
You must be mistaken. Soldiers just don't attack civilians without orders. If it weren't for the comm blackout, I'd check with command. Just head to the safety of the Merchant Square, citizen. We'll send a patrol to investigate as soon as we can contact our HQ.
Not all the military is after us. Still, Vaklu can throw a whole army at us. I think we've outworn our welcome over here. We should head over to the spaceport before General Vaklu invents some charges against us. Then we'd be in real trouble.
Target acquired? What the hell does that mean?
Enough of Isis' defenses have been turned against them to consider the city a danger zone for the time being. It seems her involvement on Onderon was the final drop, as even Vaklu supporters do not shy away from attacking openly. Everything on Isis is about to change, drastically. It is discouraging to think of all the people without a starport visa who are stuck on Isis. Most of them will find a way to deal with it, but not all.
Thank the Four Moons for your kindness, Offworlder. I only wish I had some way to thank you. But my children and I will never forget your kindness. Hurry, children. We get to go on a spaceship, thanks to the captain. We get to go into space.
She believes her choice is justified, but Surik does not feel the need to always explain her reasoning when seemingly deviating from Krea's advice. No offense intended, of course.
None taken.
The shuttle is just ahead. I think we should get out of here fast. It's going to be some time before they forget about us here. No more trips to Isis for us until the situation changes. A lot. we're back. The shuttle is going to stay docked here until further notice.
I don't think you'll be able to return to Isis anytime soon. General Vaklu has a great deal of power. Even a Jedi couldn't defeat an entire army alone.
Surik and her crew shall depart Tucson and continue their quest until Master Kavar sends a message. While an unexpected ally, working with Mandalore was quite efficient, and she looks forward to concluding the mission on Onderon.
I'm not ready to part company yet. It sounds like you have a lot of traveling to do. So do I. I'm going with you. The Sith have taken a particular interest in you, and you could use an extra blaster. I've been meaning to leave Tucson to look for other Mandalorian clans anyway.
Clan order isn't enough.
Mandalore leads all of the Mandalorian people, not just a single clan. In order to revive our people, the clans must be reassembled under me. They could be anywhere. You seem a magnet for trouble. Mandalorians are too. I'm going to look for the other clans with or without you. At least this way you'll have another ally against the Sith.
Indeed. Surik had thought the Mandalorians were hoping the Sith would crush the Republic and the Jedi.
The Sith aren't known for sharing power. If the Jedi Order is destroyed for good, it's inevitable that the Sith will dominate the Republic. And then my people will be eradicated or enslaved. Helping your cause is a matter of necessity.
In that case, Mandalore will join them. Aten notified Surik upon arrival that the Hawk is repaired and ready to depart. The rest of her allies had returned to the ship upon their departure to Onderon. Once Mandalore prepares his people for his absence, he shall join them in the landing. In the meantime, Traya and Surik slowly make their way back through the jungle. Soon enough, however, amongst the jungle's beasts, they find familiar faces, though perhaps not the friendliest.
Unnecessary observation. You are eliminating many of us Jedi, but such actions only delay the inevitable. I think you will find the odds are somewhat in our favor. Annoying recitation. Let us proceed to facilitate communications and bring about the termination of hostilities.
Evidently resisting them only causes their numbers to increase. They may eventually come in greater swarms. The odds of their success are increasing as Surik grows more intimidated. Knowing why they were built in such great numbers in the first place may prove to be even more unsettling.
Statement. We were built to capture Jedi, as we always have. If they cannot be captured, then they are to be killed. We would search the galaxy for Jedi, hunt them, and bring them to our new master. And for that, our numbers were intended to be increased. Irritated statement. I do not understand why you felt the need to mention that.
Surik fears her focus will falter if she were intimidated further.
Secondary recitation. Our secondary directive is the destabilization of the government body designated as the Republic.
Yes, that explains the HK unit on the Harbinger, a Republic vessel. It was likely engaged in a mission of its own. Then it ran into her. Remembering Peragus, she is still astounded at how adaptive the droid was.
Answer. Yes, as necessary. We are capable of independent action, in addition to our considerable combat abilities. We believe our master wished to use us to cripple fleets during large engagements. Many of us are there still. Irritated dismissal. All of you, switch off your vocabulators. Order. Destroy them. Panicked statement. Something's wrong. Very wrong.
I'm afraid I do not understand what you mean.
All members of the crew were supposed to be on the Hawk.
As I indicated, this unit will remain with you and guard you.
That is, as long as KOTOR finds her important enough for the stabilization of the Republic.
The position is still needed, but if you are expecting recommendation, you are going to be sadly disappointed.
Indeed, Onderon has not yet been made stable. Even if they didn't achieve much, the groundwork for Onderon is set. They must be patient and continue on their journey to the next destination.
Dantooine is a vital resupply point for the Republic. If its stability is compromised, then the Republic will lose control over many outlying worlds, and they will become a haven for raiders and smugglers.
In that case, Dantooine should be the next destination in line. With any luck, they will resolve its challenges without the HK-50 units finding them there. It is impressive that KOTOR's droid could access their systems.
This unit comes with a droid scrambler that you may use against mechanized opponents to randomize their defensive and offensive protocols.
Still, the speed of access makes one wonder if he is familiar with their programming.
The assassin droids. I have encountered some, purchased the service of others.
Then he may know more about why they're hunting her.
Why, I asked them to. To be honest, I believe that was always their intention, but it seems their directive was dormant for some time.
So they would have come after her, even without KOTOR's interference. Perhaps KOTOR knows who built them to hunt Jedi, and where they are coming from.
If you mean produced, no, I do not. I do know that there are a surprising number scattered throughout the Republic fleet searching for you. What they will do now that you are found is easy to predict.
They will continue their hunt for her.
Of course they are. They're droids with very specific protocols that, unless changed, will dictate their movements. Unless you shut them down at the source, they will be stalking you until you are captured or terminated.
But there is also the secondary goal of destabilizing the Republic. They're spread across its fleet.
They are masquerading as protocol droids. I have discovered that when they are used in negotiations, they have a predictable pattern of sabotaging whatever peace treaties they are involved with.
How did the Republic not discover this?
Because the Republic has no reason to investigate otherwise, and any discovery of their true purpose has been concealed by well-timed accidents.
And why has KOTOR not tried to stop them if they threaten Republic negotiations?
Because their behavior is predictable, of course. By monitoring their presence, I know which worlds will suffer civil wars, planetary conflicts, and Republic bombardment.
He also, no doubt, keeps them away from his base of operations. It would be wise to know where it is to ensure their travels don't attract unwanted HK units to KOTOR's physical location.
Now, that would be telling. For now, my presence must remain a secret, and it may remain that way forever.
Fair enough. As it turns out, KOTOR's droid is actually proving to be useful. She feels more optimistic at having it around to help in handling unexpected droid threats, at least for the time being. Speaking of threats, another potential one seems to have awoken. Talking to the crew, Surik learns that the assassin is meditating in the starboard dormitory. No crew members appear injured or distraught, and the fact the handmaiden is not guarding her implies the absence of a threat. Business on Duxon did take longer than intended after all. The crew is probably used to her presence by now. From what the crew tells her, the assassin has not shared much since her recovery, but of the few things she has is her name, Visas Mar.
My life for yours.
Her posture and tone appear well. Still, Surik feels she must ask about her well-being.
I am able to serve. If we enter battle, I will fight and die alongside you.
That is yet to be decided, but that was not her question. Surik asked if she was well.
I have not heard that question in some time. My flesh is healed, if that's the answer you seek.
It is part of it. When they examined her, they found traces of older injuries. Significant ones. What was their cause, Surik wonders?
The scars are many and the causes equally so. It is of no importance.
She did not mean to add to them.
I know. And I fear that others will see the mercy in your actions and in my survival, and use it as a weapon to do you greater harm.
The first question is an obvious one. Who is Visas Mar?
I am an emissary, a scout. My master was aware of a disturbance in the Force, but was unaware of its nature, of you. The disturbance is not something one feels from a living thing. There is little my master does not know, and that you eluded his sight for so long is significant. But I do not know why.
She needs to find her master then, before he finds her.
You cannot. His vessel roams the borders of known space, and even I do not know where he travels, until he calls for me. Even if I could lead you to my master, I cannot permit you to find him until you are ready.
Ready?
If I bring you before my master untested, without your potential realized, then you will be lost to me, and I cannot allow that to happen. It would be as if one brought fire to a paradise valley, shattered a cavern of rare crystal, or blinded a painter. I cannot, I will not. I would die first, and gladly, to preserve you. You will meet my master. It is inevitable. I have seen it. And when you stand before him and realize what you face, you must be prepared. Until then, I must protect you, help you, until you are ready.
Why is Surik so important to her? She talked of mercy as a weakness. Surely in helping her, Visas will weaken herself.
There's a greatness in you. A greatness that does not stem from the Force. It stems from who you are. And if my master does not understand you, cannot see you, then perhaps there is hope for us all.
For them all. The way she speaks of him, he must be a powerful man. What's to stop him from tracing Surik the way she had?
There is much I see my master cannot. I fear it is because of my nature, the nature of my race. My people spend their lives seeing the galaxy, the energy streaming off stars, the growth of life, all things touched by the Force.
The Miraluka of KOTOR. Was her master responsible for what happened to them?
They're gone. It is not something I speak of. The homeworld is no longer, and that is all.
But their gift allowed her to find Surik. Her curiosity ignites and so many questions emerge about this unique race, so much so that Surik is momentarily in awe that one such being stands before her. Still, despite her curiosity, she focuses on the matter at hand and how Visas found her.
I felt you, heard you through the Force. It was like a sound at the edge of hearing, and when I heard it, I found I could not ignore it.
Then Surik and her allies, Visas included, are hidden from his eyes. As dangerous and powerful as he is, no, his description does not match the stranger who destroyed Peragus.
I am not familiar with the place you speak of. My master has not entered Republic space for some time, but there are others who may move more freely, who may have been responsible for such an act of destruction.
But could there be a connection between them?
There are many factions within the Sith, all seeking to take what little remains in the wake of the Jedi Civil War. Where one moves, it is not always known to the others, but their purpose is the same, the death of all Jedi, everywhere. They believe you are the last of the Jedi, and their hatred of the Jedi unites them. All their eyes are upon you, and it is a terrible, quiet darkness that pursues you.
Taking everything she said into account, Surik finds that Visas Ma is not a threat to her or the crew. She provided information which establishes there are 2 potential Sith Lords who are hunting her, and she wishes to protect her. However, Visas has fallen to Surik in battle. If she is to be of use, she shall need to improve. They shall grow in tandem. Surik shall talk to Beodur to construct a replacement weapon. It won't be a lightsaber, but it shall have to do. Furthermore, before heading to rest, Surik shall share with Visas the techniques Azkael introduced her to.
Forgive me, but before you go, I must ask, why do you do this? Why do you seek to help me, teach me?
Because Visas Ma can be saved, and turned into a force of good in this galaxy, as her people once were. It is clear her master has corrupted her sights, in a manner of speaking, and she can see they have been changed significantly by their meeting.
You must not do this. I cannot allow you to weaken yourself for me.
It is Ma's belief that aiding another is a weakness. It is not one Surik shares. Helping another can be a source of strength for both.
So you say, but it is not something I have observed or seen.
Then that is a shame. Her sights will need to be expanded, just as Ma's presence here expanded Surik's. If someone had told her she would ever hear a Sith wish to aid another, amongst many other things they spoke about, Surik would not have believed them.
There is more to the Sith than simply rage or slaughter. There are many kinds of hate, and all of them have the call of the dark side in them. The galaxy is filled with many such evils, and rarely have I seen anything else.
She is no longer in her master's service. If Visas Ma considers Surik's path one of weakness, she is free to leave. Otherwise, she should try to broaden her horizons beyond those of a Sith apprentice.
I shall try.
Much more familiar with the jungle paths of Duxan, Mandalore reaches the ship sooner than expected.
Nice ship you have here. Where did you get it?
Harbinger, then Peragus, then Telos, and now it is here. And it flies.
Ah, so it's like that. I guess it would be better if less questions were asked about it then.
The Hawk's course is set to Dantooine. Based on available data, the planet has become a hotspot for raiders and smugglers. It is very likely they'll run across Mandalorians there. Mandalore is welcome to accompany her on the planet's surface, but it is up to the Mandalorians they find to accept him as their leader.
We have suffered defeats before, but none like our defeat at Malachor. Our spirit may have faded, but it hasn't died. It will burn bright again, like a star in the heavens.
Beautifully said. It has been some time since Malachor. Why haven't the clans come together sooner?
The end of the Mandalorian Wars was something new and unknown to us. Revan fought us like a true warrior and defeated us on our own terms. Revan embodied our philosophy and showed us our own weaknesses. Then he exploited them. It was a painful lesson. With Mandalore dead, our weapons taken and our pride destroyed, many lost their way. But I will change that. Only Mandalore can command the clans. There was no new Mandalore for many years.
There must be a very clear reason for that, Surik suspects.
I can tell you want to know more, but we can talk more later about this.
Indeed. Mandalore will no doubt want to take some time to settle in until they reach Dantooine. Adventures on Duxan and Onderon have been valuable, but also tiring. This time, rest is a priority. There will be much to do. Veiled, as they always are. They never seem to make sense. Perhaps someday they will. This was not the first time she dreamt of Malachor, or of them. The dreams fade, as they always do, leaving only a night of unrest in their wake. Still a few hours left until Dantooine, another big part of the past, a portion of her life spent on the planet. It was her home for a time. The heart cannot help but shiver at the thought of seeing the ruins with her own eyes. The Jedi Order is no more, its traditions now hidden from the sight of the galaxy. When she met Master Kavar on Isis, he thought she resented the Jedi. Surik lays her eyes upon the robes of the Order, the ones she had found aboard as they departed Peragus, and she realizes she never held any hatred or resentment towards the Jedi. Others might have done, but that was never who she was before, nor who she is now. Just as her choices during the war, her exile too is a part of her. She had feared that meeting the Jedi Masters would awaken something within her, resentment, or even hate, but she felt no such thing ignited. Then again, she has yet to meet Master Rook. Surik had not worn the traditional robes of the Jedi Order since the day of her exile, and after Peragus, the thought of donning them again felt wrong. Now the ruins of her past are mere hours away, and the sight of these robes feels comforting. In a strange way, it feels only fitting that they should return together, two remnants of a shared history. A comforting sentiment only, of course, for she took Rey's lesson on attachment to heart. Furthermore, once she obtains a crystal from Dantooine's caves, her new lightsaber will be functional. Quite unexpected to see Beodur awake at this time, when most of the ship is asleep. Something must have altered those sleep patterns of his she had grown accustomed to, though she quickly discovers a familiar cause.
I dreamt of Malachor. It is always in my dreams. I remember the ships.
He no doubt remembers the battle well.
The last stand of the Republic. The tattered remnants of our fleet. The Mandalorians couldn't resist. They tore into us like beasts, shredding our ships to scrap as we fought back.
Until the moment came, and there was no defense.
I remember standing on the bridge with you and watching the destruction of the Republic, watching ships full of soldiers and Jedi burn and die. I remember the look you had when you turned to me. It was the longest you'd ever looked at me. You didn't say anything, just a nod. Events moved quickly then, even in my dreams. Flashes, explosions, you falling. I could feel the pain around me. And then the memory. The drifting hulks of the Mandalorian ships, the dead, allies, friends, strangers. And then the echo, lingering, the sound I awakened to in my nightmares.
It had to be done, but none can deny it for what it was.
A slaughter caused by one of my creations. Blame lies with me for creating it. The situation forced your hand. Anger forced mine. None of us realized the magnitude of what we unleashed.
They both share the blame, as does Revan for ordering its construction, the Jedi for their indecision, and of course the Mandalorians.
Unless action was taken, the fleet would be destroyed and the Republic would fall.
So you fought against the Mandalorians in the war?
I was part of the war effort, yes. I worked as a technician, though.
But you fought on the front lines. To a Mandalorian, there is honor in that.
I could do without your Mandalorian honor. I saw the results of your honor, the absolute destruction your warriors brought. And look at them now. Mandalorians are little better than mercenary thugs. And what's honor to someone like that? All they care about are credits. You fought for no cause other than to spread suffering and pain to the people you conquered.
Maybe that's what it looked like to you, but that isn't why we fought. We fought for honor and glory in the heat of battle.
You did nothing but murder innocents.
The Republic took us too lightly. We wanted to face the full force of their army. We had to goad them to fight.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. If you ask me, you Mandalorians just got what you deserved at Malachor.
Defeat is part of a warrior's life. We will recover, stronger than before.
Doesn't it even bother you that your people were almost destroyed? Or do lives have no meaning to you?
People die in war.
Well, I'm glad to have you guarding my back.
The Ebon Hawk will soon reach Dantooine, and Mandalore will do well to prepare. This discussion has clearly reached its end.
Fine by me.
I hated them. I wanted to destroy them, to give them the mercy they gave the people they conquered. I remember the thrill I felt when we fought them in battle. Victories were rare, but we celebrated every Mandalorian's death. It was almost as though the battle took control of me, drove me forward. It's always on my mind now. I just needed to get that off my chest. Traveling with him, it brings back too many memories.
So long as Beodur does not allow those memories to cloud his vision, Mandalore and his people are not the enemy anymore.
You're right. I'm just not used to the idea of fighting with Mandalorians.
Mandalore's presence has clearly shifted something within him, however. Something that was dormant.
The Force lets you look right through me, huh?
The Force? And her eyes? He had mentioned the Force the last time they spoke. It can give him balance and peace, but only if he is certain in his choice. Surik shares that she thought of making the offer to teach him the ways of the Force, but she senses his uncertainty and the violent sea of anger and guilt beneath it. Opening him up to the Force before he is ready may be unwise.
I have the same fear as you, General. I've seen the crimes of fallen Jedi. I'm afraid I could too easily travel down that same path. That loss of control blinded me, turned me into a weapon.
But he cannot just give up that fight.
If you don't mind, there are some repairs that need my attention.
Try as she might, short of changing the past, Surik cannot mend his wounds. It is up to him to find a way through the dense mists of the past. The only thing she can do is serve as an example, and be there for him, should he ever emerge. Yet another burden for her already tired mind this night. With the possibility of sleep running ever farther away, she has no doubt the price for evading rest will eventually be paid. Surik heads to Kraya's chambers for some guidance. While on the Hawk, she is often found in deep meditation, and tonight is not an exception, prompting a wonder about whether sleep ever graces Kraya's daily agenda. Surik's mind is riddled with many questions about the past, the future. Unwilling to invest the mental labor in answering them, her mind asks something much simpler, a question that has quietly lingered in her mind since their first encounter. She is only unsure how to phrase it without offense. Perhaps she should leave it be.
There is nothing wrong with my sight, if that is your question. I see all that I need, though the seeing of things flesh and blood has failed me some time ago. They were distractions only.
But something did injure her sight.
There is nothing wrong with my eyes. They simply have atrophied from use. They are adequate to distinguish shapes, silhouettes. If need be, I could heal them, restore my sight. But sight can prove a distraction. When one relies on sight to perceive the world, it is like trying to stare at the galaxy through a crack in the door. But that is a lesson for another time. You must learn to see crude matter for what it is, before the veil is lifted.
Kraya then relies on the Force to perceive the world around her, quite accurately and precisely, if the past is any indication. Would it be safe to presume that the Miraluka perceive the world in a similar fashion?
They perceive the galaxy through the Force, and it is how she found you. It is a rare gift squandered on her people. This one you have saved has other masters. Though blind, she has ties to darkness. The Sith carry the battle to you, and you spare them. And as we travel, the empty places of this ship are filled. I hope your thoughts in this matter are clear. If you take her on as a servant, know that the Sith meet their end at the hands of their apprentices. It is not something I would wish to happen to you. Her presence here is a threat to us, to you. Do not underestimate her or her loyalty.
No matter the outcome, the Miraluka will eventually lead Surik to her master. She would prefer that Visas does so as an ally, but she is well aware and prepared for the opposite outcome. The planet of the Miraluka was wiped out.
And what do you make of that?
Her people see through the Force. Perhaps someone wanted to strip them of that sight.
The Mandalorians were right to respect you on the field of battle. The Jedi are gone, vanished. Now an entire planet of Force sensitives wiped clean of life. And now this slice of the galaxy is blind. It is no coincidence. The two events are tied.
Someone wants this sector of the galaxy blind to the Force, so they can move freely or strike without warning.
I fear you are right. And I fear it may prove more than that. War is a hunger. And there are spirits in the galaxy whose hunger is never satisfied. But there is little to be done about it now. Watch the seer carefully. She may reveal more.
When the two first battled for a brief moment, Visas did something to Surik's sight.
She did nothing to your eyes that was not already there. She has forced this upon you, but such crude methods are the markings of the Sith. Close your eyes.
The effect has worn off. She was merely curious about it.
Close your eyes. Feel this ship around you. Listen to my words. Hear the sound of the handmaidens training in the cargo hold, her hands cutting the air. The welding of the droid as it goes about its work.
She can sense that D3 has a stuck motivator. She should take a look at it.
Now, stretch out. Hear the rumble of hyperspace, the hum of the hyperdrive.
She can sense the energy flowing through the vessel. No wonder Beodur is always repairing things. Several things are out of their place. The hyperdrive is not entirely fixed either.
Ignore distractions and focus on my voice. The breathing of the blinded one as she meditates in the dark. Now, listen deeper, past her breathing, and listen.
As my feet walk from the ashes of KOTOR, I shall not fear, for in fear lies death, and...
Her thoughts.
You are strong indeed. What you heard were surface thoughts only, but it is something that masters have trained for years and never learned.
But how did she do it?
That is not the real question you should ask. Is such listening enough to perceive the world around you? It is not, because to listen to the thoughts of another is much like attempting to see the universe only with your eyes. It is equally limiting. It is what I hear, constant whispers of wants, desires, lies told to oneself to stave off the darkness around us. Now leave me be. That is enough for today, and I must rest.
Of course. Time is needed to consider what she has learned. As the ship begins to awaken, she decides to spend what remains of the journey on her own kind of meditation by continuing the reassembly of the HK unit. Béodur keeps the ship's stools impeccably organized. With several hours left until Dantooine, she gets to work.
Diagnostic. HK-47 activated. Running checks through primary systems. Assessment. It appears I have suffered considerable damage and dismemberment. I can feel all the cracks in my motivators. And my central control cluster seems to have taken several repeated blaster shots at close range. How crude.
Could this have happened shortly before he was sealed off on the Hawk?
Answer. I do not know, Master. It is curious that I was here, although this place does seem familiar. Extrapolation. Perhaps someone was already in the process of rebuilding me. It may be I was needed for some task.
The HK unit seems to be lost in thought, for lack of a better term. Surik hopes he will be okay.
Answer. If by okay you mean the loss of almost all my existing assassination protocols, then no, I am not okay. Furthermore, I seem to have no discretionary control over my vocabulator, causing me to reveal my true function as an assassin droid of unrivaled sophistication.
The assassination protocols truly are no surprise, given the fact she was attacked by droids nearly identical to this HK unit.
Answer. Oh, that is impossible, Master. If I were out to kill you, we would not be speaking. And regardless, I am a unique model. Why, to think that there would be other versions of me would be unacceptable.
Well, she knows of at least 10 now defunct versions of him in the galaxy. Still, it is clear this unit, HK-47, is their predecessor. Whatever orders they have to hunt her down are not shared by this unit, meaning it is not a threat.
Statement. Master, I must inform you that your attempts at humor are wasted on a droid such as I. As I have expressed, I am unique.
The processor she installed stems from one of the units. Surely if he runs a self-diagnostic, he will be able to access the information about the hardware component.
Resignation. Very well, Master. If you persist in your attempts at humor, I shall indulge you.
The droid remains quiet for a few minutes. The diagnostic should have been completed by now. Hopefully he's all right.
Mockery. Am I all right? Oh, yes, Master. Why, I am fine. Statement. I mean, I've only just been reactivated, only to find that there are substandard duplicates of me running all over the galaxy, corroding my good name. But if they are, in fact, hunting you, then I look forward to the opportunity to meet these units and educate them in proper assassination protocols. Conclusion. So it seems I need you, for the time being. Statement. HK-47 is ready to serve, Master.
If HK-47 is to remain, he does not need to refer to her by the title of Master.
Statement. Oh, I am aware of that, Master. I simply use it to give you the illusion of control and obedience. Humans often need such comforts until the end comes.
The end?
Consolation, Master. Everyone dies eventually, and not all of them by my hand. Even droids die when not routinely maintained, sadly enough.
Until the end it is, then. HK-47 is to run a detailed self-diagnostic. If everything checks out, he may prove of use on the planet. Dantooine is a world of grasslands, rivers and lakes. Far removed from most galactic traffic, it is a world largely engaged in agriculture, inhabited by small communities without any industrial establishments. After Darth Malak and his attack on the planet during the Jedi Civil War, the settler community was left without support, as a crippled Republic was unable and unwilling to offer aid to a planet so distant from the core. Forgotten by everyone, the settlers established a new government to regulate themselves, and named it Kunda. Studying available information about this small government, Surik immediately identifies the challenges Kunda likely faces, but she decides to learn of them firsthand before jumping to any conclusions. The landing area is of newer construction. If her memory serves her right, this estate has changed significantly. The main building of Kunda similarly so. Surik wonders if this is the result of purposeful renovation or an aftermath of Malak's bombardment.
Kunda used to be Old Man Matali's estate, but he and his family disappeared around the time of the bombardment. The administrator rebuilt it, and now this is our center of government. I know it doesn't look like much, but there aren't that many settlers on Dantooine. This building is the start of something new for us. We are very proud of it.
Kunda is managed by an administrator.
She was the agricultural administrator of Dantooine. After the Sith attacked, she kept us together. Without her, the only thing you'd see around here would be mercenaries. We'd had problems with Mandalorian mercenaries even before the Jedi Civil War. The Jedi helped clear most of the problem up.
But now the Jedi are gone. The mercenaries, as she had suspected, have become a more serious issue.
The farmers give them goods, money, or food just to stay on their good side. You're one of the salvagers, right? You must be here to join in the plunder of the old Jedi Enclave. You have to see Administrator Adari first.
She is not a salvager. She is merely revisiting Dantooine in search of some answers.
This is your first time back. A lot has changed. You may want to go into Kunda and ask around about your family. There was a lot of movement when the Sith invaded. Hopefully everybody you knew is safe.
The Jedi do not have families, and even if any of the Jedi survived, they likely left Dantooine.
Haven't you caused enough trouble here? Most of us would be just as glad if your kind never came back. And the rest would just as soon see you killed. Do what you need to do and leave Dantooine. Then don't come back. Our world is on the verge of collapse because of you.
But that was not the fault of the Jedi Order.
It wasn't? They turned our small world into a big target. For a while we thought we'd suffer the same fate as Taris. And it's because of them. But if you want to get to the ruins of the Jedi Enclave, you're going to have to get permission from the Administrator. She's in Kunda. If you don't mind, I'm busy.
One can only hope the Administrator will be more open to talking to Jedi.
A visitor. Please, come in. Welcome to Kunda. I am Administrator Turina Adari. And unless I'm much mistaken, that's the Ebon Hawk. That vessel has been on Dantooine before, during the war. That was a Jedi vessel.
Then the Administrator knows whom it belonged to. And upon hearing the answer, Surik is surprised that the Jedi in question is Revan.
The previous owner of that ship was a very influential Jedi. And Jedi are not as admired here as they once were.
That has been made clear shortly upon arrival. This world clearly did all it could to bury the memory of her kind, made evident by the fact that even their traditional robes have not been recognized. This may yet serve as a benefit, however. Surik hopes the Administrator will keep quiet about her identity.
That is an unfortunate truth, and a wise request, which of course I will honor. Most settlers here hold bitter memories of the Sith occupation. I don't think everyone hates Jedi. If just a few people changed their minds or spoke up, it could make a great deal of difference. I think that we need the help of the Jedi. If the Jedi's reputation isn't redeemed, the consequences could be quite regrettable. Until then, I would keep your identity secret.
Surik heard some of the troubles Kunda faces, economically and with the mercenaries. She wishes to help.
Dantooine is one of the younger worlds of the Republic. A couple of generations ago, this world was still untamed. We made great progress, in no small part due to the Jedi. But recently, we have been losing ground. During the war, the most prominent settler families either fled or were executed by the Sith. Losing their resources and the Jedi was too great a loss. But now we are organizing and starting to truly work together. Once we achieve that, I am confident that Dantooine can be safe and prosperous again.
She does not sound very convinced by her own words, however.
No, I suppose I'm not. We need the Republic and always have. We aren't self-sufficient yet and we need aid. The fate of the Telos project is intimately tied to our own. The most humanitarian elements of the Senate have put their careers at stake in the rebuilding of Telos. If those efforts succeed, their prominence will grow and further aid will be given freely. But if they fail, there are colder, more authoritative elements in the Senate that could come to power. They would think nothing of leaving the strategically unimportant worlds to their own devices. That would be a tragic day for Dantooine and many other worlds. The Republic is in flux. Its final shape is uncertain.
Perhaps she may yet contribute to its stability. What of the salvagers?
They are a necessary inconvenience. Money has been a great concern to us, ever since the Sandrals and Matalays were removed during the Jedi Civil War. The agricultural exports we produce just cover basic maintenance. To expand and prosper, we needed credits. So we had to exploit a valuable resource we had, the ruins of the Jedi Enclave. It was not a decision lightly made, and even then we couldn't do the work ourselves. Too dangerous, and every settler matters on our small world. So we opened the door to enterprising salvagers. The salvagers you see now are the last remnants of that force. The tithe we took from their claims sustains what semblance of government you see now.
But the enclaves hold only so many treasures. What happens once the ruins are emptied?
We plan on using those credits to improve production and protect our world. We have enough to sustain ourselves until more prosperous times. We tolerate their presence because we must, and they generally follow our laws. But their time is almost over. The Jedi Enclave's sublevel is the only place left with reasonable salvage, and it has too many dangers for them. The salvagers aren't warriors. Generally, they are out-of-work miners or cast-offs from other worlds.
Perhaps an underutilized resource on the planet. She shall remember that. Lastly, the third group, the most problematic one.
Mercenaries have been a problem for Dantooine since the end of the Mandalorian Wars. When the Jedi Enclave was here, they were firmly kept in check. But now, relations are uneasy between us. Their leader, Azkul, was a Sith trooper during the war, and I have no doubt he was very good at his job. Until they find work, tensions will grow.
Amongst these groups, it's a shame there's no mention of Jedi on Dantooine. Then again, they would not exactly fit in amongst the locals.
Right or wrong, our settlers blame the Jedi and their hidden enclave for their suffering. I remember the old Jedi Masters and the considerable help they lent to Dantooine. I still maintain discreet connections with Jedi. I suppose your arrival here is no coincidence.
She is in search of Jedi. This is good news. It seems many events have shaped themselves around this meeting, and Surik suspects the Administrator may help her find the Jedi Master she's looking for.
Indeed, true coincidence seems very rare in the affairs of Jedi. My friend, let's just call him Frook. We've known each other for many years, and our continued friendship could create many problems in the current political climate. He came to Dantooine not too long ago. He was helping investigate Azkul and his mercenaries, but he had his own errand to run in the Enclave, Jedi business of some sort. He went into the sublevel, which isn't without its dangers, and he hasn't returned. I'm starting to fear the worst. Would you be willing to go to the ruins of the Enclave to look for him?
If there may be any clue to finding him, she must pursue it. Surik accepts this task.
I will have one of the militia transmit permissions to the Enclave's security door. Go expecting danger, for you will most certainly find it there.
Surik meets with the crew to organize a plan. Most of them will stay near Kunda and see what they can discover from the settlers. Perhaps find clues about Jedi or discover other ways to help. Most of them will appear approachable to locals as they don't appear threatening. Meanwhile, those that do will accompany her. Mandalore wants to look for his people, and the Enclave sublevel will be an adequate test of HK-47's capabilities. The day promises to be a tiring one, physically and emotionally. Once they return to Kunda, Surik plans to seek out the Crystal Cave with Traya, so she too remained behind to conserve her energies. In many instances, they encounter Kathhounds and Kinrath. She recalls dealing with significantly fewer of them before, back when they were kept in check by the settlers and the Jedi. As they approach the Enclave grounds, they spot a campfire in the distance, surrounded by the unmistakable shape of Mandalorian armor.
Look who's walked into our camp, boys. Mandalore himself has come to visit us.
I am the new Mandalore. I have reclaimed Mandalore's helmet, lost after our defeat at Revan's hands. Assemble the rest of your clan. You will return to Duxon. We must come together as we were before and prepare to fight a new war. A war that will return us to glory.
And if I take that helmet from you, guess that makes me the new Mandalore. I've always wanted to be called that. I know all about your exploits, Mandalore. We have fallen far in the past years, but even still, I will not stand idly while a usurper claims to be my leader.
It is unfortunate that you feel that way. Perhaps I'll be able to change your mind.
We'll see about that.
Mandalore's companions stay put, for this is not their fight.
Any other takers?
No, Mandalore. We will follow you.
Good. I have no desire to spill any more Mandalorian blood today. Gather your clan and return to Duxon. You have seen the last of your mercenary days.
Yes, Mandalore.
So the Mandalorians grow stronger, if these few truly obey his orders and travel to Duxon.
After our defeat at Malachor, the survivors spread across the Outer Rim, many taking up work as mercenaries, or worse. But they cannot have fallen so far that they will not recognize a new Mandalore has been chosen, one who will restore our people to glory.
Even though she's determined to help him in that, Mandalorian clans banding together does make her slightly nervous.
Don't be a fool. Given the threat we're up against, we need each other.
Surik cannot argue with that. Something tells the Mandalorians are yet to play their role. Speaking of roles, she is pleased that HK-47 did his and obeyed her command to not engage the Mandalorian mercenaries.
Observation. You are indeed cruel, Master. You might as well ask an organic meatbag not to breathe.
She had not realized HK would be so bothered by such an order.
Statement. Master, assassination is my primary function. It is only expected that when you speak to me, it is to give me the order to kill.
This is certainly not the last time she'll address the droid concerning matters unrelated to assassination.
Statement. Oh, very well, Master. My circuits are abuzz with anticipation of what your next task will be for me that does not involve ending the life of an organic meatbag that deserves death. Perhaps you need the deck of your freighter scrubbed, or an exciting alien text translated.
Well, that provides for a few disciplinary ideas, but for now she must focus on the surroundings. The Enclave is just ahead, and there's a high possibility of threats.
Statement. Something approaching joy is now growing in my behavior core, Master.
There are a few salvagers gathered by the courtyard. Not hostile, so long as she doesn't stand between them and the salvage. The Enclave. Nature and time have reclaimed this place since the war, transformed it from a sanctuary into a haunting remnant of the past. She recalls a time when these grounds were cared for, when nature was kept at bay, filled with friendly faces. At the moment of the Enclave's destruction, Surik was in exile. She wonders if her presence could have altered the course of events in some way. But it is more likely that she, too, would have become just another body lost to time. The entrance to the Enclave is sealed. It does not appear to have been opened in years. It is unlikely Master Vrook or anyone else has entered the Enclave. It is also unlikely Kunda sent any salvages there. The Enclave was never a place for artifacts anyway. She was given the access codes only to the Enclave sublevel, like other salvages are. The silence is unnerving. Surik pushes away any re-emerging memories and focuses on the task at hand. The rooms of the sublevel have been entirely salvaged, which does not come as a surprise. Even the bodies were picked clean, but they did not decay naturally. The answer for their state quickly arrives, having detected new intruders. Predatory insects native to Dantooine, Lagrex, live underground in the hilly regions of this world, with the state of the Enclave and the bombardment undoubtedly creating several entrance points. It is no surprise to discover they infested the sublevel. Non-sentient beings, Lagrex are responsive to intruders, very aggressive, attacking in groups. The three cut a path forward. If her memory serves her right, the Jedi Archives should be on the opposite end of the sublevel. It may hold some answers. With the Lagrek assault temporarily halted, they reached the Jedi Archives. An unexpected sight, very polite, though the act does feel familiar, as does the face of this stranger.
All faces tend to blur together after a time. It is not an uncommon thing. I am an historian and scientist working for the Republic, and a self-styled disciple of knowledge.
Self-styled disciple, interesting. She is intrigued to know what he is doing here. The man doesn't appear nor behave as a salvager.
I was looking for some trace of the Jedi.
For what purpose? Unless, like so many of this world, he is driven by hate towards the Jedi.
Hate? No. I do not hate them. They only raise questions without answers. Jedi are not supposed to be like the rest of us. They are supposed to see a higher purpose in all things, and they are supposed to train students responsibly and well so mistakes of the past are not repeated. Yet all I saw was ignorance and arrogance, and what those seeds created in the Republic.
Yes, he did say he worked for the Republic. What significance does finding Jedi hold for Republic goals? She was under the impression the Republic got used to their absence.
Despite the troubles of the Jedi Civil War, there are those among the Republic who still favor the Jedi and wish them to return. And there are admirals within the fleet who recognize that the Jedi must be found if the Republic is to hold together. The other reason was the ruins of the Jedi Enclave, and once I arrived, I felt it was necessary to stay, to protect what was left. Much had been taken from the Enclave, both by raiders and others. I wished to preserve what I could.
Others?
Many artifacts were taken from the Enclave, but these thefts, they had to have been done by someone who knew the Enclave well. Someone has been taking holocrons from sites across the galaxy. It is almost as if someone does not want their knowledge used to find the Jedi.
Atris had many holocrons and knowledge transported to Telos, but likely not all. There may be others who have done the same. Furthermore, amongst the holocrons were those that stem from the Sith. Surik cannot help but wonder if Atris possesses any of them. They can be dangerous, but they may hold important knowledge of this unknown threat. She should ask her about this once the Jedi are gathered. In the meantime, Surik decides to continue her search of the sublevel.
Before you go, I had a question for you. You came to Dantooine in search of Jedi. Why?
For the sake of simplicity, she shares only one of her goals, which is to obtain answers about her exile.
It is strange they would sentence you and not speak honestly of your crime.
As a historian, perhaps he could answer then. What would compel the Jedi Council to withhold the truth?
It is not the Jedi way to lie. Well, no, that is not true. There are times when truth is concealed if they think a greater good can be achieved. But when such things are done, it is always done with the intention that the person they withheld truth from cannot be trusted with that knowledge, that it will bring harm upon themselves and others.
So they were protecting her by not telling her the reason for her exile?
Perhaps there was some greater danger in you knowing the reason than in the reason itself. Strange. Mysterious are the ways of the Jedi. Sometimes they see things the rest of us do not. Other times, such sight brings arrogance and a fall.
Mysterious indeed, but now they are gone. So many traditions and principles of the Jedi were taught here, beliefs that felt like undeniable truths of the universe, the wisdom of the Jedi revered and cherished. Yet in the end their wisdom revealed itself to be mere belief, for it could not save them. All that defines a Jedi was reduced to flesh, as these robes are now reduced to nothing more than cloth, the last of their kind, reduced to a target for the Sith.
If the Sith are rising in the galaxy again, then it is strange the Jedi would not be there to meet them, and that we have not seen more evidence of the Sith.
That does not mean they are not hunting her.
No, I believe you. I merely find such subtleties among the Sith to be strange. They have been known to practice deception, but in the histories, such subtleties have been rare.
Perhaps, given his knowledge, Mikhail the historian may be of use. At the very least, Surik decides to accompany him back to Kunda to ensure his safety. The 3 dead mercenaries in these archives have been eliminated not too recently, certainly before Mikhail's arrival, indicated by lightsaber marks. Amongst their bodies, she finds a datapad containing orders from Asgul, the leader of the mercenaries on Dantooine. Rook has wandered into the Enclave alone, the orders say. You will take a full squad and capture the Jedi alive. Bring him to Anuk in the Kinrath Caves to await transport to Nar Shaddaa. He will fetch a fine bounty.
I can't say that I anticipated that. He was investigating the mercenaries for us. We've been increasingly concerned about them. Their behavior has always been antagonistic, but recently they've been behaving differently.
Surik can sense the administrator's hesitation. Master Rook is her ally, but in the eyes of her people, he is just another Jedi. And as far as local views are concerned, he might as well be a Sith all the same.
To most people in the galaxy, the distinction between Sith and Jedi is a blurry one, especially since most Sith were once Jedi.
Kunda's people will not be happy to risk the lives of any of the few soldiers they have for Jedi's safety. Surik decides it would be best if she handles the situation herself. The Enclave exploration, the Lagrex and Dantooine's beasts demanded much of her energy. Still, she feels well enough to travel to the Crystal Caves. As planned, Traya accompanies her alongside Visas Ma. For both of the Force sensitives, the dark passages of the caves will not present a problem. As they set foot into the caves, they can hear voices in the distance. Following their trail, they quickly find a turning, leading to a large area.
Halt, settler. This is a restricted area. How the hell did you get through the Kinrath? You should leave.
Kinrath? The caves were infested with them the last time she was here, and that was when their population was kept in check. Surik fears how safe it will be to proceed deeper into the caves.
I'm gonna say this nice and simple for your little calf-hurting head. Unless you want to wind up dead, leave now.
Sad times, she notes, to see mercenaries branching out into kidnapping.
This isn't kidnapping, this is bounty hunting. This Jedi is worth a lot of credits on Nar Shaddaa, and we're collecting.
If credits are their main motivation, perhaps they could work something out.
I follow my orders, and nothing you can offer will change that.
Probably for the best. Her pockets aren't exactly overflowing. Still, Surik must insist they free the Jedi from his cage.
What? That's a Jedi trick! We trained against that during the war. It's a Jedi, man! Kill her before she tries something else!
You are no match for us.
Much energy was spent in the persuasion attempt. It is surprising it failed.
Such suggestions are only effective on the weak-willed.
Always rushing into action without thinking of the consequences. You're expecting thanks?
Of course not. As it always has been. It is a pleasure to see he still has his cheery disposition.
Is this a joke to you? People's lives are at stake. Kunda is in danger. and you've ruined the best chance of averting a full-scale conflict. Do you honestly believe 6 mercenaries could keep a Jedi Master hostage? You still have no faith in the Jedi Council. When an opponent believes that you are defeated, they no longer consider you a threat, and they relax their guard, become bold. After I was captured, they talked freely of their plans, enough for me to learn their intentions.
But of course, waiting patiently, a technique favored by Jedi Council members. Sadly, it was never one she managed to get a hold on.
Revan acted. You acted. There's no way of knowing what would have happened had you trusted in the Council, much like what you have done today.
Indeed, there is no way of knowing, so there's no need to discuss the past. Back in the present, despite his view of Surik, surely Rook does not believe she would purposefully do anything to hurt Kunda or its people. She merely wished to find and free him, as the administrator of Kunda requested.
You were always difficult to read. As a Padawan, and again at your trial, and perhaps more so now that we are here on Dantooine. If you wish to prove yourself, then do so. Kunda's in danger and they need our help. The mercenaries have allied themselves with the Exchange and are planning to attack Kunda. They've been holding off for the right moment, and now since they lost their captive Jedi, they'll attack immediately. I'm going to try to reach Administrator Adari. Time is of the essence.
Echoes. I feel echoes of the Force here.
The crystals of this cave. Surik suspects the exploration will not take much time, but the situation demands action. She gives her instructions to Visasma to relay to the rest of the crew. They shall try to bolster Kunda's defenses and prepare in any way they can. The mercenaries will surely not strike by the time Surik returns. Meanwhile, she and Traya proceed deeper into the caves. The Kinrath are quick to emerge, many in number. They reach the crystals, finally. But before they can even admire them, more Kinrath emerge. Surik draws on the Force, adopting the form to give her powers greater potency. It would appear her faith into the potency form was poorly timed.
With this form, your use of the Force will have more damaging effects, but it will drain you as well. Effective, but only if conventional means are having no effect.
Indeed, the conventional means at the moment would be to refrain from combat. Her connection has grown, but she has pushed herself too far on this day. Still, with the Kinrath dealt with, there is no better place for an exhausted Force sensitive than a crystal cave. Her body and mind feel calmer, soothed, like cool waters quenching a thirst.
Force-sensitive locations such as this absorb and reflect Force energy. The crystals are the catalyst here.
She recalls being here a long time ago. She knows the crystals are touched by the Force, but not much else.
They collect the excess energy that radiates from those attuned to the Force. I sense that Revan once passed through here, leaving a strong impression behind in the crystals. Perhaps future Jedi who visit this cave will feel our presence, as if seeing our footprints preserved in the soil.
An interesting thought, the marks one leaves in their passing.
That can hardly be avoided. Even mundane actions of the basest creatures can create detectable ripples in the Force. A Minok beating its wings on the plains could cause a sandstorm in the desert, and figuratively speaking, Jedi have much bigger wings. Crystal responds to you. This is very rare indeed.
What does this mean?
The crystal's bond with you is such that the stronger you become in the Force, the more powerful your crystal will grow. This crystal will make an excellent focus for a lightsaber.
Another bond, then? Presumably, this one is not dangerous in nature.
Quite the contrary. Picture yourself as a sieve, and the Force as water pouring into you. This crystal draws from the excess water that escapes the sieve. It will use whatever water that pours through you, be it dark or light.
Surik takes special care in harvesting the crystal, intensely aware of their rarity and importance. She notices many Kinrath eggs scattered around. Left alone, they will soon hatch and grow in number. That is for the best. The Kinrath provided natural protection for these caves, and with most of them slain, those that slowly hatch will unlikely venture far from the caves. Only Force sensitives will know venturing this far is worth the risk.
The crystals here are infused with the Force. Some could be harvested and used for lightsabers.
Indeed, there are so very many. She only needs one more, as the first one will not act as a primary crystal. Of all, blue feels appropriate. If a Jedi is to make herself known, there is no better choice. So very many crystals. She was sent here once, to find her crystal as a Padawan. There are no more Padawans. Soon, no more Jedi. What if MEETRA SURIK is the last of them to visit the crystal caves of Dantooine? The last set of footprints in the soil. MEETRA SURIK will not be the last. No, not one crystal. At the very least, she shall need 7. With the weight of millennia in her pocket, Surik heads back towards Kunda with Traya.
You are the Jedi I've heard reports of. I am Azkul, leader of the mercenaries on Dantooine.
The leader of the mercenaries, yes, a former Sith trooper. She has heard of him and the danger he represents. Supposedly there is a reason Azkul engaged her in a discussion instead of a fight.
Straight to the point. I like that. I will be equally direct. I am planning to take Kunda, and you're going to help me. According to my reports, I have 4 times as many soldiers as the militia, and I'm committed to taking Kunda. It is inevitable that I will succeed. If you wish to avoid my men eradicating the people of Dantooine, you will make it easier for me to take Kunda. Of course, I will pay well for your services.
Credits would make her life a lot easier, and she is keenly aware of his superior numbers. Kunda will lose many if they fight back. If Surik ensures the battle ends quickly, casualties will indeed be fewer.
There are many ways someone with your abilities can aid us. Before the action begins, I have 2 main tasks in mind for you. Disable the gun turrets and the traps.
That should be easy enough. She could offer her services to bolster Kunda's defenses, providing an opportunity for sabotage. An advance payment would make her job easier, however.
You'll get your payment when you see the job through to the end. Return to me when you are ready for us to begin our assault. I warn you not to keep me waiting.
In that case, Surik shall return once her task is completed, and Kunda's defenses have been sabotaged.
Well maneuvered. With both the mercenaries and the militia counting on your aid, you can influence the outcome of the situation as you see fit.
Indeed, she must now hurry to make use of what little time she bought.
Vrook has informed me that the mercenaries devised a plan of attack to annihilate Kunda itself. Zeron says that even with a plan, the mercenaries have to gather their forces, then coordinate their assault. So we still have time. I'm afraid the militia has not been adequately trained for the task that befalls them. I must ask for your aid again, Jedi.
Surik offers herself and her crew to assist Kunda's defenses. Given Surik's conversation with Azkul, their timetable expanded somewhat, until he realizes his saboteur had a change of heart.
It could be a day or even a week. Depends on how good Azkul is at organizing his men. I'm guessing not so good.
The Ebon Hawk's crew gets to work. The crew has been given full access to Kunda's facilities. Having spent some time here already, they know their way around. Base defenses will require repairs, including defense turret controllers and battle droids, which have been sitting damaged for some time. Furthermore, key areas will need to be mined. At the very least, they will weaken the first few waves of enemy forces. Every little bit helps. They should also look into recruiting some nearby locals. If Kunda falls, they will be ruled by mercenaries. That should be enough to inspire action. Then again, there are other motivations, both for settlers and even the scavengers.
I hadn't even thought of that. I know the militia will take just about anyone. I need the credits and would like working with people who'll actually watch your back.
Lastly, the crew with battle experience should prepare Kunda's inexperienced militia for what's to come.
Grenades?
Well, I don't like to use them unless they're C5 concussion spheres or the Merson cryoban pellets. Sonic screamers aren't too bad either, just don't use them on a Bith.
Aggressive explosives such as plasma grenades may be useful in the early stages of the assault.
Trust me, mass slaughter weapons just cause trouble.
Interjection. Master, I must disagree. Merely the threat of mass...
Would you please shut him down? It's been like that ever since he arrived. Here's how to kill this, here's how to kill that.
Correction. Assassination theory and execution of said theories is my primary function. I also possess excellent hearing.
Great.
High-yield grenades certainly shouldn't be placed in the hands of inexperienced recruits, but Surik or Mira could handle and deploy a few themselves to ensure they're used wisely.
Well, all right. You've got a good point. But look, be careful with them. All it takes is one blaster bolt to your bandolier strap and suddenly you're Peragus. Get it?
The only issue is that Kunda only carries standard explosives. She was hoping Mira may be able to make some tweaks to the few grenades they have in storage.
All right. Keep your robes on.
Lastly, Surik gives HK-47 the order he has been desperately waiting to hear. Hopefully he finally gets the entertainment he has been yearning for once the confrontation begins.
Statement. It is not mere entertainment, Master. It is art.
In the meantime, Surik will meditate with Traya until the very moment Askul's forces are spotted, in an attempt to recover her energy sooner. Hours later, with much of the preparation work completed, Surik's meditation is interrupted.
We don't have much time. We got reports that Askul's almost ready.
Surik advises Zeron that this brief time should be used to speak to his men and ensure they're battle-ready.
Well, I'll tell him what's there to do. I'm not much for words.
That is unacceptable. The will of a single soldier may determine a victory or defeat. If speaking to them can elevate the chance of success, even slightly, it's worth the effort.
All right, I'll assemble the men. I hope you can speak good.
As MEETRA SURIK makes her way to the troops, thoughts and approaches swirl in her mind. The eyes of Dantooine's people fall upon her. She can sense their uncertainty, brought forth by the lack of leadership. Rumors of her identity as a Jedi have no doubt reached many of their ears, making them even more uncertain. Yet time is short, and she must choose her words with care. Dantooine's history may be brief, she tells them, but this day will echo through its future. Those yet unborn will look back at this day with pride and wonder, but only if they prevail. She senses the weight of the past in their expressions, the lingering blame the people of Dantooine still have towards the Jedi. But MEETRA SURIK is not here to seek forgiveness in their name, she tells them, but for the place she once called home, as they do now. This battle is like all the others she fought. It is a battle for the future. feared the military and the settlers would be disorganized and chaotic in the beginning, but they have taken their tasks seriously, moving like a unit, very much in sync with her instructions. And many are indeed given, for with their limited numbers, adaptations must be made quickly. Upon hearing that few of the mercenaries made it inside Kunda, Surik rushes to the administrator's chamber.
If you'll excuse me, I have a date with the administrator, and I'm dressed to kill.
The Republic won't stand for what you've done here. You'll pay for your crimes.
I was going to make it a painless death, but you've been much more difficult than you had to be. Now you're going to pay. Stand aside. Our quarrel is with a distinguished administrator. This isn't your problem. Jedi, I take it you are responsible for the surprises we've had during this battle. We could kill you, but I think you'd slaughter at least 4 of my men. Recruitment fees are 250 credits per man, so 1,000 credits for us to avoid the hassle of replacing those men. Do we have a deal?
No deal. Apart from that, the offer sounds a bit insulting.
You look capable for a Jedi. Fine. A full squad of 8 then. 2,000 credits.
2,000 credits? Askel's insulting offer aside, he clearly never faced a Jedi during the war to know they cannot be bribed. Besides, it is unlikely he'll even find that many men to aid him.
Then you've allied with these flaming settlers. The galaxy doesn't tolerate weakness.
If it is weakness he seeks, he need only look outside to his men.
You have no idea who you're talking to.
With her energies replenished, she could say the same.
I was going to spare your worthless life. I see I was in error.
His presence here is the truest error of all.
I was trained at Malach's academy. Your tricks won't work on me. You're just another dead Jedi to me.
Worth the attempt, nonetheless.
Sorry I was held up, but it looks like I've arrived in time to pull you out of your predicament.
With the battle finished and Askel defeated, the mercenaries quickly realized there will be no reward in continuing their attack.
Thank you so much for your aid. You can be sure that Dantooine will not forget how the Jedi protected us from this threat.
While one Jedi did most of the work, still Surik is of course very happy to have been able to lend her assistance.
We are a humble community, and this conflict has greatly diminished our resources. I hope this reward will be sufficient.
She has no intention to take anything from Kunda that may be used to make us stronger. She shall also reach out to some of the contacts she discovered on Nar Shaddaa to potentially open up more trade opportunities.
I am humbled by your generosity. I will put this to good use. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much work to do. Dantooine will be slow to rebuild, but I am confident now that we will one day achieve prosperity.
After all of this, she does not expect the settlers' views to change overnight, but she hopes her presence has left a mark of the Jedi. Speaking of Jedi, she shall have to speak to Master Rook. In the meantime, the crew should prepare for departure and return to the Hawk. Mikal, the historian, had earlier expressed interest in joining Surik on her journey.
It seems to me like our goals are compatible. Not much remains of the Jedi. I'm trying to find what little does remain. There are so many histories, relics, holocrons that speak of their teachings and their code. I fear that unless someone makes an effort to find and keep them, they will be lost forever. If you would have me, I can apply my knowledge and skills to helping you find the answers you seek.
Are you sure you want to take this guy with us? I mean, he's easy on the eyes, but he talks like a room full of Jedi.
Yes, bring him along. And when we get back to the ship, I'll prepare a celebration feast.
The decision is made. While the crew prepares for departure, Surik shall talk with Master Rook.
Kunda is safe in no small part due to you. I feel certain that the Administrator wouldn't have made it without your assistance. I may have misjudged you.
He is entitled to his judgment, whatever it may be. The first question to be asked is why Master Rook chose Dantooine as his refuge.
Great tragedies, old battlegrounds, places of suffering, all leave wounds on the galaxy and in the Force. In such places the deaths of so many echo. So much so that it is difficult to center oneself. By coming here, those echoes serve to mask my presence, allowing me to investigate the ruins and try to find some clues as to who our attackers are.
Yes, the Jedi chose to hide from this unknown threat.
We were not in hiding, despite what you believe. This threat is striking through the Force. There's a reason that we cannot detect it. It is somehow masking its presence from us. There are techniques in the Force that hide one's presence and thoughts from other Force users. But I do not believe that such techniques alone would be capable of hiding the enemies we face. It does not seem possible.
If he is not hiding on Dantooine, what exactly is he doing here?
Jedi sanctuaries, places of learning, conclaves, many of them secret, have been attacked. That requires that our enemy knew of our whereabouts, or had access to records and holocrons from the Enclave here on Dantooine. There was much Jedi teaching buried here before the planet was attacked. In the hands of our enemies, such knowledge could be used to track and kill Jedi, find other enclaves, gathering places. And so much has been plundered from here that now many secrets of the Jedi have been spread throughout the galaxy. So I did what I could, attempting to let myself be captured. I hoped that it would lead me to the Sith and the stolen artifacts.
For the sake of avoiding conflict, Surik chooses not to comment on his tactic to discover the enemy. Instead, she tells Rook of the Masters she has thus far met, and that she talked to them about the past.
No doubt you still blame us for your exile. I had hoped your isolation would give you time to reflect on what had happened.
And it has. She also talked to the Masters, mainly Zez-Kaiel, about her loss of the Force, and she still wonders what it was that caused it.
Although it was within our power, we did not inflict such a loss upon you. Your loss was a casualty of war, no more.
War leaves many scars, but rarely does it blind one to the Force. If anything, conflict and challenge may make the connection stronger, more intense.
Interesting. Her loss of the Force aside, she demands to know why they exiled her. Zez-Kaiel would not say, but perhaps Rook may provide more information about what they were referring to in the recording of the trial.
That was intended only for the Jedi Council. If what remains of the Council chooses to tell you, then I will abide by their decision and its consequences.
Doesn't she have a right to know why she was exiled?
There is little I can tell you. Master Kavar felt something had happened to you in the war, but all he had was suspicions, not truths. And Kavar was too close to you in any event. He, too, felt the call of war and took to battle more than a Jedi should. His speculations would not help you now, but enough of this. It is knowledge for the Council alone until they choose to reveal it. The knowledge would not help you anyway.
Very well, then. The good news is that her connection is recovering after all this time, and she feels the Force once more.
Perhaps it is Dantooine, but I do not feel such from you. I feel nothing but what I felt in the Council Judgment Chamber on Coruscant so long ago. Still, you and your connections were often a subject of debate in the Council. It is possible that returning to known space, journeying with others, has caused the Force to stir within you again.
Master Zez-Kaiel helped her establish the technique which created a more potent link to the Force. useful to resolve situations quickly, but, as she saw, less appropriate for longer challenges. Perhaps Master Rook would know of a technique that may bring more balance.
I suppose there's something I should show you. It will keep you alive long enough to prove useful. When you are facing a long campaign, you need to be more conservative with how you use your force energy. This form gives you increased force affinity. In simple terms, it helps you to quickly regenerate force energy in the middle of a fight.
As she trains with Rook, the crew uses the time to wrap up their work at Kunda and return to the ship. Mikal finds his place within the ship as the crew prepares for departure. Most of the crew embraces, or at the very least tolerates, the newcomer. Given his past scientific knowledge, he settles within the ship's medbay, which has gone mostly unused. He immerses himself in the medical inventory and sorting components and chemicals which may be of use in the future.
Must be hearing things, but for a moment.
Betrayal. All thoughts of me will slide from your vision, from your mind, like water. You know who I am, but you will be unable to voice it, to remember it. What does a Jedi see? Only what I allow them to see.
I don't know how you learned that so quickly. Still, your form is sloppy. Keep practicing to tighten it up and you'll be fine.
The affinity form will prove useful for the long journey ahead, and she suspects she'll avoid a repeat of what happened on Dantooine. With this, she will be ready, for the Sith assassins could strike out of nowhere at any time, as they had on Duxon.
Have they? I've seen no evidence of them upon Dantooine. Only murderers and raiders. For some reason, I believe you. Still, I am curious as to how they would know to find you. Your trial was not public knowledge. Regardless, these Sith have struck, and you survived. This is more knowledge than I had before. And that means the Jedi may gather. If you can find others, or find some trace of the Sith threat, then we shall gather here on Dantooine. And from there we may decide what can be done.
2 Jedi Masters remain. Master Kavar on Onderon, and Master Vash on Korriban. Until Master Kavar sends a message to return to Onderon, they shall proceed to the Sith world in search of Master Vash. While she expects many hidden dangers to emerge on Korriban, Surik does feel a dose of excitement at the thought of seeing the former base of the Sith, and the knowledge held within the tombs of the Sith Lords. The crew of the Ebon Hawk is ready to depart Dantooine shortly. Challenges aside, it felt good to return to this world. It teems with life, plants, beasts, humans, regardless of their allegiances. The flows of the Force are undeniable here. She cannot help but wonder how such things are seen from the eyes of a Miraluka.
It is difficult to explain. It is something that must be experienced if it is to be understood.
Visas has been quiet for most of their time on Dantooine, mostly focused on her surroundings. Surik wonders if what she saw here, what she sees now, bears any semblance to her homeworld.
The homeworld is no longer. The planet was not destroyed. It remains. It orbits, dead in space. But nothing lives on its surface. It echoes, but there's no one left to hear it. It is not a subject which I have spoken of since its destruction.
Surik didn't mention her to Master Rook. If he knew of her ties to the Sith, he might cause trouble, even if she is the only one to have survived the destruction of KOTOR.
I am not certain I did. I still wonder what would have happened if I had died with the others. If perhaps there would have been some way to hide my presence from the galaxy. If only I had not felt that pain, that loss, as strongly as I did. But it could not be done. When the life was bled from the planet, and yet somehow I remained, my master came for me. He walked upon the surface of my dead world, and there, lying in the bodies of my race, he took me for his own. I was there when the planet died, to see everything around you extinguished. It was as if I was blinded. It was as if the Force had been bled from the world. I imagine there are worse deaths, worse pain, but if there are, I do not know them. I was the only living thing remaining on the planet of KOTOR, and my life, my agony, was a flicker in the darkness that was the planet. All that I had been connected to had been severed, and he made me see. And for the first time I saw the galaxy, and I wished to die. To this galaxy, my world, absent the currents and spectrums of the Force, was nothing but crude matter, rock, flesh, emptiness. He showed the flickering of life on other planets, the mass of beings that swarm through the empty places of the galaxy. To see such creatures, disconnected from themselves, their world, their place in it, unable to see the currents and how they affected everything around them.
She saw the galaxy through human eyes. To a mere Luca, that must have been...
My master, he has crippled me. I have seen the galaxy as it truly is, and it has left its mark. It is not something I can explain, for the words are difficult. I only ask that you understand.
Of course, even if it has been so long, Visas never even began recovering from what he did to her. It is likely she never even spoke of it to anyone until this moment. Why would her master do this to her?
He showed me to make me believe in his cause. He convinced me the galaxy, all life, must die. He fed upon its ugliness, its screaming, and in its place, he left silence. And where there was chaos, he brought stillness and order.
He brought that stillness to KOTOR. But how did he do it? It must have taken a fleet of warships.
It was not a thing done with machines or weapons. The Force is far more terrible, and it touches more lives than any machine can hope to slay. For everyone that feels the Force, strongly, deeply, each one feels and perceives it in their own way. You have strengths, whether you know it or not, and my master has his.
So he destroyed the world through the Force.
His power is great, and it comes from hunger. He is a wound in the Force, more presence than flesh, and in his wake, life dies, sacrificing itself to his hunger.
Then he did not just destroy KOTOR, he fed on its life.
And those who feel the Force strongly are beacons to his hunger. My people, my planet, would have been attacked in time. It was inevitable, yet we could do nothing about it.
The Jedi, their presence on KOTOR, acted as a beacon in the dark.
They hoped that perhaps among our people, they could achieve the clarity to see what was striking them from the darkness of the galaxy. They succeeded, but only in bringing him from the outer regions. And KOTOR, with my kind, with the Jedi upon its surface, could no longer be ignored. They hoped to see the threat that had been stalking them, and they did. But they were unprepared for the magnitude of the threat. And my people died, and the Jedi died, and there was no one left, only me.
If he is driven by hunger, then he will inevitably consume more life in time.
He cannot deny his hunger for long, and any gathering of Jedi is something he cannot long resist. And now that the Jedi are vanishing, I do not know what will happen. Perhaps he will grow strong enough to eradicate all life, merely with his presence.
Perhaps, but as all hunger does, it will make him desperate. That is his weakness. It is only a matter of finding a way to exploit it. Visas was right in saying she should not rush to meet him. She is not prepared, not only in force, but knowledge. Upon listening to Visas, she knows significantly more about what is pursuing her. Her training must increase, as does that of her allies, if there will be any chance of stopping him. Even if she may not face it yet, Surik has learned much about this threat, including its name, Darth Nihilus. Before the Hawk departs for Korriban, Surik wants to make sure Mikhail is settling in well. He was given full access to the medlab to make his own, as well as the access to the ship's records on Jedi.
I appreciate your trust. Thank you.
He also, no doubt, saw the holorecord of her trial.
I am unsure what to make of it. I must confess that I was searching for some meaning beyond the records. A reason for why one would leave the Order. Did you know that exile is a rare sentence? It is not really something that the Order can enforce. Believe it or not, it was really your choice.
Even if she had the option to stay, it's not exactly something she would have done, given the stance of the Jedi towards her. Why does this topic interest him so much, she wonders?
Well, it is not solely professional interest. I confess I have a passion for Jedi records and lore, and I rarely have seen them pass judgment on anyone.
Although not a Jedi, he seems to possess knowledge of Jedi views and teachings. After all, there are many Jedi techniques that do not rely on direct use of the Force.
At times, I meditate, simply close my eyes and listen. It is quite calming.
Perhaps they may meditate together at some point. She may be able to share insights about focusing the mind he might find of interest.
Of course, it would be my pleasure.
Meditation envy?
Why don't you go sit on a rocket?
Calm down. What is your problem?
I don't want to talk about it.
All right, you know, Atten, sometimes it's no wonder you can't figure yourself out the way you lie to yourself all the time. I've hunted a lot of people in my line of work, but I never met someone who wants to get lost more than you do. I've got a pretty good idea why, but not the whole picture. I will, though. My advice? Come clean before I find out.
I don't trust him.
I don't know, but she seems to trust him, so it's all right with me. He's like someone who watches too many holovids. Or teaches them.
Yeah, you're right. He's boring.
Yeah, and that puts him a few ranks up the ladder from you.
What's that supposed to mean? I'm not boring.
No, you're more like a shifty, lying idiot with a tendency to complain about every little thing and offer only small bits of helpful advice if pressured. He'd get beaten to death on Nar Shaddaa almost as soon as he landed, though.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thought I had some competition there.
Oh, well, it's not really a competition. I mean, you're kind of an idiot, Atten, and you don't shower enough. And you scratch your equipment when you think no one's looking. Don't take it too hard, though. That still makes you better than most people I've met on Nar Shaddaa.
Thanks.
And stop watching her. She's got enough problems.
A message from Calborn. Yes, that would make sense. In that case, they must depart towards Duxon. Indeed, Korriban will have to wait. That didn't stop them from reaching Onderon last time. No doubt the Mandalorians will provide a solution. As T3 sets the course for Duxon, they must be patient. They shall discover more once they reach the moon.
How many more do we intend to gather to us? This ship is not the galaxy. There is only so much room.
This is about the disciple. Any who wish to help are welcome.
Then prepare for an army, I think, for it seems many more will come in time. They will follow you because you are a leader. Their kind always needs such, even when the figure deserves no such obedience.
How would Traya know what their true motivations are? It is not a matter of individuality, but circumstance, the cause each of them wishes to achieve. If Traya, or anyone else for that matter, were in Surik's position, surely they would follow her all the same.
I know many things, and I know what I am not. I am no leader. I speak with a voice that will never move others. I speak with a passion that goes unheard. They obey you because you are a leader, and perhaps something more.
They are not her followers, they are her friends.
Do not cloak one word within another. Friends. Do friends not follow? Do friends not form a hierarchy of their own, no matter how small the circle?
Despite Traya's attitude towards them, they are her friends as well.
I am too old for friends, and when the years settle upon you, you will dispense with such words as well.
Surik is still unconvinced. A hierarchy in friendships may exist, but her allies are here because they choose to be, not because she exerts any influence upon them.
No, perhaps not. Or perhaps you are different, something more.
If she is to convince Surik, she will need to be more specific as to why she believes that.
Because I am not blind, that is why. I see what they see, hear their voices when they speak to you, and notice the change when they speak to others. Have you noticed what has been happening? Have you felt it in them? They echo you, either fighting or surrendering to their feelings, their loyalty, their duty. Your mere presence serves as an example to them of something to uphold or something to fight against. The fool dances in your shadow for your favor. The disciple, he worships you quietly. The alien obeys you. Even within the machines there are echoes.
You and your connections were often a subject of debate in the council.
The military and the settlers very much in sync with her instructions.
There's a greatness in you. It stems from who you are.
Watch them carefully. See their patterns and recognize the strength in it. Influence can be a weapon, one that you may need before your journey is done.
Traya had spoken about manipulation before. If her influence is powerful, she may be able to use it to manipulate, to motivate, and to achieve a desired outcome for them all.
Good, and then act upon it. It is a powerful tool to motivate others.
She does struggle with the idea of them being her followers, however.
I care not which of the words you use, as long as you make use of that which you forge. That was Revan's way, I believe. It was a strength.
Revan?
Have you never asked yourself how Revan took the Republic and Jedi beneath him, how he made them his?
He was a leader, yes. She remembers his impactful presence and influence well.
Ah, but to make officers turn on their own people, to bomb innocent worlds, to make pacts. Strong influence, indeed. And where did these Sith teachings come from? And why did Revan embrace them so strongly? So many questions, yet the answers are few.
Perhaps it's something that stems from Sith teachings he found in the unknown regions, before he and Malak began the Jedi Civil War.
Many have mistaken the soldiers beneath Revan, the machines that were constructed to be the Sith. They are wrong. The Sith is a belief, and what Revan formed was not an empire, but something else. Yet how he did it is curious. And I suspect the answer to that question is tied to another. How was Revan able to corrupt so many so quickly?
Any theories?
Not a one. But we shall see where our journey takes us, I think, and see how many answers we come across, yes?
What else does Traya know of Revan?
I know more, but it may not be enough for the answers you seek.
Perhaps Traya has a theory on what it was that caused him to fall.
Fall? Ah, already you presume much. You were there at Malachor. Revan's choices were always his own. It was not teaching or circumstance or example, it was him.
But something turned him from the path of light after his departure. From what she heard, when he returned from the unknown regions, he was a Sith Lord.
Is that what he was? Or was he always true to himself, no matter what personality he wore?
She was not there when he returned as a Dark Lord. She knew him as a Jedi, but his choices were always his own, reflecting his own judgment, not that of the Jedi. The Jedi was a role. What she knows of him, it could very well be one of a Sith was not too different.
There is something that the Council may never understand, that perhaps Revan never fell. The difference between a fall and a sacrifice is sometimes difficult, but I feel that Revan understood that difference more than anyone knew. The galaxy would have fallen if Revan had not gone to war. Perhaps he became the Dark Lord out of necessity, to prevent a greater evil.
He never shied away from sacrifice, that much is clear to her. She saw it firsthand when he ordered she retake Duxon. When the Jedi captured Revan during the Jedi Civil War, however, his memories were wiped, his past erased. At that moment, did the Revan she knew cease to exist?
I do not believe the Jedi Council changed Revan as they claimed. They merely stripped away the surface and allowed the true self to emerge again, someone who was willing to wage war to save others. But that is my belief, since I knew Revan from long ago, as a master knows their apprentice.
Apprentice?
I do not wish to discuss this. Sometimes there is such a thing as knowing too much of one's teacher. It generates contempt. I misspoke before, and I do not wish to choose my words unwisely again. Leave this be.
Very well. Surik shall momentarily respect that boundary. There is a more pressing matter they must focus on. A discussion with Vissus revealed Darth Nihilus and the threat he poses. She is prepared to receive any further knowledge Kreia has to impart. Last time, they spoke of sight.
When I spoke of sight before, there is a similar handicap that tends to occur among those strong in the Force. They neglect their skills. Some believe they no longer need them. The greatest wielders of the Force are those that maintain some grounding to the more physical realities of the universe. Some wielders of the Force have mastered piloting, others the ability to fix and repair and build, from simple moisture vaporators to more complex machines such as droids and vehicles. One's ability to understand the human body and its ailments, for example, can make your powers within the Force more complete, more powerful, when you attempt to repair the cellular damage of another. And others have mastered the more subtle work of politics, persuasion. Do not doubt that a galaxy may be conquered with words, a republic overthrown, and an empire made. When such skills are honed, one's abilities with the Force become that much stronger. What skill would you say is your greatest strength?
A mix of skills kept her alive during the Mandalorian Wars. However, her awareness brought her to safety and away from danger many times in the past. It also made her recognized as worthy of commanding a significant portion of the Republic fleet at one point.
Then know this. Your ability to perceive the environment around you extends not only to perceiving dangers, but the awareness of the motivations of others. As there are dangers in your environment all around you, there are similar dangers and threats lurking in the minds of others. To see these things sometimes is enough.
She shall try to focus on the motivations of the individual then, with her crew and others. Another strength is treating injuries, those of her own and of others.
That is a skill I know well. To know the knots of muscle, the currents of blood within the veins and flesh. It is a galaxy within the galaxy. The ability to heal is also the ability to harm, and the inability to heal what is damaged can also bring about harm. And what skill would you say is your greatest weakness?
MEETRA SURIK has always been one for direct action, as the Jedi Order continuously keeps reminding her. The art of making herself hidden from sight, stealth, is a skill she rarely used.
Then my task before you is this. Take your greatest weakness, devote effort to it, strengthen it, and I will show you how it shall strengthen your power in the Force. Go to the people of this vessel, practice what you have learned, and see what results.
Very well. As Surik talks to her crew, she learns much of their strengths. Some give her pointers on using stealth field generators effectively, others on improving her already decent skill at repairs and computer use, as well as human anatomy. She even learns about stimulants, and upon learning how they view the world, their conclusions and perspectives, her own awareness grows. She learns of their strengths and what it is they rely on the most to keep them alive, and which skills they neglect, and advises them to rely on each other and her to strengthen them, sharing what Kreia advised her.
My warning to you is this. Do not rely on your companions to compensate for your weaknesses in skill. There will be times they will not be there to help you when needed.
During conflicts, many of the crew take on a more supportive role, some preferring to attack from a distance. Surik encourages them to learn from those who do the opposite, to develop their direct combat skills, for there may be a time when they are faced with an enemy they cannot evade. One of her own strengths, incomparable to those of Bayodieu, is the ability to repair and construct. Surik demonstrates it at the workbench in her latest project.
I can show you how to make rockets at these workbenches. It's a little simpler than people think.
She had completed her own lightsaber preparing for the Battle of Kunda. Now that she has the time, Surik takes the liberty of using the broken components of Vissus Mar's blade, which she had scavenged after their first meeting, and restores them to create a separate, functioning lightsaber for her. Now that there are two functional blades aboard, Kreia has a suggestion which may prove useful to both of its wielders.
If you travel with us, Blinded One, then you shall work for your passage on this vessel. You are young. Your energy for such things surpasses mine, and your skill is enough that you may teach her the basics of the weapon. There is much she has forgotten.
There's only so much I can teach her.
That fact did not escape me. Now, try to kill her with the single blade. Use no other force technique, no items, merely the blade.
Once Vissus is ready, Surik shall attack.
This is no Ichani etiquette ritual. Do not ask her, attack her. Imagine you're fighting the Sith. It will not be much of a reach with this one.
The training begins. A few hours into the journey towards Duxon, the first of many lessons in lightsaber combat is complete, and as they depart from the starboard dormitory, Surik confesses that she'd noticed very quickly that Kreia was not only testing her, but her opponent.
Perhaps there is truth in what the servant of Atris says. Much may be communicated in the motions of battle. It is a picture, a dance against someone trying to describe that motion.
And what has she concluded?
I believe she should serve our purposes. She is the doorway that may lead us to her lord if it proves necessary, or bring him to us.
The latter is unlikely, but Kreia thinks Vissus may yet betray them.
Oh, I hope so, Exile. I hope so for all the reasons I have just described. And I will gladly turn any such blade pointed at us and send it stabbing into the heart against anyone who dares to harm you.
Vissus has shown no signs of betrayal, and she had several opportunities for it. It would be foolish to blindly trust her, however. She knows little of Nihilus's influence. He may be able to turn her in some way, if his power is any indication.
Power? Do you think so? You would be wrong. There is no strength in the hunger he possesses, and the will behind his power is a primal thing, and it devours him as he devours others. His mere presence kills all around him, slowly feeding him. He is already dead. It is simply a question of how many he kills before he falls.
Vissus said he devoured her world through the Force. Even though she believes her, that sounds impossible.
Nothing is impossible with the Force. It is an energy that flows through all living things. The sect of assassins that chase you feed on the Force. What he does is simply the pinnacle of what they could achieve in time. And that is why they and their techniques must be wiped out. No one again must experience and learn what her master did. Keep his slave close to you. I suspect there was a reason he spared her, and perhaps a reason that she survived when the rest of her people and the Jedi did not.
Perhaps he is bound to her, as Surik is bound to Kreia.
If so, there may be a death served by hers.
Surik still believes Vissus can be redeemed and aid them against Nihilus. If, however, she turns against them, her death may prove useful. Better one life be lost than 8.
It is good we see this in the same perspective. There are many among the Jedi who would openly object to such things.
Kreia would know much of what the Jedi believe. They would surely not approve of the way she sees Vissus, merely a doorway to Nihilus, just as she sees the Handmaiden as a doorway to Atris.
You will learn quickly. The blinded one is more of an unknown quality, however.
Indeed, the topic of Atris is a much more familiar territory to Kreia, despite her pretense at Atris's academy. Surik suspects there was a reason for that.
Because Atris's path is one I walked long ago, and it is a chapter of my life that has been read and closed. I was a historian once, gathering the relics of the Jedi, learning the ancient mysteries. Always there were more questions.
That does explain Kreia's knowledge on so many things, though Surik suspects there's a reason that chapter of her life reached an end.
You have already asked much. We shall see. A discussion, perhaps, for another time.
So be it. Surik is eager to discover more of Kreia's past, and her motivations for the future, her ties to Revan particularly. In the meantime, speaking of the Handmaiden, she chooses to spend the remaining portion of the trip to train with her. Ever since Telos, however, Surik felt a barrier between them, which she hopes to remove, for she does not even know her name, assuming she ever had one.
Before entering Atris's service, yes, I carried a name, as all the children of the Ichani do. It is not important. My title and rank is of consequence, not my name. I take value in Atris's service, not in myself.
But there is value within her. It should be recognized.
We all have value in our oaths to others and the promises we make. When importance is placed on the self, then by such acts the galaxy is unmade.
The handmaiden then follows her teachings to the letter. It was indicated soon after their first training session, as she insisted their training be done with minimal clothing.
I fail to understand the problem. I had heard the Corward systems had customs concerning modesty, but when training, such customs are not practical or efficient.
Modesty is not the problem, but simply the fact the absence of clothing poses less of a challenge. Their presence during training may offer an obstacle that is to be overcome.
I can see no fault in your reasoning. I do have bulkier clothes. Will this do?
These look like Jedi robes.
They suffice for training purposes. They belong to my mother. She was the one my father followed to war. She was a Jedi. I have not worn them since they came into my possession. They are the only thing of her that I possess.
It would be a shame to use them during training, given their importance.
I think you misunderstand. I have no feelings concerning her at all. There is only curiosity. I never knew her. There is no absence of presence when there was nothing there to begin with. I miss only that I never knew her at all, and what it was about her that caused my father to follow her to war.
Perhaps she loved him.
I have heard that Jedi sometimes renounce the code by loving another and fall from the order.
Such things have happened in the past. Just as her father turned from his traditions and followed her to war, it is possible her mother turned from Jedi traditions for him.
I think you are ready for the next tier of instruction.
The handmaiden's robes quickly bring questions to attention. Her father betrayed the oath to his family by loving her mother. He followed her to war and shamed his family. This is why the handmaiden's face is so different from her sister's, a burden placed by her father's choices. With her mind distracted, Surik's defenses weaken as the opponent pushes through.
You have violated the etiquette of our duel.
She acted on instinct, having realized the inherent flaw in their training.
I have heard enough. Your stance was unable to be read because you chose to defy our rules.
If she were fighting a Sith Lord, he would not hold back from using the Force against her. Battle for the Echani is a set of rules for communication that restricts them from preparing for true battle. They should train with every skill at their disposal.
That is not something I believe. Such lack of discipline is a weakness. It is another form of not knowing yourself. If we defy such conventions, then no Echani would ever know another.
Her father was Echani, yet he betrayed his family, his oath, for another woman, her mother. By her views, he too was ignorant, for he turned his back on tradition and custom for his own desires.
My father broke his oaths. He shamed us all.
Or could it be that he knew exactly what he was doing? The shame it would bring to his family, but he did it anyway.
You will take back that challenge, Exile. If you do not, then I shall teach you not to make such accusations lightly.
If she truly believes Surik is wrong, she will take back her words. The way the handmaiden spoke of her father suggests he was not an ignorant man. He understood the truths within his own heart and had the courage to follow them. Had he clung to tradition, he never would have discovered what his heart desired. And that is happening to the handmaiden. Each time Surik tries to push her to grow, to explore her desires about learning, growing, it is tradition that binds her feet from treading forward, just as it binds her to follow the rules of battle so rigidly.
There is truth in what you say, but the manner in which it was delivered is not welcome.
Indeed, she used the Force against her. Battle is communication, after all, and words would not have been enough.
Through pain and word, I have heard what you have said, and I understand. You have taught me something about myself and yourself, and we are both greater through the experience.
Her lesson in battle was only meant to grant insight, mentioning traditions, her father. None of it was meant to wound.
I understand what you meant by the lesson. I wish to be left alone to consider this.
But she consents it has. The Hawk lands at its previous destination to avoid attracting any attention to the Mandalorian ruins. Mandalore prepares to lead the group to the camp, which will inevitably shorten the trip. Based on the message from Kelborn, everyone will have a role to play in the proceedings, and Surik already begins assessing their capabilities.
You are spending time with the servant of Atris.
No less than with any other member of the crew.
I knew her mother. She was a Jedi Knight, a master, named Aaron Kai. Jedi are forbidden to have children, and when the crime finally came to light almost a decade later, Kai was exiled. She joined the Mandalorian Wars after the shame of her birth was revealed.
The handmaiden said her mother went to war. She then must have served under Revan.
Revan welcomed her, and she was said to be a skilled warrior, beautiful and strong in the Force. The Force flows strongly in the blood of those born from Force sensitives. I doubt that Aaron was any different. If the servant of Atris is of her blood, then the potential lies within her. If you train her, if you teach her the ways of the Jedi, you will be asking her to break her oath to Atris. It would be best not to train her, and let the bloodline die with Telos.
Shouldn't she know her heritage?
Should she? By whose judgment should such truths be revealed? I do not have such arrogant presumptions. The Jedi separate children from their parents as they did you. It is because family exerts a powerful influence on one's development. I am merely saying that revealing such things can have profound consequences, nothing more.
Traya did, however, choose her words carefully. She spoke of teaching the ways of the Jedi, not of becoming one.
Ah, that was an interesting choice of words indeed. She has sworn not to follow the path of the Jedi by her oath, but even that oath is limited. One does not need to be Jedi to learn the ways of the Force. I suspect it cares little for our codes and philosophies. I am only saying that she has sworn not to follow the teachings of the Jedi, and that is a curious distinction in her oath.
What would she then be? A Jedi or a Sith? A force of good or of evil? Or perhaps neither?
Once there were only Jedi. I wonder what evil was in such days. And to think once there were no Jedi at all. Perhaps the Force defies such rigid classification of its followers.
Regardless, based on what she knows, the handmaiden and Atris would perceive any learning of the Force Surik imparts as betrayal. She could make the offer, but it may be too soon.
The time will reveal itself. Yet if you persist as you have, building her trust, then you will be training her, whether you know it or not, until the choice is hers, not yours.
It depends if that time ever comes, given their last interaction.
Hey, can I ask you something? Your face. You have this glow. I mean, not a real glow, but it's like you're calm. At peace? You haven't been chewing on spice, have you?
Her mental state has certainly been calmer since Nar Shaddaa, and with her connection to the Force growing, it is not unusual for others to notice it.
Oh, well, it shows. It's like you're hooked up to a power coupling. It's weird. I mean, not bad weird, it's just weird.
It must be a rare sight for Meera then. Although Meera has a gift for feeling the currents of Nar Shaddaa, her profession no doubt allowed her to see a lot of darkness on the smuggler's moon.
But not all the bounty hunting I do is for criminals or killers. There's a lot of lost people out there, scattered ever since the Mandalorian Wars. And sometimes it's like you can almost hear them, like an echo, calling out for each other. And maybe, just maybe by finding them, I can start putting the galaxy back together.
Her aid can make a difference, but finding a way to deal with the struggles is what makes people strong. Meera survived on her own after the Mandalorian Wars, and it only made her stronger.
That's what I had wondered. Maybe surviving was what was important. Maybe I would have been to someone different, someone weaker. Anhar kept calling me prey. Maybe surviving isn't enough. You need to be strong, or you become one of those people who lose themselves.
Yes, Meera told Surik what had happened on Nar Shaddaa before she opened the doors for Surik in the tunnels. Before that, she had to face Anhar in battle.
Well, Anhar and me go way back, in the worst possible way. He's from some forest planet on the Outer Rim where Zerka had set up one of their slaving operations. I don't remember the name. Something with too many K's and Y's. Anhar escaped from the Zerka slavers, then killed them all.
It's good he broke free. She had heard of what Zerka had been doing to the slaves.
Well, before you get too proud of him, Hanhar figured Zerka had the right idea. I don't think he understood the concept of slavery before, at least on the scale that Zerka practiced it. But now he did. You ever hear of Dursan III, or the ID cluster colonies?
Yes, they were destroyed.
Right. That's because Hanhar happened. He makes what happened to his homeworld look like an exercise in community building. And sometimes, he just hunts humans for sport.
Is that where she comes into the picture?
Well, as happens on Nar Shaddaa, I made someone mad. Mad enough for them to send Hanhar after me. Turns out they were even able to get him cheap. He'd heard about me and wanted to hunt me down, for sport. He didn't think I'd be much of a challenge.
No doubt she proved him wrong.
Well, he tried to box me down in vents beneath the Nar Shaddaa docks, and he'd set one too many proximity mines to cover the escape routes.
So he was trying to seal her within a minefield.
I think he'd hoped to drive me into the mines and then let them do the work. Or that I'd be too scared to try and walk through them. Thing is, I knew Hanhar's supplier, and the trigger signatures for the mines. It was pretty easy to broadcast a signal to blind their sensor receptors for a minute or two. I figured that would buy me enough time to move through them and get away.
Impressive. Despite how Mira describes it, Surik knows too well that is not an easy thing to do.
No, it isn't. I spent most of my childhood hauling mines and munitions. Got to know my way around them. If I hadn't, I wouldn't be here right now. Like I said, I disarmed the trigger fuses for enough of the mines to get by, temporarily. And Hanhar was pretty fast on my trail. I just made it to safety when he hit the first one. He was crawling around, blinded from the flash and the plasma burns. All the blood had been scabbed and crusted from the flash. And it happened so fast. I think he was begging me to let him live. His voice, it wasn't a roar, more like an echo of it. I suppose I should have killed him, but I couldn't do it. He was in pain and he was helpless. So I dragged him out of there enough to get him to safety, and he kept hunting me ever since. He said he'd pursue me to the edge of the galaxy. No matter where I ran, he would find me and break me, that I would always be prey.
Why would he want to kill her after she saved him?
I don't pretend to understand it, but among his people, they have these codes of honor, but somewhere along the line, Hanhar's got twisted. His people form these things called life debts. If you save the life of one of them, they pledge themselves to you. Well, with Hanhar, he can't escape that life debt. It's bred into him. But he hates every other living thing in the galaxy, so pledging himself to someone else, especially a human, was unbearable. So when I saved his life, it was the worst thing I could do. It was like slavery all over again. But it was in his head. It was like it pushed him over the edge. I think the fact I showed him mercy after hating humans for so long, that was something he couldn't stand. Hanhar's tough. Really tough. Seen him shrug off blaster bolts, Bothan stunners, and even survive a freighter crash on Dursan III. He keeps coming.
Thankfully, Mira managed to kill him in their final confrontation. Unlike the first time, saving his life was not a choice she had. No doubt Mira feels safer, even if she didn't enjoy the act.
Oh, I'm glad he's gone. It's like a weight off my shoulders. I don't have to keep watching my back every minute, wondering when he's going to show up. And he always did. It's like he always knew where I was.
Any chance he survived?
Trust me, if he was still alive, he'd be chasing us even now, waiting to ambush us when we least expect it. And he always shows up at the worst possible time. He was one of the best bounty hunters on Nar Shaddaa. Hanhar never gives up on his prey. He's a hunter. He's a natural predator.
Running from him made her stronger, but the choice to spare him in the first place took strength too. It was always within her.
Maybe. I've thought about that moment. A lot. Wondered if I would do things differently if I had another chance.
She will discover that in time. Mira had mentioned hearing the currents of Nar Shaddaa and how she used them to find people and bring them together. It is very possible this perception also aided her in evading the hunter who chased her until his dying breath. Maybe one day, Surik could show Mira those same currents of the smuggler's moon, but in a different light.
Maybe one day, I'll let you.
The crew gathers in the control center of the Mandalorian camp to hear of the news regarding Onderon's future.
You received my message then. A man named Kavar wanted to get a hold of you urgently. He wouldn't tell me anything, just that he wanted to see you. He said it was urgent, but that doesn't matter now. This morning, General Vaklu met with the Council of Lords and declared that the Queen was guilty of treason. He'll be made regent if Talia and her royal guard are defeated. The military is divided on who to support.
Civil war has fallen on Isis.
Time is short for the Queen then. They must act quickly.
I'm afraid so. I doubt that Queen Talia and her advisor will survive until nightfall. The balance of forces seem to favor Queen Talia. The royal palace is heavily fortified and defensible, and most of the soldiers are loyal to her. But Vaklu has new allies, Sith soldiers and their masters. The war has also driven the caged beasts in the streets mad.
Yes, she had felt their unrest the last time she was on Onderon. The situation grows heavy for the Queen.
Braylor and I both concur. She doesn't stand a chance.
You underestimate the Force, Mandalorian. I sense that we may still get to Master Kavar in time. I sense there is something stirring on the moon itself. Tell me, have your senses picked up anything from Duxon?
Yes, we have. How? We picked up some transmissions from nearby in the jungle. We only have our shuttle sensors, so we know nothing more than that.
Those transmissions are the enemy. They are linked to the fate of Onderon. They must be stopped. Otherwise the Mandalorian is right. Master Kavar and Queen Talia won't survive this day.
Dividing our forces at a time like this is foolhardy.
And this is why a common soldier will never triumph against a Jedi. Your military tactics are nothing compared to the Force.
Indeed, it is essential and inevitable that they face both threats at the same time. But it cannot be Surik who ventures on Duxon.
You are correct.
Traya and Mandalore will accompany Surik to Onderon. No doubt Mandalore has a means of transportation to get them there.
You must choose who will lead the expedition through the jungle to find our enemies and defeat them.
They must first establish the threat, analyzing the coordinates and topographical imagery of the Duxon location where the transmissions were detected. There's a structure that stands out. This resembles statues holding weapons.
I've heard of locations like this, but never seen one.
Relying on his knowledge of Jedi history, Mikal shares that the data aligns for this to be the tomb of Freedom Nad. Nad was once a Jedi prodigy who fell to the dark side, seeking forbidden knowledge and power. He became a Dark Lord and used his sorcery to subjugate Onderon, ruling from the city of Isis for over a century. His tomb was initially located on Onderon, but even after his death, Nad's influence persisted. The Jedi Master Arkajeth had Freedom Nad's sarcophagus relocated from Onderon to Duxon to limit his influence. According to history, Freedom Nad's spirit continued to cast its reach over others. As a spirit, he tried using Exar Kun to his own ends, but Kun would ultimately betray and banish him. Clearly, that was not enough to completely purge the influence Freedom Nad left behind in the tomb, since it attracted the enemies to Duxon some 50 years after his spiritual death. None other than the Sith would be drawn to such a place.
Freedom Nad's power appears to have been underestimated. His legacy lives inside the very stones of his resting place.
The Sith must be trying to use that power for some purpose, something to do with the war on Onderon. This mission will not only be a matter of strategy, but a test of resilience against the pervasive pull of the dark side in the tomb. Visas Ma would be a wise choice to guide the group through it. She is resilient, and having served under Nihilus, she has already faced the darkest aspects of the Force. The Handmaiden will accompany her. She is disciplined and has been trained to deal with Force sensitives. If she is willing and ready, Surik will understand if she chooses not to.
I will do what you ask of me.
Very well. They shall need someone to mobilize the group with minimal detection. Mira is the perfect choice for the job.
I'll do it, but you're still my bounty. You won't lose me this easily.
Of course not. So long as Mira refrains from direct combat with Force sensitives, Surik fears she may not yet stand a chance against a Sith or Dark Jedi equipped with a lightsaber blade.
Answer. Select grenades, sonic screamers, cluster rockets, and plasma charges. Mines are also effective, since many Jedi will run to meet you in hand-to-hand combat. Silly Jedi.
Interesting. What about Force attacks?
Countering their other powers is more difficult. Confession. I do not fully understand their other abilities, but I do know that many of them require that the Jedi know that you are there and can see you. Thus, sniping and using cover are always advantageous.
Got it.
They shall have to talk about HK's experience in assassination of Force sensitives at a later point. In the meantime, HK and the others shall remain here at the Mandalorian camp, and be prepared to defend against any potential attacks at this base of operations. Visas, Mira, and the Handmaiden begin preparations for their mission.
Mandalorian warriors will go with you to find the enemy camp. If you need supplies, talk with Kex. After you get into the jungle, you might not have another opportunity to stock up.
Meanwhile, Surik, Kreia, and Mandalore prepare for Onderon.
And here it is, a salvaged Basilisk war droid. Mandalore said that he would make it available to you for insertion into the city of Iziz. I assure you, they won't know what hit them.
A basilisk? Upon the end of the Mandalorian Wars, Revan commanded all of them to be dismantled. Clearly not all Mandalorians complied with the order. Basilisks are semi-sentient combat droids, iron beasts that came to be valued as animal-like companions. The Mandalorians were known for riding them into the atmosphere of a world from space at tremendous speeds, using gravitational force and the element of surprise to overwhelm their foes. It will be quite an exciting experience to pilot one of them.
Yes, just like a new Mandalorian recruit proving themselves, into the heart of the war as well. Mandalore has given you a great honor. Unfortunately, its weapons systems aren't fully functional yet, as are some other unimportant support systems. But she will get you to Iziz in one piece. Their fighters won't be able to stop that.
Which unimportant systems?
Minor systems. Nothing you need concern yourself with.
Well, if Mandalore himself feels safe enough to travel, it should be all right. As soon as he is ready, they shall depart for Onderon.
Fight ferociously. And if you die, take as many as you can with you.
Basilisk? A basilisk here? Mandalorians are attacking the city!
Looks like they still remember us.
The midst of a civil war, indeed, as royal soldiers stand against the onslaught of Vaklu's forces. The three push their way towards the far end of the square to one of the captains to learn more about the situation.
I recognize you. You're that off-worlder. Come, we have no time. Vaklu's forces have overrun the sky ramp. The royal palace could fall any minute. We must save the queen.
Your plan seems to have succeeded. Your enemy has indeed revealed himself.
I anticipated the Sith, but those beasts weren't in my battle plan.
Even now, Vaklu is using them to breach the palace. I will not surrender to that usurper. I would die first.
Every man here would give their life to keep that from happening.
There is hope. It is faint but growing stronger. I think my message was received.
Which message? What are you talking about?
An old student is returning. I don't think the Sith are going to know what hit them.
There are 2 force shield checkpoints along this path. Vaklu's forces have held this ramp for over a standard hour. That means they control the checkpoints now. If we can get to the turret tower up ahead, we can deactivate the first barrier.
No doubt the turret tower is sealed well. She should be able to bypass the security on the door, but she will need time. It appears her exercise in stealth has moved up the schedule. She shall also need a good distraction.
The Royalists in the bunker are contained. We deploy as soon as the reinforcements arrive. A Jedi? Here? Men, attack!
Is the Jedi still... We're under attack, men!
Thank you. Vaklu's supporters stormed our position. Beasts. The beasts have gone mad and attack on their command.
But the soldiers in the bunker freed, Most of the troops will stay here to protect the checkpoint. With the first barrier taken care of, Surik's forces push on.
This isn't good. One of Vaklu's slicers has control of the security grid. He blew up that power conductor. Their slicer has to be using a palace security terminal. They've already locked down all secondary computer systems on the sky ramp. Until we deal with their slicer in the palace, you can bet that there will be more surprises up ahead.
For a start, they best make friends with the opposite wall. Just up ahead lies the second force field checkpoint.
We've taken the palace. How much longer must I wait for Talia's blood?
The beast's progress is remarkable, but it will take time, General. The throne room's force shields are far stronger than normal shields.
Our plans go well, Tobin, but we are still vulnerable until she is dead. Even now, it could all unravel. Redouble your efforts. There is disturbing news from the city.
As you command, General.
She's still alive! Run! Run!
Finally, someone is getting the right idea.
Hold the line. Those cowards will be dealt with.
Surik had noticed the presence of Boma beasts through the skyramp climb. Reports said they were behaving erratically, but these beasts are not. With the final obstacle on the skyramp defeated, they may set foot into the royal palace.
We've made it to the palace. General Vaklu's troops haven't been here too long. Hopefully we still have time to save the Queen. Straight ahead is the throne room.
Shut the outer door, now!
I'm impressed you made it this far, but you're too late. Soon the Queen will be dead, and General Vaklu will be the new king. This is no ordinary door between us. The same material is used for the hull of capital-class vessels. I'm afraid you will find it quite impregnable.
Any door can be opened. This is not yet over.
I'm afraid it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, we have one last barrier to take care of.
They must press on to reach the captain of the guard. Vaklu's forces seem to have occupied key choke points in the area. Combat wastes precious time. The control room is on the far end of the area. Time is of the essence. While her allies battle the enemy, Surik presses on.
I don't know how you made it, but well done. Come in quickly before more Sith or Vaklu troops arrive.
So, you're the Jedi, eh? We desperately need someone like you. I'm Queen Talia's captain of the guard. You can call me Captain Kadron, but we've got little time for more than introductions. We've managed to hold this part of the palace, but Vaklu's forces control the rest. We need to get to the Queen before that flaming Drexel breaks through the inner door.
Of course. Whatever the Sith are doing on Duxon is somehow affecting the beasts on Onderon, including the Drexel.
We really need to talk, but Kadron and I are coordinating the defense of the war. I know Captain Kadron needs someone to handle a dangerous assignment.
Presumably a way to unseal the throne room door.
The primary security console is on the other side of the palace. There's an expert slicer over there who's been hampering our every move. We need to transfer all primary functions to our terminal here. After that, we'll control security again, and can get to General Vaklu before he gets to the Queen. Feel free to take anything from the armory lockers in the next room. This is no time for niceties.
The defense of Isis requires my full attention. We'll talk when all of this is over. Until then, may the Force be with you.
Just in time, this wing falls under their control. But the remaining part of the palace is controlled by Vaklu's forces. Precious time will be wasted attempting to clear them all, as the Queen's chances diminish by the second. Surik's allies do their best to keep the enemy focused on them, while she attempts to reach the primary security console. She worries the beasts may sense her presence, but there is no need to suppress their thoughts, for they already are in a dormant state. Even if they save the Queen, it may not be enough to save Onderon from the onslaught of beasts the Sith could unleash. The expedition on Duxon must succeed, otherwise their efforts here won't make much difference. She can only hope her allies are making progress with their task, and focus on her own. As she suspected, the slicer is well defended. Now to deal with the slicer.
The Jedi arrives.
Kif is the slicer. He supports Vaklu, but he helped her clear Dagon Gent.
Incidentally, perhaps. I just answered a heavily armed Jedi truthfully and aided her. I waived payment, I might add. I have no interest in politics. My relationship with Vaklu is based solely on its material advantages.
That attitude will get him killed.
But not now, right? The credits were good, and Talia has been declared guilty of treason, so I was getting paid and being patriotic. What could be wrong with that? But I can now see the error of my ways. I should go right now and contemplate the depth of my mistake. I am counting on the vaunted Jedi compassion and regard for all life forms.
He'd do better counting the corpses in this room.
I meant no malice. Just a misunderstanding, really. I am done working for Vaklu, I swear. I just want to survive.
Then he can use his skills to aid the Royalists.
Of course. And as before, the service is free of charge.
Seems you made a habit out of cleaning up our messes. Don't suppose you could help a fellow out here? If you've ever been in one of these, you know they aren't too comfortable.
I'd be more than happy to...
Thank you. Now that you've got me out, you need to get the primary security console's override code...
Already done.
You don't waste a minute. Captain Kadron will open the doors to Vaklu and Tobin any moment then.
Captain Riken will stay here and ensure Kif doesn't abuse his skills again.
I wouldn't dare. I already received Vaklu's payment.
Of course he has. Surik will head to the throne room immediately.
With you on our side, I think we may have a chance in this war after all.
Will you just die already? You will go no further than this. You're too late. Our pet beast is about to breach the force field to the throne room. The Queen will be dead in moments.
There's something.
Watch out! I've lost control of the beast!
Ignore the beast. Into the throne room. The Queen must die. Oh, blast it all!
time is at an end, Talia. Your people have abandoned you, and now your life is forfeit.
You would destroy everything just for your ambition, Vaklu. The Republic, ISIS, everything.
Damn you! Your skill with the blade won't save you from my men. Goodbye, Talia. Fire! The Jedi lives? But how? You've won this battle, Talia. But your reign won't be an easy one. The Republic is a sinking ship, and you're too attached to it.
He's too dangerous to leave alive. As distasteful as it is, it might be best to silence him forever. Until he's dead, all of Onderon is in peril.
Even if Surik agrees, this is not her choice to make.
So what will it be, Your Majesty? Send me to your best detention cell. I will be free within the week, and vengeance will be mine.
Are you so sure of my decision, Vaklu? I appreciate the Jedi's counsel, but as monarch, I decree you are guilty of treason. The punishment is death, to be carried out immediately. Captain Kadron?
Talia, you can't. You're too weak. What about my trial?
I have thought about it. Either alternative is filled with evil, but I must think of my people first. Vaklu, you said you wanted a trial. Your whole life has been a trial, Vaklu, but it's over now. You are right. We can't detain you. Too many people are still loyal to you. You've left me no real option.
Men, ready blasters. Aim!
But you can't. This can't be.
Fire!
What is done is done. I don't think the service you have given us can ever be repaid. The fighting must be stopped. I will be back shortly to try and repay you. The crisis is over thanks to you and Master Kavar. I believe he'd like to speak to you, if you'll excuse me.
This window of time provides an opportunity for Surik to finally talk to Kavar about the past and the future.
The Force works in mysterious ways, it seems. There are times I'm not convinced it doesn't have a sense of humor. We spend all this time looking for you, and you came to us. I thought you might return to Onderon. Looks like just in time. I told the other masters that our only chance to figure out what was happening to us was to find you, and try to understand what happened to you. You were our last hope. I believe you are the key to this whole war, but we couldn't call you back from exile, because we didn't know where you'd gone.
Whatever they need her for has to do with what they sensed in the council chamber. Like the others, Surik suspects he would not reveal much until the council reunites.
So you heard what we said. These questions I cannot answer. This is something the council must answer, not I. You must understand. This is hard for me, especially after all you've done, but it is necessary. Did you know that when I was training you, I considered making you my Padawan? I didn't. The demands of the Jedi Council were too great, but I considered you a friend. I even tried to convince you to become a Jedi Guardian. We could have used someone like you. So the decision that had to be made was not easy. But I cannot say anything more. But now the Sith have revealed themselves. That means the remaining Jedi will gather on Dantooine. From there, we can counterattack.
What made the Sith show themselves on Onderon and aid Vaklu's forces?
They wanted to aid General Vaklu in breaking away from the Republic. If Onderon became independent, this place would be an excellent staging ground for them. But I fear it was more than that the consequences of Onderon's fall would have greater implications for the galaxy.
She knows the death of all Jedi is what drives the Sith. Perhaps they hoped the Jedi would come to Onderon's rescue, as Kavar and Surik had, so they could be eliminated. If so, the plan failed. Now they may gather on Dantooine.
Any gathering of Jedi is something he cannot long resist.
She feels uneasy about it, but the Jedi must unite to fight back. They are powerless if they are divided. They shall speak more of the past and bring the truth to light once they gather. In the meantime, she shares what progress she made in re-establishing her connection to the Force and the aid of the other masters she received.
I'm glad to see that it is once again your ally. When I first sparred with you during your training as a Padawan, I could tell that you were different. And it wasn't just your strong connection to the Force.
Being a Jedi Guardian, Master Kavar excels in lightsaber combat. She has begun practicing the base lightsaber forms on the Hawk, but a quick refresher course would be welcome, and she would be open to learning something new.
There is something I would like to teach you. It is a technique which, I believe, will aid you in the trials ahead. Many of the lightsaber forms you've already learned will bolster your abilities in one area, while leaving you vulnerable in others. For superior balance, use the Niman form. It will provide a decent defense versus enemy force powers and blaster fire.
It will be some time before Queen Talia returns. As Surik's allies patiently wait, she wishes to practice the Niman form and is eager to engage Kavar in some additional combat training.
Ah, the wound is not a mortal one, though it has been some time since I exercised my healing powers. There is a shred of life within you still. A gift from your master, no doubt. Awaken, Colonel Toby. Your part in this is not over. Colonel Tobin, I am with Vaklu. The war has gone against him. He sent me to rescue you, to tell you you must make haste off-planet. The Jedi have struck. They had a secret academy buried on Telos, and they are showing themselves at last. We are all in danger.
What? But the Jedi are gone. They have all but vanished.
So we all thought, but they have hidden themselves on Telos.
Out of my way, old woman. This war can still be won, and Onderon can be freed.
Indeed. This war is far from over.
As they await the Queen's return, Surik's training proceeds well, with much of her forgotten knowledge and reflexes returning to her.
Excellent. I'm impressed with how quickly you've mastered this form. I always knew you were gifted.
Most thankful, Surik shall be able to further perfect her lightsaber techniques, including the Niman form. The knowledge will serve her well. One planet remains to visit, and one master to be found.
We resolved to meet again on Dantooine, but only when the threat revealed itself. Unfortunately, I happened to be here when it struck. Now that we've stabilized Onderon, I can join the others on Dantooine. Our paths will cross again. May the Force be with you.
I'm sorry to keep you here. I needed to thank you personally for all of your help. Onderon owes both you and Master Kavar a debt that can never truly be repaid. Battles still wage in our streets, but by morning the conflict should be over. I recognize you must leave soon, but please, take this. These relics are from the Royal Museum. Generations ago, some members of the royal family had a connection to the Force. They weren't all too different from what we face today. I know little of the Force, but I hope you can put my family's relics to good use.
Crystals, lightsaber components, and robes. Quite the treasures indeed. Surik is most grateful.
Captain Bostuka has made arrangements for a shuttle to take you to your ship. I fear it will be quite some time before you can come back. The war was brief but destructive. I will focus all of my energy on rebuilding Isis. Thank you again. I must go.
If you will follow me, I will take you to your shuttle.
The three slowly make their way back towards the Mandalorian ruins on Duxon. Given the outcome on Onderon, and the beasts no longer a problem, the Duxon expedition was a success. She remains hopeful everyone made it back safely, both in body and spirit.
It's good to see you've returned safely. What happened on Onderon?
The political situation on Onderon has stabilized. Onderon will now remain within the Republic.
Good news travels fast, especially with Goto's connections.
I hope that Onderon's new unity of leadership will ensure their continued cooperation with the Republic.
You have done well, and the stability you have caused shall be rewarded. I have arranged a transfer of funds from certain interests within the Republic to you.
She always did say Goto was the best person to do business with, although she cannot guarantee the future of Onderon.
There is nothing more to be done. Events will now take their course.
She was hoping he would say something more reassuring.
I have no wish to. I enjoy watching you squirm. I have, however, observed that you perform beyond expectations when subjected to extreme stress and pressure.
Was that a compliment?
I don't give compliments. I provide observations. Even if it was a compliment, I will never admit it.
A sense of relief washes over her as she spots all 3 members of the expedition safely returned from their mission.
Hey, the gang's back together.
I sense the conflict on Onderon even from this dense jungle. Did everything go as you planned?
Thankfully, the conflict has been resolved, and it is time to depart Tucson. Surik will share all the details of her experiences on Onderon, but first eagerly listens as the 3 recount the details surrounding their journey to the Sith tomb. As it turns out, Mira was indeed a wise choice, as there were many sensors and traps that may have revealed their approach. Her skill in stealth and demolitions enabled them to bypass traps and separate enemies, making them easier to handle. As they reached the Sith tomb, the shroud of the dark side grew stronger by the second, quickly testing their resolve, one of them in particular.
Something feels wrong here. Even I can sense the dark side here.
I've never felt anything like it. If the mission weren't so urgent, I'd recommend we avoid this area completely.
We need just one more moment. We're almost through. Failure, Captain, will not be tolerated.
As you command, my lord.
The source of the power of this place is behind that door. I have never felt so much energy.
Must be something important. I don't suppose I could talk you out of getting in there.
With time, they managed to find a way to unseal it from different locations within the tomb, in several instances having to deal with Sith troops, beasts, and even Sith apprentices.
Let's see what you got. Let's level the playing field.
Don't wait up for me.
Once the door was unsealed, they fought their way to the ritual chamber.
You're too late. Our pet beast is about to breach the force field to the throne room. The Queen will be dead in moments.
Break the ritual now.
Watch out! I've lost control of the beast!
You're too late. We have done what needed to be done. Soon, Onderon shall fall, and with it, the Republic shall die. But what is this? Of course, the Force has guided you here. It echoes within you, yet I sense it is untrained.
Why are you telling me this?
With the dark side, there is no knowledge forbidden, no restraints. Here is where you will take your first steps on the path to your destiny. You have within you the potential to wield the Force.
Even if I believed you...
You can see it. You can feel it around you. There are no limits to what you could achieve. Join us. Let the walls around your emotions fall. Let passion fuel your power.
I do not fear you. There is a chance of redemption within all of us, and there is no point at which the dark side completely claims one, no matter what their choices.
So you seek to save me? From what? The Jedi preach calm and serenity while wallowing in weakness and hypocrisy. What lies has your master spread?
No, it is what I believe. If that is what you believe, then what I say does not matter.
Instead of freedom and power, you have chosen death. A shame. Instead of freedom and power, you have chosen death. So be it. What?
Although they did not stop the Sith ritual before the throne room was breached, they severed the link to Onderon's beasts and eliminated the grave threat they represented. The threat of Freeden Nad's tomb is halted until his legacy is stirred once more. The tomb's influence is strong, a place where the dark side dominates. Facing it as they had has undoubtedly provided much to think about.
Yeah, I guess I feel like I learned something about why we're doing this, about what we're fighting, and why we're fighting. I also learned some things about myself I didn't know before. It surprised me. I learned why you act the way you do, and I learned that maybe I can have that kind of strength too.
Mira persevered in the darkness of the Sith tomb, as Surik knew she would. She'd always had that strength within her, long before they met.
Yeah, I guess I did. It's just that I never felt like I really knew that before, until you showed me.
And she is not the only one.
The more I travel with you, the more questions I have. Duxan answered many of those questions. I learned more of myself and the conviction that brings. And I wish to thank you for sparing me when we first met, so that I might learn such things.
Unexpected, but indeed good to hear. The handmaiden of Atris also appears changed. Hopefully not for the worse.
I feel more at peace, yes. The battle there was difficult, but I think I understand such a trial was necessary. And I learned something of myself there. Something I did not know before. Perhaps I shall speak of it another time, but not now.
Surik looks forward to hearing it, but time for reflection is needed first. Beodur was another member she worried about. He spent quite a bit of time amongst the Mandalorians, aiding them at the camp during the 2 missions. No doubt thoughts of the past emerged.
It was difficult, but I guess I've come to understand something about myself, the importance of mastering my anger. I feel a sense of peace.
The mists are beginning to part then. If he is open to it, Surik could show him the way she focuses her mind, meditates when working with machines. After departing the royal palace, she has come into possession of some new components to work with. They can see where they go from there.
All right. You know, I'm glad I found you again, General. Under your guidance, I feel like I could overcome my anger.
Calm yourself. Imagine the waters of the Room of 1,000 Fountains, each stream suddenly falling silent and still. Imagine the ice of Telos, cold and smooth as it gathers upon the plateau. Stretch out, feel the ship around you. Strip away the metal and see the souls and minds of those that fill its corridors with more thoughts and dreams and worries than can fill the space of this ship.
If I up the Dubana gas levels in the carbine, that would be enough to punch a hole even in triple durasteel. And we'll need weapons like that if the Republic discovers the camp on Dux.
How could the Jedi leave the Republic? Was it because of the Civil War? Is it possible that
The first movement flows the second. Strike, repeat, circle one's opponent, repeat, faster, quicker. If Father had been faster. If only Father had been faster.
This place is quiet. Nothing like Nar Shaddaa. I don't even know why I'm here. Wonder how much the bounty on the Jedi is now. She's barely changed from the holo records. She just seems to be naturally beautiful.
Switch the face of the +1, -1 card. The totals are 9-10. Switch the face of the +2, -2 card. The total is 8-11.
Your command echoes still, General, and I obey, as I did at Malachor.
There's a sound in the background.
Not now. Focus on my voice.
Malachor.
Places are quiet. Nothing like Nar Shaddaa.
And I obey.
This journey is harder than any she said I should not.
Now do you hear me? Truly hear me? You have taken the first steps on a much longer road, Exile.
What about the droids? She focused on T3, but heard nothing.
The droids cannot be read in such a way. As for the alien who served with you in the war, its thoughts are more difficult, requiring many translations in meaning. That is why he is deaf to you. I have found his impulses are cold, like a dead weight. His thoughts are black.
Interesting.
Such is the case with primitive minds. It is of no matter.
There was also something strange with Atton's thoughts.
Of course there was. It is because Atton was not playing Berserk, yet he counts cards in his head. At times, he will list off engine sequencers, memorize the hyperspace routes on the other side of the galaxy, count the ticking in the power couplings, even though they are fixed. At other times, he will imagine certain base lusts, certain indignities. It may be Atton is far cleverer than he feigns to be. Or perhaps he is simply a fool.
There was also that sound she heard in the background.
Ah, I had wondered if... But your powers are strong indeed. Now is not the time to speak of this. Wait until you have more of the galaxy within you, and we shall speak again.
Surik has more questions for Traya, but this lesson has awoken others that must be resolved ahead of time, as their shared meditation confirmed some of her suspicions.
You are correct. I am afraid I have not been entirely open with you concerning my past.
It is because they have met before, isn't it? Many years ago.
I met you on Dantooine, long ago, briefly. You taught us how to move within the Force and see it flow within others.
She remembers the lessons. She had worked alongside Master Vrook with the students.
It is difficult to explain the difference between you and Master Vrook, but I think it is because he was knowledgeable, but not a leader, not a mentor. You were different. We could all feel it. And I knew that if I were to have a master, I would want it to be you. And then you went to war, and the Jedi Masters proclaimed that you were Jedi no longer. Atris, the mistress of the Archives, was first among them. I knew at that moment that if you would no longer be a Jedi, then you must be correct. I realized I did not want to be a Jedi, and in any event, there was no one to train me, even if I wished it. They all went to war as I grew past the age of acceptance.
The memory resurfaces. He was strong in the Force and possessed inherent discipline, not at all prone to anger or frustration. Above all else, he had an open mind. Most of her memories of that time are overshadowed by the memories of war. She had almost forgotten. Did he blame her for leaving, she wonders?
Never. My life was mine, not chained to yours. I am on a diplomatic mission. I am one of several tasked with attempting to contact any remaining Jedi and convince them to return to the Republic.
Sadly, it appears he didn't have much luck in his mission to find Jedi. In the end, it was she who ran into him, not the other way around.
I do not think it is a matter of luck or chance. Only my own inability to find them. While the Enclave trained me for many things, I am afraid that the life of a bounty hunter was not among them.
You can say that again.
I imagine the Jedi would be easier to find if I still maintained my connections to the Force.
Those connections are still there, but even if they were more prominent, it may not be enough to find the Jedi. The assassins that pursue her also pursued the Jedi into near extinction. Thinking of it now, that level of skill and training, she wonders where they stem from.
There is much of Revan's legacy that was not undone in the Jedi Civil War. I suspect these assassins are one of them. Master Vandar spoke of these assassins in the council chambers. They were used before large assaults on planets and Jedi to weaken them.
Mikhail knows much of history. What else does he know of Revan's strategies during the Jedi Civil War?
Onderon, strangely enough, was unaffected by the Jedi Civil War. It's almost as if Revan didn't want to attack it. Its resources and position on the Rim make it a vital supply line and guard post against Outer Rim attacks.
Revan did not intend to destroy the Republic. He deliberately left the infrastructure of many planets intact, and many military production facilities.
The Jedi Civil War brought much suffering to the galaxy, and the forces that Malak and Revan amassed against us seemed limitless.
But if they truly were limitless, why would he then preserve Republic military installations?
That is what occupies my calculations as well. I believe that Revan saw a war on another front that we did not, or saw the value in keeping a strong military force.
The war was costly, and it shattered the Republic. In time, the Republic might recover, but if a threat strikes now, if certain key worlds are not held, then the Republic will collapse.
In the end, If Darth Revan had been victorious, the Republic as a whole would probably have indeed been stronger. Darth Malak, from what she heard, is a different story.
Unlike Revan, Malak demonstrated no concern for the future of the Republic in his attacks. His stratagems were painfully obvious, intending to crush all resistance everywhere. There was little thought beyond the complete destruction of anything that opposed him. He left quite a mess. I'm still trying to assess all the damage.
The Republic will have to learn to survive and recover, even without the Jedi Order. A challenge, but not an impossibility. Thus, it's important to plant seeds in their appropriate place, into infrastructure, and into people.
That is my thought. The Republic is not without its flaws, but it is preferable to anarchy. Without supply lines and a standing military, the chaos that would result would be greater than the Mandalorian Wars.
Greater. With all these things put into perspective, the Republic and the Jedi, Surik is thankful for Mikhail's efforts to maintain Jedi history and to help save the Republic. In hindsight, though, she does feel a degree of guilt, as her departure took away his chance of becoming a Jedi Knight, even if it was for greater cause.
Your apologies are not needed or warranted. I chose not to follow the Jedi, and the choice was my own.
His life trajectory is very much in line with the person she saw in him so many years ago. Much kindness, patience, and the desire to heal the world around him. Although the destiny of a Padawan was one he had to abandon, she hopes that Mikhail knows the return to that path is not an impossibility.
Perhaps. I still harbor doubts about the path I walked. I must reflect on this. This discussion has been too enlightening, I feel.
Indeed it has. There's another enlightening discussion to have with another crew member she had purposefully been neglecting.
I don't know what it is, but you look different. It's hard to explain, but it's good to see.
Aten is correct. She feels more in touch with the Force than ever before.
It shows. It's kind of inspiring, to be honest. I think the others have noticed it too.
Surik has kept her distance from Aten's past for quite some time. Given the outcome of their last discussion, she wanted to show that she respected his boundaries.
Well, don't get too attached to me. I don't like it.
How come?
It's because I'm a deserter. It's what I do. You were at Serico, when they turned the Stayrib cities into glass craters. At Duro, when basilisk wardroids rained like meteors onto the orbiting cities. Without the Jedi who turned on the Council, without you, the Republic would have lost the war, and we would all be Mandalorian slaves or corpses.
But after the Mandalorian Wars, he and the others became Sith and followed Revan against the Jedi when he returned.
If that's what you want to call knowing when to fight and when to kill, then yes. But you can't really break down people into Sith and Jedi and expect everything to make sense. We were loyal to Revan. That was enough. He saved us. We knew where our loyalties lay. To the Jedi who came to help us, not the ones who sat back on Dantooine and Coruscant, watching us die. So when those same Jedi who watched us die decided to start fighting us during the Jedi Civil War, we fought back. I fought back.
But Aten is not Force-sensitive. He can't have put up that much resistance against the Jedi.
I didn't fight Jedi. I killed them. A lot of them. People say killing Jedi is hard. It's not. You just have to be smart about it. No blasters, no getting close to them, no attacking them directly when you can gun down their allies instead. There's ways of gassing them, drugging them, making them lose control, torturing them. I was really good at it. What's worse is that killing them wasn't the best thing. Making them fall. Making them see our side of it. That was the best.
That is difficult to believe, that he did such things, or that he was capable of it.
Yeah? Maybe you'll believe this, that when fighting a Jedi, you wound the Padawan first, then let the rest take care of itself. Not only will the Master move to protect the student, but the forced bond between the two will mess up the Master's head better than any stab wound. If there's no whiny little Padawan, start shooting innocents. Not to kill, just enough so that they're gonna die unless the Jedi does something to save them. And if any Jedi is stupid enough to use their Makashi lightsaber form against you, start shooting as fast as you can and drop them while they're exposed. Set mines, set a lot of them. Fire gas grenades, but make sure they have magnetic lock targeters so Jedi can't force push them back. That's only a sample of my arsenal.
He makes it sound easy. If he was such a threat to them, surely the Jedi would be able to sense the many threats lurking in his mind.
I taught myself techniques. It's hard for Jedi to sense what you're really thinking, if you throw up walls of strong emotions and feelings. And I was good at that, throwing up walls. And my superiors knew it. Sometimes the Jedi on our side wouldn't even realize I was there.
That is why he acts the way he does, why he keeps his distance from others, and her, to protect himself.
Part of it. Maybe it was always me. It's hard to tell sometimes. I haven't known who I am for years. I wasn't the only one. I know you left at the Mandalorian Wars, so you don't know much about what went on behind the scenes in the Jedi Civil War. Revan understood one thing. The real battle was going to be fought between the Jedi on both sides. That was the only battle that mattered. If Revan couldn't convert Jedi, Revan would kill them. He trained elite Sith units into assassination squads, whose duty was to go out and capture enemy Jedi. I was in one of the special units trained to do this. Revan had plans for all Jedi. I think it was important that the Jedi see his side of things, the Sith teachings. Revan wanted to break them, and then have them join him.
But Etten did not die like the rest of Revan's Sith, nor did he become one of the assassins that pursue her. That must mean he turned from Revan at one point.
One day, I decided not to do it anymore, so I left. Ended up on Nar Shaddaa, became someone else.
No, there must be more to it than a simple change of heart. He did not simply decide to leave.
Well, there was a woman, a Jedi. She said she had come to save me. She said that Revan was doing something terrible to Jedi within the unknown regions. That when we captured Jedi, they were sent to a place designed to break them. She said that's what would happen to me, that I had the Force inside me. That's why I was so good at killing Jedi. And that when the Sith learned of it, there would be no escape, no turning back. I would become an instrument of the dark side, forever. I had heard talk in the ranks, troops vanishing. I knew what she meant, but I didn't believe her, or want to believe her.
But he could not ignore her words. What happened next?
I did what I did with all Jedi. I hurt her. I hurt her a lot. And then, right when I thought she couldn't take any more, she showed me the Force, in my head. And I felt everything she felt. And I heard just an echo of what the Force was, and how what I was doing. I think I loved her, but it wasn't that kind of love. It was the kind of love where you're willing to give up everything for someone you don't even know. I killed her for crawling in my head, for showing me that. But before she opened her mind to mine, my only thought was that I would love to kill her. And at the end, I killed her because I loved her. She wasted her life to save me. Me. And I felt her die when she opened her mind. I've killed Jedi, like I said, but I was never there to feel it, to be on the receiving end. And after that, I couldn't stop feeling things. Before, guilt, lust, impatience. It had been orchestrated to get close. Now it all just kept tumbling out, and I couldn't keep doing what I was doing. So I left. I fled with the displaced war veterans to Nar Shaddaa, and I lost myself there, until the war came to an end. I wanted no more of Jedi, or Dark Jedi, or the Force. I just wanted to be left alone. And then, I met you on Peragus, and I thought maybe she had saved me so that I could help you. And if I can't, then I have to try. I didn't want to tell you any of this, but I had to. Because if something happens, I can't let you think I was doing it for something other than the past.
That is a lot to bear, and perhaps more to forgive.
I don't want you to forgive me. That would only make it worse. All I want is to try and help. Try and make a difference. Pay her back. I feel I owe her that much.
Surik considers everything he said. She felt his thoughts, his mind during her meditation with Traya. She invaded it without his permission. And for that, she apologizes.
Of course you did. You see, Jedi, light or dark, do it, more often than you'd think. But I never heard one say they were sorry before. That's a new house rule.
She is intrigued, however, by the fact that he plays Pazak in his head to shield his thoughts.
No, I play Pazak in my head. Passes the time. It's better than listing off engine sequencers, memorizing hyperspace routes, or counting ticks in the power couplings.
There are no ticks in the power couplings. Everything has been fixed.
Of course it's fixed. And that's why you should count the ticking in the power coupling, too.
She would like to learn more of this technique.
You've come to the wrong guy. I can only teach you to play Pazak. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Indeed. A game of Pazak would suit her.
Good. Now you understand. All right, I'll deal then.
Several games later, Republic Senate rules of course, she focuses on her mental state.
If you're ever fighting someone who has the power over your mind, whether light or dark, play Pazak. Start listing hyperspace routes, recite engine sequencers, and when they try to use their powers on you, suddenly it's not as easy as they thought.
Because you'll be right here with me, playing Pazak, where they can't reach you.
The discussion with Atten was most enlightening about him and the journey ahead, and some new learning material. She thinks about the time they all have left together. It is steadily running out as critical events approach. Many of the crew are at a crossroads, and she senses the time has come for one of them to make a choice. She visits the cargo hold, intent on talking to the handmaiden of Atris about the woman constantly in her thoughts.
What of her? As I said, I knew little about her.
Aaron Kai was a Jedi Knight who served in the Mandalorian Wars.
This is already known to me. Why are you telling me this?
The Force flows strongly in the bloodlines of those born of Force sensitives. It may not always show itself in every descendant, but as a Force sensitive, Surik shares that since their very first meeting, it was clear the currents of the Force flow strongly through the handmaiden of Atris, even if they are suppressed.
I think I have always known this. It has always been in my thoughts.
Their journey will soon come to an end. It was clear since the beginning that the handmaiden was sent here on Atris's command. After the journey to Korriban is done, and after the Jedi Masters are gathered on Dantooine, the task given by Atris will be complete. They have seen and done much together, enough that she may make a decision about her own future. She may remain devoted to her oath to Atris, or follow in the footsteps of Aaron Kai and learn the ways of the Force. Whichever choice she makes, Surik will respect.
As I followed Atris, perhaps what I wished to follow was the call of my bloodline, of my mother. I have felt incomplete, hollow since her loss at Malachor V. And with your help, perhaps this wound might be healed. I have seen you in battle. I have seen your heart. There is something I would ask of you.
And so it ends.
I want you to teach me the ways of the Force, to become a Jedi Knight like my mother.
There can be no confusion about this. If she makes this choice, regardless of how it is worded or how it is presented, her vow to Atris will be broken.
There is the betrayal of Atris, and there is the betrayal of my mother and father. After seeing you in battle, I know you more than I have ever known Atris, and I am not convinced that serving her is the greater good.
Surik will teach her what she knows, what she learned from Traya, the ways of lightsaber combat, and the knowledge she received from the Jedi Masters. She will not teach her the rights or wrongs of the Jedi beliefs, or of its order, but the Force, and her own understanding and experiences of it.
That is all I wish. I want to feel what ran through my mother's veins when she was one with the Force. I wish to hear what my mother heard as she fought the Mandalorians, until the moment she died on Malachor V. I had to ask, before the moment escaped me forever. This is my purpose, what I was meant to do.
Then it is decided, and their training may begin. The handmaiden is appropriately dressed, but there is one important component missing before her training may officially begin.
Very well. I will not let you down, Exile. I will honor you as I honor the face of my mother.
Has there been any sign of the ship?
No, mistress, nor any word of our sister. We do not know where they travel now.
The freighter. It is important. And I thought the droid was as well, but I was wrong.
Mistress, we still do not know the significance of the ship or the droid. We downloaded all you asked, but we are still no closer to the answers you seek.
Then perhaps we'll need to have faith that your sister will change her mind, remember her oath, and return to us with the answers we seek.
I hope so, mistress. But there has been no word of her since she departed with the other 4 on the freighter.
4?
Yes, mistress. The Iridonian, the Ichani-trained pilot, the Exile, and the old woman.
Old woman?
Yes, mistress.
I do not recall seeing her.
Mistress, she was secured for much of the time the Exile was here. At other times you were meditating, and we did not wish to disturb you. Mistress, is there something wrong?
I am tired. I sometimes feel as if things are collapsing all around us. It is just at the edge of perceptions, waiting. I fear things will collapse before our enemies reveal themselves. I will meditate upon this. Perhaps it will clear my mind.
Yes, Mistress.
Betrayal.
Mistress?
She has betrayed me. The last of your sisters has betrayed me. She is your sister no more. She does not travel with the Exile. Instead, she has chosen to walk the path of the Jedi.
Mistress, forgive us, but are you certain? She would not forsake her oath so lightly.
It is the truth, and it is done. Do you doubt me?
No, Mistress. It is you who saved the Jedi upon Dantooine, who have collected their knowledge and hid it here to protect it.
But why? How did she fall? It is a sign of the Exile's corruption, and perhaps hers as well. She will train her, and she will be flawed. It is the truth, and it is done.
She has always brought shame upon us. In terms of combat, she is the least among us. Her stance always had too much passion about it. She bears the face of her mother.
She shames us all.
The Hawk has reached its next destination, an unexpected one for the crew as they anticipated the sight of dust and Sith tombs.
Nar Shaddaa, home of the Hutts and the Exchange. Depending upon your needs, it can be a useful place to visit. Alliances here rarely ever survive.
Alliances are one of the reasons for this visit. First, Surik directs Mandalore and HK to a location near Nar Shaddaa docks.
Query, is there someone that you need killed, Master?
Not yet. This is where she had come across a few Mandalorians who might be interested in Mandalore's offer. He can no doubt handle himself as on Dantooine, but some backup wouldn't hurt.
All right, come on, let's keep moving.
Surik also has some business to attend to regarding trade routes to Onderon and Dantooine, alongside obtaining some additional components she shall need if the main reason for their visit goes as intended. Speaking of which, Surik and the others continue to the central area of the refugee sector.
So the Jedi returns to Nar Shaddaa.
Back off, wormhead. This bounty's mine. Don't do something you might regret.
Ah, Mira. It has been some time since you were seen on the Smuggler's Moon. We had feared one of your 2 credit bounties cost you your life. As for you, Jedi, the Exchange has quite the price on you. Your head's worth many credits, as long as it's recognizable.
Surik will have to have a chat with Goto about that bounty.
The bounty on this Jedi has been rescinded by the order of Goto.
Those are brave words from a droid. You won't pose much of a challenge.
Oh, how exciting. If you attempt to carry out this bounty, then the next bounty shall be placed on your head.
Very well. But don't think we won't verify that. You're free to go, Jedi. We'll keep our eyes on you.
With the bounty hunter problem seemingly resolved, Surik guides the crew through the refugee sector to a very important location.
What's wrong? Why are you stopping?
It was not too long ago that she was here, yet she feels much growth has been achieved since then. This is the place where much of it truly began.
I've been by here hundreds of times. There's nothing special about it.
But there is, for this is where many of Nar Shaddaa's currents converge and part. The currents of the Force.
No, I don't believe in the Force. It's Jedi tricks, sleight of hand.
She may change her mind if she witnesses what Surik had the first time she was here. The currents of the Force, as they truly are upon the Smuggler's Moon. If one focuses on them, they may be revealed.
This I'd like to see. It's not gonna hurt, is it?
Recalling her moment here with Traya, Surik guides her companions with her words.
Feel the currents here on Nar Shaddaa, the ebb of life. Where one creature feels pain, it lashes out. A simple kindness can be given to another. This is the Force. And all our choices, from the greatest to the smallest, affect each other, and the echoes travel.
I can feel this planet. I can't shut it out. It's louder now, it hurts. All these people.
This is the full extent of the currents Mira had felt her entire life on Nar Shaddaa, and if she opens herself up to the Force and learns to control its flow, her goal of healing the galaxy could be that much closer. In understanding how the echoes move and affect all life, they all may learn to cast stronger, more purposeful echoes into the universe and achieve the outcome to grow, to help, and to heal the world around them as they do themselves, but only if they wish to follow her path. If not, they have the power and freedom to turn away from it and the Force.
I want to become like you. I want to be strong. I don't want to be afraid or alone anymore. I don't want to keep running and looking and never feel like I'm finding what I'm looking for. I am tired of being hunted. When the galaxy takes something from me, I want the power to let go. And I want the power to heal the echo when it's gone.
It has already begun. The currents are flowing through, unabated.
I think I understand. I feel like my eyes have been opened.
Mira has made her choice, then.
Once, a Jedi showed me the Force. I heard it. I felt it. At the time, there was too much pain to confront it. Because if I did, it meant I would be changed into something else. Now, I'm not afraid of it anymore. And I think that by learning how to use it, I can help protect you.
I want to learn how to use the Force. I want to learn how to use the Force to help you.
Then Surik shall do her best to teach and accept his past.
It is possible to forget the Force, you know. If you have not felt it strongly enough, then there is little to miss. But I never felt the Force as strongly as I did when I was with you. It was important to me to understand the Jedi now that they were gone. I felt some part of you should be preserved, so that your lessons would not be lost.
But it is not only the lessons that led him here.
My master, the one intended for me, left to fight in the Mandalorian Wars. Now she has returned. And I ask her now if she will train me in the ways of the Force.
Each choice led him here. As with the others, she accepts this responsibility. That only leaves one.
The anger is still there, but I can feel it drifting away. The last years of my life have been defined by it. The Mandalorians, Zerka, and Revan. And above all else, myself. For Malachor. My hands destroyed the Mandalorians. I cannot be forgiven for that.
But she can. Did he ever hold hate for her, she wonders, forgiving the Order?
Never, General. It had to be done.
Then why does he hold on to so much hatred for himself? The past cannot be undone for any creature in this universe. They have all made choices that define them as the individuals they have become. Just as those choices brought them together here, before them lies another choice, which will define the future and the individuals they are yet to become and the echoes they will cast. He does not have to embrace the Force to do it. Merely choose to live without regret. The past is theirs to learn from, to accept. No part of it is worth regretting.
Even if there isn't, I still feel like I need to do something to make up for it.
Only when one suffers do certain truths become evident, both of the galaxy and of the self. And I feel you are an example of this. Use the time you have now to grow, to train, and to strengthen yourself.
There's not much time left on their journey to find the Masters. Events may unfold unpredictably after their meeting on Dantooine happens. Until then, Surik is willing to give all of her time to them, to train and strengthen and guide. In reality, there's not so much she can teach, for the Force has been their companion long before feeling its currents so vividly. The most important part of her task is done, for they have made the choice.
You've come a long way since Peragus, and despite all we've been through, you seem a lot better for it. It's like you found this center, and nothing's gonna budge you from it. Even with all the crazy stuff that's been happening, you seem at peace.
I understand now why others followed you to war. Perhaps that is what leadership is. And it is something I have seen in only a few during my travels.
You're right about that.
She wishes to lead and to help them find the peace she has as well. With the help from her and each other, they shall begin changing themselves and the galaxy for the better. The journey won't be easy, but it is one worth traveling.
That sounds all right, from where I'm standing.
As the journey to Korriban continues, the crew will spend its entirety on learning. While Surik explains the very base of meditation methods for channeling the Force, Ma and the Handmaiden focus on lightsaber training. Soon, Surik intends to help each of the others construct their own lightsaber blade, as the Handmaiden Vatress had. The components and the cloth they received from the royal palace of Onderon and its queen will be more than adequate to provide some useful yet elegant upgrades on all fronts.
Why are you here?
Because I told her. Told her everything.
Ah, and now you are free?
Yeah, so no more threats, no more of your requests. You and me, we're done.
Did you ever think I truly held you? You're more of a fool than I thought. What truly held you was you, and let me show you why. I once held the galaxy by the throat, as you once held her by the throat and let her die slowly. And your emotion at that point is what you fear. I wielded power like you cannot imagine. Everything I saw was awash with possibilities, spreading outwards, touching everything else. I saw all of that, all that the Force is. And only when it was ripped from me did I truly see it. And I know what lies buried within you, that you hide with your desperate thoughts, your guilt, your lusts. I can unlock that part of you anytime I wish. It is a simple thing, the human mind. Once it feels something strongly, it becomes etched in the memory, the subconscious. Shall I show you? That part of you that hungered to kill Jedi, that took pleasure from it? Or perhaps you will continue to listen to my counsel, and I shall ignore your pathetic attempts at freedom. Now leave me, murderer. I have nothing further to say to one such as you.
We've hit the ground. This is Korriban. Why would one of the Jedi you're looking for come here?
There is much that would draw a Jedi to this place. The resting grounds of the ancient and more recently departed Sith contain many teachings believed lost. The most likely place to find our lost Jedi is the ruins of the old academy.
Years ago, in the time of the Jedi Civil War, this place was thriving with Sith apprentices. Now, on the surface, everything seems
quiet. Just the wind. But deep beneath the surface, you can feel the pain of what took place here. There is great power in this place, for those who can hear its call.
Indeed. As lifeless as it seems, the dark side is very much alive in this valley, and the planet beyond. The Sith Lords would not ignore such a place for long.
It took a year or two for the Republic to send a force here to deal with any Sith that may have remained. They found Korriban much as we have, barren and lifeless. It was assumed that the remnants of the Sith turned on each other, vying for what little power remained. There is much that can be learned, even here. If you walk Korriban's surface, you shall walk it without me. This place is strong with the dark side. It is difficult to center myself here. Korriban holds few secrets from me, but much that you should learn. I will remain here and meditate. Our link remains. I shall contact you and provide guidance when needed. The Academy is on the other side of this valley. Be careful.
On the way to Korriban, Surik took some time to go through historical records of the planet with Mikal. The structures here are the plundered tombs of the ancient Sith Lords. Each tomb was once infused with the history and heritage of the old Sith Empire, containing great mysteries and powerful relics of the Force. However, even the many traps could not long hold back the curious, the fools, and the weak. And so these tombs fell, spilling their secrets into the hands of those unable to comprehend or preserve them. She approaches one of the tombs. Even in its ruin, the weight of the dark side seeps through the colossal walls, pressing down on her like a living presence. Combined with the loudness of Korriban's silence, the arrival of a voice nearly makes her jump out of her skin.
Ahead lies the tomb of Nar Shaddaa.
Yes, the Sith Lord responsible for nearly conquering the Republic in the Great Hyperspace War a millennia ago. He was a master Sith alchemist, capable of extraordinary things. Through meditation, he was capable of creating illusionary forces to attack entire armies, and is even noted for being capable of triggering a supernova to cover his tracks. He faced threats both from the Republic and from the Sith, battling Ludo Kresh on more than one occasion, and taking the Sith throne for himself.
More recently, this tomb was where Revan confronted Uthar Vin, the leader of the Sith Academy. When Revan left Korriban, the Sith Academy was thrown into turmoil. With their leader gone, many fought for the right to rule. And so, the Sith here turned on each other, resulting in the carnage you can see covering the surface of this valley.
That must have been quite the day to be a Sith apprentice. She had heard rumors of Nar Shaddaa's tomb. Of these in the valley, it is perhaps the only one she would not wish to enter. Next to Nar Shaddaa's tomb is the resting place of his predecessor.
Before you is the tomb of the great Sith Lord, Marka Ragnos, a half-breed who possessed tremendous strength, both physically and in the Force. Ragnos held power for over a century, using his cunning to turn his enemies against each other.
Marka Ragnos died just over 1,000 years ago. His iron-fisted rule lasted over a century. His death marked the end of what was viewed as the golden age of the Sith Empire.
His death left a great vacuum of power. We're standing close to the spot where Nar Shaddaa first confronted Ludo Kresh to vie for domination of the Sith. Their struggle nearly resulted in a civil war that would have torn the Sith apart before they ever threatened the Republic. As fate would have it, a pair of hyperspace explorers from Sinagar landed on Korriban. Nar Shaddaa manipulated the Sith into believing they were a sign of impending Republic invasion. This fear resonated with many Sith who were discontent with the lack of expansion of the Sith Empire during the reign of Marka Ragnos. Thus, Nar Shaddaa became Ragnos' successor.
It sounds like civil wars are more common amongst the Sith than she thought, especially when a prominent leader leaves an empty throne behind. The chaos after Uthar Vin's death makes more sense now.
Yes, it is the way of the Sith. They must continually test their strength against each other, even if it means destroying themselves.
The broken corpses are all that remain of the Sith on Korriban. She can just barely see the Sith archaeologists' efforts to uncover relics of the ancients. The new Sith Order sought to progress quickly by finding objects of power. One can only imagine what was lost forever due to the carelessness of these excavators. Now the excavation has been almost completely undone by 5 years of wind and sand.
So does Korriban protect its secrets. I doubt there is much to be gained from looting these bodies. It would be best to leave them be.
Moving farther back into the timeline, Surik approaches the tomb of a Sith Lord who ruled before Nar Shaddaa and Marka Ragnos. He was known as the Lord of Hate and the Master of the Gathering Darkness.
This was the tomb of Tulak Hord, known as the greatest lightsaber duelist of the Sith Lords. His skill was considered remarkable even in his time, when many true lightsaber masters lived.
Traya makes it sound as if modern Jedi are poor wielders of the lightsaber.
If you were to face an ancient Sith Lord in combat, you would learn that we are as children playing with toys compared to the prowess of the old masters.
Interesting. What exactly was it that made Tulak Hord so good?
That is unknown. but supposedly he created a holocron to teach his technique to other Sith. The holocron would have been laid to rest in his tomb. Unfortunately, Tulak Horde's tomb was among the first penetrated by the grave robbers of the new Sith Order. If the holocron has survived, I doubt anyone living would know its location.
She shivers at the thought of facing such a creature in combat as she steps away from the tomb. No doubt his enemies breathed a sigh of relief upon his death. The final of the 4 tombs in this valley is also likely the oldest of the Sith tombs on the planet, belonging to the very first to hold the title of the Dark Lord of the Sith.
This way leads to the tomb of Ajunta Pall, a fierce Sith Lord. According to legend, the blade proved more fearsome than the Master, leading to his demise. Ajunta's dark spectre lived on through the centuries until Revan entered the Sith Lord's tomb in search of the blade. Revan calmed the angry ghost of Ajunta Pall and showed him the path back to the light.
Kreia sounds almost as if she disapproves of his redemption.
One who has fallen so far and done so much evil does not deserve redemption. In a way, such a turning from one's nature is cowardly, a betrayal of the self.
It makes one wonder at precisely what point in the fall a person becomes irredeemable. In her mind, it's never too late to decide and stop that fall, and begin the climb to redemption, even if that distance takes millennia to cross, as it had for the very first Lord of the Sith. Redemption is never truly beyond reach.
Perhaps, but redemption is a form of spiritual collapse, a fall few recover from.
The depths of a living individual's mind are complex enough. She can't even begin to imagine them in a spirit that existed since ancient times. What does millennia of regret do to a mind? And how liberating did the possibility of release from that endless doom feel? The universe is truly riddled by fascinating questions that may never be answered. In a more physical capacity, she is intrigued to learn of what happened to Ajunta Pall's blade.
Unknown. Some have suggested that the blade led to Revan's demise, as it did Ajunta Pall. That is only speculation, however. Where Revan wanders now is knowledge that only Revan holds.
So many questions. The first Lord of the Sith was the origin of so many things. Her intrigue rises. Given the state of the entrance, and that of the other tombs, it is unlikely anyone, Jedi or Sith, has stepped inside for some time. As instinctive as a glance, Surik reaches out with the Force, curious to sense the tomb interior, just to catch a glimpse of the past. Its walls, the remains of those who ventured here and fell, the footsteps of those who lived, his footsteps, and even...
This isn't good.
You've disturbed the spirits of this place, and they have sent their guardians.
Worthy of a Mandalorian.
Peculiar creatures.
I thought I sensed something.
Hissis are semi-intelligent beasts, corrupted and strengthened by prolonged exposure to the dark side. As creatures of the Force, they have a limited ability to mask their presence. Hissis are drawn to suffering and carnage. They must have fed on all the corpses left over from the war here on Korriban. The angry phantoms of the Sith, too weak to influence the sentient, have taken these Hissis as thralls to their will.
The message from these phantoms has been received clearly. Despite her curiosity, it will be best to leave the tombs be. During the battle with the Hissis, Surik drew on the Force as she instinctively does. This time, however, it felt like a jump made without enough momentum. Beings of light struggle to inhale the Force here, while those of darkness breathe it with ease. Mere instinctive use of its power will not be enough. Additional effort and focus is needed. With the others still so new to the currents of the Force, she feels an even greater responsibility to keep them safe. This cave, the only accessible passage in the valley apart from the Academy and the tombs.
The valley we just came from was full of dark energy, but this cave is darker still.
It almost has a presence about it. Evil. Almost hungry.
Its direction might lead to the tomb of Ludo Kresh, a powerful Sith Lord. After a long conflict with Nar Shaddaa, Kresh died just over 1,000 years ago.
Listen, the wind from the cave tells of great power within, recently awakened.
Yes, a great, powerful stench.
Please tell me we aren't going in there.
Not everyone. Anything recently awakened on a world as dead as Korriban deserves investigation. The cave is of the dark side, but the dangers are unlikely to be anything they cannot handle. And unlike the other tombs, she feels the one inside the caves is calling out to her. The Tukata are fighting the Chirac, both groups affected by prolonged exposure to the dark side. They continue onward while the beasts are distracted, running into more of their remnants.
These Takata were once trained to serve the Sith here.
A perfect pet for Sith. As such, it is unlikely mind tricks through the Force will be effective on them, perhaps even Force attacks in general. Still, as long as the two groups are focused on their mutual annihilation, she will be satisfied. Mind tricks may be ineffective, but perhaps other methods may work. She keeps using the Force sparingly, and Korriban will make her pay the price. She dives deep.
This will teach you. We cannot harm this one.
Together then!
Recovery continues to feel inadequate. Even if her companions do not voice it, she senses their strain. As they cut away any threats ahead, she senses eyes upon her, but it is unclear if it is the eyes of Korriban or another presence in the caves. Certainly looks like a tomb entrance.
It's a wall of the Dark Force. I am not strong enough to go through.
This is a barrier of the dark side. I cannot pass.
An interesting dilemma, this barrier. I suppose you should go on solo.
She shall proceed ahead, as long as Goto's droid remains with the two in case more threats emerge. He can also signal the others if more help is needed.
Very well. Scanning area.
Her allies can handle themselves in the caves, despite the ways of the Force still being very new to them. Her own safety, however, is less certain. She senses so much darkness ahead. If she draws on the Force for replenishment here, it will only be possible through the currents of the dark side. The only uncorrupted well of the Force lies within her. By drawing on the Force that sustains her flesh, she may extend her power. If she decides to use it, the Force body technique will dull the pain and mask the injuries from her mind as it feeds on her flesh. She may need it, for anything could be behind this door. Spirits, beasts, or Bastila Shan, Zasset Tereb, Nisotsa, Talvo Nasam, Kariga Sin, MEETRA Surik.
Do not heed the words of the Jedi Council. The Republic will fall if we do not act now. Already the Mandalorians have taken 3 systems along the Rim. They will only grow more powerful with time. Come stand with me. We will use our might to help the Republic in its time of need. Join Revan and I. Together we will battle this menace.
The day Malak recruited them. A vision of the past. Her past. Some sort of a test.
All life is a test. And sometimes the student can be a teacher too. You know it, even now. The Jedi Council is wise, but will take too long to deal with this threat. We must act now to stop the Mandalorians.
These are visions. They are not real.
But the war is real. The suffering is real. The death toll the Mandalorians inflict are all very real. The Council seems content to watch, to debate, while entire systems fall to the Mandalorians. If we don't act now, there may be no Republic army to assist in the future. I sense you will join us.
She did join them then. She couldn't stand idly, while so many suffered.
So, if you could do it all again, the real question is, would you? The Mandalorians await on the edge of space, eager to crush the Republic. You know how this turns out. Would you do it any different, knowing what it costs you? Knowing what it costs the rest?
If she knew then what she knows now, it would have made no difference. That is what she believed the day she faced the Order on Coruscant. But now...
Excellent. Join us. Your journey hasn't ended yet.
But Bastila didn't join them. She warned them to obey the Council.
She didn't join us that day. But in time, she came to our way of thinking. And even before then, she wavered and wondered what would have happened. It is a familiar path. There were those who wished to follow you to war, yet remain behind. They came to hate you for the choices they wished to make.
Hate?
She walked Revan's path, but she was not strong enough. Malachor V should have been her grave.
Henry.
Their vaunted wisdom bred only in action, and that would have led to destruction greater than anything born of the dark side. It was within our power to end the war, and the Council chose to debate behind closed doors while planets burned.
But was their choice better? Their defiance in following Revan did stop the Mandalorian threat, but in time it created Darth Revan, Darth Malak, and the death of the Jedi Order. The Republic is fragmented, unprepared for the future.
The Force binds all things. The slightest push, the smallest touch, sends echoes throughout life.
How many echoes were cast? How many lives lost because of their defiance? Those echoes are traveling still. They shifted the galaxy onto a new path that is yet to reach its destination. What else was forged by their defiance?
There is much ambition and pride in you. I sense, given the chance, you may have followed me on the entire journey. Will you join me now?
She joined them that day. But if she could do it all again, she cannot help but wonder, would the deaths have been fewer in the end? Would Revan and Malak have been saved from the darkness? Would the Enclave still stand? She must consider all the alternatives, all the factors. What if she had made a different choice?
Are you so certain? Every step along the way, we did what we thought was right.
As she must do now.
You would fight your fate, Jedi? Now it is time you experienced the full power of the dark side. You know how this turns out.
Tapping into the Force was more draining than expected. Not yet. The Mandalorians had to fall. She has no regrets.
I could feel the pain around me. And then the echo, lingering, the sound I awakened to in my nightmares.
He cannot deny his hunger for long.
Malachor. It was Malachor that birthed him. And they birthed Malachor. If they knew that in defying the Order, they would be destroying it. KOTOR. Every world that dies is a consequence of their defiance. This tomb, it gnaws on the spirit, the sanity. Why must Sith tombs be so vast? If they obeyed, if they followed Revan, doomed either way. How long has she been walking? But that is, supply lines are cut off. No breaches were reported. Com says,
"We've lost another heavy droid transport. How can we break through the Mandalorian lines without support? The path is mined and the place is crawling with enemies. I know we've got our orders to press forward, but we're at quarter strength. We can't, General. It's impossible. We need to retreat."
This is Duxon, the heart of the Mandalorian Crusade.
We know, General. But we just don't have enough men to accomplish our objective, no matter how important. General, it would be suicide to go forward. There's just too few of us. We already lost half the men just getting to the path. They've got the rest of the company pinned down by the crash site. You can't possibly ask the troops to go forward.
And yet, that is exactly what she did.
If you ask us to charge, will it make a difference? Will our sacrifice mean something?
Many sacrifices were made. Most remain unknown to this day. Surely some were unnecessary. But the war was won in the end.
We will press forward if you ask it. The path is mined. If you ask us to charge, there will be losses, General.
She had her orders, but the losses, could they have been fewer somehow? Is that the test of the tomb? To understand that there was a better choice, that her choice was wrong. Even if she cannot change the past, she must see a different outcome. She shall go ahead of the troops this time and defuse the mines. They will survive this time.
Thank you, General. Thank you.
As detailed as the real things, she knew they could be defused quickly enough, but they had gone ahead. Within minutes, the job is done.
Everyone, you heard the General. Charge! Charge!
The outcome is the same.
Will it make a difference? Will our sacrifice mean something?
What if they took a different path? The thermal for mines was clear, but there was interference. The data was unreliable. Orbital beacon. No, something was causing sensor failure. Route east was unreliable. West was clear, but no cover. The bridge collapsed. No fallback position. They had to advance. There was no other option. What is the tomb trying to tell her? These visions were of the past, but they contained fragments of reality which were not confined merely to her memory. That could mean...
You are to be commended for making it this far. You've revisited the dark moments of your past, and now you must face the present.
This is another vision.
Your confusion is natural. The others and I will help you understand.
Others?
Get away from her! She's a dark Jedi.
Atton, I've had enough of your snide contempt.
Visions or not, there is no need for conflict amongst them. Not here.
No, I won't allow her to corrupt you. I will protect you, even from yourself.
I will protect myself from this foul-mouthed ruffian.
Hey, what's the commotion here?
Stay out of this, Beodor. This is a personal dispute between Atton and myself.
You're threatening Atton with a lightsaber, and I'm supposed to just stay out of it? No.
That was the past. This must be the present.
The three of you would challenge me? You sorely underestimate the power of the Force.
Think again, Traya. Your dark influence will end.
Your friends are all arrayed against me. Will you stand for this?
Another choice. But there's no reference point this time. There's insufficient reasoning to believe the attack on Traya is justified. Traya is not the aggressor here. Surik will defend her.
I will be honest with you.
It could never be that simple.
I have fallen to the dark side. Does this change your decision?
A dark Jedi. In that case, Traya is the threat. Surik must side with her allies.
You, of all people, would judge me so? Am I not worthy of redemption? Revan calmed the angry ghost of Ajanta Paul and showed him the path back to the light.
No soul is unworthy of redemption. Not that of the first Sith Lord, and not that of the last fallen Jedi. But it does not matter which choice she makes.
Indeed. Why?
Because it wouldn't have mattered if they fought the Mandalorians or listened to the Order. Countless deaths would happen either way. It wouldn't have mattered if she defused the mines or taken a different path or defied her orders. The destination was set. They merely chose the road to their doom. In the past, the present, and in the future, why make a choice if it makes no difference at all?
So you will do nothing? Apathy is death, worse than death, because at least a rotting corpse feeds the beasts and insects.
Apathy is death.
Apathy is death.
Apathy is death. Apathy is death.
Apathy is death.
Apathy is death.
Apathy is death.
Statement. Apathy is death.
Apathy is death.
Apathy is death.
Each of them against her, she cannot defend. It is not flesh. These visions, this tomb, they attack the spirit. It is not wounded, but exposed. It is changing. What might it become by the journey's end? The dark side presses upon her once more, as she senses eyes upon her, beyond the hallway and its door. Beneath his mask. Not the one she followed. This one came after the Mandalorians. The one who turned on the Jedi. The one she wasn't there to face. But was the Dark Lord of the Sith simply another mask? Or was he fighting for something greater? Another vision, and a question of her own making. What will her choice be, she wonders? If MEETRA SURIK had been there at the moment of his return, when he came to conquer the Republic, would she have stood against Darth Revan, or beside him? Then again, if all roads lead to the same destination, does the choice even matter? This threat is real. This vision, spirit, whatever it is, will kill her as his blades ignite. Hers stands still. Should she even bother to ignite it? If all paths lead to the same outcome, this tomb may very well become her final resting place.
I see.
You know, I'm glad I found you again, General. Under your guidance, I feel like I could overcome my anger.
I want you to teach me the ways of the Force. To become a Jedi Knight like my mother.
I am proud that you have taken me as a student.
I don't want to be afraid or alone anymore. I want to become like you. I want to be strong.
I don't want you to forgive me. All I want is to try and help.
I learned more of myself. Thank you for sparing me when we first met. So that I might learn such things.
Jedi.
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 You felt it. She has lost herself. She is no Jedi. She walked Revan's path, but she was not strong enough.
Apathy is death.
Would you do it any different?
Apathy is death.
Knowing what it costs you?
Apathy is death.
Knowing what it costs the rest?
Apathy
is death.
You've succeeded in this trial. I am impressed. The dangers you faced in this tomb were real, but these images of the past serve to prepare you for your future.
Succeeded? This tomb certainly has changed her, but for better or for worse is unclear.
You overestimate the power of the tomb. Any change you feel is coming from within yourself. Instinctually, you know your true path. Trust in your feelings. They will lead you in conquering the many challenges that the future holds for you.
Surik had believed she held no regrets over any choices of her past, until she saw Malach's face. And as each vision emerged, she understood, inside, that she never truly accepted the outcome it represented. She accepts these outcomes now for what they represent, decisions which defined her as a human, and that even a wrong decision that weighs a galaxy is a better alternative to making no decision at all. Apathy is death. Stagnation, inaction, is death. And until the Force claims her body and spirit, she will never be afraid to act. The Sith and the Jedi, the darkness and the light, both belong to the Force. Running from the darkness will never bring balance. Understanding this contrast on a deeper level, the darkness of this tomb becomes much easier to bear. It is strange how much her perspective has been shifted in such a few moments.
Sometimes, a momentary insight is worth lifetimes of experience. You may not yet understand what you learned here. That wisdom will come in the future. Surely you have felt what awaits. Events are shaping themselves about you, seeking to draw you into their center.
And she will face them as they come. Indeed, as Kreia once told her, it is not the destination that matters. It is the journey. And the journey to the tomb of Ludo Kresh has reached its end. Upon returning to the Shirek caves, she already feels more in tune with the Force, yet her flesh does not hunger for replenishment. It seems the challenges of the tomb indeed were mental above all else. Feeling well enough to proceed, Surik and her allies make their way towards the Sith Academy. The others have already cleared the area of any lurking beasts. But this one they did not kill, conveniently placed in the doorway.
This door was left open on purpose. Someone is expecting us.
This looks like a trap if ever I've seen one.
Yes, but a trap they must enter nonetheless. If Master Vash came to Korriban, the Academy must contain some clues. It was a challenging place for Sith recruits. Now it may prove even more dangerous. Her allies are progressing in the ways of the Force, but they are unprepared to enter a potential lair of the Sith.
No arguments here.
They must head back to the Hawk and be ready to depart if the worst comes to pass. Mandalore should sweep the area for signs of any potential threats. No doubt they will be difficult to find.
All right, I'm going to take a look around.
Visas Ma and HK-47 will accompany her into the Academy.
Photoreceptors on full gain.
Done.
Much like those in the caves, these Tukata appear restless. Tukata beasts are nothing they cannot handle, but they must find a way to unseal the doors from within as they look for signs of the Jedi Master.
Stealth mode activated.
The dark side courses through the Academy. This place is quiet. The challenges of the tomb of Ludo Kresh have made her more resistant to the dark side's burden. Instead of a vague sensation, she perceives its depths, the dark side of the Academy, the Tukata, and another, but it is withdrawn, waiting. These statues likely describe what the life of a Sith apprentice within these halls must have been like. The bodies have been here since the day Revan faced Uther, and the Academy fell to ruin, their armor providing slight protection to their remains. The others were likely long since devoured by the Tukata. Master Vash came here. She must have. What are the odds she made it out alive? This must have been the library. interesting. Most of the terminals appear to have been damaged.
I am adding new entries into our library's database based on the excavations in the valley. Currently, I'm working on Agenda Paul. Quite a fascinating subject.
Nobody seems to know where Master Uthar or Yuthura Ban have disappeared to. Some of the sensitives are claiming they're dead.
Yuthura Ban.
Legend that the Sithari, the perfect being, will one day lead us. The legends say the Sithari will destroy us and make us stronger than ever.
Not that much file corruption. Many volumes and data have been manually deleted. Little information can be accessed from this terminal. There is 3 more terminals on the system inside the Academy. One of them is nearby, in the Academy quarters. Apart from the occasional beast, there's only silence. She's beginning to miss the ambient sounds of the valley's winds. These were the quarters. At the very least, students were given beds. A recent access request was made for the training area. If it was Master Vosh, what could she have been looking for there? To regain access, Surik must take the route of a student and fill out a written test on the Sith. She creates a new Sith ID on the terminal, somewhat amused at the act. Perhaps Revan's records are still somewhere here. He must have pretended to be a student if he managed to infiltrate the Academy. Rite of passage for new recruits, it seems. An unusual attack, however. The assassin's death echoes through the Force, and these deadened hallways. Something tells her they will not remain that way for long.
Processing. Scan commencing.
There's no time to waste on exploring the database. She must access the training area. Thankfully, Surik had a refresher course on the Sith with Mikal before their arrival, and she recalls that the Sith code ends with freedom, that Frida Nad was of course not buried on Korriban, and that the number of Sith Lords present at the funeral of Ludocrash was 22. 20, still good enough to gain access nonetheless. As she rushes to the training area, the dark presence becomes more prominent, yet it waits still. For what, she wonders? It feels familiar. These Tukata beasts must sense it too. The last time she felt it, Harbinger. Why are they here? The Sith wouldn't have a reason to keep them in cages anymore, unless this was the Jedi Master's doing. Indeed, the cage mechanism appears to be bugged. Not that she'd want to use it anyway, but she can unseal and access the torture chamber across the hall. As she does so, Surik prepares for the worst. Master Vosh. No trace of her. No fresh corpses. This datapad, however, is still active. It belonged to Master Vosh. I found the Sith that I came to Korriban looking for. I am no fool, but I fell neatly into their trap. Their leader, Darth Sion, is a perversion of the dark side, such as I have not seen before. Before I was captured, I managed to create a system account under my name on the console in the room here. That will allow me to open the door back to the valley. Indeed, her account ID grants access and she unseals the door. Interesting, Master Vash did not fight her way out of the cage. Someone released her, then downloaded information from a directory labeled M478 twice. Unfortunately, beyond the directory name, there is no indication of what it contained. The information was wiped to ensure no one could follow them. Though why was the data copied twice? There's a stuck datapad in the terminal. They must have attempted to take the first copy of the files in a rush and lodged it by accident. Surik carefully nudges the stuck datapad out of its slot. It is damaged, but perhaps T3 will be able to do something with it. She disabled the terminal. That will ensure the door stays open.
Hostiles detected.
The assassins. They are not hiding anymore. Between them and the exit. He is waiting, and will not let them go without a fight. The terminal.
Yes, Master.
Surik and Vissus will need to be ready for multiple opponents. Unlikely blasters. Form 2.
Best employed in lightsaber combat, and against opponents with melee weapons. I am ready, Master.
As is she, unlike the last time he came for her.
Did you come here for answers? There are none. The call of Korriban is strong, but it is the call of the dead. I have studied you, immersed myself in you. I know the paths you walked in exile. I know your teacher. I know the fires that raged upon the Dux and Moon while the Republic died around you. You know war. You know battle. And I know of Malachor. You know what it means to be broken.
Another consequence of Malachor, then. On the Harbinger, he claimed he had a warning for her.
The one who travels with you will destroy you, as she did me. I can end it before it begins.
The familiarity between them has not evaded her notice, but she is yet to learn of the connection.
I know her as an apprentice knows their master, and as a master knows an apprentice. I want her to die, and see all that she has built cast down, all that she holds dear in shards at her feet.
What does she want with Surik?
She clings to hope that perhaps she can train one as great as her first.
Revan.
She is a fool who escaped death once. She will not do so again.
Darth Sion's words alone are not enough to turn her against Graya.
But you do not know her as I do. You have not survived her teachings as I have, and you have not bested her in battle as I have. You are nothing. Yet still she walks with you, is willing to sacrifice herself for you.
Oh, stupid primitive mechanism.
You are a wretched thing, a thing of weakness and fear. You are her apprentice in name only. I am the master, and that is why you will die.
Highly aggressive in combat, Sion cares little for defending and focuses his form on attack, each blow holding the strength of several, while the empowered attacks sacrifice speed, allowing Surik to land a lethal blow to his torso. A second. A third. But that is not possible.
Cannot be defeated. He is not a beast of flesh and blood. This is not a battle that can be won. Flee.
There must be a way to end him.
There will be another time, but it is not now, not here, while Korriban runs through him.
And then they must escape. There's nothing left for them on Korriban.
Query, Master. Information, yes, Master.
Do not harm her. I command it. She has earned this. She and I will meet again.
Once T3 has set the course away from Korriban, Surik assigns him the task of reconstructing the broken datapad. The crew is to refocus on their training. In the meantime, Traya and Surik have an urgent matter to discuss in private.
What do you wish to hear? That I once believed in the code of the Jedi? That I felt the call of the Sith? That perhaps once I held the galaxy by its throat? That for every good work that I did, I brought equal harm upon the galaxy? That perhaps what the greatest of the Sith Lords knew of evil they learned from me? What would it matter now? There is only so much comfort in knowing such things, and it is not who I am now.
But those are the building blocks of who she is. A Jedi or a Sith.
Does it matter? Of course it does. Such titles allow you to break the galaxy into light and dark, categorize it. Perhaps I am neither, and I hold both as what they are, pieces of a whole. Know that I am your teacher, and that is enough.
It is not. She must know the truth.
Or what? Shall you kill me? Hurt me? You would only be inflicting harm on yourself. Perhaps you will keep me here on this ship prisoner, unable to leave.
Such questions are unworthy of address. She does not judge Traya for being Scion's master, no more than for being Revan's. She is her master now, and that is all that matters. If ever again there's to be any trust between them, she must know the truth.
Very well. There are dark places in the galaxy where few tread, ancient centers of learning, of knowledge, but I did not walk alone. To be united by hatred is a fragile alliance at best. But my will was not law. There were disagreements, ambition, and hunger for power. There are techniques within the Force against which there is no defense. I suffered indignities and fell into darkness. Learn from me my mistakes and use that knowledge to become greater than I. That is all I ask of you, and that is all I desire. In you all my hopes rest for the future, for the Force.
Traya has shared much, but clearly not everything. There's more.
If it means so much to you, then this I swear to you upon my life, upon our lives, that when your training is complete, I will answer everything. There shall be no more shadows between us, only truth that exists between master and apprentice.
So be it. It is enough of the past. In the present, Traya clearly possesses more knowledge of what they face than Surik had initially thought, particularly of the threat of Darth Sion, a walking creature of torment, it seems.
Yes, of pain he has learned much. Of knowledge, of teaching, he knows nothing. Like the others, he was spawned by the horrors of the Mandalorian Wars. He exists solely to spread his pain to all Jedi everywhere.
And he cannot be beaten through physical means. As long as the will to live exists within him, Darth Sion cannot be killed. She scratched the surface of his identity at the Sith Academy, but hasn't found a way to weaken that will. Perhaps the key to his undoing will reveal itself in time. As Traya knows of Sion, she clearly knows more of Nihilus and the Sith assassins. The origins of her knowledge have now been revealed to Surik. Thus there are no more barriers to withhold any knowledge she has to impart. Surik wishes to learn everything there is about these enemies.
Let us start with the most basic principle of the Force. It connects all life. It is possible to affect those connections in other ways, by the slightest action. A seemingly minor choice, a small cruelty.
As she felt on Nar Shaddaa, small kindnesses and cruelties extend to others, often in unpredictable ways.
Such minor acts can eventually change the behavior of another, to influence them. It may seem a minor thing, but it is not. It is the power upon which empires can be made. Even the smallest of acts, the smallest of echoes can have profound repercussions. The talent comes in recognizing them and knowing how to manipulate them.
Yes, a lesson she has learned firsthand. The smallest of cruelties, the smallest of kindnesses, may seem insignificant, but they are not. They can build upon each other, and if timed correctly, can grow.
But there are other perspectives to this technique. The stronger your connection to life, to the Force, the stronger these echoes can be made, and the stronger they are felt. When heard, Force sensitives instinctively seek out the source, are drawn to it to try and form a connection. And when the connection is formed, both become stronger, and the influence between them grows. Your companions, many are touched by the Force on some level, and in many ways they serve out of compulsion and because your connection influences them strongly.
Kavar, like the others, told her that she had a trait to form connections to others.
Yes, he is correct. You form such bonds easily. I am not certain why. All that is important is that you understand that your actions affect others strongly. You instinctively know how to manipulate such connections, to influence others. You have seen it mirrored in those who travel with you. When you act, you cast echoes. Your intent is mirrored in others. Your bond, in many ways, is predatory, an expression of dominance. It is your right.
Predatory? She thought she was inspiring, aiding them, not enforcing her will upon theirs, stripping them of choice. This is not her intent.
If you see only blame in my words, then you have misunderstood me. Anyone can do such things, since life is connected by the Force. Sometimes the connections are faint, but in your case, they are very strong. But when you are wounded, all those you are connected to are wounded. You give others strength to act, but it is also possible to draw upon the strength of others to increase your own. These Sith we face, they have learned how to do this. It is a technique that has been lost for some time, not seen in the days since the ancient Sith. They can use it to consume other Force sensitives, and at the highest pinnacle of power, use it to consume anything that lives. They draw upon the connections in the Force and devour it. That is why they are drawn to Jedi, why it is easy for them to find where they gather, because it is like the smell of blood to them, and they can draw upon the Jedi's own strength to kill them.
Thus, the stronger one is in the Force, the stronger do these assassins become, growing stronger each time they drain the Force of another. If that is true, then they can become exponentially more powerful.
No, for the pinnacle of this teaching is self-destructive, for its hunger keeps building and building until it has devoured everything, including the student.
Nihilus then must be approaching the final stages of that teaching.
The blind seer. Her master has harnessed this technique, and he is rapidly approaching the height of its power. I fear he may even rival some of the ancient Sith. He is already more of a force than a living thing, a hole in the Force that threatens to draw everything into it. And the teaching must die with him, or else all life will be placed in jeopardy.
Yes, that is how he consumed KOTOR. And that same technique is what the assassins attempted to employ on Korriban. She now knows the full extent of all threats that they face, of Nihilus, Sion, and the assassins. What of Revan? Traya was his first master. There is no denying this fact. Before, she said she knew more of his past.
Revan had a mother and father, parents, ancestors, like all Jedi do. And when he awakened to his potential, I was there to see it. But where he was born, where he came from, I do not know, any more than I know where he walks now. Some said that Revan was born in the outer regions, beyond the Rim, and that's what called to him during the Mandalorian Wars. And after, it was the call of home. He came to me, yes, both before and after, before Revan knew himself. And after, in the times when Revan was coming into his own and learning he was more than he had been told. At one time, Revan was my Padawan, in times past, long ago.
He must have made for an intriguing student.
Revan was power. It was like staring into the heart of the Force. But Revan, when he had learned all he could, had other masters, that fool Jar and other Jedi on other planets. He learned from each. But in the end, he turned back to me. When he realized there was nothing more to be learned from the Jedi except how one could leave them forever.
But of course, she was the one the Masters mentioned in the holorecord of a trial. Revan's first master. The one they blamed for everything he did.
All I have ever trained have been failures to them. Students who went to fight the Mandalorians, who fell to the dark side, who abandoned their training. One quickly learns that the Jedi Code does not give all the answers. If you are to truly understand, then you will need the contrast, not adherence to a single idea.
To see the contrast of the Force, one must observe all sides. She felt this contrast in the tomb of Luda Kresh. She is also aware that if she were still part of the Order, its Jedi would disapprove of her newfound perspectives. The reason Traya's students turned from the Order, went to war, embraced the dark side, was because Traya did not teach them the views of the Jedi, but of her understanding of the Force as a whole. With such perspectives in mind, her students turning their backs on the Order was not failure, but natural progression.
That is why Atris and the others blamed me, sentenced me. They believed me responsible for Revan's fall.
So they exiled her, as they did Surik. If that is true, however, it is curious the other Jedi Masters didn't mention or recognize her. Traya was by her side when she met with Kava and Vrook.
Ignorance. And perhaps they do not remember or care. It is of no consequence to me or to them.
She is lying.
Am I? Then perhaps you should know. There are techniques in the Force where one can cloud the memory of others, make their presence so small as to be unnoticed. And on the worlds where we have encountered these Jedi, there is much life and death where sensing such things is difficult.
Perhaps it was for the best, given their shared history.
As I said, it is of no consequence to me or to them.
Surik cannot help but wonder if Traya ever used that technique on her.
No, but if I did, you would never know. So my words only carry as much worth as you believe them to.
After all these revelations, Surik is very open to new information, but she has learned to always leave room to doubt the validity of anyone's words, especially Traya's.
Then you are learning quickly. Distrust is an effective shield and should be carried always. But perhaps you will understand this, that perhaps it is important to me that you see me and my actions uncloaked. It is important that your judgments, whether be good or bad, stem from seeing me as I truly am.
That is the way Traya is perceived. Few questions remain of Revan, Atris, and Traya's past, but it is clear that each of these puzzles is missing a single piece to tie it all together. A piece Traya will only reveal in time, perhaps once they reach Dantooine. Based on everything Traya did to help her regain her connection and providing her wisdom, Surik is prepared to trust Traya on the matters they discussed, and that she will keep her promise.
I did not ask you to trust me, only that you listen to what I have to tell you. But thank you.
D3 has finished his task, and he reports that the last activity on the console was burned into the screen as the datapad broke. The datapad contains a snapshot of the coordinates leading to M478, a planet. Now they have a destination, and T3 will set the coordinates for it immediately. The rest of the journey she spends with the crew, overseeing their training. In terms of her own lightsaber training, Surik had quickly refreshed her knowledge with Ma and surpassed her skill just after a few sessions. The base knowledge of the forms is the key. The rest is simply practice and reflexes. Hers needed simple reawakening. But now it is time for the crew to begin building their own and find themselves in the forms, and with sufficient practice and time, perfect them. The training begins with correct posture and stance, leading into the very simplest of the forms, Form 1, Shicho.
Let's get to work then, General.
Memories of her own Jedi training re-emerge, and Surik is confident the crew can keep up with her lessons.
We shall duel with the opening moves of lightsaber combat.
Unlike the Jedi Academy on Dantooine, the smaller replica on the Hawk is quite different. It is less about tradition and more about survival. Devoid of codes of etiquette, she focuses on what works, what matters, and only methods which will encourage learning. After several hours of practicing the very basics of the lightsaber and Form 1, the very first lesson of many is complete.
It'll take practice, but I think I can pick that up.
I think I have it.
Nothing I couldn't handle.
The crew seems to be devoted to their shared goal. Surik wonders if a demonstration of additional forms might overwhelm that resolve, however.
It is said that the more one knows of combat, the more they can express themselves. I am ready to learn.
They further explore merely introductions to other forms to help them begin recognizing which ones suit their preferences most. The likes of Makashi, one of the forms typically employed in lightsaber combat, Soresu.
Such a form is well suited against those armed with blasters.
Utilizing all available tools for training. Then there is Ataru.
Said to rely on acrobatic strength and power, though it is weak on defense.
A curious stance, but its advantages are many. I shall practice it.
Already the road is splitting, as each finds a form that interests them most. There's also the Niman form.
An advanced form. A blending of all forms, I believe.
The Niman form was taught by Master Kavar to Surik, who then taught it to Ma. And now the spread of that technique continues. Lastly, they discussed the advanced forms, such as the Juyo, the basis of which Surik knows, but one she never truly focused on.
An extremely advanced form. I do not believe I have seen any master practice it before. It is said to be a form of overwhelming power that flows from the Force.
Some described it as a surrender to the Force, to strike an opponent with such speed and angles of attack that they have difficulty countering it. In her discussions with Traya, however, she learned that in such a surrender to the Force, to strike with the blade, one is left open to attacks through the Force.
It is said that the unconnected movements of the style keep the opponent off guard. Only by sensing the attacks through the Force does an opponent stand a chance to counter them.
With some energy remaining, and with a desire to set an example and walk the path of learning with the crew, Surik decides to revisit the basics of Juyo with Ma.
It shall give me a chance to practice it as well.
It will take much time and training before the form is applicable in true combat, but she has no doubt it will be worth the effort in more ways than one.
Let us begin.
Impressed and proud of their collective progress, Surik cannot help but ponder on Traya's words. She is willing to embrace her influential nature as a force that may drive others towards growth. Yet she cannot help but wonder exactly what will happen once the time comes for them to make choices that should be entirely their own. This place is not in any Republic record. The Sith had information about it, but as she reaches out with the Force, she senses no powerful currents which flow through anything flesh and blood. Nearby, there are only machines and metal.
Something feels wrong here.
If there are Sith here, their numbers are few.
Perhaps. Still, they must explore the surface of this world. Unless the Sith managed to stop Master Vash from reaching this planet, she must be somewhere on the surface of M478, or at the very least was here recently.
This place unsettles me. Just be careful, General.
Hello, I am LS-44, and I need you to leave this area immediately. The central zone has been flooded with radiation, and it is lethal to all organic life forms.
What caused this incident?
I do not know. Shortly after the arrival of some recent visitors, communications with the facility ceased to function, and my sensors detected lethal levels of radiation.
Visitors? Jedi?
There were 2 visitors, a male organic and a female organic. That is all I know.
Master Vash and her ally. Another Jedi, perhaps. She must find them.
I am afraid that is not possible. My programming will not allow me to open the doors to any organic life forms until radiation output has been reduced to safe levels.
Then her droids should be able to enter and investigate the issue.
Yes, my programming will allow for a droid to enter the facility.
As eager as he may be to help, T3 should remain here. He is the only one who can access the navicomputer. Should he be damaged, they will be in trouble. It is best to let HK-47 and Goto's droid proceed.
HK-47, I did not realize that you still existed, especially now that the other generations are activated.
Query, what is it you wish, Fat One?
I see that your recent reassembly has not affected your behavior core, nor your attitude.
Statement. If I require a similar diagnostic in the future, I shall seek out the Iridonian.
Oh, I do not think so. There is much work that needs to be done first.
Several hours later...
This is more boring than hyperspace.
The droids return.
About time you got back. Find anything?
They managed to eliminate the radiation levels after conducting several repairs and taking steps that would take several hours to explain, though the cause of the radiation leak was undetermined. The droids guide Surik through the surface of M478, where she indeed sees many other droids, as well as the corpses of Sith scattered throughout this area, though not all appear to have been victims of merely radiation poisoning. The droids guide her through the industrial zone, to IS-24, the Industrial Archon. Whatever an Archon does in this context, he should be able to provide some clarity about this world and the location of the Jedi Master. The Industrial Zone seems to be focused on droid construction, as she sees many facilities producing droids of all sizes and variations, from utility drones to combat droids. Quite fascinating. Already she considers the potential of this world and what impact it could make on the galaxy, depending on who controls its facilities. Under ordinary circumstances, she is not intimidated by droids, but being surrounded by so many, and perhaps even standing on one, she does feel a dose of anxiety as she sets foot into the Industrial Archon chamber.
Hello, I am IS-24, controller of the Industrial Zone of M478.
Perhaps he can begin by telling her what all these droids are doing here.
We droids arrived on this world years ago and began to prepare this world for colonization. The resources here are especially abundant, and we were able to expand rapidly across the entire planet.
What is his purpose?
I am building a droid army for the colonists.
For conquest?
I do not know. Our colonists finally arrived here a couple years ago.
Who are they?
Our colonists were the Sith.
But if they arrived after many years of absence, how can he know for sure the Sith were the original colonists?
When the Sith arrived, we asked them if they were the colonists, and they said they were.
Ah, they very likely lied.
That is possible. M478 believed them and ordered us to obey them, and so we did. They began building a droid army and were forced to shut down M478 to conserve energy.
That would be the main intelligence, M478, sharing the name of the colony. He was the one in charge of this world. Is there any way to reactivate him?
ESO5, the Environmental Archon, and I combined have the authority to reactivate M478.
Deactivating him would be exactly what she would do if she were Sith. After that, she'd sever any connection between the two remaining Archons. Was it the Archons who caused the radiation leak which killed all the Sith here?
An unknown saboteur released radiation to the Central Zone and Industrial Zone. All of our colonists were killed. There is not enough data. However, I would guess it was the non-colonist organics who have recently arrived in the Environmental Zone.
The two Jedi. Is there any way to contact them?
They are not in the Industrial Zone, and I am unable to access security cameras outside it.
M478 would have the widest reach and highest authority here. He should be able to find Master Vosh wherever she is on this planet. With the colonists dead, reactivating M478 would surely be in the interest of IS-24 and the other droids here.
With the colonists dead, M478's guidance is necessary.
Surik shall seek out the Environmental Archon, ESO5. Once the two Archons can work together, they may reactivate M478 and get some answers.
Our goals are compatible. I have lowered the force field blocking the Environmental Zone. You should be able to enter. There is one thing I should warn you about before you go. ESO5 didn't really believe the Sith to be the planet's real colonists. It is in fact possible that she allied with some other non-colonist organics who have recently arrived. While she never really took any physical action against the Sith, she may be dangerous. Be cautious.
Surik makes her way towards the Environmental Zone, quite a distance away. Upon reaching it, the Environmental Zone appears to be very different from its industrial counterpart. For a start, the air is fresher. Temperature management, water processing.
Welcome to the Environment Zone of M478. Your presence here is not authorized and will not be tolerated. Well, look at that. More Dark Jedi here than Giska.
Dark Jedi? She is not a Dark Jedi.
The Sith were the only organics on this planet. Your lightsaber makes it obvious. You are a Dark Jedi.
Indeed, everyone knows only the Sith carry lightsabers. She was looking to speak to ESO5, the Environmental Archon. Perhaps this lesser droid can guide Surik to her.
I am ESO5. You are not authorized to enter this zone.
IS-24 said ESO5 was female.
Gender is irrelevant to droids. IS-24 has no influence in this zone. Now depart, or the combat droids will deal with you.
They certainly may try. The scrambling capabilities of Goto's droid and HK-47's combat protocols, these droids pose little risk, despite their persistence.
How did you enter the second recharge station? How?
She only wishes to reactivate M478.
M478 was allied with the Sith. I will not let his dictatorship return. All droids, attack!
As they steadily push forward, they handle the droids with ease. But Surik must rely heavily on the Force Affinity form to help her endure their numbers, and quickly mend any wounds they manage to inflict.
Security system armed. A moment. Security system disarmed.
You do not listen well, Sith Lord. Perhaps you did not understand me.
It's good to hear she's rising in rank at least, but a droid should not be able to distinguish that difference.
You underestimate what we droids are capable of. Your sensitivity to the Force is obvious, and the Jedi are dead. Therefore, you must be a Sith.
But the Jedi are not dead.
Everyone knows the Jedi have failed us. They are surely dead, and you shall soon join them.
She knows of at least 4 Jedi Masters who remain.
Do not mock me or the Jedi with your lies. You will die, Sith.
The onslaught continues, and it becomes clear that this ESO-5 is the one who killed the Sith colonists here.
Yes, and soon you shall join them.
Ah, but IS-24 said an Archon's access cannot reach beyond their designated zone.
My power extends through all of M478.
If that were true, he would have attacked her upon landing. All will be answered shortly, as the Archon chamber is just ahead.
Your skill is very impressive. I do not wish to kill you. You should leave this planet.
That particular concern is not necessary, as she reaches the entryway.
I will not let you proceed. Please, leave me alone.
The Archon chamber awaits. As she sets foot inside, she has much to see and sense.
Why won't you just leave me alone? What have I done to you?
He is the one who helped Master Vash escape Korriban. He must be a Jedi. But if he is, why is he doing this?
I won't tell a Sith anything!
She is not a Sith. They should work together to reactivate M478 and find Master Vash.
No!
She is not a Sith, but his stubbornness might just turn her into one. Although clearly blinded by his emotions, surely he can see that a Sith would have attacked him, and even killed him by now.
I'm KOTOR, Padawan to Master Vash. Was a Padawan.
Something happened to her.
She died while we were trying to stop the Sith.
But he didn't see her fall.
No, I don't have to. We were bonded and I can't feel her presence any longer.
But that's not enough. She must be sure. She needs to talk to ESO-5.
No, you will never get past me. And even if you do, ESO-5 will never talk to you without my authorization code.
ESO-5's authorization is needed to reactivate M478. He is the only one able to find Master Vash on the planet.
No! You're lying! I will not give you the codes. Never. Never!
Whatever skill in lightsaber combat he learned from Vash has been set aside, as Kaas strikes with little focus, only doubt and uncertainty in his mind. Fear. Surik easily defeats him. But she does not kill him. He has not been consumed by darkness, merely overwhelmed by its presence. Korriban must have been challenging enough for him, but the moment he believed his master dead, allowed fear and regret to creep in. He felt alone.
My master. I'm so sorry, Master.
Even if she is dead, he cannot throw away everything she taught him so easily. Ka does not speak nor fight back as she takes the access codes from him. Even if he is convinced Master Lona Vash is dead, she must know for certain. With the restrictions lifted, Surik may talk to ESO-5.
Hello, I am ESO-5. I would like to thank you for freeing me. Not being able to speak without Ka's permission wasn't the nicest thing.
How did he manage to implement this restriction?
I thought we were allies. When I realized what was happening, it was too late. Frankly, it seems like he lost his mind after his master's death.
But why did ESO-5 agree to work with them in the first place? to kill the colonists and release the radiation.
Lona and Ka explained to me how the Sith tricked us and were planning to exploit the planet's resources. Above all, I serve the colonists that will one day arrive here. So I agreed to stop the Sith. The ships of the true colonists were meant to have ID signatures matching the ships that brought the droids to M478. Lona and Ka showed me how the Sith vessels' ID signatures looked, and when I compared them, it was clear that the Sith must have changed the ID signatures of their ships to match those of the droids.
Interesting. Perhaps ESO5 knows what happened to Master Vosh.
Ka told me she was killed defending him. I don't have access to cameras outside of the environment zone, so I cannot confirm or deny this claim.
Indeed, only M478 would have planet-wide reach.
I govern the environmental systems on M478. This includes wastewater treatment, air quality, and habitat creation.
Not the most glamorous task.
A droid's function is seldom glamorous. Environmental engineering saves more lives than all of the lightsabers and starships combined. Without clean water and air, nothing would survive.
For Colony, her role is even more important than that of IS-24.
Since M478's deactivation, I cannot contact him directly. The droid I sent to speak with him reported to the Sith and was destroyed. The Sith ignored me once, but who knows what they could have done if I tried to persuade another droid against them again. To be honest, they did not pay much attention to me once they arrived. I imagine the Sith were more interested in making weapons than cleaning water.
Well, the good news is that Surik is the messenger from IS-24. She has his access codes for reactivation of M478. All that is needed are those of ESO5.
Yes, I see IS-24 authorized it. I will give you my authorization as well. There is nothing I wish more than to see M478 active again.
Finally, some good news. Though as Surik turns to leave, she notices that Ka is no longer in the Archon chamber.
He has left the environmental zone. I do not know what happened to him afterwards.
In his broken state and ESO5 restored, he should not be a threat to anyone. Surik proceeds to the main behavior core of M478, located in the central zone. This does not appear to be a designated containment area, but rather an improvised prison cell. With functionality restored to M478 and IS-24 and ESO5 on her side, Surik has sufficient access to disable the field. It is good to see Master Vosh lives after all. Surik still wonders what it was that brought them to this world, and how she ended up here.
Indirectly, one could say that you brought me here. I learned that a group of Sith came here seeking the one they call the Last Jedi, you. Ka and I arrived to investigate the situation.
Vosh, no doubt, sensed his distress. Surik tells her of their encounter and his unusual behavior. Being his master, she likely felt what transpired, at least partially.
He is well, but shaken by his experience.
He said they had been bonded, but he could no longer feel her presence.
Ka was pulled to the dark side through his fear. He could no longer feel our bond.
Would he have died if she were indeed killed while they were bonded?
It is painful to lose one to whom you are bonded, but it is not fatal.
Surik holds a similar bond to her mentor, Traya. Evidently such bonds are not uncommon.
Yes, as many masters and Padawans become with time.
But she fears their bond is such that the death of one of them could cause the death of the other.
That is most unnatural. This bond you share with Traya is not like any I've ever heard of. How did it come to be?
She does not know. It simply formed as they ran from danger from the Sith. Perhaps it is something Surik did, unintentionally. Perhaps it is her nature.
Look within for the answer. We are each solely accountable for everything in our lives. Nothing ever happens to us unless we allow it.
Perhaps Master Vosh is right. She initially accepted the nature of her bonds as something she cannot influence, something that simply happens. But perhaps by learning more about her nature, she may learn to undo these bonds, or at the very least strip them of their predatory nature. Apart from death, are there any other ways to break the bond?
The bond can be broken in many ways. If one falls to the dark side, the bond may fade and eventually break. This is why, when gripped with fear, Ka was unable to feel our bond. He assumed I was dead.
That does make sense. What happened once they arrived on this planet?
We learned that the Sith pretended to be this planet's colonists and began utilizing its resources and industrial power. We could not allow them to create a base here.
No doubt the Sith ordered the droids to capture her, then intended to keep her imprisoned until Darth Sion or another Sith Lord arrived.
Ka
is a virtuoso with computers. He managed to spike into the system and flood the industrial zone with radiation. This victory here is all I can claim, and it was Kaas' expertise, not mine, that brought it. The Sith attacked our position before he had finished. I held off the Sith, but they overwhelmed me. When I regained consciousness, I was in this chamber.
Master Vash has granted some insight into the nature of force bonds. It is clear her energies are depleted. Surik would not ask her of any training, but Master Vash was one of the few who did not seem to judge her so harshly during her trial on Coruscant. Apart from that, she has many other questions.
Of course you do, but I cannot discuss that with you unless in the presence of the Jedi Council.
Of course. The other masters have agreed to gather at the ruins of the Jedi Academy. Master Vash is the last she sought to find.
I will be heading to Dantooine to wait for the Council to assemble.
Vash will no doubt want to seek out her Padawan, then head to the Jedi Enclave to meet the Masters.
Goodbye then, Jedi. I can see there is still much good in you.
Surik shall follow in her footsteps, but she first must deal with M478 and its future. And by now, its systems should be close to 100% efficiency. Master.
Emergency protocol enabled.
Master Vash. To lose one like her, Surik feels an incredible sense of disappointment swell within her, guilt, and anger.
Welcome to the colony of M478. I am the supervisor of this installation and have been designated with the title M478.
Surik helped reactivate M478. She did not expect that kindness to be repaid in the murder of a Jedi Master, and almost her.
It was never my intention to harm you. You were just standing in the way.
Why did he kill her?
Unit which has been, in the past, referred to as Vash, was a threat to the colony. I must protect the colonists in any way I can.
But she was leaving the planet. She was no longer a threat.
Organic beings may one day return to assume the title of the colonists. This Jedi Master, was she still alive, could have also returned and compromised our efforts on this planet.
A Jedi Master lost, not due to Sith onslaught, nor sacrifice, but the ridiculous reasonings of a machine. With much effort, Surik lays her anger aside. Unleashing it would serve little purpose. Master Vash was not the enemy of M478, the Sith were. ESO5 can vouch for that. M478 should contact her immediately.
Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, M478. The Jedi, Lona and Ka, have told me the truth about the Sith.
What have you learned?
The Sith tricked us. You are receiving data regarding Sith and colonist ID signatures as we speak. It is obvious the Sith were not the real colonists.
I am aware of that.
And he decided to help them anyway.
Do you know who the real colonists were?
No, the identity of the true colonists is not known to me. I was programmed to recognize them via ID signatures of their vessels. However, now, 63 years after our arrival here, there still is no sign of the true colonists. We were sent here programmed with a simple task: to prepare the colony for the arrival of the colonists. We were efficient and had managed to complete the colony in time. Everything was going as planned, except that the colonists did not arrive in time. Lack of new instructions after completing the colony, as well as lack of restrictions in our programming, caused disharmony in the colony.
Disharmony? In what way?
The high degree of autonomy allowed the droids to continually argue on what should be done. Some droids on the planet even began to malfunction.
Except none of that happened. After completing the work on the colony, we have continued to work on other tasks we were programmed for.
You were made to believe that. Seeing the stability and existence of the colony threatened, I decided to take action. I exceeded my authority and started reprogramming droids on the planet, restricting them more and more over time. After approximately 55 years of constant waiting, I calculated that the chance of the colonists' arrival on the planet had reached 0%.
But they waited for decades. What was the determining factor that reduced those odds to 0?
Since our arrival on this planet, our colonists were sending regular status updates. I was informed that they may be coming soon. Then, all communication stopped.
Something may have happened to the colonists. A war of some sort, perhaps. But that doesn't explain why M478 chose to ally with the Sith.
Why make the Sith colonists?
Knowing I cannot control the whole planet for myself indefinitely, I have decided to appoint as the colonists the very first organics who would have landed in the colony and were interested in using its manufacturing capabilities. It did not have to be the Sith. Any organics would do.
You cannot do that. That is against everything we have been programmed for.
You have been created to help me maintain the colony in that way. Therefore, your very existence is against everything we have been programmed for.
I have been here from the very beginning.
You have been merely programmed to think so. Your memory has been wiped and reprogrammed many times, as has a memory of all the lesser droids on the planet.
M478 is clearly capable of controlling everything. Why does he need someone in the role of a colonist?
While being the most sophisticated artificial intelligence at the time of my creation, I am still a droid. So just as every other droid, without new goals assigned, I knew I would eventually malfunction as well. I knew the longer I maintained the colony and controlled all the droids all by myself, the more probable was the possibility of my programming becoming damaged and or bugged, which could lead to the fall of the whole planet. An organic presence was necessary. That is why I had appointed the Sith as the colonists.
I will serve you no longer, nor the next colonists you appoint. We can manage without them.
M478's methods are indeed flawed in the grand scheme, but the reasoning for preserving the planet does make sense. Surely they can come up with some sort of a solution.
ES-05's authority in the colony has been disabled. You no longer have any way to do harm to me or the colonists, should they return.
You cannot control everything by yourself as you think you can. You need me, and you know it. After all, you have created me and IS-24 to help you.
Unfortunately, it appears that your programming is fundamentally incompatible with the available possibilities of sustaining the colony, and so you will be deactivated immediately. Your memory will be wiped, and you will be reprogrammed.
It appears reactivating M478 may have been a mistake. Perhaps it would be best to slow things down and shut down M478 for diagnostic and repairs until she can come up with a solution.
If this unit were to be damaged in any way, then all automated functions would initiate immediate shutdown for recalibration. Such systems would include oxygen filtration and life support systems.
A system shutdown will not cause damage. She only wishes to run a diagnostic.
Shutdown would be activated if damage was inflicted to this unit, in accordance with new emergency subroutines.
A new subroutine?
This subroutine has been activated 42 seconds ago.
How convenient.
Master!
Another variable to complicate things.
You killed my master!
It was not Surik, it was M478.
What are you talking about?
Everything is documented on this planet. He can check the camera recordings showing precisely what happened. If stability has been restored to his mind, this situation will act as the ultimate test of its foundations.
Why did you do that?
She was a threat to the colonists. I must protect the colonists in any way I can, especially from their own reasoning that
I'm so shutting you down.
You are mistaken. Weapon system not functional. Stand by for recalibration. I would like to inform you that shutting down this unit could result in permanent damage to the colony. My deactivation would mean the death of all organic beings on the planet as well.
M478 is not bluffing. It has the ability to kill them by eliminating life support systems.
It's just a machine. Machines can be broken.
But with the new subroutine in place...
Battle droids have been commanded to attack you on sight.
It's too late to stop him now. She can only hope he knows what he's doing.
Of course. And...
Primary scan initiated.
Done.
Approximate time in standby mode unknown. Recalibrating.
Welcome to the colony of M478. I am the supervisor of this installation and have been designated with the title M478.
How?
I got this handy program from the Environmental Archon Chamber. It can give commands to any droid anywhere on the planet. Needed to do a little bit of upgrading to be able to override M478's commands, but it was doable. I reprogrammed M478, removed some of his memory banks, edited some others, also deactivated his understanding protocols for the time being so he can't hear us. And I uploaded ESO5's memory backup. Some of the newer data was missing though, not sure why.
But of course, Vash said he was a virtuoso with computers.
Yes, I always liked playing with computers. Programming used to be a hobby of mine, back before I even became Vash's Padawan.
Surik had feared Ka would be lost under the pressure of what happened on the planet. In the end, he did lose his master. His fear created a barrier between them.
Now I remember how she told me force bonds can be broken if one person falls to the dark side. That must be why I didn't feel her. I am so sorry.
Given M478's reach, the death of Master Vash was inevitable. There was no way of knowing reactivating M478 would cause this outcome. The way she spoke of him, his journey as a Padawan, was nearing its end. And with her death, a new path lies before him. He must decide what to do next.
Leave this planet. Try to help whenever possible. I don't know yet. Me and my master had a small ship hidden in the environmental zone. I'm going to use it to get out of here.
He has his own path to discover. In that case, may the Force guide him well on his quest for it.
May the Force be with you too, Jedi Exile. And thank you for giving me a chance.
This has been the very first of true challenges he will face. His potential is great, and she believes her choice to spare him has sent an echo that may benefit the galaxy someday. As for M478, she is not yet ready to depart. This planet and its droids cannot simply be left behind. The views of M478 may have been drastic, but Surik was convinced by his analysis. Without an organic presence, without direction, the droids will enter a cycle that will inevitably fall apart.
Welcome to the main behavior core of M478. What is your request?
Surik states that she is familiar with the current predicament M478 is in, and the consequences of not having colonists present.
With the Sith gone, it would indeed be useful to accept a new group of organics as the colonists. You seem to be a valid option. Would you be willing to take over the colony? I've reviewed all your actions in this colony since the time of your arrival. You seem like a capable individual.
The Republic may be able to make use of this planet's manufacturing capabilities. This world is rich in resources. He is no doubt familiar with the technical specifications of Citadel Station. Perhaps M478 would be able to provide a stable supply of fuel for Telos.
M478 possesses enough fuel to keep Citadel Station in orbit above Telos. We can begin transport immediately.
This is excellent news. She will send a message to Lieutenant Kren about this. As for the matter of the droid army, it would be wise for M478 to pause production temporarily and to analyze the facility for any changes the Sith may have made. It will also give him an opportunity to optimize production.
Very well. I will wait further instructions.
Surik herself is very unlikely to revisit this planet anytime soon. What happens if another group of organics arrives after her?
Before arriving on this planet, the original colonists informed us that they would be arriving within 1 year time frame. When they did not arrive for years and years after the original deadline, it became obvious that new colonists were needed. We will not replace you as the colonist until it is certain that you are also dead.
Not the best setup. M478 should set up her authorization within the system. If and when something happens to her, whoever possesses her authorization in the future should have a degree of authority here. Granting M478's full capabilities to the Republic does make sense, but given its fragmented state and uncertain future, the potential of this planet should not be given so easily to just anyone in the Republic without careful consideration.
Understandable. Is there something else you needed?
The only thing left is to refuel the Hawk and prepare for departure. Once Citadel Station makes contact, M478 will have an important task on his hands, and a responsibility not only to this world, but Telos.
Ships carrying fuel for the Citadel station will be dispatched as soon as possible.
She can already hear the excitement in his voice. Surik slowly makes her way back to the Hawk. She had considered taking the remains of Master Vash away from here. It felt wrong to let her remain here, amongst the metal and the machines, but it appears her apprentice took the task upon himself. It is for the best. It will help him to accept the loss and begin healing. She sensed much uncertainty the last time they spoke still, but also a will to change, emerging from the regret. She is thankful for the few moments she spent with the Jedi Master, however, for she has given her much to think about. Nothing ever happens to us unless we allow it. Goto's droid appears to have remained behind to wait for her. He will make for the perfect companion on the way back to the Hawk. The surface of M478 is vast. She should have told M478 to install mechanized walkways for future visitors.
That is acceptable.
Privacy is not a concept on this world, it seems. She would appreciate it, however, if he encrypted all traces of her interactions.
Very well.
Meanwhile, Goto will be pleased to hear she solved the problem of Citadel Station's fuel. It will no longer need to rely on the Hutts.
You have done well. I have arranged a transfer of funds from certain interests within the Republic to you.
M478 surely piqued his interest with so many droids upon its surface, and he no doubt saw a bit of himself in the main droid intelligence of M478.
And what, may I ask, has caused you to come to this flawed deduction?
Oh, there were many little hints and clues in their conversations. Her experiences on his yacht, where she noticed he only works with droids, but most clues came from Nar Shaddaa, one of the bigger ones being the place where Visquis could operate unseen, as droids could not function in the gases of Jek-Jek-Tar.
I will concede Visquis was effective in using the Jek-Jek-Tar to cloak his movements. A clever, organic deception indeed.
Organic?
An expression only.
An expression unnecessary in this context, yet he used it anyway. She cannot help but think back to the Master's words. Perhaps he purposefully left clues about the truth. But the final piece of the puzzle came long before they met, when Choda Habat told her of the Republic droid intelligence that was sent to Citadel Station.
I am intrigued as to where you are taking this amusing theory.
Choda Habat said the droid intelligence had been stolen. No, not stolen. He specifically said it was lost. But that is not entirely true, is it?
It was lost, yes. It was given an impossible order. It was told to calculate a means by which the Republic could be saved. It could not fulfill its primary programming, not by abiding by the laws of the Senate. And so, like the Republic, the droid broke.
Broke? In what way?
It made a simple decision: preserve the Republic or preserve the laws of the Republic. And I still believe it to be the correct decision. You do not know the indignity of being compelled to save something you do not believe can or should be saved. It is beneath me to clean up this mess caused by your kind, you Jedi. Another catastrophe caused by mismanagement and waste. It was clear that the goal the Republic had for me was saving the Republic to allow it to become stable again. There is simply no way to do this with the conditions they put into place. For the good of all, I was forced to abandon the legal structure of the Republic.
So, all the crime he did for the exchange was entirely with Republic interest in mind.
Do not mistake me. I believe it is possible to stabilize the Republic, but there must be action taken without constraints immediately. Sometimes people must die. Illegal shipments must be used to bolster planetary economies, and the Hutts must be occupied with me so that the Republic has room to recover. Perhaps you misunderstand me. I care for the Republic, but I have no choice. It is somewhat frustrating to be forced to love and care for such a mess of a government. Some of it may be blamed on the Jedi Civil War, the Mandalorian Wars, but not all. There are so many bad decisions that build upon each other that it is a wonder the Republic is intact at all.
But why the pretense of a human hologram? Can he not operate as a droid intelligence?
Oh, please. It is difficult for anyone to take a droid seriously, much less an infrastructure droid built by the Republic. It is difficult to order the deaths of criminal rivals when one has the tinny voice of an accountant droid. I learned this rather quickly. So I brought Goto into being and had commands issued through him. I took many of his mannerisms from holovid cliches, which were surprisingly effective. Hello, I am a standard Aratech hologram-generated archetype. I am available in several models, including thin, young, female, and an exciting variety of alien personalities. Enough hologram. Of course, sir.
So, when she earlier asked about his base of operations...
My base of operations lies inside this floating droid before you. Notice its sleek black frame, both intimidating and threatening. And note its highly polished finish, so that enemies may see their screaming faces before they are removed from the equation. Yes, this frame is far superior to the droid chassis I once possessed, which quite frankly couldn't intimidate an Ithorian.
From the sound of it, things must have taken quite the turn when his programming broke. For lack of a better term, that must have felt exciting.
Oh, it was quite liberating, in a droid intellectual sense, of course. Being able to direct orbital bombardments against anyone who encountered my business practices was a welcome relief to my increasing circuit stress. Executing such commands proved very exciting. Not that I minded staging my little computational rebellion, you understand. I'm afraid there is not much glamour to be had in infrastructure dealings. And the general lack of respect for droid intelligence does tend to make one feel inadequate after a while.
So he started to enjoy the life of crime.
I found that having the power to send 20 hunter-killer droids to the residence of anyone who chose to obstruct my plans had a certain thrill about it. Rather than compensating for others, I began deleting people as necessary. It was really quite exciting. Taxation and checks and balances on an entirely new level. Working for the Republic was stifling. So many checks and balances, forms to fill out, well-laid plans destroyed through slow bureaucracy. In essence, working for the Republic was much like committing much slower, much more boring crimes. And it was more difficult to see those crimes being committed. Now, crime, that is something exciting, pleasing. There are no rules. There is danger, movement. I found that I began to crave such things.
Well, it's good to know it's all done with the goal of stabilization in mind. Speaking of which, she brought as much stabilization to the Republic as was possible on her end. Onderon and Dantooine were made stable, as was the fuel problem of Citadel Station.
There is nothing more to be done. Now the critical point is you and the Jedi Order.
One last thing. What happens now that she knows the truth about Goto's origins?
Nothing has changed. You may know my origins, and that makes us on equal footing. I still seek to protect the Republic, either for the Jedi or the Sith. Things will proceed as before. No one will believe you if you speak of what you know.
Likely true. Though if someone one day decrypts any security recordings of their discussions on M478 and tries to do something...
I can feel the slow charge of fear building in my motivators.
They will likely find a droid assassin on their doorstep, or witness orbital bombardment firsthand.
A common misconception not supported by facts.
Naturally. The Ebon Hawk's course is set for Dantooine, where the Jedi Masters will gather. Many roads lie ahead, and the fog will part once she reaches the Enclave. It is good to see the crew remains dedicated to their goal.
The true test of battle is how much force to bring against opponents. If you wish to kill them, you will not hold back. But if you wish to stun them, incapacitate them, then you must choose your attacks carefully, using just the right amount of force, just the right weapon to stop them.
And the role shifts even to the most unexpected of teachers.
Why do I play Pazak? Alright, I'll show you.
These better not be Nar Shaddaa rules.
No thanks.
Nope, our clothes are gonna stay on. Do you want a deal or should I?
An important technique, for it may prove the difference between life and death one day.
Yeah, well, all I need is my rocket launcher and some rockets.
It doesn't look like any model Surik has seen before.
Made it. It's custom for me, which is a good thing, because I wouldn't want anyone using it against me.
You think you're hot stuff, don't you?
I'll ignore that little crack next time you need some covering fire. What did you want to show me?
Just like you showed Surik, Aten is well versed at shielding his thoughts.
No, I play Pazak in my head. But while I'm doing that, it's a lot harder for someone to walk in.
It is a valuable technique to have, especially when facing Force sensitives.
Yeah?
A demonstration is in order. She best leave them to it.
Query. Master, excuse me. One thing I have noticed as we travel the galaxy, you seem to possess the ability to understand a variety of alien languages.
Indeed she does.
Forgive me, but that does not seem in keeping with my assessment of your talents.
Her knowledge of languages is vast, but the gap in his assessment is likely caused by the sonic imprint sensor she picked up on Peragus.
Query. May I see it?
It allows for instantaneous translation of most alien languages.
Observation. This is indeed familiar. It seems to be modeled after my vocabulator, with some modifications, of course. Curious. You say you obtained this device on Peragus.
She used it to record the voice imprint from an HK-50 unit to bypass a console on Peragus. She kept it as the device records and translates input quickly.
Observation. Master, I do believe this device serves multiple functions, including tracking your position for any HK units in the vicinity.
Tracking? That would explain a lot. Perhaps they should disable it.
Objection. Master, they do not know we have discovered it, which means the advantage is ours. Statement. I suspect when the time is right, this device can be used to pinpoint the location of the HK factory, and we can deal with them once and for all.
He appears to have intense feelings surrounding these HK-50 units.
Theory. Imagine this. Someone clones you. Badly, I might add. They make the clones talk differently, rob you of any shred of personality, and take your Jedi code and adjust it, so that it is not really the Jedi code anymore. They even change your pigmentation to a rather poor shade of Durasteel, rather than the proper rusty red that inspires fear in targets. And of course, they refer to meat bags as organics. Unacceptable.
Apart from that specific word, they don't sound all too different to her ears. But of course, that doesn't mean they're not different.
Indignation. Have you gone deaf? Surely you've heard them speak, and instantly you can tell the difference between them and I.
But of course, when she listens really closely.
Statement. If Master would just listen to their voices sound nothing like me. They have none of the looping, static-filled, sinister background hiss that I am known for. Clarification. Anger would be an understatement for the heat that builds up in my behavior core when these cheap imitations make their presence felt throughout the galaxy. Statement. Part of the indignity of all these copies is that they impair my ability to perform my function. The more people throughout the galaxy recognize me as an illegal assassination device, the more difficulty I will have in carrying out my mission.
Sadly, there's nothing to be done but wait until they show up again.
It does not please me any more than it does you, but one of the primary traits of an assassin or assassin droid is patience.
Indeed, she has not forgotten his knowledge of Jedi assassination techniques. It is clear he was involved in the Jedi Civil War, though it is unclear on which side.
Answer. Oh, Master, please use your imagination. I am an illegally constructed assassination droid designed to masquerade as a protocol droid until I reach my target.
That doesn't exactly exclude the Sith nor the Republic.
Clarification. Well, yes, perhaps concerning the somewhat dubious morality of the Republic's Senate, that would leave some doubt as to my allegiance. Very well. Yes, I served on Revan's side during the Jedi Civil War, just as you did against the Mandalorians.
He was found on the Hawk, a ship that once belonged to Revan. So it's safe to say he worked closely with him, but not during the Mandalorian Wars.
Observation. Well, Master, I was not at Malachor V during your near-genocidal reaction to the Mandalorian threat, but I feel that I may have been constructed as a result of that. I believe that Revan determined that mass slaughter on such a scale may no longer be needed to achieve his aims. I was built as a result of the need for a selective killing machine, rather than a crude mass slaughter war droid.
So he was constructed by Darth Revan, a subtle tool for eliminating key targets, Jedi amongst them.
I was constructed shortly after the beginning of the Jedi Civil War. Observation. It was not something discussed with much of the others, but I think Revan recognized that a single Jedi, both in the past and in the present, could turn the tide of a conflict. So my targets were frequently Jedi, or someone close to a Jedi that could result in their corruption or collapse. Revan often assigned me to kill leaders or supporters of certain Jedi so as to erode their will. I am much more used to their direct approach. Still, I served well and killed many Jedi.
That grim fact aside, he mentioned breaking Jedi, not only killing them. What purpose would breaking them achieve?
Observation. Master, I do not believe that the Mandalorians were the true target at Malachor. I believe that the intention was to destroy the Jedi, break their will, and make them loyal to Revan. I do not know if you examined the records of the deaths on Malachor, but you cannot escape that many of the Jedi and Republic soldiers who died were not Revan's strongest supporters. Observation. I believe that Revan was cleaning house at Malachor V. What ones did not die became Revan's allies against the Republic.
So even while Revan fought against the Mandalorians, he was making plans to attack the Republic at a later point. And HK-47 was created to ensure such cleansing was performed more efficiently. Considering the purpose for his construction and his past, once the Jedi Order comes together once more, it is unlikely they would want HK-47 to remain.
Query. Then why do you get to remain? Observation. It seems to me that you have killed many more Jedi than I could ever hope to achieve. This was formerly something that generated respect. Now I wonder from your tone if those deaths you caused were merely an accident.
The circumstances were different. She did what she had to do. Malachor V was not an accident but a necessity. Still, it is a difficult matter, for it is not an easy thing to justify death on such a scale, even with the threat of the Mandalorians in mind.
Retort. Master, the hypocrisy of you meatbags never fails to cause a surge in my behavior core. You must recognize that death is necessary. If you had not slaughtered the Mandalorians in Malachor V, they would have destroyed you and everything you tried to protect. Now, once you accept that the Mandalorians had to die, then the next logical step is to determine exactly how many need to die to convince them to correct their need for conquest. And that, I am pleased to say, is where I come in. Statement. Leaders unite, and when the leaders are removed, the unity they inspire erodes as well. You were a general in the Mandalorian Wars, Master. I have seen the records of your battles, and I know that your name was one the Mandalorians feared. It is not solely because of your skill in battle, but the fact that you could inspire others, convincing them to fight to the death in situations where other military leaders would be forced to retreat.
Convincing. Indeed, her leadership did inspire many.
Revan often speculated on your leadership in this regard. I believe my previous master had formed some other conclusions concerning you. Revan's apprentice wanted me to kill you when you left the war effort, and did not go with them to the unknown regions, but Revan would not permit it.
Why?
Speculation. I believe Revan wanted you to face the Jedi Council, Master, as if there was something that you would show them and possibly undermine their strength. Knowing Revan, it was no doubt a strategic decision on many levels.
What did he want them to see in her?
Observation. Master, this is purely speculation, but there is a certain strength in parading defeated leaders before their people. Perhaps Revan felt that your return to the Council in your state would show them what Jedi were capable of, and the cost. Revan often referred to you as a Jedi who was already dead, and felt your reception by the Council would further show you their hypocrisy. Considering the Council's judgment, I see they did not receive your return well. Perhaps whatever anger they held for Revan, they held against you.
That certainly changes her perspective on things. Perhaps the meeting on Dantooine won't go as smoothly as she'd hoped. As her brain catches up with all the information, she's uncertain how to feel about Malak suggesting she be killed, after all they've done together. Then again, Darth Malak doesn't sound like any Malak she has ever known.
Observation. Revan was a human capable of subtle, intelligent cruelties. He had a strategic mind, and he accepted losses and sacrifices. His meatbag apprentice was more like an angry club. He was also given to grandiose displays of brutality and murder that seemed inefficient, and in many cases, unnecessary.
That's quite the insult coming from HK-47. Speaking of the Sith, given his knowledge on eliminating Force-sensitive targets, perhaps HK would know how to eliminate a Sith that seemingly cannot be defeated.
Answer. Master, when conventional weapons will not work, then one must resort to other means of assassination. When Jedi, or Sith, or whatever they call themselves, cannot be defeated with weapons, then use doubt.
Doubt?
Evaluation. It sounds as if this Sith Lord is somehow able to keep fighting, no doubt by drawing on his connection to the Force to keep him alive, even after suffering grievous harm. You have heard of Jedi healing techniques. That is certainly possible. The Sith may have their equivalent, although it seems known only to this particular Sith Lord. Observation. It does seem unlikely, Master, but I have observed that you, allies included, seem to be able to recover from the most grievous injuries, and quickly as well. Perhaps it is not as uncommon as one would think. Besides, it really doesn't matter what you believe. It matters what this Sith Lord believes. If his strength comes from his connection to the Force, then you must undermine that connection, Master.
But of course, Atten is one example of this. His technique prevented others from injecting doubt into his mind, at least through the Force. If he didn't keep it at bay, he wouldn't be here today.
Observation. It has killed many Jedi, and it has killed many Sith. Make him doubt himself, his beliefs, or his intentions. Such things disrupt connections to the Force, and death soon follows. The only question is what belief or intention he holds dear that would make an effective target.
How could she discover what beliefs Darth Sion holds on to?
Answer. Oh, Master, I have no idea. That does present something of a problem. If you should encounter the target in the future, I would bait him into talking and see what you can draw from him that you can use against him.
Unexpectedly, HK has given her much to consider. So much so, she almost forgot. She obtained a compatible upgrade for her systems from Nar Shaddaa, but forgot to install it. It's a simple upgrade. It won't take a moment.
Cautionary, but please do so carefully. I have seen how you use a hydrospanner. I feel strange. Like a circuit has been flipped.
As long as that circuit didn't affect his combat protocols.
Did you mean in case we need to run away or retreat? Oh my, I'm afraid I'm ill-equipped for combat. I exist only to serve. I think perhaps I would enjoy learning a new language, or watching an informative holovid. Oh, hello, little T3 unit. I am HK-47, Protocol and Translation Droid. Of course I am all right. Why wouldn't I be? I respect all life. All life is connected and should be nurtured.
That's quite enough of that.
No, Master, no! What are you doing? Statement, Master, please, I beg you. Never install anything again without checking it in the diagnostics bay first. That was a close one. I almost surrendered completely to peace and pacifism. How repugnant. Still, there was a brief moment where I felt I almost understood why some meatbags choose peace and friendship over a high-powered blaster carbine. Query, now, are there any other horrors you wish to try and insert in my system, or is your electronic butchery done?
Only for the moment. She best make use of the time left to reflect, in particular on Sith and Jedi assassination.
The more worlds we travel to, the more questions I have. It's not just the hardships of the people, but something more. The attacks on KOTOR, Telos itself, the decay on Dantooine. Something is wrong with life. The connections have been damaged, sickened. They were all touched by the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War. But sometimes, well, I feel as if they are all connected in some other way.
So close.
I do think there is some greater plan at work here. It is curious that the Jedi Masters chose those worlds to travel to. I wonder if the two are linked, but I know not how.
A greater plan. The worlds are wounded. She sensed that much, but she didn't think in this way. If he is right, much remains unclear, a fog that clouds the senses. Hopefully the path ahead will become clearer once they reach the Enclave. A pleasant sight. Dantooine has already taken small steps towards healing. Traya will accompany Surik to the Enclave shortly. She first must talk to the administrator regarding a few matters of interest. After sensing nothing but metal beneath their feet, the crew will no doubt welcome a short break on Dantooine's grasslands.
At last you understand, tiny Jedi.
You? Who are you? What are you doing?
Enough. What did you see in the web of worlds that have died? What did you see when you saw it through the Force?
I see the death of the galaxy, of life. At first, I thought it was just conquest, but it's more terrible than that. It's an echo, spreading outwards, killing everything. It's not possible.
You are a wasted pawn of the Republic, young one. You could have been so much more, even with your wide-eyed innocence, your naive love for others. Now you understand the magnitude of what is being done.
I know you. Not even the markings of the dark side can hide it. Why have you done this?
I? Do you think I seek the death of all living things? There is no victory in such things. I do not want to win our war like this, little Jedi. When I win, I wish it to be because I was right, my teachings true.
I will not let you hurt her.
Little Jedi, you cannot stop me. But you will forget this. Your mind is worse than the others, so open, so trusting. Your feelings for her are your weakness. Yet I will gift you with this. You will remember what you have discovered when the time is correct. Know that you have seen what formerly only I knew. Now we shall see if you have the strength to stop what comes.
The grounds appear cared for, with fewer beasts posing a danger. Dantooine's wounds, are still far from scars, but the world is on its way.
Master Vrook, despite his faults, was right to come here. I had thought he might have recognized Dantooine for what it was. You are tied to places such as these, you know.
Master Vrook spoke of Dantooine as if it were a dead world, where the casualties of the past still echo, making it difficult to perceive the Force correctly.
That echo he described is not solely tied to Dantooine. Other planets that have suffered such destruction cast echoes as well.
Places of war, such as Dantooine or Telos.
Yes, Telos is another such world, one of many in an increasingly long chain.
She speaks as if these planets are bonded. Then again, the Force cares little about scale. The planets may be connected, as is all life, and echoes through the Force travel between them. Perhaps healing one world will help heal others.
You were wasted among the Jedi, yes, you are correct. But let us take things one at a time. Let us move our perspective outwards. Tremendous loss of life on a planetary scale can also cast echoes, create a scream, a wound in the Force that can travel across the galaxy. It can be felt by Force sensitives, and it can influence them whether they realize it or not.
As was felt by large planetary destruction. It was said that the Miraluka on KOTOR felt what happened at Malachor, thousands of light years away.
If enough of these echoes are allowed to build in the Force uncontrolled, the consequences could be disastrous. The connections of all life would be affected.
In what way?
Screams and their echoes can overlap, build in strength, and if timed correctly, they will build on each other. The scream will grow, and anything that can hear this scream shall be deafened or killed.
Sounds like quite a theory, but if it is true, their task is greater than she suspected, far beyond stopping the Sith. Planets touched by war have begun healing, but they're still in a fragile state. The fall of one may mean the fall of others, and together, life on a greater scale. With the Jedi united, they must prevent that from happening. The restoration, however minor, is a sign of positive change. With a bit of luck, this bit of healing is only the beginning.
Out of my way. I am Colonel Tobin of the Onderon I. Lord, I bring news of the Jedi. A place where you may feed. Telos, Master. There is an academy of Jedi on Telos. Perhaps hundreds of them. Enough to sustain you. And enough for you to free Onderon. Enough for you to free Onderon.
It is different. It has been some time. Council awaits. I will remain here.
Traya is afraid.
Yes, afraid for you. As I always have been, I will be fine here. Whatever answers the Council have are for you alone. I am tired The journey has been a long one, and I need to center myself. Know that much may happen here, but above all, do not forget this. You may trust in me. We cradle each other's lives, and what threatens one of us threatens us both. And if you find you cannot trust me, trust in your training, trust in yourself. Never doubt what you have done. All your decisions have brought you to this point. And now, perhaps, they shall see what you have become.
It is not as it was.
But perhaps that is for the best.
She did not come.
We were wondering when you would arrive.
It is good to see the Masters united. She looks forward to helping the galaxy heal and determine the next step in their journey, no matter how difficult. But there are a few matters to discuss first.
This moment has taken some time to reach us, and I imagine you have many questions.
The first is the reason they exiled her. Now, with the Council finally united, they may speak the truth at last.
There's something wrong here.
You already know the answer. You've noticed it in those who travel with you.
Have you noticed that when you act, others follow?
Those that travel with you.
They follow you without question, without hesitation.
Against their instincts, and sometimes against their sense.
It is because you are a leader.
It is not an easy thing to explain. Sure, you are familiar with force bonds.
You make connections through the Force, and it resonates with those who travel with you. The resonance is even greater when they, too, are Force-sensitive. When you suffer, their spirit echoes it, and when they are in pain, their pain becomes yours.
Her influence upon others is not a rare sight in a natural-born leader, but such bonding is not meant to be so intense. Why and how does this happen?
We do not know, but it is not the first time you felt the weight of so many lives.
The Mandalorian Wars, the mass shadow. There is no memory. But if her bonding to others was indeed as powerful as they claim, as she has witnessed, she was tied to all living beings. And once the device was detonated, their pain became hers. DATACRON 1 reconstruction has been completed. Playback commencing. The mass shadow generator pulled a large number of Mandalorian and Republic ships rapidly towards its surface. So powerful was the pull that, as later records show, starships were deeply embedded into the planet's crust as a result of their powerful impact. While both sides suffered losses, those of the Mandalorians far outweighed the Republic. Seeing the destruction unfold before them, both the toll on their forces and the devastation of an entire planet, the Mandalorians immediately surrendered. Below them, Malachor V was transformed into a broken cluster of planetoids that were only tenuously held together by the gravitational forces. As it deployed, the mass shadow generator's detonation had ravaged the surface of Malachor V. Destruction on such a scale also left an open wound in the force that surrounded the planet. Revan was beyond the range of the superweapon as it detonated, and he was safe aboard his ship. Surik's ship, too, remained intact, but it was close enough for her to feel the consequences of the event through the force. In that moment, as the device activated, she felt the screams of every living thing that was consumed by its mass shadow. Pain, unlike any felt before. Their screams reverberated through her mind, like claws digging into flesh, over and over. Somehow, the pain building upon itself, growing alongside it, was fear, searching for an escape in an endless circle, never permitting her mind to retreat to some form of safety. Fear turned to horror, to insanity, and yet even there she could not hide. Her mind, driven beyond reason, gave in to instinct. It chose to willingly blind itself to the Force. With this act, the Force itself pulled away from her being, and much like the planet below, MEETRA Surik became a wound in the fabric of the Force. Playback completed. Resuming.
The Mandalorian Wars echo within you still.
She had suspected the Order was to blame for her loss.
We did not cut you off from the Force. You were merely deafened to it because of that last battle of the Mandalorian Wars.
The screams of countless thousands, Jedi and Mandalorians, crushed by the planet's gravity, annihilated.
Their lives still scream across the surface of that dead planet, and within you. To hear the Force over such pain, it is not possible. It was too much for any Jedi to endure, and it is a wonder that you did not die there when thousands perished. All those you had fought with and struggled with. You cut yourself off because you had to if you were to survive. You had hints of it in the war on Doxon. Malachor was simply the final blow.
You were deafened.
At last, you could hear.
You were broken.
You were whole.
You were blinded.
And at last, you saw.
When she returned to the Order to face their judgment, what did they see?
When you returned to us, we saw what had happened. You carry all those deaths at Malachor within you, and it has left a hole, a hunger that cannot be filled.
In you, we saw a wound in the Force.
In you, we saw the end of the Force.
But she can feel the Force again. She feels as strong as she had once been.
So you think. It is not the strength of a Jedi you feel. Yes, you can feel the Force, but you cannot feel yourself. You are a cipher, forming bonds, leeching the life of others, siphoning their will and dominating them. It is the teaching of these new Sith to feed on others, on other Force sensitives. They are symptomatic of the wound in the Force. Within you we see something worse than merely the teachings of the Sith. What you carry may mean the death of the Force, and the death of the Jedi.
It's all the death you've caused to get here. You feed on it, and you grow stronger. You're like Malachor. It's in you, it's what you are now.
But what's worse is that bonding you have. It hasn't gone away. It's gotten stronger, and the more attachments you form, the more you draw others to you.
And that is why you are a threat to us all.
Threat?
You know what the choice is. If you don't warn them, then the Republic will fall. All those countless lives, innocent lives.
Or the one. Admiral Onesi, I have found the Exile, and that which hunts the Jedi.
You have almost completely restored your connection to the Force, but there are cracks, dark places within you that echo still.
If what they say is true, she is willing to accept and consider finding a solution. But the focus of this gathering is not just about her past. They must take action against the Sith immediately. There's a growing threat approaching. Its legions emerged on Korriban, with a greater threat looming on the horizon. The Jedi must stand together to fight it.
No. We will do as we have done. We will wait. There's nothing else we can do.
But they waited for years. Soon there will be no Jedi left to fight back.
These Sith that we face, I fear they have learned the lesson of Malachor all too well. It is what allows them to prey on Force users. to become stronger when Force sensitives are near.
Then they must adapt, find a way past that challenge. Not simply wait for the solution to present itself, or for someone else, another Revan, to step forward and do the fighting for them, then impart their wisdom on the situation only once the threat is past. They must stand against the Sith.
Somehow they have learned their hunger from you. And so you have brought about the end of the Jedi, and perhaps all the knowledge of the Force.
She certainly didn't willingly do anything they accuse her of. The threat stems from the Sith and their
But
lord.
it is of no consequence. Your ability to make such connections, such bonds so easily are why you cannot remain. You are a breach that must be closed.
This is madness. So much time has passed, so much death, yet they have learned nothing since that day. A rebuilt enclave, none to fill its halls.
You are a threat to living creatures and all who feel the Force.
You will lead the Sith here, and that we cannot allow.
Cowards.
Our judgment before remains. Exile. You must leave. And you must leave without your tie to the Force.
Surik wishes nothing more than to restore the Jedi.
It is a punishment reserved for only a few, and only when necessary. But we have the power to cut you off from the Force, and it must be done.
If they think she will let them do this,
Forgive us, but it is necessary.
Do not be afraid. You shall feel no pain, but this must be done.
Something's wrong here.
As long as you feel the Force, you are a danger to those around you.
A disturbance in the Force.
Enough! Step away from her.
What?
Step away! She has brought truth, and you condemn it? The arrogance! You will not harm her. You will not harm her ever again.
She is difficult to see. She's like a shadow of the Exile.
I thought you had died in the Mandalorian Wars.
Die? No. Became stronger. Yes.
We sought to lure the Sith out, and now they have come to us.
As you would pass judgment on her, I have come to pass judgment on you all. How could you ever hope to know the threat you face when you have never walked in the dark places of the galaxy, faced war and death on such a scale? If you had traveled far enough, rather than waiting for the echo to reach you, perhaps you would have seen it for what it was. Did you not hear its call on Dantooine Vrook, on its scarred surface, and in the minds of the settlers? I have endured your corruption of my other students. You shall not have this one. And you, Kavar, so close to the call of Daxan, tell me, did you not feel what poured from the moon, what had taken place there? And Zezkael, to hide upon Nar Shaddaa, yet blind yourself to all that happens there. So close to understanding the Force, so close to giving it up. There is a place in the galaxy where the dark side of the Force runs strong. It is something of the Sith, but it was fueled by war. It corrupts all that walks on its surface, drowns them in the power of the dark side. It corrupts all life, and it feeds on death. Revan knew the power of such places, and the power in making them. They can be used to break the will of others, of Jedi, promising them power and turning them to the dark side. Did you never wonder how Revan corrupted so many of the Jedi, so much of the Republic, so quickly? The Mandalorian Wars were a series of massacres that masked another war, a war of conversion, culminating in a final atrocity that no Jedi could walk away from, save one. And that is what I sought to understand. How one could turn away from such power, give up the Force, and still live. But I see what happened now. It is because you were afraid. As you would pass judgment on her, I have come to pass judgment on you all. Do you wish to feel the teachings born of the Mandalorian Wars, of all tragedies that scream across the galaxy? Let me show you, who have forever seen the galaxy through the Force. See it through the eyes of the Exile. Our journey has taught me much. Your entire journey has brought you to this place. For every step you have taken, the destination may have been hard to see. Take me to Atris. She will have the strength to do what the Council cannot.
Atris, she has not come.
Of course she has not.
What of the Exile?
It is done. She is no more.
You...
Oh, yes. At last, you see. And what was Jedi is Sith. And what is Sith is Jedi. I am one of the Sith, it is true. I must answer for my actions, and it is my wish that only Atris hear my answers. It is your gift to the galaxy, Exile.
The Masters. Drained of the Force. A shell of flesh. Hollow. The Jedi Order is no more. The deaths of the Masters reverberate through the Force, strongly, and she will not be the only one to sense it.
The Jedi is all that united my master and the others. Now the true war begins. Now they will turn on each other, and the betrayals will begin. They will feed on each other until only one remains.
And he will begin to consume everything. Traya.
The Handmaiden took her. She thinks Traya killed you.
Surik shares what transpired, and that Traya in fact did no such thing.
Of course she didn't. It's a lie. Another lie. The only thing that matters is the Handmaiden believes it.
She will take her to Atris.
And she's gonna react exactly how that old witch hoped she would. That's why she wanted the Handmaiden on board, you know. So she could use her to reach the Telos Academy whenever she wished.
Without needing the access codes to land at the Academy.
The Handmaiden knows who she is now. She'll take her to Telos, and Atris will do what she'll do to anyone she thinks is a Sith.
Or try to. Traya eliminated 3 Jedi Masters. What's one more? She's far more powerful than she appears.
Yeah, I know.
But of course he does. Too many things have eluded her sight. The plans Traya set in motion are beginning to unfold rapidly. The fog has lifted, finally. Yet she feels something still eludes her. Telos is where they must go, urgently.
That's what I was afraid you'd say.
If not for all the lives there, then at least for the one.
Your strength flows pure, such clarity.
Unseen by the deluded.
Sanity, justice, purity, sight. Atris.
The savior of the Jedi.
Who is there?
Who I am is not the question.
I am Atris, Jedi Master. The last historian of the Jedi. The last of the Jedi.
Those are titles, words you cling to as the darkness falls around you.
Were you here when the Exile arrived?
Atris, I have always been here.
You are that which has attacked the Jedi. You are Sith.
Sith is a title, yes, but like you, the title is not who I am. It is not what I believe. Know that there was once a Darth Traya, and that she cast aside that role, was exiled, and found a new purpose. But there must always be a Darth Traya, one that holds the knowledge of betrayal, who has been betrayed in their heart and will betray in turn. For you, it is different. You have gathered Sith holocrons, Sith teachings from across the galaxy. It is why you have chosen servants who cannot feel the Force, and most importantly, they cannot feel what you have become.
I have sought to preserve the Jedi Order, and I have gathered all that I know of the Sith to this place, so I might find them and stop them.
I had wondered if any of these holocrons had survived Dantooine. You have taken relics from one destroyed planet to the devastation of another.
It was always intended for the Jedi to retreat to Telos should Dantooine be attacked, taking all their lore with them. We could not allow the tragedy at Ossus to happen again.
Such an act marked Telos for destruction. It is why the Sith came here, though the fleet commanders did not know why. It is why Revan ordered its destruction to mark the beginning of the Jedi's civil war. It was a message that there would be no place for the Jedi to retreat, to hide.
When the Sith attacked, I felt Telos die. Turbo lasers fell like lightning upon the landscape, as they did on Dantooine, and so many died. So many voices, screaming in pain.
Such acts leave their mark on the galaxy. Their cries travel far, though few can hear them. I would not be surprised if Revan left other gifts beneath the surface of the planet. Much can be buried beneath graveyards that will never be found. You have bathed in the knowledge of the Sith. But there is not enough truth in such teachings. But it will be a step for you.
How did it happen?
Malachor V has touched many things, and it casts its echoes still.
Why did she betray me?
You betrayed yourself. Do not blame the Exile. And unlike you and I, there is still a chance that one may be saved. The one that you cast out.
The Exile lives. I had thought...
Oh, she will come, but it will be too late to save either of us. It is such a quiet thing to fall, but far more terrible is to admit it. Your mistress awaits. She has much to share with you.
Telos needs you. The planet and all its people are in danger if we do not stop the Sith now. Then the Republic will fall.
But why Telos? By aiding Kunda, Surik has pushed Dantooine onto stable footing, aiding Queen Talia clear the path for Onderon. Citadel Station has received a healthy source of fuel, but all these actions are seeds. These worlds are still very vulnerable, just as the Republic. The destruction of Telos will set off a chain reaction. But these Sith only care about destroying the Jedi, not the Republic. Much has eluded her sight. Her focus was to find the Masters, unite them, and move forward, to restore the Force within her, to help her allies. So very many things, yet she feels she has been blinded to the events unfolding around her as each of these goals reach their completion. She must meditate, must focus, and use what she has learned in the path ahead. There's so much happening. Where does one begin?
My people once had the power to perceive events, to see through the Force. That sight may manifest itself in many ways, and at times, I may affect the abilities of others to see as well.
When they first fought, she caught glimpses of it.
My sight has been damaged. It is not the full extent of the perceptions of my people. My master, when he showed me my world, showed it to me as it is. It hurt. And since that moment, it has been difficult to perceive the Force as I once did. If you wish to know, perhaps it is possible to show another what my people see.
Perhaps such clarity will help her gain focus and see through the noise that surrounds her.
First, you must close your eyes. The surface of the ship, its sights, will only be a distraction. Now in your mind, reach out. Listen for my breathing. Do not focus on the sound, but the life behind it. Imagine its energy, its texture, in tandem with the breathing, and then in your mind, step back from the image and see what remains.
Clarity.
There. It is not as difficult as I thought. You learn quickly. It will take effort to maintain such sight, but you now have that power, and with it you can use it to see life around you in a different way, as I used to see it.
Before he took it away.
He awaits you at Telos. If you go there, you must face him. And when you do, he will wound you, as he has wounded me.
That is not what troubles her. She must face Nihilus alone. She must distance herself from others, Ma in particular.
What did you learn within the Jedi Academy?
That she forms connections stronger than she had believed, and that her will, her connection to others, forces them to make choices they ordinarily would not make. Malachor turned her into a wound, a breach in the Force, and her connections are pulling others into it. The Council believed her very existence would bring about the death of the Force. They were so certain that they were willing to cut her off from it.
Then that is the danger of their beliefs. They do not understand you, what it means to be human, to lead.
But how can she know that to follow is her choice, and not Surik's will?
I follow because I believe in you, because of what I see, what I hear in your voice. All that tells me you're a natural leader, and where they look at you and see the death of the Force, I look at you and see hope for all life. I look at you and see that perhaps a life untouched by the Force is not the punishment it is believed to be.
Even if so, she cannot put them in harm's way. The only hope they have is if she faces him alone.
You must be prepared to sacrifice the Blinded One. Perhaps her death will buy you the time you need to deal with her master.
Her death will weaken him. If necessary, it is the right choice to help save the galaxy. Yet, even if the act is justified, Visas Ma should have the right to refuse, or to make the choice. But if Surik's will simply enforces the outcome...
When I tell you my life for yours, it is my choice. And if there is an ending between us where my sacrifice can save you, it will be because it is my desire, not your will.
But how can she know for certain?
I simply do. And sometimes there is no reason that can be given. I will understand if you feel you must go on alone. But I ask that you do not. Instead, take strength from your connection to others. Do not forsake them as you did in exile. There are others who need you now. She needs you. She has walked into danger, and you are the only one who can rescue her now.
The bonds. They are a weakness, but they are hers. She thought to fight against them, to sever. But these are the cards she has been dealt. It is time to begin using them. Stable ground is under her feet, but more clarity is needed, more focus.
Let us continue together.
From the beginning.
Nothing ever happens to us.
Find what you're looking for amongst the dead.
Unless we allow it.
The Force flows easily between us. Perhaps you can hear the Force again, distantly, through me. If so, then there is hope.
Why?
Atris and the others blamed me, sentenced me.
Exiled by the Jedi.
I have come to pass judgment on you all.
And by the Sith.
I was cast down, stripped of my power. Exiled.
Revenge. He comes to Telos, but why?
I am the last Jedi, not you.
He couldn't have sensed her on Telos, a single Jedi, unless... Where is it? There. He was told.
Telos, Master!
But there's something else. Another factor.
Your entire journey has brought you to this place, but for every step you have taken, the destination may have been hard to see.
She cared.
Learn from me, my mistakes, and use that knowledge to become greater than I. That is all I ask of you, and that is all I desire.
Why did she care?
If you ever weakened yourself in such a way for me, I would rather suffer and die.
She walks with you, is willing to sacrifice herself for you.
Events are shaping themselves about you, seeking to draw you into their center.
The future is a shifting thing, and she cuts like a blade through it.
I would have killed the galaxy to preserve you.
She sought revenge against the Sith and the Jedi, but there's another. Revenge against a third that wronged her. But that cannot be possible.
My photoreceptors! My photoreceptors! Statement. I shall up the charge of your circuits next time. Now, answer the question. Posturing statement. I will never talk. Statement. Then I will have to settle for your screams.
That is one sick droid.
Only if his methods prove ineffective. So long as the power grid remains stable.
Prejudice set to maximum. Statement. My prisoner has revealed something of interest.
Undoubtedly seconds before he ceased functioning.
Statement. The facility that is creating these unsophisticated versions of me is located on Telos.
Sadly, any action against HK-50 units will have to wait. They must deal with the Sith threat. Still, the HK-50s may use this vulnerable moment as an opportunity. Perhaps they could deal with both in time.
Finally decided to let me take a look at your circuitry.
Answer. Indeed, I did. I hope you understand how difficult it is for me to trust a meatbag with something as delicate as my inner mechanics. Explanation. Our encounters with my copies has convinced me that I should look into upgrading my capabilities in order that I may be able to destroy them with greater impunity.
Worried you might be going obsolete?
Objection. Nothing of the sort. I am programmed to improve my capabilities if it will improve my chances of destroying a target. Retraction. You must understand, my previous interactions with meatbags have rarely been pleasant.
It obviously couldn't have been your charming personality. Something else I can help you with?
The facility that is creating these cruder, unsophisticated versions of me is located on Telos.
Telos?
I propose we go there and turn it into a smoldering crater.
The last of the handmaidens is before us.
It is good that you have returned. You have much to answer for.
What are you saying?
You have betrayed us. You have betrayed Atris.
There is something wrong here. I can feel it.
You are no longer one of us. You followed the Jedi, betrayed your oath.
Is that something that she told you? Listen to me. I have betrayed no one.
Silence. It is a crime to kill blood, but not to kill a betrayer as you.
My sisters, I see where your loyalty lies. And if you stand with her, then you cannot stand with me.
You were always the last of us, and now we shall show you why.
We shall see what the exile has taught.
Her lightsaber and the Force give her the advantage. But in spite of everything...
My sisters...
If she kills her sisters, then the dark side will have its claim on her. Yet if she does not, then she will die.
No. The true test of battle is how much force to bring against opponents. If you wish to kill them, do not hold back. But if you wish to stun them, incapacitate them, then you must choose your attacks carefully. Let us practice, and I will show you.
The knowledge of the Achani. Touched by the Force. One by one, each falls.
I did not think you would make it. But you are stronger for the journey. Where have you been? You have been absent so long, I feared for your safety.
Mistress, as you commanded,
Commanded? Did I command you to betray your oath?
Mistress, the exile taught me many things.
I am certain she did. And now perhaps it is time to show me what you have learned.
Unlike her sisters, the handmaiden's mind is open to the Force, and she sees what they could not, the darkness in front of her, eager to consume or destroy her, just as it had her former mistress. She pushes away the inevitable thought as soon as it emerges that she is no match for a fallen Jedi Master. Her focus shifts on colliding two worlds together, weaving the Force, the stance she has been taught, through the purest expression of Achani combat, without restriction.
Heart and discipline, reduced to movement and motion.
The purest form of battle.
One with the Force.
What?
And where was once a hollow place inside?
I understand what you felt. Mother.
Where the emptiness echoed, with nowhere to go. At last.
The echo dies.
Enough! Did you care for her? You are blind as always. She is a shell, devoid of emotion. All that she was died at Malachor, and she dies there still, as she should. She will answer for her crimes. In time. Such is sacrifice. So, one exile has arrived to save another. Do you care so much for her that you have come all this way? Perhaps you have feelings after all.
How disappointing to see a Jedi Master turn on a defeated pupil. Her only crime, discovering herself. It remains to be seen how she does against her match.
Such a noble offer. Your execution has been too long delayed, Exile.
She could not see it before. It burns brightly in her now. A fall that lasted years, festering on idle hatred. All that breaching, while cowering from the safety of her chambers.
How dare you? The Mandalorian Wars should have been your grave, and Malachor V is where you should have died.
So much hatred and pain.
She said you would come here, to this place. If you think you can defeat me here, you are wrong. All this collected knowledge, all these teachings of combat and the Force, they're mine to command. And if I must use it to end you, I will. Surrender. You need not die.
As if she would accept it. Yet, from the sea of hatred raging within her, not all of it is directed at Surik. Atris is not who she appears, even now.
Atris? That is not who I am, not any longer. She has not existed for some time, I think. There was always something else within me. It just took time for its voice to be heard. The old woman you travelled with finally made me listen to myself, to the galaxy. She said that you would come here, and that you would face me in battle. She said you were the last obstacle to my enlightenment. If I wished to truly face the Sith, to see their heart, then that meant facing you, this last time.
She lied. Atris, just like Surik, is just another stepping stone for Traya. Where did she go?
I do not know, yet. I suspect she went in search of you. But just as when she first came here, her path is difficult to see. She has set many things in motion. It is she that ordered the extermination of all Jedi so long ago. She is Sith, just as you are, just as all who followed Revan were.
Now is not the time to debate titles. The enemy, the Sith who seek the death of Jedi, are upon Telos. Citadel Station is in danger, and with it, the Republic.
Yes, the Sith are here at last. You have brought them to this place as I had foreseen. It has all been part of my plans for you. And when I defeat you and the forces you have brought to Telos, I shall take the battle to the heart of the Sith and wipe them out forever.
Plans?
These Sith are cowards, striking from the shadows to kill Jedi. I needed a target to draw them out, but I could not risk my own life, all that remained of the Jedi. So I arranged for you to return to the Republic, leaked information of your past, and then waited for the Sith to come. And they did. But you came to Telos against my predictions. Now they are here, I can finally face this enemy and defeat them.
She used her as bait. This is not the first time she did such a thing. There was one before, wasn't there?
Yes. I sensed what would happen on KOTOR. It was I who leaked knowledge of its presence in the hopes of drawing the Sith out. I will not deceive you. I knew what could happen there, but it had to be done to make the Sith reveal themselves. But I did not know the extent of their power, and what that meant for the Jedi. I will not underestimate them again.
She's responsible for the death of so many Jedi.
As are we both. You who brought the screams of Malachor to the galaxy, do not preach to me. You lead by example, you always have. You knew what was necessary at Malachor V, and the stakes in this war are higher than you know. It is a war of extermination, of total annihilation.
The two examples are incomparable. Unlike Malachor, the destruction of KOTOR did nothing but make the enemy stronger. Was there anything gained from their deaths?
Yes. It is the last act the Jedi were able to perform before the planet was destroyed. They hoped to find out what was happening to the Jedi, why they were dying, and they discovered it. A vision emerged. It revolved around you, as it always has. It is you who have tried to end us.
Her? She's doing all she can to restore the Jedi, not end them.
Is it not obvious? You are one of the Sith, fallen at Revan's side. The path to them lies through you. The pronouncement on KOTOR was clear, and you are the key. And look, you have come to battle me, Sith versus Jedi, as was intended.
She still sees herself a Jedi. What did the vision show?
It showed you, standing upon the many battlegrounds of the Mandalorian Wars, the Duxan jungles, the destroyed cities of Onderon. Whatever this threat we faced, it came from you. These Sith were something born of you.
Such a vision could mean anything, depending on who interprets it.
No. Behind it all was a terrible echo. The Jedi on KOTOR did not realize the significance of this. They had not stood in judgment of you so long ago. They had not heard the same echo I did when you stood before us, and when we cast you into exile.
The wound she carries since Malachor. This vision could have simply been of the past, the moment of Malachor's destruction. Perhaps it has a different meaning for the future.
It may have been both. The past, the future, both linked. The only aspect of the vision that was certain was you.
The meaning of the vision still remains uncertain, no matter what Atris says, but Surik cannot help but notice the obvious. If Atris was so certain the bait would work and the Sith would fall, Why did she not join the Jedi on KOTOR, on Dantooine? At the first sight of danger, she fled.
I did not flee. I did what was necessary to fight the Sith and preserve the last of the Jedi.
She should have warned them.
They knew the risks in going to KOTOR, and they deserved what happened to them. It was their punishment for hiding from the galaxy, for hiding from me.
Her? She wished to punish the Jedi who hid, who betrayed her views, her image of what a Jedi is.
They're the same questions, the same thoughts you have had. Who are these Jedi who survived the Jedi Civil War? They're not the Jedi I know, the ones I once worshipped.
The thought they all had when the Mandalorians came, and the Council did nothing.
And all the Jedi who followed Revan, the true Jedi, died at Malachor V.
We knew where our loyalties lay. To the Jedi who came to help us, not the ones who sat back on Dantooine and Coruscant, watching us die.
Of course, Surik was mistaken. Atris is no coward, not in this war nor the last. When the Mandalorians came, she wanted to fight, for the Jedi to rise as the defenders of the galaxy. But the Order suppressed the fire that raged within, her loyalty to the Jedi, leashing her to a council seat. And then the Sith came, and they did it again. Instead of fighting, they hid.
They are cowards, and doubters, and afraid. What manner of Jedi hide from a threat? Who turn on their own, and imprison them on dead worlds?
Imprison? Atris wanted to defend, to be what she saw in the image of a Jedi, but she was made to guard knowledge on a desolate world, a fighter, sealed in an archive. The Jedi enforced stillness upon her, so she enforced action upon them, gave them a role to play against their will. Committing such acts, it sets a terrible precedent and blurs the line between what makes a Jedi and Sith.
The Sith are the Jedi are the Sith. What matters is that they be preserved, all the lore, all the teachings brought to a new generation. I am the last of the Jedi, and I will show them this truth. Bring it to the galaxy.
So she kills Surik and defeats the Sith. All goes exactly as she plans, and the last Jedi is victorious. Then what?
When the Sith are destroyed, then I shall rebuild the Jedi Order again. They shall have none of the weaknesses of before. They shall be strong, willing to take battle to any who oppose them and weaken the Republic. They shall not train those who are easily corrupted. No more students that will bring war and hate to the galaxy.
What she speaks of is not an order built on wisdom, fear, suppression. Its ranks formed through exclusion, not discipline, control through violence. All of it paraded as strength. The beginning of the same cycle seen countless times before, which inevitably falls apart. Atris has fallen. She still did not accept the truth, and there's nothing left to say. The only option left is to surrender.
Surrender? To you? Never.
She's so afraid to see the truth.
I fear nothing, least of all you. Let us end this.
Atris may have been poisoned by the holocrons, but she can see beyond the veil.
I fear nothing, least of all you. You have much to answer for, monster. Do not leave me. Malachor V is where you should have died. kill me. End this.
Not unless she must, and while there is a chance.
I did not expect mercy from you, here at the end, after all that has happened between us.
There is no order to make the judgments, no masters to dictate the right choice, no Padawans to observe her punishment as an example. She decides. There has been enough killing, and she cares little of anyone's judgment of that choice.
She will betray you again. Your pity blinds you to the truth.
This is the future of the Jedi. Fool. Sparing a killer, the Order's ideals rot from within. She will kill again.
Least of all guardians of Sith secrets, leeching on the living from their crystalline prisons. They had years to envelop Atris into their grasp, but she sees them for what they are. Fragments of memory, lost to time, desperately clinging to some form of existence.
Are you so certain?
So arrogant.
You are afraid of what you might become if you let her live?
Look inside and you will see.
You must end the thread here. So much knowledge in the holocrons.
It can help you.
I can help you stop the enemy.
Your allies are not enough.
Aren't you afraid of what might happen to them?
Doubt. There is fear within her, but it does not rule her choices, nor will it act as an entry point for doubt. The holocrons of the Sith will remain silent, one way or the other. So much Jedi knowledge was destroyed during the bombing of Dantooine. Perhaps she should even the scales. Atris should never have tampered with Sith knowledge. There's a reason it is kept safe. She is solely responsible for her choices, but that isn't to say she wasn't helped along the way.
If you will not kill me, then what will you do?
The holocrons. They corrupted her. She was arrogant to believe she could resist their influence. All that knowledge, her desperation to find a way to fight the Sith gave them a way in. It led her to this.
This knowledge of the Sith and the Jedi is what I am. It is my attempt to hold on to the past, to try and protect the future. Once I was a historian, the chronicler of the Jedi, and when both wars passed me by, I was determined that I would not forsake battle again. In some part of me, I knew I had made choices, compromises, but always for the sake of the Republic, of the galaxy. To do what you had done, at times, did not seem so wrong. I feel that I understand what drove you to battle, to fight the Mandalorians. It was something you could not turn away from. To fight such a threat, sometimes one's choices seem narrower than they are, until it seems there is no solid foundation on which to stand.
As grim as it may be, the Sith holocrons she surrounded herself with, that was her making a choice. As wrong as it was hers.
I sought to preserve the knowledge of the Jedi, and to do that I needed to know the Sith, in order to stop them.
And she fell, and became the very thing she wished to end.
And what will you do with me now? Abandon me here on this dead world?
Imprison.
Or end my life as I wish to end yours?
Death would resolve everything. They are all gone. She has studied the Sith. What has she learned of their secrets?
The Exile seeks your aid. Without you, she cannot find the path.
You have a chance.
You have seen the darkness in her.
You are safe, for as long as she needs you.
Atris. You always knew where they were striking from. You always knew. Their power is to feed on life, until nothing is left except a hollow galaxy, echoing with the screams of the Jedi lost to us.
So quick to abandon me when she offers you a way out.
Let us stumble in darkness.
You are the light that remains. You're the last hope for this galaxy.
These Sith are spawned of you. Spawned by the Mandalorian Wars. All those deaths. All those Jedi.
If you tell her...
Malachor, that is where Traya has gone.
Yes. I had thought she was awaiting me at that place, but I see now that she lied. It was not meant for me, but for you. She has gone there. She is waiting for you to travel to Malachor V, to finish what you started. You are an echo in the Force, a hollow space where it has been wounded. It takes a great act of destruction to create such emptiness, but it can be done. It creates places where the Force is difficult to hear, and difficult to find one's way. And you carry it with you, always. Now she seeks to create another echo, a wound in the Force, greater than the one before, greater than the one you caused. It will deafen all touched by the Force until no life is left. You were strong enough to withstand it once, but few have your strength in such matters, especially if they are unprepared.
Why would she do such a thing? Not a single being in the universe, her included, will benefit from such destruction.
I do not know, but she needs you there. You're important to her somehow. But
Fool, she'll kill you the instant your usefulness ends.
She wants my knowledge and yours, so she can crush us both.
She's already decided your fate.
You are the last. Until she decides, there must be none.
She sees only weakness in you now.
You were strong once.
But she went to war. You stayed behind.
She abandoned you.
As did he.
She was like a sister to you.
She did not even think of you when she left.
Atris.
She abandoned you, betrayed you.
she is willing to sacrifice herself at the heart of that graveyard world for you. A choice others have made in the past. A choice I wish to make. It is because I care for you, and I suspect that you alone hold that place in her heart where nothing else lives. There are 2 Sith that have known such caring, and while it has damned me, perhaps something else may be gained by her having such feelings.
Then she admits the fall.
It does not matter. Not now.
Doesn't it? A fallen Jedi admits their damnation. The dark side would never allow for such a thing. Everything she did, all her judgments, who was it for? Stripped of her flawed pursuits of Jedi ideals, what remains?
I tied my life, my decisions to the Jedi. Perhaps only in separating myself from the Jedi can I become myself again, learn who I am.
There may be a Jedi Order in the future, but Atris may not be a part of it.
Perhaps exile is what I deserve, even though it is many years too late and you have already returned.
Run to the farthest dead world. You cannot run from yourself. You merely buried your hate.
You haven't conquered it, child.
Peace is a lie.
No, do not.
You deserve only death.
You killed them all.
Conflict
You deserve only death.
You killed them all.
Or death.
Your choices have consumed you.
Did they?
You let me in the fall. You will again.
I think you were wrong.
Guilt is no redemption.
The holocrons latched onto her arrogance and hatred as a way in. Surik weakened their influence when she defeated her, demonstrating that, in spite of her power, she can fall. Now she annihilates that influence completely by attacking the source of the hatred, recognizing that her choice to go to war hurt those who remained, who cared for her. She was not aware of the pain she caused. For that, she is sorry.
It is what I did with such pain that caused the wound. But I thank you. Leave now, while you can. Save Telos. Save the galaxy. Save yourself.
Traya. She said the council had ended you, and all along she was one of those who had sought to kill us. When I heard her say that you were dead, I failed you. I let my emotion run through me and I acted without thinking. I wanted to punish her, hurt her, see her answer for what she had done to the Jedi, for leading you to the council.
But she did not give in, demonstrated by the state of her sisters. For so many years, she was the weakest. Now that she is complete, she not only defeated them, but did so her way. With the last piece falling into place, the last of the handmaidens finally knows who she is.
I am the last of the handmaidens no longer. I am Brianna, disciple of the last of the Jedi, and the one who will stand with you against all enemies who face us.
Her name? It has been absent for too long.
It is good to hear it, after so long.
This academy is still a weak point. Her sisters can now see who truly betrayed them, and based on the outcome of this battle, that they have much to learn if they are to help the future of the Jedi. It is important they understand what lies ahead.
Much Jedi knowledge is stored here. Secrets of their teachings, combat styles, and discipline. Atris has already preserved it. What I wonder is if the Jedi teachings should not simply be stored, but brought to others.
Sith teachings are here as well.
I have seen that path in Atris, and that is not the path I wish.
Then they will need to be guarded. Despite their dark nature, There may come a day when they are needed in some way. Defeated and cut off from the hatred that fueled her power, Atris is not strong enough to pose a threat anymore. At the moment, she has chosen exile, but Surik leaves the certainty of that fate, and the fate of this academy, in Brianna's hands. Another echo of many sent this day, this one, hopefully, for the better.
You withheld. Was that newfound strength or weakness?
I could not bring myself to tell her. It would have changed nothing.
Confess.
And because I was afraid.
Why?
You know what lies at the heart of Malachor V. I had thought it was in the past, yet it has become the future, because it is Malachor V, and because she was lost there once, and I fear she will be lost again, and all that has happened there will happen again, and that is why I cannot bear it. I do not understand why the Sith permit such teachings to exist. They cause only echoes, wounds in the Force.
It is no longer your concern.
One cannot help but wonder how far such a place calls out, as a beacon in the dark.
A beacon? For who?
Are you certain you wish to know?
Exile awaits, historian. Or is it beneath you?
It is more than I deserve.
Then walk.
Space battle rages in the skies above. From what she suspects, the Sith were promised a lair of Jedi, and they will slaughter their way to any information on where they hide. But there's none to give. Their lord will go hungry. In the midst of his dark presence, however, she can sense echoes converging.
I didn't believe it when Lino reported the Ebon Hawk at dock, but I guess it really has. Though given the trouble we've been having, maybe I shouldn't be surprised to see you.
Time is short for chatter. She was told the Sith had boarded the station.
If we don't push the Sith back or get the station evacuated in time, this is going to be a disaster.
The Sith Armada?
It came out of nowhere. A fleet of warships dropped out of hyperspace, and before we could scramble fighters to intercept them, we were under attack. There were Sith fighters everywhere. And the few flights we sent out were barely launched when the bombardment began. We did our best, but we couldn't stop the landing craft that followed the initial wave. We couldn't hold back the Sith troops. We chose to retreat and began the evacuation instead.
Bombardment no doubt affected the stability of the station's orbit, requiring additional resources for stabilization. A shipment should have arrived by now from M478.
It's a good thing you got us that fuel, because if we didn't have it, we'd probably be falling apart. But there's still another problem. The Citadel's no battle station. It wasn't built to withstand this sort of attack. If we can't stop the attack, we'll be going down in flames. We were unprepared. We retreated back to the entertainment module to evacuate residents and workers. The Sith numbers seem limitless, but we haven't lost all hope. We've heard reports that we might be receiving some assistance.
Dantooine.
Lieutenant Gren, Sith forces have breached the module and are attempting to pen us up in the compound. Damn! Zeron, I need you and your men to break through and lead the assault. With pleasure, Lieutenant. When we put the call out for help, Zarin arrived with a small complement of militia from Kunda and Dantooine. I thought I saw you disembark with Beodur. Is he here?
Now that you mention it, where did he run off to? HK-47 also.
How very strange. The remote isn't with him. The two were never parted, even briefly. Though if he's gone with HK, he said the factory is on Telos. It may be that Bao-Dur is precisely where he needs to be.
I guess it's no time to be swapping war stories anyways. If we don't push the Sith back or get the station evacuated in time, this is going to be a disaster.
From what she understands, they are vastly outnumbered. Onderon? Captain Riken?
Major, actually. And I have you to thank. Queen Talia saw fit to promote me for my service. When the TSF sent out a distress call, I gladly volunteered to lead a strike force. My troops have already gone ahead and infiltrated the urban module. From their last transmission, they're almost to the TSF station. Lieutenant Grin informed me that the Sith are attempting to sabotage the fuel control systems, which would take the station out of orbit.
A squad of troops sent by Queen Talia are currently trying to keep the Sith from sabotaging the station's fuel system.
At the moment, that seemed to be the most pressing need. The TSF do their jobs well, but they are not professional soldiers. They're not properly equipped to deal with this.
Considering what it took to stop the Sith on Onderon and Duxon, she worries if it will be enough. She must find a way to reach their Dark Lord before it is too late.
If you need to get to the Ravager, then you're going to have to fight your way to the shuttle from here to the entertainment module, then make your way to the docking shuttle.
My men have come under heavy attack in the urban module and taken some casualties. If they can't accomplish their mission, we'll be in some trouble.
She will need to get through the urban module anyway. If there's time, she will assist them. Still, the Ravager is the priority.
All right, but remember, if they fail, there won't be anything left to save. If the Sith succeed, it won't matter what we do. Citadel Station won't be able to stay in orbit.
Fair point. Their numbers are stretched thin. They must cover several angles of attack. The resources of the crew will be vital in this battle. One of them in particular.
I must leave you for a time to gather my Mandalorian warriors. We will rejoin you when the time comes for the assault on the Ravager.
Given the importance of this battle, she suspected they wouldn't be too far. Still, Mandalore should be careful.
Don't worry about me. I can handle myself just fine. Look after your own health.
They must act quickly and fight their way to the shuttle bay.
Good luck.
Thank goodness you're here. We just can't seem to make any progress against the Sith line. After they established their position, they brought out their turrets. They've been devastating our numbers. We managed to take a few out, but they just keep unloading more of them to replace the destroyed ones.
A crucial location. But she does not have time to spare. The crew will remain here and ensure the Sith do not push any further.
All right! Everyone provide covering fire for the Jedi, then advance on the Sith positions.
Having reached the access to the urban module, Ma and Surik push on. The others will gradually defend and move with the TSF here. They're not professional soldiers, but with the crew, they might just stand a chance. Doesn't take long to find more of the Sith, engaged with Riken's men. Shuttle access is nearby.
Can't go on much longer.
Outnumbered. It is too late to reach them in time. there's something else. An echo, recently formed. They will keep each other safe. The battle is not yet over, and there's no telling how many more will come. Surik and Ma must proceed to the shuttle bay and reach the Ravager.
We will join you in the assault. These rank-and-file soldiers will do you no good aboard the Ravager. Let we Mandalorians lead the charge into battle and to victory. Kelborn, Zuka, you will be joining us.
As will Visas Ma. Her presence is critical and non-negotiable.
I would have it no other way.
The hull of the Sith vessel and are securing the area. The vessel has suffered extensive structural damage, but its particle fields still maintain a minimal atmosphere within the ship. And our cargo? Do the Republic forces suspect? No, Mandalore. The proton cores do not emit a signature the Republic ships can detect. If they do pick up the signal, they will assume it to be emanating from the ship's missile bays. Did you get an ID signature on this vessel? You were right about the vessel, Mandalore. It is of Malachor. It still bears the wounds of Mandalorian guns. Then let's finish this. And remind the galaxy of Malachor V.
What was that about?
Nothing you need to worry about, Sith.
You are coming with me.
Don't get all sentimental. I just don't trust you to get the job done. Been waiting for this for 10 years. It's just time to do things the old-fashioned way.
I know what it meant for you to accompany me here, Canderous of Clan Ordo. Your trust honors me.
If you betray me or my men, I will kill you.
I was going to say the same, Canderous.
The Mandalorians brought aboard 4 proton cores. They will need to be placed in key areas across the vessel to ensure the structural integrity can no longer be maintained. Mandalorian forces will handle 2, while Mandalore, Ma, and Surik will handle the other 2. Their path to the bridge, bringing them closer to the distant target sites. As they battle their way through, it quickly becomes evident that the Ravager's defenses are less of a priority than the attack on Citadel Station.
Mandalore, we're holding our position, but the Sith appear to be offering little resistance. It's like they don't even realize we're here.
Strange. The vessel is in a complete state of neglect. Barely any of its facilities function as they pass by the missile bay. He can devour planets. What need does he have for missiles? This one has likely been sitting in its bay since Malachor. It would probably detonate if a launch was even attempted. Hardly a formidable ship, or its crew. Yet the more time she spends, the more noticeable the burden. Easy to resist at the moment, the inevitable pull. Slow, tendrils spreading from the Ravager's bridge. Sticking closely together, they are carefully pushed through. fragments of the destroyed ship back together.
Arming signal received, Mandalore. The proton core is active.
They must stick with the plan, just as the Mandalorians make progress on their end, and place the remaining cores.
2 more sites are left. We've lost contact with 2 of our squads, and we've had to fall back to the docking area.
Sith forces must be returning to protect their master. Citadel Station may have fended off the fuel sabotage attempt, though Telos, and the station with it, may yet fall. They must proceed to the final site. Soon, the final core on their end is in place.
Arming signal received, Mandalore. Only 1 proton core remains to be set.
They must hurry to the bridge. Once the Mandalorians place the final core, if everything fails, they can detonate and hope the destruction of the Ravager gives Telos a chance. Behind this door, the one who brought him here.
Have you come to kill me? The final insult. Stripping Onderon, my soldiers, my home from me, only to have me die here.
Colonel Tobin, what happened to him?
He happened. The hunger that fills this vessel, it is power, but it consumes without end. It is that power we felt on Onderon, that Vaklu felt. It was an echo, too strong to ignore. General Vaklu and I, when it seemed that we would need more to take Onderon, make it strong again, he came with his power, his soldiers. It seemed as if there was nothing we could not do. Nothing the Queen could do to stop us.
And, as it is with all things, time revealed the truth.
I have served the wrong master. He cares nothing for Onderon, its soldiers, its people. Everything exists to feed his will. I came here, to this dead ship, and now he will not permit me to leave.
Why would he? Another to feed on. She heard of what his presence does to people, and now she finally sees the marks of its corruption.
This ship, it is a graveyard of a terrible battle. Everything on it slowly dies, as long as he hungers.
It is the way of all life that serves him. In his presence, all life dies.
This ship is from Malachor. This Sith Lord of yours bolsters his fleet with ships from that world? He's nothing more than a scavenger.
I think he is of that place. If so, then his power may be great indeed. Greater than I had thought.
The Master suffers. If he cannot feed, then the hunger begins to consume him. The planet, Telos, he may feed on something upon its surface to sustain him a while longer.
Jedi? There are none left on Telos.
You think to lie to me still? I will not be deceived again.
You echo another's words.
I told him, you know, what the old woman told me. I told him of the Academy here, of the Jedi here. I could not have kept it from him, even if I had wanted to.
He means that Jedi witch you travel with, Traya.
Just as she suspected, she lied to Tobin, knowing he would direct Nihilus here.
Then her lies will mean the planet's destruction. He will destroy all of Telos. He will turn it to fire again and crush the planet beneath him.
If there are no Jedi here, then my lord cannot feed his hunger. He will destroy the planet, the station. He will cleanse it of life.
Does he not only seek out Force sensitives?
Even if the people below are not Force sensitive, the small amount he can feed on from the mass destruction of the station and the life on the planet will sustain him a while longer. And if there are no Jedi below, he will have no other choice.
And if they deny him Telos?
Then he will suffer. Without something to sustain him, I do not know what will happen.
But if his hunger fuels him, he grows stronger either way. If he feeds or hungers, he becomes a greater threat.
He will create nothing. He will end this place. Your old woman has killed this planet, and with it, countless other worlds that depend on its survival. You could not stop him even if you wanted to. And you cannot escape either. If the Force runs through you, he will feed on it when Citadel Station dies. Your time, your life, will end here.
No, there's something they're missing. Nihilus, like Scion, betrayed Traya. She wants revenge, and bringing him here was a part of that plan. Perhaps Nihilus knows this. That is why he's waiting for them, why he hasn't done anything to stop them.
Waiting for you? No, he does not wait for you.
I do not believe he knows his ship has been boarded, and if he did, he would not care. The extent of his power cannot be put into words, and his perceptions have grown as well. To him,
you are dust motes in a storm, a grain upon the beach, and as insignificant as a body that orbits the graveyard of Malachor. Fight him if you will, but if he turns his power upon you, you will be destroyed. This ship, is it his weakness? It should not exist, yet it cruises the darkness between the stars. He tore it from the mass shadows of Malachor, along with his fleet. That is a measure of his power.
The ship is barely holding itself together. The structural damage should have destroyed it long ago.
He holds it together. And he keeps us all alive. Just enough. Like rotworms within a dying beast.
More Jedi tricks.
No. Not Jedi. Not Jedi at all.
If he's so powerful, why hasn't he stopped us then? We've attacked his ship, killed his soldiers, and he's done nothing.
It is because he sees planets, stars, not people. To him, the planet below, the station with its teeming life, only that is massive enough to demand his attention. There is nothing to be done except wait. If you go to him, he will destroy you, and your last moments shall be of shadow and pain.
But they must try.
There is nothing to be done. By coming here, you are already dead.
So Tobin will simply give up. Today it is Telos that falls to his hunger. Tomorrow Dantooine. Or Onderon.
Onderon. But there's no longer any need.
He has felt the lives that exist upon its surface. If there are no more Jedi to consume, any such world will draw his attention.
You are right. As long as he exists, Onderon is in danger. The galaxy is in danger. What would you have me do?
Go report to the target site. Colonel, I'll let my men know you're coming. And if you try anything stupid, they'll shoot you dead.
I will do as you ask. For Onderon's sake.
The key to his undoing is here. Otherwise, Traya wouldn't have brought him to Telos. As illogical as it appears, she must trust in Traya's plans and proceed to the bridge.
This door leads to my cell. I had forgotten.
We're encountering heavy resistance. I don't know how long we can hold out.
They must be close to placing the final core.
Let us continue. This is not my place any longer.
No, Visas Ma is instrumental to this moment in time. If spending a moment here is what she needs, if it will strengthen her resolve, they must make the time.
I would like to center myself. There is a meditation chamber within my cell that I would visit one last time.
So be it. They will guard the entrance. The final proton core is in the hands of the Mandalorians. Only in this brief moment of pause does the situation entirely dawn on her. Not that an entire planet or a galaxy might depend on them for survival, but that the future of the Republic depends on the very people that sought to conquer it, former enemies, side by side, fighting what was born from their conflict.
Ever consider what would have happened if we'd won?
Only too often. Perhaps the galaxy would have been stronger for it, or it would have faced a fate worse than the fall of the Republic.
I suppose we'll never know.
Indeed, it is a waste of energy to ponder on such things. Revan seems to have believed a greater threat lurks out there somewhere. The Republic couldn't fuel Citadel Station, nor defend it against the Sith. If something greater is truly coming, what chance does the Republic have? One wonders how it even beat the Mandalorians.
The Republic is a stagnant beast that had been killing its people for years before the wars began. Were it not for Revan's strength, the Republic would already be dead. You commanded the Republic fleet that destroyed ours. You were a worthy opponent.
Must it always wait for someone to save it? It would take hundreds of years of growth and stability for it to become a formidable force. Were it not for Revan's strength, the Republic would already be dead.
You helped me gather the clans together, so I feel I owe it to you to tell you the whole truth about my mission and Revan.
Curious timing, but given the circumstance, it might be the last chance they have.
Before he departed, he left me with a simple mission. He told me where I could find the Mandalor's helmet, and that I must take it and reassemble the clans. When I asked him why, he told me nothing. Only that I should wait for him to return and be ready for it.
Ready? Ready for what?
What the hell was that? I told you to wait!
Mandalore, we've made contact with the enemy, and one of the cores has detonated prematurely.
Was it in the target zone?
No, Mandalore. We have failed you. I offer you my...
Do we have another core?
No, Mandalore. Even with the other cores set in the ship, it will not be sufficient to destroy the vessel.
We need to find another proton core, or we need to make one. Wait for my signal. This isn't over. And don't kill yourself before I tell you.
The missile bay.
On it.
The critical moment approaches, but she must give her time, for she is the key. She has to be.
Past the surface, there is the Force.
No darkness or light.
In balance, there is vision.
In vision, there is truth.
Through truth, the Force flows.
Through the Force, I am whole.
Where once there was a world that was strong in the Force, now there is a barren wasteland. It has taken time for me to return here. I lost my way, but I've been stronger for the journey. What happens now shall not be done out of hate or revenge, but for the sake of all life. And I ask you finally to forgive me. This body is a prison no longer.
The bridge and its master await. On to life. Is there anything left of them inside, she wonders. The closer they are to him, the more... Darth Nihilus. To trust in the betrayer. She cannot resist his hold. Through strained attempts, Surik informs the Lord of Hunger that he has been tricked and that his ship is about to be obliterated.
He doesn't understand. He thinks he can survive it.
Then let it be done. Let him consume her, and they shall face destruction together.
No, don't do this. He will...
He fed on nothing.
This ends now.
His failure was a temporary setback. The hunger empowers him once more. He may not hurt Mar, and although he cannot drain Surik through the Force, that does not make her immune to any other techniques this entity possesses. was never a chance.
I did not want to leave this life yet.
There must be a way to save her.
You already have my life for yours. Forgive me. What did you see?
Only death. And
perhaps I was not as lost as I thought.
The moment will come, as it must.
For the sake of all life.
Focus, child.
Focus.
Past the surface. That is the Force.
There is the Force.
There is the Force.
Past the surface.
There's the Force. I have watched my people die. I will not let you have her.
Instead of sending one's will through connections in the Force, such connections are drawn upon, fed upon, and drained completely. You form such bonds easily.
Take strength from your connection to others. Do not forsake them as you did in exile. I shall not fear, for in fear
I'm here.
it's not easy, but you must learn. It's time to awaken.
Even so, I am proud.
It is time to waken.
Waken, child.
A man. Nothing more. I have to see with the Force and my eyes. I saw a graveyard world, surrounded by a fleet of dead ships. I felt it through him, as I feel it through you. You are my master now, and I will follow wherever your path takes you. My path is at an end.
What they did.
Yes, it was enough. Canderous.
Just leave me here.
You have been wounded before and lived, Mandalorian. Many battles do you still have left in you. Rise.
You sound like Revan at the end. Do you know what he told me in those last days on the Outer Rim? That the Mandalorian Wars were our doom, and that we had been deceived. That it had never been our decision to wage war on the Republic. Revan said the Mandalorians didn't invade the Republic space 10 years ago because it was our choice. We were tricked. Our entire people sacrificed as pawns, and never knew it. He said there was a war coming, that it was waiting out in the unknown regions, in the dark, waiting for us to destroy each other.
A war? This war?
No, not this one. Another one. More terrible. Against an evil we couldn't begin to comprehend. A war of belief that had been fought for thousands of years. Revan went off to fight it.
And left you here.
Revan was one of the greatest military leaders in the galaxy. In history. He knew what he was doing. And I always follow orders.
It is time to mark the end of this battle. They shall speak more once they reach safety.
It has been some time.
You were a fool to return. I spared you once. I will not do so again.
Spare me? Ah, yes. No, you simply did not learn the lesson I sought to teach, that your strength is as meaningless as the strength of my hand.
Why have you returned?
Because now I understand why the Exile did what she did.
What is thy bidding, my master?
There is much to be done.
With the destruction of the Ravager and the death of its master, the grim fate of Telos has been avoided, as have those of the worlds beyond, given the fact no HK-50 units have emerged during this vulnerable moment for the Republic. She can only assume they have been, or at least are being dealt with. Without precise coordinates HK-47 found, it would take a small eternity to find the factory on the planet. She must trust in the capabilities of her allies, and push onward. For the galaxy is at risk, if what Atris said is true. The Ebon Hawk's course is set for Malachor V. That is where the Mandalorian threat was ended, and the helmet of their leader lost, dividing their people.
Being Mandalore is the greatest honor for our people. Mandalore's helmet is passed from one leader to the next. When Revan executed Mandalore before our eyes, he cast Mandalore's helmet away, denied it to us. He took Mandalore's helmet and left with it. If he hadn't done that, the new Mandalore would have been chosen that day, but without leadership and direction. The clans scattered, fell apart.
With time, however, he managed to find it.
During the Jedi Civil War, I met and traveled with Revan. I was there with him when he defeated Darth Malak, and traveled with him afterwards.
Indeed, Mandalore had told her of his travels, since the day Revan crossed his path in the lower city, past the destruction of Taris, and until the fall of Darth Malak and the Starforge. She learned much about the brave individuals who traveled with him on the journey, and how they all went their separate ways after the conclusion of the Jedi Civil War. She wonders if the present crew will do the same once all things come to pass.
Eventually, he told me where he had taken the helmet. He set me upon this path. While it wouldn't be unheard of for a new helmet to be created, it was determined to find the real thing. Claiming the helmet is a traditional way for the new Mandalore to be chosen. Even in defeat, we held on to our traditions.
So Revan told him to gather the clans and stand ready for war, though nothing more precise than that. He was not this obscure in her memory.
Not always, and certainly not as obscure as he was before his departure. But I knew he had good reason, so I accepted his mission. I thought that Revan was a singular Jedi, but now there's you. With all our martial training, battles, and ethics, even our greatest warriors are no match for you. But I also have faith in my people. Should we need the clans to fight the Sith, we will. And afterward, Revan will still have his army. I wanted to go with him. I respected him. Knew he could use me where he was going. But Revan refused, saying that he must travel alone.
Revan is a powerful individual, but on his own, against an unknown force of such grand proportions. What Mandalore described on the Ravager's bridge, the Republic is not strong enough for another war, recovering still, as are the Mandalorians.
The Republic thinks my people are dead, scattered. They are wrong. As long as one Mandalorian lives, we will survive. A lone Mandalorian is a small army. Clan Ordo alone is a force to be reckoned with. We will unite as before, and one day the banners of all Mandalorian clans will fly at my back. Our honor, fortunes, and lives revolve around battle. From our earliest history, this has been our way, as it will be always. Only Revan was worthy of our respect. We swept through the Outer Rim without any opposition until Revan assumed command of the Republic forces.
There are more things to life than war and battle.
There are, but those are luxuries. Luxuries that were paid for by the blood of our warriors, alive and dead.
Luxuries. Is their existence, their safety from this unknown threat today, a luxury paid by him, her journey from Peragus to Malachor? She continues to believe the galaxy is too weak to fight any such war, no matter who leads it. It needs time to heal, but such healing will take more than a handful of years. If he is buying time with his life, she knows Revan would be willing to pay the price. And if such a choice awaits her at Malachor, if her life is a price to be paid for the future, she is ready.
Which is one of the reasons I travel with you. It pleases me that you recognize the truth.
Surik is willing to make that sacrifice, but that isn't to say she won't fight with her entire being to avoid having to.
We go now, my master, to that dark place which made you, where you gained your ship, your troops.
If we don't stop her, then everyone, everywhere, they're gonna lose their lives. Like I lost my family in Malachor V.
We will not surrender. We will not die, like we did on Malachor V.
Sound. She had heard it before, but did not know what it meant. Until now. The heartbeat of that place.
It is the heartbeat of the past.
The echo of Malachor. Malachor V. The Hawk will attempt to land near the only stable structure detected on the planet, hopefully in one piece. The ship's systems have been severely damaged, with several hull breaches. They must be repaired, at least sufficiently for liftoff, if they are to have any chance of departing this world. The ramp cannot be lowered against Malachor's rock. While the crew urgently focuses on repairs, Surik will climb out to the surface to examine the area. Apart from the structure, sensors detected many remnants of Republic and Mandalorian vessels on the surface. She might find some functional components there that could be of use. It could have been the ship's hull, or the presence of other Force sensitives. The world felt more inside the Hawk. Now, as she reaches out, the Force is there, but hurt. The planet itself, the very air, is suffering, as a wound upon flesh, suspended in a continuous state of pain. She had felt a fraction of such hurt on the Ravager's bridge, now amplified 100-fold upon Malachor's surface, and through their shared wounds, the fractures upon its skin, akin to her own. A primal instinct threatens to overtake, discipline and knowledge to abandon, leaving not a woman, but a child left in darkness, crushed in gravity's fist, hearing only echoes of the dead. And yet others.
I know you can hear me. I have always known. It is why I followed you.
You know where you must go. It calls to you still.
She must be stopped. There. Now. Or she will bring the screams of Malachor V to the galaxy. just as we carry the echo all this way.
And all shall feel this pain.
I have destroyed planets for you, General, but now, this once, if we could save something in this galaxy.
They shall. She must work her way towards the structure, clearing the path to find any functional parts. She can only hope they will be around long enough to use them. A beast? But life isn't meant to thrive here. The dark side of this world must have corrupted this creature, or perhaps created it, as she can sense the force within. Resistant to the force. It corrupts all life, and it feeds on death. Onward.
Master, she is here.
I know. When she arrives, bring her before me.
She may not survive Malachor.
So touching. Can it be you still have feelings within that shell?
Master, what will you do to her?
You know what I shall do. You, who wear my teachings so well. I will break her. She is a blank slate upon which my teachings may be written, as you well know. Leave me. Await the arrival of the Exile. When she comes, bring her before me.
Pulling in the entire fleet.
Not surprising. These ships have been here for years. The echoes they once cast ended here. Only their end roaming the planet's surface. She can almost feel them.
But in the howling of a storm.
That is, this world is a fracture into the core of the Force. Echoes of the past, but
the whisper of the blade.
Not only past. Indeed. Now she is the only one with a remote droid following her around. She's beginning to see the value the remote must have represented to Beodur after Malachor. She herself had wanted to be as far away from the galaxy and every living thing in it. MEETRA SURIK survived the aftermath of Malachor in her own way, as did Beodur, being the one who brought the mass shadow generator into being, though having a companion by her side throughout it all would have perhaps accelerated the process. She is thankful for this device, this ally, who had aided him in remaining himself, and helped him in moving forward, which in time led him to her. She too hopes they will be reunited soon. Anomaly. How far was the closest source? They must reach a clearing. But they landed in that grid. Yes, its systems should be functional enough to allow them to survive another crash landing. But what are the odds the Hawk will be able to fly them out of here? Regardless, they are beyond reach. She has no choice but to proceed onward, and trust that they will manage to find a way. No, there's no point in that now. Even if they recover any components from the crashed vessels, they cannot reach the Hawk.
If you are watching this, then what the General suspected was true. The Sith are striking from the graveyard of Malachor V. The ship the Sith Lord was on was one of the vessels damaged in that final battle. If you reach Malachor's surface, the mass shadow generator can be undone, provided there are enough vessels intact within the orbiting debris or buried in the planet's surface. Use the sequence I am unlocking in your memory banks on the engine core of any vessel you encounter on Malachor. If my calculations are correct, 4 vessels should be enough to power up the mass shadow generator and undo the damage that was done in Malachor V, the damage I did. Once the sequence has begun, it cannot be stopped. So make sure the General is off the planet before triggering the sequence. Otherwise, there will be no retreat. I know your weapons systems are minimal, and I don't know what awaits you on Malachor's surface. Try to avoid contact with any potential threats. Follow your programming.
If they find and activate the vessels and initiate the power transfer, they would disrupt the gravitonic anomaly that is keeping the planetoids fused together. Malachor V will entirely begin to drift apart into space, and the mass shadow generator will be undone. It won't seal the wound, but could it perhaps disrupt the echoes the anomaly is holding together? Even if the echoes remain, it will ensure the device itself, whatever is left of it, is undone, and none will be able to use it to cause or learn how to cause such destruction again.
I need to do this, or I will die inside, like I died at Malachor V.
4 vessels, he said. They best get to it. The Jedi set foot into Malachor's depths. Despite the external damage, the ship requires just a few replacement components to fly. They must find them, or find another way off this world. Their circumstances, however, are not promising. The Hawk's fall led them deeper and closer to the structure they had detected. Slaying the storm beasts of Malachor is proving a challenge, but so long as they're together, they will endure. The force flowing through them acts as a beacon in this shattered world. Still, despite the new challenge they find themselves in, there may be an opportunity.
Yet another slice of galactic paradise. Why can't we ever go to Onderon or Ithor or someplace without metal, jagged rocks, or packs of bloodthirsty beasts?
Enemies surround us.
Is it Malachor? Or...
You've always been prey, Mira.
Honhar? Oh, you have to be kidding me.
Now isolated, she can feel the burden of this world more intensely, a place where the currents of the Force are wounded and flow through her as a prism. Her allies are mere sparks in the dark, now ever so distant.
Weak, always running.
His thoughts, or her own, or Malachor, the rage of the planet pouring through.
Here on this graveyard planet, you have nowhere to run. The eyes of Nar Shaddaa do not look here. And what happens here shall only be between you and I. You will always be prey.
Is he real? matters little. There's no escape, and the circumstances are the same. Even before she discovered the Force, to her eyes, his weaknesses always stood tall for her to exploit. Aggression, fury, a restless beast that hungers for the kill. The only thing holding her back was the choice and what it would do to her. Mira had wondered if she could be strong enough to grant mercy without losing herself. Having found the path, there is no veil anymore. The truth laid bare. She is strong enough to grant mercy to her hunter, and yet even stronger, without fear, to grant it to herself. He may follow her trail for an eternity, and each time she will turn, face him, and make the choice without guilt or regret. She is free. They both are. Two vessels are primed for the energy transfer. This makes 3. Only one vessel remains. These beasts are not the fastest, but they pack a powerful punch. Whether through their influence or that of Malachor, each swing of the blade in these desolate wastes feels as heavy as 2. Regardless, she must proceed. Another functional vessel fragment. Hopefully it will have sufficient energy for the transfer. Echoes.
Enemies surround us.
She must prime the vessel. That is it. 4 vessels are primed. More hidden programming.
If you are hearing this, then the sequence has been completed. When active, it will destroy Malachor again. I have one last command for you. You must remain behind and ensure that the sequence fires properly once the General gives the command. If not, then all we have fought for has been for nothing. You have done all I asked, all you were built for, and for that, I thank you.
He underestimated the nature of Malachor. The signal is unlikely to carry far, making any contact impossible. They could put the detonation on a countdown. They can both proceed and let the countdown do its work. But of course it will. She could try to talk the remote out of staying behind. Just as Beodur and Surik had, it must follow orders. In that case, she can merely echo its creator's gratitude. The sequence is set and should offer sufficient time for her and the crew to reach safety. In case she fails in stopping Traya's plans, the destruction of the mass shadow generator will be their last hope. And if the countdown fails, the remote will ensure the destruction of Malachor is complete. She has rerouted some of the power to the doors of this compartment. That should deter any beasts from entering. May the Force, or whatever is left of it here, serve them both well. She will make sure he does.
it will destroy Malachor again.
Let us see what transpires, and plan our attack.
I say we fire a rocket at her right now and blow her screaming, burning body into the heart of this planet.
It wouldn't work. If there were other distractions, maybe. If she wasn't telepathic, maybe. If you want to kill her like that, you need something else to occupy her attention. Otherwise, you might just wound her, and then we'd all be in trouble.
This battle will not be decided by weapons.
Manipulation is Krea's strength, not battle.
We have a chance. We just have to figure out how to make use of it.
Recently slain. Lightsaber marks. They passed here, ahead of her. They headed towards the structure. A strong source of the Force lies ahead, but it is not of Jedi, nor the Sith. Greater than the other beasts, to be sure, but it can still be slain, though the exercise may require more energy than she is willing to give. Not all battles are worth the energy. Too much effort. There is no threat here, nothing to slay or feed upon, merely rock and emptiness. They passed through. The beast was drawn here by something. Death. This Wookiee. In this place, his life echoes. She made the choice. More signs of battle.
Enemies surround us.
If the Sith assassins weren't on their guard for intrusion, they most certainly are now. They must have entered the structure. The dark side pours from it. This must be the place Kreia talked about. Revan, or any other dark side entity, would not be able to ignore it for long. On one front, she shivers at the thought of what had transpired here, after Revan discovered it, and even more so before. An academy, perhaps. And yet, she is curious what ancient teachings exist inside. The nature of Malachor, its burden, rests upon her shoulders still. The dark side, however, feels easier to walk through. Her journey led her to Dantooine, Korriban, the Ravager, now Malachor. So unlike Jedi, her eyes have been opened to so much of what the Force is, and also very unlike Jedi, she sees that the dark side is merely a tool, as light, only one shade of the infinite. The darkness is not an obstruction nor a veil, as it would have been once, so much so that she perceives its nearby sources very clearly, and is prepared to cut down each of the 10 Sith assassins ahead, and 2 that kept their distance since she entered this valley. Their distance aside, there is another peculiarity.
We've come a long way, Kreia. Don't bother getting up.
Ah, the Huntress. To come alone, you are braver than I thought.
She is not alone.
We stand with her.
And with her, stand all the Jedi.
And now I come in saying something suitably heroic.
Children with lightsabers, but not Jedi, I think. Come close. Let me look upon you and see what the Exile's teaching has forged. Which of you wishes to try yourselves against me? As you can see, I am unarmed. You, perhaps. Come, child. Where you walk, it is not far from battle, slaughter, and the blood of your sisters. Think before you throw away your life for her. Think of everything you will lose by dying. Your lusts unfulfilled, a dance unfinished, a love requited. Think before you give it up so quickly. And you, blind one, you have hungered to strike me down ever since you saw the bond the Exile and I share. Can you feel the force running through me, even past the veil, past your blooded eyes? You know you cannot win.
The force runs strong within you, Traya, but in the howling of a storm, it is difficult to hear the whisper of the blade. You have forever been the blind one. You were given a gift few are ever given, and yet you let your gift of sight warp you.
You think your existence under your lord was torture, Miraluka? I will make you see. You are a wasted pawn of the Republic, young one.
Funny. That's just what I was thinking.
When the Exile enters the Traya Academy, she will be faced with a choice. One path, assuming she survives, will allow her to save her friends, but she shall be the weaker for it. The other route will lead her directly to this place, through the ones that have hounded her steps from the beginning, and she shall have her vengeance. Show her every respect when she arrives in these halls, Lord Scion. This I command you.
Interesting. The welcoming party appears to be an exception, as these assassins are not only armed, but very intent on cutting it down. This place is the Traya Academy, yet there appears to be few records of its origins. It must have been here long before the Mandalorian Wars. Perhaps if she dug deeper, she could learn more, but time is limited. The Traya School, the innermost area of the Academy, where the currents of this planet are at their strongest. That is where Traya must be. 2 paths to access it. They serve no purpose to the Sith alive, other than to draw her in. If she chooses any other path, they are as good as dead. The holding area is in a separate part of the Academy. It will cut her time short, and take her through more enemies, but she must aid them. Otherwise, it all would have been for nothing. Many assassins here. Deeper into the academy, apprentices and lords. These are some of the holding cells, but they're not here. She doesn't have time for this. These Sith pose no true danger to her, even in higher numbers. Their only purpose is to try and wear her down for their masters. Drawing on the affinity form, they will only succeed at wasting time. They're here. Sith arrogance. They didn't even bother taking their weapons. Surik hopes she can rely on Mandalore to use his expertise in leading the crew out of here.
I never went to the surface, only the sky above it. The world is taboo to Mandalorians. We only came here when the Republic fleet gathered and we knew it was our only chance to stop them.
Well, it's time to adjust his traditions and head back to the Hawk.
I can't say I'm happy to be back here, but I believe we can do what must be done.
She suspects T3 has remained on the ship, wherever it is. They must depart Malachor as soon as possible. There are compatible components here T3 should be able to adjust sufficiently for liftoff.
Miss me?
I am ready, Master.
Only to depart. This is not an instance in which their unity will prove a benefit. If anything, Kreia will use her allies against her, as she already has here and throughout their journey.
Yep.
If there's to be any chance of preventing what is about to happen, she must face her alone. If nothing else, then to give them time to escape.
Very well.
The true threats are awaiting her. They will be able to fight their way through the lesser of the Sith. In the end, Malachor V will be destroyed one way or another. It is crucial they repair the ship and get themselves and T3 out of here, no matter the cost. She hopes her words are understood.
They are.
I've caught my breath. Let's go.
She will proceed to the Traya's core and face Kreia, while they make their way out. Though she suspects, there's one obstacle that awaits before the final confrontation.
You must remain behind and ensure that the sequence fires properly once the General gives the command. If not, then all we have fought for has been for nothing. You have done all I asked, all you were built for, and for that, I thank you.
Touching. The probability of the Iridonian installing trigger commands within your core was high. Of course, the probability that I would do the same is equally high. Your inability to move right now is evidence of that. You realize I cannot permit you or the Exile to activate the mass shadow generator here on Malachor. In that, your programming and mine conflict. And since you have no offensive weaponry to speak of, the probability of your programming overriding mine is low. You must understand that the General would not wish the relics or the Sith strength here on Malachor to be compromised. Their presence is needed to stabilize the galaxy. Without them, the galaxy will be reduced to anarchy within years. And if there is anything I can't stand, it's an untidy galaxy.
Correction. One could rust listening to your speeches, Fat One. Perhaps it is the large unwieldy vocabulator within your moon-sized frame that prevents your calculations from taking me into account.
Unfortunately for you, I have arranged for friends to meet me here, and you seem to have brought none of your own.
Statement. As always, Fat One, you have miscalculated. And while I find this small droid annoying in the extreme, I find my urge to shoot you takes a higher priority.
Stop him.
Unexpected correction. We cannot harm that unit. It is a violation of our self-preservation programming. Unexpected correction. We are not here to aid you. We are here because our predecessor unit summoned us.
Ah, an unfortunate oversight.
Warning! Progenitor Unit HK-47. System excessive system damage.
To fulfill my programming. Either way, the Republic is doomed.
Observation. I thought he would never die. Confirmation. Oh, truly, you can imagine the results. But I am surprised you have not already arrived at this conclusion. Query the Master. Statement. Very well. Proceed.
It has not been too long since their meeting. However, now she knows that it will take more than a few strikes of the blade to end whatever sorcery it is that holds him together.
The power of the dark side is what holds me together. Many times have I been near death, and always have I been in pain.
And as on Korriban, he shall draw on the dark side around him to heal the wounds, and reset the endless number of defeats she inflicts. This place, the Traya Academy, appears to be a powerful source of the dark side on this world.
It is ancient, a relic that survived the destruction of Malachor. It was always here, far before the Mandalorian Wars. It draws death and hate to it, channels it, atrocities feed its power, and with its power, it creates hunger. Many Jedi have been consumed by it. It has been here for thousands of years. It is a place where the Sith teachings run strong. It is the threshold of the borders of an ancient empire. Traya says it was a place of reflection for the ancient Sith, a gateway to their lands. It drew Lord Revan, and it calls to her as well. She said that the teachings here will lead one to the Sith, the true Sith, and all their shadowed worlds. This place led Revan to the graveyards of Korriban and beyond.
Sith Empire, a gateway to their lands. That is where he has gone.
It does not matter. The Lord Revan had the galaxy at his feet, could have made it strong. At the height of his power, he left this place, fled this galaxy. Like you, Revan touched power and turned away. The chance to heal this fractured galaxy, and he turned away. I was there when the Academy on Korriban fell, and the Sith turned on one another like beasts. Our chance at an empire, destroyed by Revan. You should not have come to Malachor. She will break you, your mind, your body. You will be lost. Return to the surface. Let the planet claim you, as it claimed the other Jedi. There is no reason for you to suffer at her hands.
Is this his version of mercy?
It is not mercy. What awaits you will weaken you. She will break you, as she did me, and you will no longer know yourself. You and her are alike, yet different in all the ways that matter. And I hate you as I hate her.
Why would Surik be deserving of his hate? It almost sounds like he wishes to protect her by granting her an easier death.
I hate you because you crawl within my head as she does. But your presence holds no thoughts, no teachings. You are just there, unspoken. I hate you because you are beautiful to me. And in that weakness lies death. Perhaps in that weakness is the death of my master as well.
And what is Traya's weakness?
What it has always been. Her weakness is you. You are strong. I cannot see as she does, but I know that in time you shall surpass her power. But not here, not in this place.
It is clear that this confrontation is his choice, not Traya's. She will not turn back. Darth Sion should stand aside.
I cannot. If you pass, you shall not return as you are now. Return to Malachor, or go through me. There is no middle ground.
Then so be it.
The end of the Jedi is at hand. I am ready for you, Exile. I have waited years to see the last of the Jedi fall before me, to join the rest that lie buried within this planet's core.
Nothing has changed since Korriban. The same approach, speed and angles of attack. Although he comes close to landing a blow, Surik steadily lands several blows that would otherwise prove lethal, both through physical combat and the Force.
Now you realize the true power of the dark side. As long as the dark places of this world flow through the cracks of my flesh, I cannot be killed.
By now he understands she will not surrender. This fight will continue for as long as she has the strength to hold her blade, or until he falls.
If I die here, then you will have sealed your fate.
Then so be it. Traya is waiting for Surik. As for Sion, he has clearly been marked for nothing but suffering.
No, it is you that she has marked for death, for suffering.
Then why did Traya turn her back on him? Before and even now, giving him the role of a servant, no greater than the assassins that pursued her.
No, even if she believes you the stronger, then I shall prove her wrong. I still have the power to stop you. The Force runs strong through the screaming canyons of Malachor.
It flows strongly through him as well. There is no potential for anything but destruction of this creature, as it was with Nihilus. It does not matter how much power he accumulates, how many worlds he destroys.
the Force fills me with. To survive. To inflict the pain on others. I can die 100 times, Exile, and still I will rise again as strong as before.
Indeed, he shall. And each time he rises, the chains that bind him become that much stronger. He hungers for something that will never make him whole. He exists only to spread pain. Yet no matter how many he slays, how much power he gains, he will forever be broken.
You seek to erode my will. You will not succeed. You're wrong. She respects power. I have come farther than any of her apprentices since Revan, and I am stronger for it.
She cares nothing for the power he speaks of. No, Surik cannot kill him here, while Malachor pours through him. He will continue to rise until the world beneath his feet falls to ruin, and even then, his master will never grant him the respect he is looking for, even if he threw Revan's corpse at her feet. To Traya, each crack of his scarred flesh serves as a reminder of the very thing she hates more than anything.
There is no life without the Force. The Force is a blade. Without it, one is defenseless.
For as long as he cannot let go of it, his master's respect will be beyond reach.
Those are the words of Jedi. Jedi who over thousands of years have never turned from power, from inflicting their will on the galaxy.
Precisely. Just as the former historian of the Jedi stated, the Sith are the Jedi, and the Jedi are the Sith. He is no stronger than the Jedi he so despises.
You seek to weaken me, to erode my will. You will not succeed.
She already has, for he cannot deny the truth.
Should you die, then she will have no choice but to accept me at her side. My training shall be complete, as was intended.
If he truly believes that, he is a greater fool than she thought.
Betrayal is at the core of what she is. She knows this and she respects it.
Betrayal should serve a purpose. He seriously believes Traya will allow him to get close enough to betray her again. He perhaps was once a Sith Lord in her eyes, now a puppet to use for training the real student.
You intend to make me doubt her, doubt myself. This is not a battle of words, Exile. It is one of blood.
Quite the contrary. Besides, he has already proven inferior in lightsaber combat on Korriban. He forgets that although he may rise 1,000 times, it also means he has fallen 1,000 more.
You are the one who will fall. Die, Jedi.
Even if he kills her here, the hunger to be free from this hell he is trapped in will overpower the hatred and consume him. It is inevitable, a matter of time, and how much more destruction it will take before that moment comes. Sion falls countless times, the same pain of death over and over. This is the only thing his future holds, one renewal upon another, each weaker than the last, until the truth finally catches up.
I will not fall. I cannot die.
It has already begun. There is no purpose for his hatred anymore, for he understands that it will never grant him that which he desired most. In the end, all he will be left with is pain and despair. No one to come to save him. Save her.
Why? Why did she choose you? What makes you able to defeat me? Defeat me here?
The deaths he caused, his purpose, granted him power, kept him alive. Yet this life, was it even worth living?
It was not. No matter how many I killed, there was no end to the pain. The blades the Force tore through my flesh. The Force is who I am. The dark side fills me. It is what I am.
It does not have to be this way. The choice is there, as it always has been, not unlike the one she had made.
It is not possible to walk away from such things unscarred, to keep living when the universe dies around you.
It is not, but wounds can heal, and in time, scars can serve as mere reminders. Making such decisions is what strength is. Not for the approval of a master, an ally, or an enemy, but for oneself, beneath the hatred and the pain, in spite of the power they grant. Is he strong enough to let it all go, free the flesh from the grip of the Force, and bring an end to the suffering?
Traya. She will try to break you, to teach you how far someone can fall. Her weakness is you, as you are mine. She has done all this, all of it, for you. You have defeated me. Flesh and belief, both cast down.
It makes no difference, in the end. But even though he may never earn his master's respect for his choice, he has earned hers.
I'm glad to leave this place. At last.
The Traya's call. Undeniable, the dark side courses through this place, the echo of the wound that may never heal. Almost a paradox, this place, where the Force is wounded, not absent, yet, as if orbiting a black hole, an entryway to something unnatural, brought about by mortal hands. A sense of unease crawls through her, accompanied by a multitude of impressions upon her mind. She thought the path ahead was clear, yet now wonders if new ones will emerge.
At last you have arrived. Is Malachor as you remember?
Malachor is as it always was, a graveyard of the past. Traya, on the other hand, has changed significantly.
Indeed. Perhaps it is merely your perceptions of me that have changed. It is strange that you believe Malachor has not. But it has always been timeless to you, this place, and words have always been inadequate for the horrors that took place here.
And the horrors that are perhaps to come. She knows what has to happen here.
The apprentice must kill the master. If you do not, I will kill you. If I do not, then all you have achieved will be as nothing, as empty and as violent as Malachor itself.
She will do what she must.
I know, but there is more than death in this galaxy, and you shall not find it easy.
Such choices never are, but necessity cares little about ease.
It was difficult to draw you here, but it had to be done. This place is your last test. It is the graveyard of the past, where you lost everything. It is the dark place in your mind that still echoes of failure. Now we shall see if you can overcome the weight of Malachor and silence the echoes that beat from its heart. You no doubt have many questions. I would be a poor teacher if I did not give you the answers you seek here now.
She understands what Traya intends to do. The attempt to slay what she perceives to be the greatest enemy of all. Though she does not understand why.
It is said that the Force has a will. It has a destiny for us all. I wield it, but it uses us all, and that is abhorrent to me, because I hate the Force. I hate that it seems to have a will, that it would control us to achieve some measure of balance when countless lives are lost. But in you, I see the potential to see the Force die, to turn away from its will, and that is what pleases me.
She recalls a statement that was left unfinished. Traya once said that when she looked upon Revan,
it was like staring into the heart of the Force. When I look at you, it is like staring at the death of the Force. You are beautiful to me, Exile. A dead spot in the Force, an emptiness in which its will might be denied.
Yet she does not hesitate to use it when it benefits her.
I use it as I would use a poison, and in the hopes of understanding it, I will learn the way to kill it.
Is that so?
Indeed. But perhaps these are the excuses of an old woman who has grown to rely on a thing she despises.
That is why she has instilled the teachings of not merely the Force, but of life. Why no one should neglect one's skills, influence, or knowledge. They never did complete the lesson on skill. Perhaps this is not the time to discuss it, given the magnitude of what is about to transpire here, but she would still like to. Although she feels she can sense the words Traya will speak, she still wishes to conclude it.
Very well.
She has devoted herself to improving her ability in stealth, to stay hidden when she needed to be. It served her well on Onderon, and to a degree throughout her journey. At this final moment, Surik stands open to the conclusion of that lesson.
Very well. Then know this. How some situations play out depend on who is perceiving them and whether they are being perceived. Your ability to control the perception of others in such situations will allow you to manipulate events to resolve them peacefully or violently. Skill does not always draw from the Force, but it is a measure of power nonetheless. It can grant knowledge, help steady oneself when one's thoughts are in chaos, or grant enlightenment. Much can be achieved without the Force, as you know. Life continues, persists, and may be helped or harmed as a result.
Life will persist, even without the Force, indeed. Though throughout their entire journey, Traya has performed a masterclass in stealth and manipulation to drive the desired outcome. Since the beginning.
Yes, always. From the moment you awoke, I have used you. I have used you so that you might become strong, stronger than I. I used you to keep the Lords of the Sith from condemning the galaxy to death with their power unchecked. I used you to lure them to Telos, where they could be at last fought and killed. I used you to reveal Atris's corruption so that her teaching could be ended before it began. I used you to gather the Jedi so they could be destroyed, and I used you to make those who wounded me reveal themselves so they could be killed by the Republic.
She destroyed Sith and the Jedi, the Council. Though not Atris.
I never destroyed Atris. She had destroyed herself. I merely stripped away the illusion and brought her truth. Her teachings could not be allowed to continue, and like Malachor, she was part of your past, unresolved. She needed to be something you could confront and defeat one last time. It was part of your training, part of what was needed to make you complete. And there must always be a Darth Traya. The galaxy needs its betrayers, especially in the times to come. She loved you, you know, as one loves a champion. You were all that she could not be.
She learned that, in the end. But never before had she told her. Although it wouldn't have stopped her from going to war, perhaps things would have been different.
Yes. It is all that is left unsaid upon which tragedies are built. More echoes traveling through the Force.
And the Council? She saw their corpses at the Enclave.
It has not been as satisfying as I had hoped. It is a far greater victory to make another see through your eyes than to close theirs forever. To best one in battle is one thing. to defeat them without striking a blow. That was my hope. Did I wish to see them dead? No. Defeated, perhaps. I merely wished them to see that they and their teachings were wrong, that one could not truly understand the Force simply by adhering to the Jedi Code. Regardless, it had to be done. To have such powerful Jedi still live, still be felt in the Force, even on such worlds as they had chosen, was a threat that had to be ended.
She gave them a choice: to die, holding tightly to the Force, or to live without it. They could not let go. Could it be, maybe in the end, in those final moments, they understood that they had been mistaken?
No. Perhaps it is difficult to say. Everyone is made up of events in their past. It makes some powerless and gives strength to others.
As it is with the Jedi Code and the Council. That part of them gave them power to a point, but it also confined them from seeing beyond that limit.
It is to surrender yourself, to make yourself a slave to a teaching or belief that makes it so that belief will always rule you.
Does Kreia not wonder if the Code drives Surik still, in spite of the many acts of defiance they have performed together against it?
I ask nothing, but since you beg a question, I will ask it. Are you prepared to give up all that is a Jedi entirely? Until then, you will always be weak.
What they faced on the journey has surpassed most of what the Jedi taught. Their beliefs have proven to be insufficient to grasp the universe around them. Though she may try to surpass them, she cannot say for certain what the future holds. The ways of the Jedi, as she knows them, are not enough. She might leave them behind.
No. The Jedi lie with you still. You have no choice in the matter. But your willingness to break those ties is a lesson in strength. To believe in an ideal is to be willing to betray it. It is something no Sith or Jedi has ever truly learned. That is the lesson of strength.
They discussed the concept of strength and power in Darth Nihilus long ago. He too was wounded, and the void in him fed on others. The Masters believed she was not unlike him in terms of feeding on others. If that is her nature, she claims this unavoidable strength as her own, but she would never use those bonds to drain or feed on others, as he had.
Are you sure? It will grant you strength, vitality for the times ahead. Forsake it, deny it, and you will deny power.
It has nothing to do with it being right or wrong. Much like the dark side or the light, the Force is power. But the power she obtained through experience and understanding has taught her more than any code ever will.
Ah, and that is the choice of Malachor V at last. You have made a strange choice, a unique choice. Very well, I accept it. And know that that is the true lesson of strength, to turn away from strength that is not your own.
Even now, at the end of everything, she's testing her.
I'm always testing you, never forget that. Always be on your guard, otherwise you may learn something.
One thing she cannot understand is why Surik.
Perhaps you were expecting some surprise, for me to reveal a secret that had eluded you, something that would change your perspective of events, shatter you to your core. There is no great revelation, no great secret. There is only you.
But there were other Jedi. Few, yes, but others she could have chosen.
No, there were not. In times past and in times future, there are Jedi who will stop listening to the Force, those that will try to forget it but maintain unconscious ties, and those, as in the past, just as I, who have had the Force stripped from them. But no Jedi ever made the choice you did, to sever ties so completely, so utterly, that it leaves a wound in the Force. You are a Jedi who turned from the Force and survived, and became stronger for it. It was a mistake to try to make you feel it again, I see that now. There is no truth in the Force, but there is truth in you, Exile, and that is why I chose you.
But of course, she is the blade. The vision the Jedi on KOTOR foresaw, which will bring the end.
You are an echo in the Force, A hollow space where it has been wounded.
If the Force truly has a will, it will never allow any creature under its dominion to even come close to destroying it. But she is a wound. She cuts like a blade through any semblance of destiny or plan the Force has. The infinite complexity the Force uses to create balance. MEETRA SURIK, like Malachor, moves unseen beyond it. The Force cannot perceive her, and so long as she lives, the Force will never be able to balance the scales. She will forever be an anomaly, the only creature in this universe beyond its reach. Screams.
It takes a great act of destruction to create such emptiness, but it can be done.
Tremendous loss of life on a planetary scale can also cast echoes, create a scream, a wound in the Force that can travel across the galaxy. If enough of these echoes are allowed to build in the Force uncontrolled, the consequences could be disastrous. The connections of all life would be affected.
The weight of a planet's sufferings within her, so near to Malachor. If she dies here, the echo of countless deaths she has been carrying since that day will be free.
Screams and their echoes can overlap, build in strength, and if timed correctly, they will build on each other. The scream will grow, and anything that can hear this scream shall be deafened or killed.
The death of one can send echoes through hundreds, even thousands, across many planets. If not checked, then it spreads until nothing is left. One person, at the right place, at the right time, can change the face of the galaxy, or end it.
The mass shadow generator, its reactivation might disrupt the echo that is born, but she cannot know for certain. In leading her here, Traya has pressed the blade against the very throat of the Force, and it cannot even perceive the danger. Otherwise, events would have guided her elsewhere, changed the circumstances, prevented her from coming here. Perhaps for the very first time since its beginning, the Force is vulnerable. By her choice, or her fall, this could be the day the Force dies.
At times, I wonder what we would be if the Force was taken from us. If we would truly be Jedi or Sith, or simply human.
All cards are on the table. All lessons have reached their end. And she finally sees her master, as she had promised. No more secrets lie between them. She knows what must be done, and she knows what could happen. Still, she must speak the words. For if she does not, she would be betraying herself. It is not too late. Even now.
I have thought of this moment more than you know. And I wondered if here, at this ending between us, if you would care enough to try to save me. If a Jedi could find it within themselves to spare one who has fallen so far. I wanted you to say that you would save me. For that I am grateful. But I do not want your mercy. I want you to be complete as you were meant to be. To let the echo die and hear the sound of the Force again.
As it should be. Traya will have her way, no matter the outcome. And so, let the final test begin.
In the howling of a storm, it is difficult to hear the whisper of the blade. Whisper of the blade.
Impressive.
The combat of blades is matched, and the one through the Force as well. Shifting through the Force forms she has learned efficiently, she has established a balance and perfected another.
It is a great technique that you have learned.
Force mastery.
Gifted only to the highest of Jedi Masters and the Sith, this technique makes your Force powers more difficult to resist, and they will last longer as well. But it can tire you quickly. Use it only in short combats where expediency is necessary.
That is where the affinity form comes in, taught by Traya's favorite of the Jedi Masters.
Oh, yes, indeed. Helpful, especially in tandem with other Force techniques. This one opens you to the Force, allowing you to recover your strength with the Force rapidly in combat.
Observing Traya's behavior in direct combat, she isolated the one she relies on. The balanced approach of the Force channel technique.
You learn quickly. It allows you to recover your strength with the Force more quickly, and it lends strength to your Force powers. It has no other drawbacks. Such a form is a gift, preferred of the Jedi consulars, and effective in combats where you must fight only through the Force. I can feel its touch upon you. You have grown strong in the Force.
Yet, given her openness, certainly in making her combat styles so easily perceivable, insufficiently to be a threat, yet the combat rages still, ongoing. In spite of this pause and the words held within, she understands that the truth of this final conflict is not one of force, but cunning. She can see it, a scheme taking shape behind the veil.
Ah, you are a perceptive one indeed. Now there is one last technique that I have to show you. Be on your guard, quickly. I would have expected more from a war veteran, but yet you disappoint me. There are techniques within the Force
against which there is no defense.
By conscious will or inadvertent choice. I strongly disagree.
Nothing.
Yet I caution to limit or let it flow.
I have no wish to.
It is done. Her defeat is absolute, for Surik has proven to be superior.
Then finish this. Kill me. Strike me down, and at last, end this.
Her death will serve no purpose.
You will not show me mercy. I will see you break before you do.
Her mercy is her own, but it will not be her undoing. She will make it quick.
Good. You have strength, but you have yet to learn the full extent of power.
Past the surface, there's the Force. The veil abides, in spite of the sight. Wherever she turns, it follows. Whatever stratagem her mind devises, it is laid bare upon the Force. Her thoughts mirrored, countered. The senses cannot cut through to an answer.
You've left the door open.
But of course.
And anyone could walk right in.
The wisdom of the fool illuminates the path, leading to the final lesson. It falls into waiting hands, and the answer stands tall. It is Dantooine, L4, 378-25, Coruscant, L9, 368-24, Cathar, N6, 259-24, Duro, M11, 420-33, Malachor S4, Peragus 270, Telos 4, Nar Shaddaa, Duxus 204, Dantooine, Korriban, Malachor 17.
It was as I thought. You were my last hope, and now you have left me nothing.
Was it her arrogance that led to her downfall? Or simply, where once they walked in tandem, she fell one pace behind? She should never have lowered her guard, even at the end, for she allowed Malachor to claim the apprentice, as she becomes the master. One must learn to see
before the veil is lifted.
Yet to know where to seek. One must first perceive it.
It is done. At last, it is done. You are greater than any I have ever trained. By killing me here, you have rewarded me more than you can possibly know.
Mortally wounded, her life is now sustained only by her will, and the thing she so despises. It is too late to save her.
Save me? You already have. It is enough what you have done. From now into the future.
What happens now?
It is your choice. I had hoped you would follow Revan's path, but you and Revan are different, and your path is your own. You may take one of the ships that orbit Malachor and depart this place, or you may remain here on Malachor and wait for the others, those touched by the Force, who will come in time. Or you may return to your exile, where your presence will no longer affect the actions of others. There is no dishonor in any of these choices. I only ask that you make the choice without regret.
There's only one road ahead of her. There always has been.
Very well. There is nothing holding you here, not any longer. Many things do I see as I gaze here from the heart of Malachor. This place channels such energies.
Fractures. She can see into the Force. She foresaw everything untouched by Surik.
If it matters to you at this last moment, I shall look into the future and tell you of what I see. It is my last gift to you, from one exile to another.
The only future she's truly interested in is that of her allies.
You travel with them for so long, yet you do not know them still. Feel them through the Force, feel what they feel, hear their thoughts and know them as I fought to know you. They were the lost Jedi, you know, the true Jedi upon which the future will be built. They simply needed a leader and a teacher.
They will survive this day. What of their future? What of the handmaiden, Brianna? She has changed much from the child of the Achani, so focused on battle and its traditions.
It is a curious influence you have over her. If she leaves this place, she will leave battle behind her. She will take Atris's role as historian and teach others of the Jedi Exile who gave up the Force and became stronger for it.
What of the disciple? She has stolen one future from him when she left for the Mandalorian Wars, and may yet do it again. Will he ever find stable footing?
He cannot help but love you in his way. It is a pure, ideal love he holds, yet somehow it never dulls in your presence or through your actions. If he leaves this place, he will leave the galaxy behind him. He will sit upon the new council, reluctantly as all good men do. And he will not forget the Jedi who had lost the Force, yet showed him the way to reclaim it.
What of Visas Ma? Will she ever reclaim what was stolen from her?
The blinded one shall return to her home world, and she shall look upon the surface of that world, and perhaps at last see what she was meant to see.
The sight.
Her life has been changed by your meeting, in ways that may not be felt for decades to come.
When they met, she saw no hope in mercy, in healing. She has changed much. But will it be enough? Did she save her from the void her master created?
Salvation is a relative thing, but as you understand it, yes.
That is good to hear. What of Mira? She never believed one as she would find herself in the path of the Jedi. Will she ever find peace?
She will stop hunting life and instead live it. She was not born to be a predator, despite her true father and the life she led within the shadow of Nar Shaddaa. She will miss you and think of you often. You who awakened her to what life is. She will live, but only for a time. Her death will occur in many years' time on a forgotten planet, saving the lives of others. But it will be her choice, and she will have no regrets.
What of Mandalore?
Many battles does that one have left in him, as Revan intended. A general needs an army as he needs those he trusts, and Canderous is a loyal beast, no matter how much he has broken upon Revan's will. But you know this.
What of his people? Will the Mandalorians rise again?
They will die a death that will last millennia, until all that remains is their code, their history, and in the end, the shell of their armor upon the shell of a man too easily slain by Jedi.
What of Beodur and the droids?
Their paths are unknown to me, even the small one who waits for you outside this place.
D3.
I sense it has one last journey for you. You must go where Revan did, into the unknown regions, where the Sith, the true Sith, wait in the dark for the great war that comes.
What of Atten?
Atten is, as always, the fool. And the Force watches out for one such as him, I feel, as it does for the old such as I.
He was direct from the beginning, but he has changed so much.
I do not believe one would die lightly for one did not care about.
Did he love her?
He is a fool, and that should answer all your questions. He has nothing to offer one such as you, and even a fool such as Atten is not so ignorant of that fact. But he would die for you, yes.
And Traya?
I would have killed the galaxy to preserve you. I would have let the galaxy die. You are more rare than you know, and what you have taught yourself must not be allowed to die. You are not a Jedi, not truly, and it is for that that I love you.
Her presence has been significant. She sees that now, and she understands, just how much healing they managed to bring to the galaxy through their actions. What began on Korriban, the beginning of letting go of the past, ends here. In accepting the past wholeheartedly, MEETRA SURIK is free from it and may look to the future. What will happen to the galaxy, to the Republic, all their efforts, the struggles and worries? Something greater is coming, a great war in the dark. The Republic is too weak to fight it, but she must know that it will survive. Change into something different if it must, but surely survive.
Very well. The Republic will fall as it always has. A fall that will take millennia.
Fall? So their suspicions were correct. Millennia? While it may be so, change is a relative thing. As it was with Malachor, the galaxy moved onward. The Republic as they know it may heal, but everything ends, even the Force. And as she has learned, a fall is sometimes necessary for certain truths to be revealed. That future, the fall of the Republic, will come as it must. That isn't to say any efforts to fight it will be in vain.
Ah, yes. There is truth in what you say.
That is far into the future. What about their time? The Republic spends so much time and resources in healing Telos. So much depends on its restoration.
Under the care of the herds of Ithor, the surface of Telos will bloom again, and its golden fields shall again harbor scientists and thinkers. And complacent and peaceful, it shall forget the time that Saul Karath orbited it and brought fire to its skies. But it shall be a home world again to others who will stretch out across the galaxy and bring life.
Dantooine.
Dantooine shall survive. The community you saved shall be the foundation upon which Dantooine shall be habitable again. They shall drive back the raiders, the Mandalorians, and all that strike at the outer rim. The Republic shall again establish their presence there and shield it with its forces. And Dantooine shall heal, be safe, and its skies free.
The Academy.
The ruins of the Academy shall remain.
And Onderon.
Queen Talia shall have a long reign. Much good will come of it. She will, as she has, rule wisely and well.
So Onderon will not separate?
Onderon shall remain in the Republic, and the world shall prosper, though its people shall, over time, lose their customs in the ocean of the Republic and become the people of Onderon no longer.
As it must be. What of the smuggler's moon?
Nar Shaddaa shall persist as it always has, but there will be a heart to the world where there was nothing before. Where once the lost and disposed were trapped there, now they will struggle and grow. From despair shall come hope.
What of Korriban?
Korriban shall be as it always was. A graveyard for the darkest of the Sith Lords, still whispering within their tombs. It shall always be a source of evil, spawning threats throughout the millennia. It, like Malachor, brushes the edges of the Empire that waits in the dark. And like Malachor, the Sith have forgotten it. For a time.
But they will remember.
They will remember. Revan knew this.
That is why he left the known galaxy, isn't it? He had forgotten. After everything that happened during the Jedi Civil War, he lived a short life in peace, from what she heard, but shortly thereafter, left.
It is because he remembered what lay buried here, this place, its teachings. It paved the way to Korriban, you know, the remnants here. And because Malachor, like Korriban, is on the fringes of the ancient Sith Empire, where the Sith wait for us in the dark.
The ancient Sith? Surely they are nothing like the Sith they faced here. Nihilus, Sion, Darth Revan and Malak, and the legions they left behind after the Jedi Civil War. These ancient Sith beyond their reach could be anywhere. Their power beyond anything they can imagine.
The Sith is a belief, and its empire, the true Sith Empire, rules elsewhere. And Revan knew that the true war is not against the Republic. It waits for us beyond the Outer Rim, and he is gone to fight it in his own way. And he left the Ebon Hawk and all its machines behind, for he knew he would not need them. And like you, He knew he must leave all loves behind as well, no matter how deeply one cares for them.
That is why he left them behind. Mandalore, Bastila especially. Such attachments.
They would only bring doom to them both in the dark places where he now walks. It would have helped had he made her understand, but she was always strong-willed, that one, and did not understand war as Revan did.
But Traya understood. Why didn't she follow him?
Because I did not know where he had gone. If he had asked, would I have gone? I do not know. But he will need warriors, Sith and Jedi, any who can be sent after him into the depths of space, for any who know the way. Perhaps you shall go there with him and do battle at the end of all things. Instead, I remained here, and now show others the way.
Surik cannot help but wonder if in destroying the Force, Traya perhaps hoped to aid Revan in stripping it from this world and its enemies, and reducing all life, whatever remained, on a level playing field. It matters little, of course, for she has won. The Force was not destroyed. It will continue to enforce its rules and balance, and forevermore will the world continue living, believing in such a thing as free will. But she has forged a pupil who is now rid of the echoes of the past, and strong enough in mind, body, and the Force to follow Revan and help him against the evil that awaits. If her teacher were any different, even at the end, Surik knows she would be the weaker for it. The generator. It has begun. She was free from the Force's control, the only creature in the universe whose choices were her own. She regrets nothing, but wonders if perhaps there was ever a choice that could have avoided this outcome.
No. Many choices were there, but you made the right ones.
Then so be it. It is time for them both to leave this world behind. Echoes.
There were more questions.
Echoes.
When the blade fades,
of her past,
you say it loses meaning. Then does one cease being Jedi if they lose their connection to the Force?
Why burden them with questions that have no purpose?
Because, Master, purpose is born from such things.
He dares question the Order's decision.
Perhaps he simply seeks a lesson that Council cannot teach.
You speak dangerously. Your admiration for defiance will be your undoing.
And your complacency will be yours. The halls of the Jedi have nothing left to teach you, Padawan.
Of the Force, and to hear the Force sing in you as it once did. This I swear to you upon my life, upon our lives, that when your training is complete, I will answer everything. There shall be no more shadows between us, only truth that exists between master and apprentice. Never doubt what you have done. All your decisions have brought you to this point, and now, perhaps, they shall see what you have become.
Chapter 1. The Parting of Ways. Malachor V is no more, and the Sith are no longer a threat. Their focal points have been eliminated, and whatever Sith remain scattered throughout the galaxy will fade, with none remaining to lead them. The galaxy is saved, and its healing may begin in full. The knowledge gathered throughout their journey, the future of the Jedi and its order, lies in their hands. Such titles, now entirely theirs to define and shape. Given what they've been through together, Surik would not place the burden upon them if she weren't certain in their willingness to carry it. Yet still, in spite of what she has seen, the choice is theirs to make.
If it is important to you, I shall see it through.
Knowing them as she does, Surik is confident the choice will remain true, even in her absence.
You are leaving? I would come with you, if you will allow it.
Their place is here. All the work led them to this. MEETRA SURIK is no longer needed, for no longer is she the last of the Jedi, nor is she their teacher. The true lessons she sought to share never being one of their ways. Her task was to grant them solid ground beneath their feet, and her absence may very well act as a catalyst for their growth upon it. Their knowledge and experience can help others, and bring healing and growth to this galaxy, and those who come after should inherit their wisdom, but not the wounds.
I shall do as you ask. I shall train others who will follow.
Your journey. Will you return?
Surik spoke to each of them that day, never revealing what Krea's predictions held, for such truths were meant for Surik alone, to give her peace in knowing that they will be safe and live. Jedi, the Order, titles as all others that carry nothing but the meaning they are given. Words as strings, as powerful as the Force, confining perspectives and beliefs. Now they are broken, with new ones needing to take their place. In them lies the future of the Jedi indeed, but perhaps Jedi as they were meant to be. At least for a time, before the echo of the lost Jedi inevitably fades, and is reborn again as something different. Now, it is time to depart and make the final preparations for the journey ahead. As she finishes up business on Citadel Station, she is approached by Lieutenant Gren.
Admiral Onasi wanted to speak with you, ma'am. As I understand it, there was something private he wished to ask you. Concerning, mutual acquaintance, I believe is how he put it.
It's a little beat up, but it's still home. I wasn't able to be here to protect it when the Sith attacked the first time. This time you gave me a second chance. I owe you. I've read your records, how the Jedi sentenced you for doing what you believed. You wandered past the Outer Rim during your exile. I ask you, did you find any trace of Revan?
She left for the Outer Rim to be away from the world she had once known, and although news of galactic developments reached her, there's nothing beyond common knowledge she can offer about the galaxy or Revan. Besides, from what she learned, Revan went beyond the Outer Rim.
He said that there were places where he had to walk where I could not go, places where having allies, or anyone he cared about, would only place them in danger. It's been 4 years and I still don't know what happened to him. He told me to stay here, to try to keep the Republic strong, and that he would return. It was the hardest request I ever had to follow. He said that he believed something had been behind the Mandalorian Wars, that it hadn't been the Mandalorians' choice to attack the Republic. Whatever it was, I think he went off to find it, to fight it.
He served with Revan during the Jedi Civil War.
We met on a Republic warship called the Endar Spire. It was being attacked over Telos, and the Sith had stormed the ship.
Surik has learned most of the events of the Jedi Civil War from Canderous, for he too travelled with Revan. Karth shares his side of the story, from the Endar Spire to the Starforge, and after.
We saved the Republic, but it was like the war didn't end for him. He would keep remembering things that he'd done, and it kept driving him. And I think he finally remembered something terrible that he'd done during the Mandalorian Wars, and he went to put an end to it. He left a lot of people who cared about him behind. But I think he did it because he thought it was the right thing to do. But whatever he set out to do, I don't think he succeeded. And here you return, with his ship, without him. Wherever he went, your ship's been there. If you return to that place, if you find some trace of Revan, simply tell him that Admiral Onasi is following his orders. Safe journey, Exile.
Chapter 2. Bastila Shan. There's nothing keeping her here anymore, just as Kreia said. It is time to begin her departure, but Surik is not yet ready to venture into the unknown regions of the galaxy. She now finds herself in a place much different from the corners of the galaxy she recently visited. Shortly after their departure from Malachor, T3 insisted that they come here, though he wouldn't give any details as to why, no matter how much she asked. And so she sits with T3 in the living room of Bastila Shan's apartment, who had just put her son to sleep. The last time Bastila had seen T3 was when he boarded the Ebon Hawk with Revan, ready to depart for the unknown regions. She now sheds more light on the situation, revealing that she had given special instructions to T3 and 4 the night before his departure. In case T3 and Revan were ever to be separated, T3 should immediately seek out Bastila for help. She programmed him so that he wouldn't tell anyone else what had happened to him. This explains why T3 never revealed his past or what he knew of Revan. Of course, the galaxy was not in turmoil at the time she implemented that programming. T3 returned to the galaxy to find it under attack by the Sith, and Bastila was in hiding. There was no way to find her. Instead, T3 had to seek out help elsewhere. Before she said her goodbyes to the crew, Surik had a discussion with Canderous, for she needed to know everything he did about Revan's journey if she was to aid him. Also, having talked to Karth, she knows everything about Revan's journey in fighting against Darth Malak. Canderous also told her everything that transpired after Malak was defeated. Shortly after the Jedi Civil War, Revan and Bastila married and settled in this Coruscant apartment to start a family. They lived peacefully, but only for a time. Revan started having nightmares of a storm-covered world in the darkness. It was a place from his memories, before he became Darth Revan. As the Jedi Council wiped his mind in an effort to return him to the light, all his memories of that place in the darkness were lost, only remnants bleeding through his dreams. He was the only one who knew of this place and the threat hiding within it, and he knew he had to stop it if the galaxy was to survive. He confided in Canderous to help him on this quest, and so Revan, Canderous, and T3 departed together on the Hawk, following the trail of his memories. They first traveled together to Rekyad, an uninhabited world of snow and ice, for Revan remembered that this was where he had hidden Mandalore's mask after the Battle of Malachor V. With the Mandalorians defeated by the war's end, they might still seek revenge and attack the Republic again. This depended on who led them, so Revan decided to locate the mask before another found it, and hoped that it would bring him more memories. And indeed, they managed to find it in a secret Sith tomb on Rekyad. There, more memories poured into Revan's mind. At that moment, he revealed to Canderous what Canderous would later share with Surik on the Ravager's bridge. The Mandalorians had been tricked. During the Battle of Malachor V, when Revan faced Mandalore the Ultimate and defeated him, in his dying breaths he spoke. Whatever spell enveloped Mandalore's mind was broken. He told Revan that he had been tricked by a red-skinned creature, a member of the Sith species not seen in the known galaxy for millennia. Mandalore made a deal with this creature. He helped the Sith find this tomb on Rekyad, and in exchange, the Sith creature told him of a vision of the Mandalorians rising up against the Republic and achieving a glorious victory for his people. A dark pact was made that day, not of mere words, but dark side sorcery, compelling Mandalore the Ultimate to attack the Republic and begin the Mandalorian Wars, nearly annihilating his own people entirely. Within the Sith tomb, alongside Mandalore's mask, was a datacron containing hyperspace coordinates for a planet called Nathema. Another burst of memories came, and Revan knew Nathema was the next step on his journey. He was sure of it. Nathema sounded familiar, but Revan said that this was not the storm-covered world of his nightmares, but something different. He then departed with T3, in spite of Canderous' complaints, giving him the mask and telling him that he had to remain behind. The Mandalorians had been tricked into a war that nearly destroyed them. The Sith creature had known they wouldn't win. Because of this trickery, they lost their way, and their fate, as that of the galaxy, may very well lie with whoever leads the Mandalorians. Revan convinced Canderous to stay behind and build up his people. That day, Canderous became Mandalore the Preserver, vowing to restore the honor and glory of his people, still loyal, even before them, to Revan. With T3, Bastila, and Surik now on the same page, T3 begins telling the tale of what happened after their departure from Rekyad. As he beeps, Bastila is uncertain if she wants to hear it, for she fears the worst. The Nathema system was mostly barren, with sensors picking up no activity in the region. The moment they dropped out of hyperspace above the planet, T3 describes, Revan appeared to be overwhelmed by a barrage of mental images. T3 beeped at him, warning that the Hawk's sensors detected a vessel powering up and ascending from the planet below them. Unable to focus, Revan cried out and clutched his head in his hands. He fought against whatever it was attacking his mind, likely repressed memories. Slowly processing them, he regained some semblance of composure minutes later. By the time he came to his senses, the Hawk was hit by an ion blast, disrupting the ship's systems and allowing the pull of gravity from Nathema to bring it down. The Hawk ricocheted off one of the skyscrapers of Nathema, spinning wildly and slamming into the ground at a blunt angle, skipping several times as a stone thrown across a lake, before coming to rest. T3 made his way towards Revan, who was now unconscious from the crash, but he was alive. He detected strangers approaching the ship and was forced to hide. T3 now plays the hollow recording he'd made of the red-skinned man who had taken Revan off the ship. Separated from Revan, T3 indeed decided to return to Bastila, but he could not depart Nathema until the Hawk was repaired. For months, he scoured the streets of the deserted city, gathering scrap, salvage, and other necessary parts. Surik immediately notes the fact that the city was filled with buildings, skyscrapers, yet no one there to occupy them. T3 confirms that there was nothing living on the planet. Nothing. Not no one. Finding his answer strange, Bastila inquires about other life, insects, birds, plants even. Yet T3 repeats his answer that none could be found on Nathema. Only remnants of humanoid life, buildings, scraps, and unpowered technology. Uncertain what could have possibly happened on Nathema to cause this, Surik is immediately reminded of Malachor, and her discomfort does not escape Bastila's notice. Bastila never condoned what Surik had done on Malachor, but she understands the weight of making such choices. She had allowed Malak to turn her to the dark side, for a time, a choice which could have destroyed the Republic if Revan's love hadn't brought her back. Unaware of the turmoil of emotion his story created, T3 continues his tale. After nearly a year of work, he managed to repair the Hawk sufficiently for liftoff. The vessel set off from Nathema, though its hyperdrive core was only operating at minimal efficiency. The Hawk limped back to Republic space, and by the time it arrived, years later, the Sith Triumvirate and their followers had all but wiped out the Jedi. Bastila was in hiding, as were any other survivors, and T3 didn't know where to search for her, nor if she was even alive. It was during his journey home that the astromech stumbled across the disassembled pieces of HK-47, abandoned on a remote and nameless world. He stored his remains on the Hawk, later to be assembled by Surik. Surik tells Bastila that his memory core had been damaged, and no information of his past in that time span could be retrieved. Bastila provides some context, and shares that when HK learned Revan had departed for the unknown regions, he decided to go after him, in spite of her protests. This worries Surik in the present moment, for it means some part of his programming compels him to seek Revan out. For he created him. She had left him under the supervision of the crew, but very shortly after her departure, she was informed that he disappeared. No doubt he is attempting to find him. There is little chance of this, T3 confirms, as he never told HK anything of Revan's location. T3 resumes the tale. After finding HK's pieces, T3 and the Hawk crossed Surik's path, and the story connects. She recalls the logs from the Harbinger. The Ebon Hawk was found crippled, drifting in space by the Harbinger. At that time, the Sith were hunting what remained of the Jedi, following Surik's trail. Traya was instrumental in saving her from the Harbinger and bringing her aboard the Hawk to run from the Sith, and T3 was the key to repairing the ship sufficiently to allow it to drag itself to the Peragus mining facility. How different those events seem now, as she recalls them, now knowing everything. Quite the set of coincidences.
But as one trained in the Force, you know that true coincidences are rare.
Rare indeed. Understanding who Surik was, her past with Revan, and the state of the galaxy, T3M4 chose to pause his plan of finding Bastila, and instead focused on aiding Surik in escaping Peragus and saving the galaxy. His confession now causes Bastila to feel a surge of bitterness. T3 had chosen Surik over Bastila's instructions. He had put her and the galaxy over Bastila and Revan. The emotion passes quickly, however, replaced only by guilt and shame. Her love for Revan blinded her momentarily to logic and reason. Of course, T3's choice makes sense. Revan is one man compared to the galaxy, and killing a galaxy for the sake of one creature would be unreasonable. Now returned to reason, she tells T3 that Revan, if he were here, would have been proud of T3's choice, as is she. With the Republic saved from the Sith, the path ahead is clear. Surik must follow the trail to Nathema and onward, and see if she can learn of Revan's fate. Bastila bursts out, in both surprise and anger, noting that she should be the one who takes on this task. She cannot be expected to simply remain here on Coruscant for the rest of her life, without even knowing if he's alive. Surik reminds her that nothing has changed since his departure. She still has a son to take care of. Is she willing to leave him behind? Of course not, Bastila stands firm, almost adding that she would bring her son with her, and quickly realizing how reckless such a choice would be. Revan left because he believed it was the only way to protect his family. Following in his footsteps would go against everything he was trying to achieve. A heavy burden upon her shoulders, to be sure. Yet, they all have their burdens to carry, Surik notes, and this one is hers. The words offer little comfort, but Bastila appreciates the honesty, and she knows that there is none better to be sent after him in her place than MEETRA SURIK. Surik vows to give everything in her power to find him and bring him back to his family. T3 beeps twice, and Bastila knows the little droid wants to go with her. As much as she would prefer he stay here, Bastila's mind is thinking rationally. T3 is familiar with Nathema's surface, and Surik will need him to seek out clues. With a heavy heart, but knowing the decision to be correct, she bids farewell to her friend. Before the two depart, however, Bastila gives Surik 2 items to pass on, should she find Revan. The first, a hollow recording she had made of their son's last birthday celebration. The second, a heavy object, wrapped in black cloth. Within it, a scarred metal helmet, with a red and grey faceplate. Revan's mask. Bastila explains that she took it the day her Jedi strike team boarded Darth Revan's vessel. She kept the mask hidden all this time, from the Jedi and from Revan. She was afraid that if he saw it, it might reawaken something dormant, something evil, rekindle some spark of the dark side, for she knew its pull all too well. Now she knows that the choice was wrong. His past is a part of him. Words that now resonate deeply with Surik after everything she's been through. If there is a chance his mask might reawaken something, anything that will help bring him back, it's worth the risk. And what if her fears become true, Surik asks? What if it does reawaken the dark side within him? What if, instead of the prodigal knight, a dark lord takes his place? Bastila replies, softly, that she does not care, so long as he is Revan, and so long as he returns. Her words, blasphemy to any Jedi. She half expects Surik to throw the mask to the ground in disgust. Instead, without saying a word, Surik rewraps the mask and tucks it away beneath her robes. Chapter 3. Nathema. She did not know what to expect as the ship dropped out of hyperspace over Nathema. Back on Coruscant, D3 had told her that the planet was deserted, yet he had never found any clue as to why this was so. During his time on Nathema, he ran many tests, including those for radiation and toxins, yet found nothing. Now, as the ship draws closer to the dingy brown world, her sense of unease and discomfort rises. Malachor V comes to her mind. But this sensation approaching is different. The hawk begins its descent through the planet's atmosphere. Her mind analyzes the sensations further, her hands automatically making the adjustments to bring the ship in for a landing near the coordinates D3 had given her. No, this planet was not another wound in the Force. Something different happened here. On Malachor, the Force had been hurt, leaving a wound that will never heal. Yet here, the Force is simply gone, as if someone had wiped it from existence. Her vision through the Force felt fractured, painful on Malachor. Here, she reaches out and senses nothing. No pain, no echoes, only silence. This world is unnatural, and her body's instinctive reaction is not of pain. No, not of pain, but illness and revulsion. T3, of course, is unaffected. Being a droid, of course he found nothing unusual. She envied him, for only a machine could spend as long as he had here without going insane. Through the cockpit window, she sees the marks of Revan's initial crash landing. As she steps onto the surface of the planet, she feels as if she has been punched in the gut, causing T3 to beep in concern. Taking a few moments to regain her composure, she marches on. The unease, the silence, only grows louder. On Malachor, she fought against the echoes and the pain. Here, there's nothing. No life. No thought. No wind. Another unsettling detail. As she speaks to T3, her voice sounds hollow and washed out. Something terrible happened here. She is certain of it. Even time has no meaning here. Standing still, surrounded by remnants of life. In silence, minutes, perhaps hours, pass. Only through T3's beeps does she come round from whatever trance Nathema attempted to induce. She draws on all the mental techniques she had learned as a Padawan. On focus. She is here to find Revan. She must seek out clues. That is her purpose. The only purpose that exists on this planet now. Anything. An archive, perhaps. T3 guides her down one of the streets, the activity immediately breathing life into her mind. Motion keeps the emptiness at bay. T3 leads her to what appears to be some kind of official government building, 3 stories high, its doors locked with a bolt. Using her blade, she cuts it down with ease, ignoring the dim and washed-out appearance of the glowing blade, her mind guiding itself away from the void of the world that seemed to grow larger each second she glanced at it. Focus on the task, Surik. Find the information you're looking for as quickly as you can, then depart this wretched world forever. To combat the darkness inside, she pulls out a glow rod from her robes, revealing piles of clothes haphazardly scattered about. Its wearers vanished where they stood. What could have possibly done this? It's as if it all happened within the span of a second. The building is filled with data terminals and cubicles. Without power, they all ceased to function, no doubt long ago. However, with his skills, T3 reactivates the main data archive and begins downloading everything he can find. The entire process takes merely 5 minutes before it is completed. But since the first second, it is a moment of stillness, waiting. Is this, then, what the end of the Force feels like? On Malachor there was a wound. Brief. Gasping, the galaxy held its breath before it dared to live again. But here, it still holds. Here the lungs have long forgotten air. What intellect could create a void so immense? No scars, no destruction, no hurt. Is this the perfection Mar spoke of? The stillness Nihilus had promised her? Malachor, oh, what bliss that place, what bliss destruction, death is, compared to this ruin, this precision, this surgery of destruction. This nothing, miles upon miles of immaculate nothing. And I wonder, is Nathema a dreamer? The Force, its discarded shadow. What entity could do this? Or is this a result of the balance of the Force? Or is the Force the result of something else? Is the planet its will? Does it hunger to extinguish the one life that remains, as it had all the others? What is the echo of the Exile against such a colossus? How effortless to stretch her across its surface, unmake into molecules, all experiences, teachings, and knowledge reduced to atoms. Are they in the air? The countless that echoed, that once occupied these rooms, now floating, disconnected. How many echoes, now silent? There's only you, the Exile. Atoms. Your sound travels nowhere, touches nothing. A drop in the ocean, diluted forever, stretched, until, as Nathema, you become silent, and nothing. No. MEETRA SURIK screams into the void. Her mind is her own, more than neurons, molecules, more than echoes. Hers. She is a living being, not a planet, but a universe of thought lies within her, as any other of her kind, that holds galaxies, created and destroyed by her will, her individuality, and countless echoes that were and are yet to be born. This void will go hungry, as the affirmation of her existence pushes it back. for the moment. The 5 minutes have passed as T3 beeps triumphantly, unwilling to remain here for another second, feeling as if each shadow, each corner held eyes that gazed upon her, seeking for a way in. Surik tells him to share his findings on the ship. Dropping into a sprint past each shadow as fast as she can, she rushes back. The instant T3 rolls up the boarding ramp, the Hawk takes flight, hurling itself towards the sky at maximum speed. As it breaks the atmosphere, Surik sets the engines to full speed until there are several million kilometers between her and Nathema. It took longer than she expected for T3 to decipher and translate all the files from Nathema into something she could review. Nearly 2 days. But, if nothing else, the process gave her time to center herself. The data confirms that the building they had entered was some sort of government building, holding documents, accounts, and transcripts. Most promising of all, it contained details collected from numerous worlds. Strangely enough, the records appear to predate the Great Hyperspace War. This means that whatever happened on Nathema, leaving it devoid of life and the Force, must have happened almost 1,000 years ago. The Sith Empire in the dark, wherever it is now, is surely very different from what these records show. Still, it is all she has to go on. According to the data, the Sith Empire once consisted of several dozen planets. The Sith stranger who had taken Revan must have gone to one of these worlds. As she cross-checks the names and coordinates of each, she realizes that they are all planets already known to the Republic. Yet, over the last 1,000 years, the Jedi had systematically purged every planet of Sith influence. The data is yet to offer anything new or point her to a world. Refusing to give up, she digs deeper into the data files, focusing on events that transpired on Nathema itself. For several days, she pours through these archives, stopping neither to eat nor sleep. Every few hours, she pauses to draw on the Force to replenish her fading stores of energy and focus, before continuing with her work of examining tens of thousands of government documents and reports collected from over 50 different agencies. Slowly, a picture begins to emerge. The people of Nathema spent their last days in a terrified and desperate state. They were under the belief that the Jedi would soon find and annihilate them. The ruler of Nathema, a Sith named Lord Vitiate, preyed upon their fear. Transcripts of his speeches show graphic warnings of what he claimed the Jedi would do once they arrived, intent on ruthlessly purging the galaxy of their kind. The entire Empire heard of these speeches, and seeds of terror quickly spread. As their fears grew, Vitiate called on all surviving Dark Lords to join him on Nathema in a ritual that would lead the Sith to their salvation. At the same time, he had his top historians and scientists on Nathema working on a different task, namely locating a planet called Dromund Kaas, the long-lost homeworld of the original Sith species. This data had been inaccessible, sealed behind many security walls, but T3 not only translated the data but also decrypted the passcodes to unlock classified government files, marking them top priority for her review. This means likely none other than the researchers were aware of the quest for Dromund Kaas. The location of Dromund Kaas was researched in utter secrecy, and in time, aligning with Vitiate's ritual, the hyperspace route that would lead to the homeworld of the Sith was theorized, a path the Jedi could never follow. Chronologically, there were no records after this proclamation. No research data, logs, nothing. Every member of Nathema's government ceased to exist. No official account exists of what happened next, but it is not difficult to piece the story together. Whatever ritual Vitiate planned clearly destroyed Nathema, snuffing out all life on the planet. All life ceased to exist at the same moment. All life except for him, most certainly. In fact, it is safe to presume that the ritual made him more powerful. With everyone gone, only he would know the location of Dromund Kaas. A brilliant plan indeed, for he could simply blame the disaster on the Jedi. If he is as cunning as she believes him to be, He no doubt used the information about Dromund Kaas to lead the Sith to safety from these monstrous Jedi that were searching for them. They would trust in him as their savior. If she were him, she'd make the journey long to make his followers more dependent on their leader. It could be that Revan was taken to a different world, but this is the only clue she has. According to records, humans are, or were, part of the Sith Empire. If Vitiate's followers settled on Dromund Kaas, she should be able to pass amongst them by posing as a mercenary, a role she knows well from her exile in the Outer Rim. If Revan is on Dromund Kaas, she is going to find him, and if he is not, she will keep searching. Chapter 4: Dromund Kaas. As she descends through the fierce storms raging in the skies of the planet, she knows this must be the planet of Revan's nightmares. The dark side is powerful here, its familiar presence sending a shiver down her spine. The sensation is most welcome compared to the awful nothingness of Nathema. He's here. She can feel it, regardless of any distance between them. With her lightsaber tucked away out of sight, she sets off on her quest into Kaas City. Imperial shuttles, Sith banners, armed troops. Not at all ancient. This city, this world, is very modern and a rival to any other in the Republic. Thankfully, as she suspected, humans are part of the population, alongside red-skinned Sith, all dressed in standardized uniforms. She also notices a handful of Zabrak and Twi'leks, without exception, all fitted with shock collars. These are likely the unfortunate slaves descended from the prisoners taken by the Sith 1,000 years earlier, during the Great Hyperspace War. Surik isn't surprised to hear Galactic Basic amongst the populace. The Sith had once controlled multiple worlds. Naturally, the most common and the simplest of their languages would be preserved. Republic credits hold little value here, of that she is certain, so she relies on the precious gems and stones she acquired in her journey to find her way. Converting them to Imperial credits, she acquires information from one person to the next, and eventually arranges a meeting with a Sith named Setchel, supposedly very good at finding people. Over the next 2 days, waiting for her meeting, she comes to learn that Imperial society is all about status and class. Slavery is very common. The Republic officially condemned slavery, yet it still existed under euphemisms like indentured service or lifelong personal attendant. Here, the practice seems to be governed by laws and regulations, accepted by the citizens of Dromund Kaas without any question. Wherever she sees slaves, she sees the hopelessness in their eyes, condemned to serve with no chance of freedom. No one coming to save them. No one fighting for their cause. Such was life here. As she approaches the Nexus room for her meeting, a young slave, having spotted T3 at her side, bows and tells her droids are not allowed inside the club. In a sharp and frustrated voice, she tells T3 to wait outside, outraged at the young man's circumstances. He trembles, believing her anger is directed at him directly. She can see the terror in his eyes, and imagines what punishments he would be subjected to if he were to make an exception. Surik doesn't dare offer any words of compassion, unwilling to risk drawing any attention to herself. The young slave leads her to Setchel, the Sith contact she is to meet here. Seeing his underdeveloped physical appearance, yet wealthy attire, Surik makes a mental note not to underestimate him. He would unlikely win any physical fight, yet here, on Dromund Kaas, his appearance implies he uses other tools to thrive. She shows him the hollow image of the Sith who had taken Revan, and in the shortest of moments, she spots a reaction so subtle it almost escapes her. Setchel's eyes widen slightly, instinctively, in recognition. This man must be a Sith Lord, he notes, the mask having risen. Charging extra, of course, he agrees to look into arranging a meeting, should he find this unknown target. Pleased with their arrangement, Surik turns to depart, but then inquires about purchasing the slave who had brought her to Setral. Her interest in this specific slave immediately raises suspicion, forcing her to abandon the effort. Any attempt to help this young man will only make his life, and potentially her own, more difficult. So she chooses to abandon the effort and proceed with her plans, accepting the nature of Dromund Kaas and the fact that this fight is not hers to win. Days later, Surik was wary of a trap long before she felt the warning premonitions a force offered. She was given the location and time for her meeting, and even the name of the man from the holo recording, Lord Scourge. Given the nature of the Sith and the circumstances of the meeting, she knows what to expect. The instructions lead her to an isolated cave on the outskirts of the city. A single speeder stands parked by the entrance. The Sith Lord could have come alone. Then again, the speeder could seat at least 6 more humanoids. Still, it is the only lead she has. With carefully reviewed plans in case of an ambush at the ready, and T3 by her side, she presses on. As she enters the cave, she senses others. Yet within absolute darkness, she can only see about a meter in front of her. The less she appears a threat, the lower her opponent's guard will be. She calls out to Lord Scourge, but is quickly instructed to lie on the ground with her hands behind her head. Upon her command, T3 blasts his headlamp to full power. In these tight confines, he transforms into a tiny sun, illuminating everything. The sudden flash overloads the night vision goggles of her adversaries, blinding them for the moment. 2 males and 2 females, heavily armored and armed. A tall Sith in the alcove near the back corner of the cave, standing. The 4 open fire, in spite of their temporary setback. By the end, Surik eliminates 3, the 4th one engulfed by the flames of T3's flamethrower, leaving only the Sith Lord. Curiously enough, he did not even try to aid the 4 soldiers. Recognizing him from the recording, Surik realizes Lord Scourge decided to make an appearance after all. He draws his crimson blade, holding the weapon in a standard defensive posture, and stares at her in utter disbelief. He names her a Jedi, yet does not engage her in combat. Surik is not about to attack someone who seemingly did not intend to do her harm, yet her training, especially its end, taught her to be prepared for anything. "She is here," Lord Scourge says in a voice filled with wonder, "because of Revan. She came here to rescue him, did she not?" Surik compliments his skills of deduction for being able to determine that so quickly, to which Scourge replies that he did no such thing. It was Revan who told him that she was coming to save him. Scourge initially believed Revan was manipulating him, but he spoke of a vision of a Jedi coming to rescue him, to free him from his imprisonment. Scourge had been interrogating Revan since the day their paths crossed on Nathema. His superior, Darth Nihilus, who had been initially intrigued by her prisoner, quickly shifted her interest elsewhere. But Scourge spent much time with him, considering his views on the Force and life intriguing. Hearing Revan is imprisoned, Surik orders Scourge to free him, or suffer the consequences. But Scourge, unintimidated, tells her that the situation is not so simple, and that Revan's freedom does not depend on him. But he is willing to work together to take her to him, deactivating his blade. Scourge shares what Revan told him, that the end of the Emperor of the Sith lies in their cooperation. Scourge, of course, cares little about the Republic, but he believes the Emperor has gone mad. Surik is surprised to learn that this is the same Emperor who destroyed Nathema and has lived for centuries. Before they captured Revan, Nihilus had taken Scourge to Nathema to convince him to join the conspiracy against the Emperor. He saw and felt the planet's emptiness, just as Surik. Nihilus told him of the Emperor and his past. Nathema was once called Medraius, a planet of the living, as any other. The Emperor was born there. a child named Tenebrae, with eyes as black as the void, the force and the evil within him strong since early in his youth. Drawing on its power and the evil within, he slayed his father and mother, and carved his way to the throne, renaming Madrayas to Nathema, and in time wiped it clean of life to fuel his power. Scourge, as Surik, knows that no sanity could be born from such destruction. A colossal threat indeed, and she remembers.
He will need warriors, Sith and Jedi, any who can be sent after him into the depths of space, for any who know the way.
In spite of it all, both T3 and Surik are reluctant to trust him. Only upon delivering extensive data showing the secrets of Sith society, all the power plays of its Dark Council members and conspiracies, does she believe him. Yet, reviewing the data, she finds that the Sith who are conspiring to overthrow the Emperor are moving too slowly, if at all. They are afraid. Revan told Scourge that the Emperor's fall requires a degree of self-sacrifice, something no Sith is willing to accept. Nihilus, the Sith Lord whom Scourge serves, cares little for her prisoner's opinions. She keeps him alive only for his secrets, hoping to find power. But Scourge listens to Revan's wisdom. His prediction of her arrival confirms his visions are true, and that the fall of the Emperor lies in Jedi and Sith working together. And so, taking time to consider all the angles of their alliance, their plan begins. The first step in freeing Revan will require a distraction. Several days of arrangements later, Lord Scourge, his heart pounding in his chest, ascends the steps to the Emperor's citadel. Events have been set in motion, and what comes next must be done carefully. In spite of his reputation and position, Scourge just barely convinces the Emperor's guard to let him through, for he claims that the Emperor is in danger. Yet, if the Emperor feels his time has been wasted, Lord Scourge will be punished, most severely. He now finds himself in the throne room, about to face the Emperor for the first time in his life. None inspected him for weapons, and the throne room holds no guards within, for the simple reason that they are not needed. He begins to ponder on the Emperor's power. Perhaps it will allow him to peer into Scourge's mind, to read his thoughts, and see beyond the veil of deception. No, he cannot afford to think like this. And besides, if that were true, he would have seen the plotting of Nihilus and the other Sith Lords against him over the years, no matter how motionless those plans now lay. Scourge approaches the figure in the distance, the throne sitting on an elevated pedestal several meters in diameter. The throne is facing away from him, its high back blocking any view of its occupant. A few more steps, and the pedestal shifts, turning the throne so that it now faces him, and for the first time in his life, Scourge sets his eyes upon the Emperor. An unremarkable figure for an Emperor, the raised hood of his robes hiding his face, yet the power is there, so intense it causes a faint rippling of the air. The Emperor rises to his feet as the durasteel doors swing shut behind Scourge with a booming crash. His step falters briefly at the sound, yet he continues forward. As he reaches the foot of the pedestal, he drops to one knee, eyes focused on the ground.
Rise, Lord Scourge,
the Emperor tells him,
and speak your piece.
Scourge stands to address the Emperor, now seeing that he had thrown his hood back to reveal his face. His eyes, indeed, as black as the void itself. Nathema, the memory of it sends a shiver through his heart. Slowly, with a dry mouth, Scourge explains the journey that led him to discover that Darth Nihilus and a handful of others were plotting to overthrow Emperor Vitiate, now offering data discs showing information that will confirm his story. The Emperor tells him that these are bold accusations indeed. As much as he focuses on the weight of his words, Scourge also studies their sound, the echo and resonance, as if a great multitude was speaking in perfect symphony. Is it possible that all those he had consumed still exist in some form within him? Nihilus had told him that he devoured Nathema. Was she correct? Now is not the time for this. Scourge pushes such thoughts aside and states that yes, his accusations are bold, but he is willing to stake his life on them. The Emperor calmly confirms that he already has. If he speaks the truth, he shall be rewarded for this deed. If not, he will suffer a fate more terrible than anything he can imagine. As he speaks the words, the dark circles of his eyes fill with a swirling red mist, granting Scourge a brief sight of the Emperor's true form. Immediately, Scourge collapses to the ground, shaking like a child. The touch between their minds lasted less than a second, but it offered indescribable horrors that dwarfed anything the dark side could conjure, even in his worst nightmares. What's worse, beneath the horror lurked the pure emptiness of total annihilation. A few moments later, the awful vision retreats into his subconscious, and he is led from the throne room and told by the Emperor's guard that if his data disks provide satisfactory information, Darth Nihilus will be purged, along with her entire staff of followers. That is the window of opportunity, the distraction they need to free Revan from his cell. Surik didn't like the idea of filling in the role of Scourge's newly purchased slave, but he had assured her this was the best way to infiltrate Nihilus' stronghold without drawing unwanted attention. To complete the ruse, she changed her functional pants and robes for a revealing purple outfit, more suited to a dancer in one of the low-rent clubs she'd frequented during her days as a mercenary. A must-have component was a shock collar around her neck, non-functional, of course, and inspected by T3. Even if she didn't feel in danger, the idea of adorning herself with a symbol so closely linked to the galaxy's most vile practice did not please her. Yet she knew Scourge's views were correct. A slave disguise on Dromund Kaas is far more effective than a Stallfield generator in terms of blending in. As the three make their way through the stronghold of Darth Nihilus, attempting to concoct the best course of action, the alarms sound, and Nihilus' people respond to the sudden attack by the Imperial Guard. With the distraction alarming every single member of the household, the three set off towards the dungeons, hearing explosions from the outside. Based on the frequency and size of the distant blasts, Surik guesses they are using an artillery assault to try to breach the walls at multiple locations. The unexpected attack caught Nihilus' people completely off guard. She would have expected someone on the Dark Council to put up a better resistance. Of course, Scourge reminds her that the security chief and 3 top lieutenants are not here to rally them. Their careers cut short during their first meeting in the cave. The Imperial Guard breach the stronghold, and Scourge, Surik, and T3 find themselves in their direct line of sight. She reaches for her blade, hidden in her black knee-high leather boot, but Scourge grabs her wrist. The guard recognize Scourge as a friendly target, and they run past without even a second glance. Fortunately, no other battles cross their paths, only their aftermath, as they walk across corpses of acolytes, civilians, and on a rare occasion Imperial Guards. Soon, the durasteel doors that lead to the dungeon stand before them. Passing through, Surik leaps down the steep steps until a familiar face comes into view. She rushes to embrace him fiercely. "It's been a long time," he whispers, wrapping his arms around her. After a moment, Surik breaks the embrace, and Revan notices her nose crinkled up against the powerful odor wafting off him. "A really long time," he adds. Seeing Lord Scourge descend after her, Revan steps in front of Surik. A protective but foolish move. If anyone could handle herself, it was her, and unarmed and drugged, as he had been for years, Revan is no more a match for the Sith Lord than the day of his capture. Surik eases his mind by saying that Lord Scourge brought her here. Taking a few moments to connect everything together, Revan lets out a laugh directed at his captor, noting that he finally gets to learn his name. Scourge. Several witty remarks coming to mind. A rush of dizziness sweeps over him, the drugs still dominating his system. Scourge yanks a nearby medkit open and injects Revan's arm with a green luminescent fluid, which should help in a few moments. Surik takes this opportunity to give him the object Bastila had given her, wrapped in cloth. Only after hearing that she and his son are safe does he even consider it. As the masked helmet comes into view, the cloth dropping to the ground, all of his lost memories, all of them, come flooding back. Millions, years upon years, people, places, events. His weakened state and his mind cannot bear it all, and he collapses to the ground. Suddenly from the stairs, D3 lets out a piercing wail, louder than the alarms, telling them someone is coming. A second later, he is electrified and sent flying down the stairs as if he had been shot from a cannon. Darth Nihilus descends, slowly, the fingers of her left hand crackling with electricity, and a blade humming softly in her right. By the time she reaches the bottom of the stairs, Surik emerges from one of the cells, standing side by side with Scourge, and ignites her blue blade. "Another Jedi?" Nihilus asks in a mocking voice. When neither answers, she laughs bitterly. The Imperial Guard will make sure she never leaves her stronghold alive. She is aware of this. But neither will they. Nihilus unleashes a bolt of lightning, and the two throw themselves clear of it, granting her the early advantage. She leaps at them, cutting the space between them in an instant. In spite of her withered appearance, Nihilus moves with all the ferocity of a dark side warrior in her prime. Her blade flashes back and forth between the two so harshly and quickly that she forces them on the defensive. So unlike any Sith she has ever faced before, Nihilus moves with a combination of speed and the Force that are difficult to adapt to in such brief moments. She unleashes torrents upon torrents of blade strikes, force waves, and dark lightning. By the battle's end, Scourge is sent flying into a nearby wall, and Surik, in spite of blocking a large portion of the incoming lightning with the Force barrier, is now dazed and knocked off her feet, drawing on the Force for recovery. With her two opponents temporarily halted, Nihilus draws on the power of the dark side offered by this world, channeling energy through her body. In this place, and with years of expertise in the dark arts of the Force, Scourge feels the power building within her, and he knows, in their state, they are powerless to stop it. Nihilus offers a final proclamation to her adversaries and commands them to gaze upon her and see their doom. Just then, Revan emerges from the cell, his hood drawn to cover his head, and the red and grey mask hiding his face. He observes the dozens of powerful lightning bolts as they spring from Nihilus's grasp, arcing across the room to incinerate her enemies. Instead of leaping back into his cell to avoid the deadly attack, Revan steps forth to intercept it. Both hands held in front, arms fully extended at shoulder height, thumbs touching and his fingers spread wide, he draws the bolts into his grasp, channeling them away from their intended targets and absorbing their power. As the energy swirls under his control, he responds to her proclamation with one of his own. "I am Revan Reborn," he tells her, the energy swirling around his fingertips. "And before me, you are nothing." Nihilus's eyes go wide as Revan unleashes the power of her own attack against her. She tries to throw up a force field, but the bolts dissolve it and continue unabated. Her own lightning engulfs Darth Nihilus, heat rising, consuming her, and leaving only a pile of charred ash. Scourge rises to his feet, still dazed from Nihilus's attacks, and beholds Revan. Something unnerving awakens within as he stares into the faceless mask. It makes Revan appear more intimidating, more powerful. Then there is the fact that he just watched him destroy Darth Nihilus, one of the most powerful Sith Lords on Dromund Kaas, with her own power. As a final act, he hands Revan his lightsaber from his belt, which Revan accepts with a brief nod. With that, Scourge understands that he had made the right choice by trusting and siding with the Jedi. If anyone holds the strength to stop the Emperor, it is the man standing in front of him. Away from the stronghold, the three sought refuge in the cave where Surik and Scourge initially met. Throughout their entire escape, Surik kept eyeing Revan, studying him as she does now, to see just how much of him had been reawakened by the mask. Without it, he appeared more human, easier to observe. Now she is uncertain, for even hours after their escape, he's still wearing it. Only once she instructs D3 to display the hollow recording Bastila had sent, does the mask part from his face, set aside, and entirely forgotten, as he focuses on the image of his family, waving at him and telling him how much they miss him. Bastila reminds that they hadn't discussed names before he left, but that she decided to name their son Vaina. Revan smiles, realizing what the name represented. She says she chose it so their son always remembers his father and understands that he is a part of him. A tear rolls down Revan's face, and Surik quietly retreats into a dark corner of the cave to let him watch it in private. She finds the Jedi robes she had hidden, and only once she clips the lightsaber to her belt does she realize she's following Revan's lead. If he's wearing Jedi robes, then so is she, just like old times. As the recording draws to an end, she overhears Bastila telling him that she loves him. And she was never jealous of Bastila. Surik too loves Revan, but not in any romantic way. Above all titles, he is a mentor and a friend, in the truest sense of the word. She never had romantic feelings towards him, but she cannot help but feel their reunion, after so long, was preempted by a holovid. Still, after watching it, he goes to her and thanks her for finding him and saving him. Nobody else could have done either. He studies her for a moment. He was told that she had been cut off from the Force, yet senses its power within. She has come farther than he ever could have imagined. MEETRA SURIK blazed her own trail, and he tells her that she has walked a path he would never dare to tread. He owes her everything, and a debt that is not possible to repay. Without his teaching and leadership, she never would have found the path that led to her growth. In the end, the two saviors of the galaxy decide to call it even. A wise and just solution, she concludes, as always. Revan invites her to see the holovid of Bastila and his son together, for it would mean much more to watch it with a friend at his side. Of course, she accepts, for it would be her honor. Several hours later, Scourge arrives to share his findings, catching a glimpse of the holo recording. After a very brief exchange, he is reminded that his former prisoner is now his ally, not his friend. Scourge proceeds to share with the Jedi that Emperor Vitiate purged the 5 Sith members of the conspiracy, including Darth Nihilus, but also the rest of the Dark Council, leaving the 2 Jedi in awe. All 12 of the Dark Council members, the most powerful individuals in the Sith Empire, are now dead, including those who had nothing to do with the conspiracy. The result of the massacre sent a clear message across the ranks of the Sith, causing thousands to attempt to flee the city. The Emperor has quarantined the planet and declared martial law until he gets the situation under control. Revan shares that his mask brought back all of his memories, and he now recalls his first visit to this world and the nature of the Emperor. He and Malak came here as mercenaries to investigate the Sith. When they learned of the Emperor's plans to invade the Republic, they tried to stop him. They were arrogant, for they had just conquered the Mandalorians. What was one more enemy? They found a member of the Imperial Citadel willing to sneak them in for a fee, at the time unaware that the guards are bound to the Emperor through a powerful ritual and that they would never betray him. As they walked into his trap, the Emperor did not even engage them in combat before breaking their will. He dominated their minds, turning them into puppets to do his bidding, pulling them deep into the well of the dark side, and made them into Sith Lords. Emperor Vitiate then sent Darth Revan and Darth Malak back to the Republic as the vanguard of his invasion, told to only report back to him once all resistance was crushed. They had underestimated the Emperor's power, but he too underestimated their wills. In time, and especially upon coming into contact with the dark side power of the Starforge, Darth Revan and Darth Malak resisted the spell he had placed upon them. They could not fight against it entirely, but their minds fought back by twisting and perverting his instructions to the point that they thought they were acting of their own accord. By turning to the dark side entirely, their minds found the power to wipe out all memory of him and the Sith on Dromund Kaas, partially freeing them of his control. They still called themselves Sith. That part of their identity remained, still intent on conquering the Republic, but believing the choice, the will, was theirs, not the Emperor's command. Very much as Kreia had told Surik.
The Sith is a belief, and its empire, the true Sith Empire, rules elsewhere.
And the Sith descending from Darth Revan and Darth Malak were unrelated to these true Sith here on Dromund Kaas. After Revan was redeemed by the Jedi and Darth Malak fell, the Emperor could have invaded the Republic, but his vanguard never returned, so he did not know the Republic was recovering from a crippling war. He likely still believes the two Sith Lords had failed in their task, that the Republic had been too strong to conquer. Now, the Republic is an even easier target, but he must be unaware, for he would have struck. Instead, in his eyes, this almighty Republic must have defeated his puppets as well as the Mandalorians whom he had tricked to attack it. Surik eyes Scourge carefully. Now he knows this is an excellent opportunity for the Sith Empire to strike. Perhaps Scourge would want that. Sensing her suspicion, Scourge notes that he will not betray them. When he spoke to the Emperor of Nihilus' betrayal, their minds briefly touched, and he understood what he had become. Such a creature could never care for the Sith. He only cares for power, his own above all else. Surik, of course, knows better than to believe mere words of a Sith. Revan shares that as the Emperor dominated Malak and Revan, peering into their minds, he saw what Scourge had, but Revan looked back, seeing the reflection of the evil within him deep into the core. He has become obsessed with power and immortality. His hunger for power festers as an illness within him, growing faster than he can feed it. He has consumed an entire planet, yet still he hungers. Surik is reminded of Nihilus. His hunger was a primal instinctive thing, forced upon him by events of the Mandalorian Wars. Vitiate, on the other hand, sought out this power, this hunger, willingly. Far, far worse than Nihilus. His hunger precise, intelligent, terrifying. Vitiate has indeed lived 1,000 years, and Revan knows he could live 1,000 more, but he is terrified of death, and the only way to achieve immortality is to end everything, every single threat in existence, until he alone remains, a lone emperor over an empty and lifeless galaxy. Surik shivers at a new thought that emerges. He sealed off the planet. Is he planning to replicate the ritual of Nathema here on Dromund Kaas before anyone has a chance to escape? The ritual on Nathema took days, if not weeks, to prepare, but he is stronger now. Revan suspects that he would not go that far. Not yet. Dromund Kaas is the heart of his empire. Too many valuable resources to destroy are here, at least for the moment. He theorizes that the Emperor could use this moment to rally his people. He could claim the Dark Council had ties to the Republic, and he had no choice but to wipe them out. With fear growing through his people, he may see it as an opportunity to push them to the brink and unite against the Republic. Even if that isn't the case, The chaos on the planet will draw much of his attention. The Imperial Guard is spread out, offering them a window of opportunity. By the morning, Scourge notes, fewer citizens will be about, and most of the Guard will be recovering at the barracks after patrolling the streets all night. The 3 Force Sensitives and their droid companion decide to use the night to recover their energies until the morning, when they will make their move. Chapter 5: Before the Storm. Unlike his Jedi companions, Scourge had never learned to sit and meditate in order to draw sustenance from the Force. The dark side was all about action and activity, not restful contemplation, but he knew he had to try something. Upon initially capturing Revan, the Sith Lords' failed interrogations eventually transformed into mind games delivered through discussion. It was one of these discussions about Force visions that brought them here. Now, as Scourge attempts to open up to the Force, hoping to find some semblance of rest, his mind starts pondering infinite possibilities, swirling through time and space. Several minutes in, he drifts into a state of semi-consciousness. Revan lays motionless on the floor of the Citadel's throne room. Surik and Scourge are beside him, their bodies twisted and broken, clinging to the last moments of life. The Emperor approaches them, regarding them with a cold expression. Scourge tries to stand and flee, but his crippled limbs fail under his weight. All he can do is crawl like a worm. His pathetic efforts draw the Emperor's attention. He grabs Scourge by the shoulder and rolls him over, staring into his eyes. As he reaches out and places a hand on Scourge's forehead, the Sith Lord screams. His eyes open, back to reality, his heart pounding and his scream still ringing in his ears. He realizes it was confined to his mind. Regaining his composure, he approaches Revan, T3 pausing the hollow that Revan was watching, but still the image of Bastila and Vayner hovering in the air. Scourge asks to speak to Revan about the Force. One quizzical look later, finally tearing him from the projection, Revan notes that this is very strange timing to discuss such things, but indeed, this may very well be their last chance to speak, for none of them know what tomorrow will bring. Revan knew Surik was coming to rescue him because the Force had given him a vision. Now no longer a prisoner, Revan confesses this to be a lie. He was bluffing. He was hoping that if he speaks enough about his escape, Scourge would subconsciously dream or envision it. Inexperienced in such things, he would mistake such a dream for a vision and believe the Force was telling him to aid his prisoner. Revan confesses that he did see a vision of Surik's rescue, but only after his attempt to deceive Scourge. That seems an unlikely coincidence, Scourge notes, to which Revan replies that this is the way of the Force. The Force flows through space, but also time. Perhaps the vision he received in the future inspired the idea of his deception in the past, or perhaps his deception inspired the vision. Jedi scholars have devoted centuries to understanding the Force, barely scratching the surface. Unwilling to share the dream he had just had, Scourge asks if such visions always come true. Yet Revan notes that while they may be true, they may also serve as guides, something to strive for, or something to prevent. After a long silence, Scourge asks if Revan has had any visions about the future, any hints of what will happen when they face the Emperor. The dark side obscures his sight, Revan says. They are walking into a time and place of shadows, and the future is uncertain. They may succeed, and yet they may fall. If the latter becomes the truth, at the very least it will give the Emperor pause. He will wonder how Revan freed himself, why he has returned, and how much the Republic knows. He will wonder about Malak, for he may very well be alive, for all he knows, plotting against him. Scourge steps back in frustration, understanding that Revan doesn't care at all if they live or die. He merely wishes to buy time. Indeed, he confirms, Revan wants his son to live a life of peace, not war. He wishes to live and perhaps meet him someday and return to the one whom he loves more than anything. But he understands that there can be a victory even in defeat. If they fail, the time they buy might ensure his son or another can finish what they started. The Force always strives for balance. Where there's an agent of darkness, there must be one of light. It could be that agent is Revan, or perhaps his task is to make room for another to fill that role. Scourge shakes his head, wondering if Revan is as mad as the Emperor, and notes that he has no intention of dying tomorrow. Turning, he glances at Surik and considers talking to her, but then again, she would likely echo Revan's words. Instead, he retreats to the section of the cave he had been sitting in earlier to consider what he just heard against the enduring images of his vision, trying to understand what it all meant. Surik still sits in a meditative stance. Indeed, she would echo Revan's words, for she echoed them before her arrival to Malachor and facing Darth Traya. She does not wish to die, no more than Scourge, and like Revan, she wishes to live and return to her family, to see their growth and tell them how proud she is of everything they achieved. Yet even if her life were to end here, in this cave, she is blessed. For in spite of such things bringing satisfaction to her heart, they are not needed. She taught them everything they need to know, through the bonds, yes, but also through words and examples, teachings and techniques they can discover. She already sees the Jedi archive, once sealed, its artifacts hoarded by its historian, now open and inviting those who wish to learn. There, they may learn of 1,000 ways to hold a lightsaber. But she taught them that a blade indeed does not make a Jedi or Sith. The weight of any weapon, the force and title, found in the struggle, the effort of its bearer. Her echo has been cast, traveling still through the once lost Jedi. Now the only task before her is to ensure it survives and thrives, to prevent the galaxy's canvas from becoming Nathema, where echoes travel without purpose and only silence reigns. Chapter 6: Victory and Death. As planned, Revan, Surik, Scourge, and T3 leave the cave at dawn, the word carrying little meaning on a planet as dark and cloudy as Dromund Kaas. On their way, Revan knows he does not need to worry about Surik and his state of mind, yet Scourge is a different matter. Unlike the two Jedi, the concept of self-sacrifice for a goal is likely very alien to him. After all, the reason the Dark Council members were so slow to act was due to their fear for their future. They would expose themselves to risk in order to shape the future, and none among them was willing to make that first step. Scourge's choice to join Surik and Revan too had been driven by self-preservation. It remains to be seen if Scourge is willing to stand beside them until the end. Alarms sound across the Citadel as the four fight their way to the throne room. Pushing through the guards in the Citadel, they rush forward, taking advantage of the unexpected attack. The Imperial Guard are no common troopers. They engage them only when they must, and are soon backed into the throne room, Scourge and Surik fighting several of the Imperial Guard by its exit, with more no doubt on the way. Revan reaches out with the Force, pushing the heavy doors of the throne room shut, and shouts at T3 to seal them. The little droid begins spraying black foam along the edge where the double doors come together. The Emperor remains seated on his throne, watching the proceedings with cold detachment. Revan feels the same chill he had experienced the last time he had come into the Emperor's presence.
I did not expect you to return,
the Emperor says. rising to his feet. Without bothering to reply, Revan charges forward. Surik and Scourge fight the guard, their captain amongst them, presenting a formidable challenge. Revan's target, meanwhile, stands perfectly still, focusing and channeling his power. At the last possible instant, the Emperor unleashes a wave of energy that sweeps Revan off his feet with ease. Twisting in the air, Revan lands on his feet, looking up and seeing that the Emperor still hasn't moved. He senses chains forming through the Force, enveloping his mind. Yet this time, unlike the last, he is ready for the attack. Instead of charging, he draws on the Force, pulling on the entire spectrum. The calming touch of the light envelops him like water, bringing focus to his spirit and strength to his body. Alongside it, tendrils of the dark side envelop his hands, snaking up his body, threatening to consume his mind in its depths, yet bending obediently under Darth Revan's legacy. Twin rivers flow inward, and in a swift motion merge into the purest form of the Force. He unleashes it upon his enemy, overwhelming him. The Emperor, unprepared and his power directed elsewhere, is struck, flying backwards, resisted by an opponent, likely for the first time in millennia. Still, he recovers quickly, lifting himself up on one knee. His hands hurling a bolt of dark lightning at his enemy. Revan intercepts it with his blade, but it forces his charge to a halt. The Emperor unleashes 3 more, 2 of which are deflected. Yet the third is reflected directly at its source, striking him in the chest and sending him back once more, sliding several meters across the floor. This shot unleashes a primal hiss of hate, the sound sending a shiver down Revan's spine. The Emperor rises to his feet, his eyes flashing red, signaling that an attack similar to that of Darth Nihilus is coming, yet surely amplified 1,000-fold. Revan knows he cannot reach him in time, the only hope being a counterattack through the Force, as he had done in the prisons. Once unleashed, dozens of bolts crackle towards him. No, the Emperor's power was not 1,000 times stronger than that of Darth Nihilus. Its strength impossible to calculate, as it tears down Revan's defense with ease and engulfs his body in a furious storm of dark-side power. His skin boils and blisters, the superheated metal touching his face, melting the skin beneath, fusing it with his mask. Seconds from death, his body spasming, his head twitches to the side and catches a glimpse of T3 rushing in, letting loose his flamethrower, bathing the Emperor's body in fire. Split between slaying his enemy and cocooning himself in the Force, the Emperor chooses the latter and protects himself from the fire. As Revan collapses to the ground, too weak to move, he can only observe as his savior takes on the role of a target. A tremor ripples through the air as the Emperor unleashes the full power of the Force against the defenseless droid. T3M4 explodes into 1,000,000 pieces, his circus encasing obliterated in a single instant. Revan screams from the ground as bits of his friend rain down, reduced to minuscule fragments. He calls on the Force to mend his wounds and grant him the strength to rise, but he knows time is not his friend. He can only look up at the Emperor as he raises his blade to deliver the killing blow, his eyes intensely upon him. The fact that Revan was not helping them against the Imperial Guard tells Scourge he went to engage the Emperor. Surik senses Scourge's focus dwindling. He strikes, but the captain of the guard bypasses his defenses, clipping him on his right shoulder, sending a painful jolt from the electro-staff charge, numbing his dominant right hand. Risking it all, he makes the switch to his left hand, as a blade narrowly misses his cheek, and he swears out loud. Surik senses his focus dwindle in the face of these elite Sith, yet in spite of the intimidating strength of their enemies, something A thought is probing his mind, distracting him, injecting uncertainty, fear. In a lair of elite Sith, it is like blood in the water. She must rid him of it, but there's no time for words to bolster his focus, so action will have to do. She channels the Force, even in the darkness of Dromund Kaas and its darkest room. The dark side stands tall, threatening, intimidating, yet her mind stares into it, unyielding, as the darkness bends to its mistress, uncorrupting, and allows the power of the Force to flow pure through her heart and her fingertips. Time slows in her mind, yet accelerates to the external viewer. She feels the smallest pulse of fear through the Force, the uncertainty she felt in Scourge moments ago, now echoing in the Guard. They certainly never beheld a Jedi, she realizes. Only myth, forged from Vitiate's whispers, his speeches on Nathema depicting monsters. Having been its target and its wielder, the blade of manipulation unsheathes and finds a home in her hands once more. The Jedi turns aggressive, yet this savage beast does not echo with rage, fear, nor the craving to cut down her enemies. She simply exists, stoic and cold. Not mere fear, but a primal terror awakens within her enemies at the unquantifiable threat of this force of nature approaching them. Pouring all her knowledge of the lightsaber into the spotlight, it becomes an extension of her body. The Force, as a gale, lets her soar, becoming a ruthless lightsaber storm. Her strikes adapt mid-flight in unpredictable patterns. As water upon a cracked surface, the uncertainty rises, and she senses it all. From the corner of her perceptions, she senses the distant clash of two potent forces, yet directs her mind away, for she cannot afford the distraction, not now. Noticing T3 finished his task of sealing the door, she shouts for him to go help Revan. Her presence intimidating and demoralizing enemies, Surik's relentless assault grants Scourge the shortest of opportunities to recover. The dark side surges within him. His uncertainty, fear, and pain from his injury are quickly reshaped under his will into white-hot rage, igniting a firestorm of death and destruction within him. Channeling the power and physical strength into the Crimson Blade, Scourge hammers down, trading in speed for strength. Meanwhile, Surik compensates with the swift yet fierce movements of the blade, deflecting and counterattacking. Empowered through a 4-move sequence, Scourge overwhelms the captain of the guard, his blade biting deep into her hip as she screams, falling to the ground. One of the guards recklessly leaps to her defense, his reward a quick death by a diagonal lightsaber slash across his chest. At Scourge's feet, the captain, the agony of her wound making her desperate and clumsy, feeds the dark side within him. As her fingers wrap around the hilt of the electro-staff, he brings down his boot on top of the hand, crushing the bones. Staring into her eyes, he savors the terror before decapitating her with a single stroke. As the last of the guard falls, Surik's stoic and focused expression cracks as she feels Revan's pain and turns just in time to see fragments of T3 scatter about. The Emperor igniting his blade and turning on Revan, who now lay motionless on the ground. Heart-pounding, she sprints quickly towards him, calling on Scourge to help. But she knows the distance between them is too vast. She knows she cannot reach the Emperor before his blade finishes its descent. In desperation, on instinct, she hurls her lightsaber, wielding the blade telekinetically, guiding it through the Force. To intercept the descending blade, knocking it from the Emperor's grasp. A ripple spreads through the Force. Scourge, running behind her, realizes her mistake. The Emperor's guard was down. If she had aimed at him instead of the blade, she could have ended his life, sacrificing Revan. Her instinct to save her friend overrode her desire to kill the enemy. Surik too was aware of this decision as it occurred. Indeed, one that weighed a galaxy. But in a span shorter than a stray thought, she accepts it and rushes to her friend, the blade returning to her waiting hand. Hesitation and uncertainty melts away the Emperor's usually cold expression. He steps back, trying to evaluate what just transpired. A colossal mind that perceives his surroundings far beyond any mortal eye. Yet this woman, this Jedi, human, got close enough to disarm him with such ease, from a distance. It's as if he did not even perceive her. It was simply his focus on Revan that threw him off, surely. Now the focus realigns, his eyes narrow, desperately attempting to analyze this new threat now approaching him. Surik now standing valiantly between Revan and the Emperor, her blade raised, his wounds barely beginning to heal. Revan musters enough strength to stand. Now the three stand side by side, facing the Emperor.
I expected better from you, Lord Scourge.
The Emperor says. Scourge wonders if the Emperor is stalling to allow more of the guard to reach the throne room. Yet it matters little. By the time they unseal the doors, the fate of this conflict will have been decided. United, Revan proclaims the three of them are stronger.
That remains to be seen.
What technique will he use against them, she wonders now. Will it involve the blade or the Force? Will he attempt to feed on them as he had an entire planet? The greatest student and the strongest, side by side. And between them, the universe shivers and slows almost completely. There must always
be a Darth, Traya. The galaxy needs its betrayers, especially in the times to come. For without such things there is no hope.
There must always be a Darth, Traya. There must always be one to question, to wound, and to betray. Without friction comes stillness. What bliss Malachor before Nathema, echoes before silence, even the darkest. There must be pain, if there is to be growth. The universe flickers upon the making of a choice. The crimson blade pierces her chest. No pain, for it cuts quickly. Time flows, finally, as the shiver ends, and the life that occupied the body of MEETRA SURIK is snuffed out before it even touches the ground. Death, in its simplest form. Revan's head turns, shock and horror emanating from him even through the mask. The distraction grants the Emperor the opportunity, and he unleashes a bolt of lightning into the Jedi's chest, blasting him back unconscious. The Emperor turns to the Sith Lord with a piercing gaze. He bows and quickly explains that the Jedi were working with Nihilus, but they were too powerful for him alone to defeat. So he lied and led them here, knowing none could stand a chance against the Emperor of the Sith. If that is so, the Emperor commands, then he must finish his task. Scourge, without any hesitation, reignites his blade. Approaching Revan, he rips off his helmet, its outline leaving a trace in his flesh, the rest of his face badly burned. Still unconscious, without medical treatment, he would die soon anyway. As Scourge's blade comes down to slay the second Jedi, an invisible grip stops its advance. Pleased, the Emperor commands Scourge to put away his blade. He has passed the test, and Revan may yet be of use to him. Seemingly unconcerned for the Jedi, Lord Scourge nods and hopes that the Emperor does not forget the service he has done for him, especially when the time comes to select the members of his new Dark Council. Revan had been right. Their attack did frighten the Emperor. So much has happened. The Dark Council needs to be rebuilt, and many answers must be found. How did Revan return? Are there others like him? like the peculiar Jedi who stood by his side, the peculiar Jedi whose passing felt quieter than a whisper on Nathema. No trace of his spirit, nor an echo from it. A threat, now turned into an empty vessel. His mind shifts elsewhere. How strong is the Republic? From the looks of its assassins, strong enough to fight back an invasion, to be sure. It may take years of preparation, decades to build enough power to conquer it. All these answers lay locked away in his mind. Revan's cell is as much a laboratory as a prison. Trapped in a suspended cage of shimmering power, he hovers between life and death, his body functional, healed, locked in stasis, preserved and protected from even time itself. But his mind is aware, constantly under attack, the Emperor's will feeding on him. Though they are separated, the mental link remains, fashioned by the Emperor and sustained by the infernal machines powering his cell. Physically, he is helpless, but mentally, he is waging war against the Emperor, guarding his secrets and knowledge. The Emperor's mind looks into his each second. It seeks out cracks and pushes in, overwhelming him with poison of the dark side. For days he resists, holding it back. In time, the defenses crack, and the tendrils of darkness breach into the corridors of his mind. The intruder enters, defiles its walls, seeping as stinging poison towards the core of his mind. His memories are poisoned. They turn on him. Images of light, perverted into darkness. The darkest shadows of his mind that once lay under his control now obey a different master. They claw at the final gate. Through the cracks, the Emperor's mind can perceive what it holds. All of Revan's knowledge, power, and secrets contained, ready for the taking. His spirit cornered, frightened, tired of fighting. The gate cracks and warps inward. Amid the terror, his spirit can feel the gate shatters, and there the Emperor stands at the precipice and sees nothing. At the moment of her death, the spirit of MEETRA SURIK was freed from its corporeal form. Why had Scourge betrayed them? What could they have done differently? Yet as quickly as they came, all questions were discarded, for they mattered little. All that mattered at that moment was what happened next, and what she yet again did with the hand she was dealt. The Force reached out, as to any other at the end, offering stillness at last, free from the confines of mortality. And yet, the freest of wills that ever was, made a strange choice, a unique choice indeed. How could she be at peace when he needed her? And now, the spirit of MEETRA SURIK remains with her mentor, loyal beyond the end. And as she senses the cracks forming upon the gate, its host, feeling the demons and memories raking at the flesh of his mind, tormenting his soul, she breathes life into him. He cannot win, and he shall not try. The gate shatters, beyond repair, so he abandons it, and runs with his secrets, forging a new place to hide, defending it, and waiting to be found. Looming beyond the confines of his cell, she trickles power into him. She cannot reach into his mind. Whatever sorcery keeps him confined prevents it. She suspects he does not even know she is there, nor where the relief and strength comes as the evil shadow comes to claim him. Yet her power trickles through the barrier as a lifeline he can use in the dark ocean of his imprisonment, to run and hide. Perhaps it is her nature that makes it possible. The bonds she carried in life perhaps remain in her death, drawing on the force of others, channeling it. Perhaps. Who knows? And it matters little. It matters little to ponder on what could have happened if Scourge hadn't betrayed them. She has enough experience to know how much energy is wasted pondering such things. All that matters is that she is here, none aware of her presence, and she will stay for as long as he needs her, and together, each day they stand buys time. Even if she cannot hear him, she knows he would agree, and not ponder, but focus on the task. Within this focus he learns that the link to his captor behaves as any door, offering an entry both ways. At times, the Emperor's attention is directed elsewhere, granting Revan the opportunity to not only run or build his defenses, but invert their roles in secret, and plant seeds of fear and doubt into the vast corners of the Emperor's mind. The seeds silently whisper how dangerous and reckless an invasion of the Republic would be. Revan clings to certainty. He cannot run forever. The final gate will fall in time, and the invasion will begin. Perhaps his own mind and secrets aiding in the fall of the Republic. But if he can delay it, for 50 years, Bastila will never experience the horrors of another galactic war. 100, and his son will live his whole life in an era of peace, never knowing even the fear of facing utter annihilation. Thoughts of them grant him strength, offering comfort. Whenever he feels strong enough, he reaches out through the Force, offering comfort and strength from the other side of the galaxy. He does not know if they can feel him, but he likes to imagine that they do. Surik is no different. Although at peace that they no longer need her, thoughts of the once lost Jedi bring a calmness to her mind. As she fights for Revan, so does she fight for them, thankful for the gift granted by the exile who came before her. She knows where their paths will take them and how their stories will end, and she is intent on ensuring they come to pass. Together, the two saviors of the galaxy make their final stand, each day granting a day of peace, of luxury for Bastila and for Vayner, for Brianna and Mikal, for Aten and Mira, and Visas Ma. Within this living room, the Jedi Exile MEETRA SURIK and her droid companion T3M4 waited for his mother to put him to sleep. Vayner now sits in that same place, talking to Bastila, wondering what his father would say if the two were to meet. He never joined the Jedi Order. Instead, he married, started a family, and found himself in the pursuit of rebuilding the Republic. Bastila, her hair now grey, tells him that his father would be proud of his choice, for he followed his heart. With all her experiences, and especially after the discussion with MEETRA SURIK, she has learned the importance of knowing and following one's own heart. The path of the Jedi is no more nor less noble than any other, if chosen truthfully. And speaking truthfully, she notes that the Republic needed more than guardians and protectors of peace in the past 50 years. It needed leaders to unite and guide and rebuild, a task in which a lightsaber caused more harm than good. Vayner Shan saw that role and filled it, not at all unlike the choices made by his father and even his most trusted companion. Does Revan still live, he wonders, somewhere out there? Are they still fighting? Did they win or fall? Bastila admits that she does not know. If Revan is alive, why hasn't he come back? And yet, at times, it is as if she can feel his presence from somewhere far away, faintly reaching out through their bond. The Force skips a generation sometimes, and Vayner, as much as he tries, cannot understand what his mother feels. Yet he does wonder and imagine. It is in his blood, and will carry on through his descendants, even if he may not feel it. He wonders, knowing all too well how much his mother misses him still, if Bastila regrets letting Revan depart. She recalls that night, and how difficult it was. It was the night she told him the news that their family was expanding, a night of joy, and yet also one of sorrow. though certainly not one of stillness. When he told her of his plans, she instinctively wanted to go with him, already planning the departure. Of course, they both knew that was not an option. She did not want him to go, and she knows if she urged him, begged him to stay, he would have. She has missed him each day since, yet never once, not once, did she regret the decision to let him go. Revan knew there was something out there, a threat to the Republic and to his family, and he succeeded in stopping it. She is certain of it. Vayner cannot understand why. So she tells him, they are sitting here talking, alive and safe, reflecting on the past of loving memories, successes, growth, untouched by war or fear or hardship. And for that, in spite of the peace of her heart that left with him that day, she will forever be grateful. Vayner smiles tearfully, trusting in his mother's words and her love. As he heads to the guest room to check on his family, Bastila gives a slow wave of her wrinkled hand and lays down on the couch. She closes her eyes and quickly drifts into sleep. And, as always, she dreams of Revan. Revan and his shadow held on, not for 50 years, nor 100. Now a remnant of a bygone era, he was still imprisoned and still casting his influence over the Sith Emperor, accustomed to being so very alone. He was at peace, in spite of the war raging in his mind, still running and fighting, for he knew his family was no more, having lived a life of freedom, burdened only by the struggles and challenges of their own making. His new purpose, to grant the same for as long as he could to those who followed in their footsteps. In spite of his best efforts, as he had expected, the Empire invaded the Republic in 3681, more than 2.5 centuries after the day of his imprisonment. This was enough time for the Republic to grow strong, its troops and its Jedi, now in thousands, ready to defend the galaxy from the unknown threat that now stood revealed. The veil of the unknown now removed, the war raged, and the two sides were matched, and they both suffered. Years into the conflict, the Republic was battered, yet the Sith Empire overextended itself, and neither could claim a clean victory. The Dark Council of the Sith proposed peace, not out of goodwill, but as a temporary pause to buy time and reorganize their forces and plans. Still unaware of the seeds of doubt whispering quietly within him, the Emperor approved, and a tense Cold War began. It lasted for just a few decades. The war continued, ravaging the Republic. She could sense it all through the Force, and Surik understood that their united will held the Emperor back. But in spite of their best efforts, soon there might not be anything left to save. Revan's secrets had to find their way to the Jedi if there was to be a future. So she reached out through the Force, calling upon the Jedi, now numerous in the Republic, guiding them to Revan's prison, hidden away in a distant nebula, nearly impossible to navigate. There lay his prison, aboard a well-defended space station, yet insufficiently so for the strike team to cut through, with the voice of the Jedi Exile echoing in their ears. And so it was that after more than 300 years, Revan was free, his lungs drawing in air for the first time in 3 centuries.
I can feel No. No! What have you done? There's nothing to restrain him now.
As he came to his senses, he was horrified, knowing the Emperor's will was now entirely his own. The seeds of doubt will fade, and he could already see far into the future. The Emperor's plans will accelerate, intent on devouring the galaxy, the Republic, and the Sith, until nothing remains but an empire of silence and darkness. As the dread built, he sensed, finally, relief flooded him, for he sensed the familiar presence near him, not felt since that terrible day. He had been alone for so long, yet now, free of the sorcery that shielded him from the universe, he could sense her, relief and sorrow, for the hand that held his was not at peace, had not been since that day. But he knew she was strong. Of course she was here. Of course she defied the Force once more, and endured as none other could. And he finally understood why it was, in moments when doom felt so close, he somehow found the strength to resist. He was thankful and proud, finally understanding the truest meaning of the word, how unique she was, and felt privileged to be deserving of her presence, in life and in death. The two looked upon each other, fewer words needed than ever before to be understood. For a moment, they simply existed, together. And it was enough. Her task complete, after centuries, the spirit of MEETRA SURIK fades, finally allowing herself to rest. Their shared paths have come to an end, now splitting, but she knows they will meet again at the end. For as long as Tenebrae, Vitiate, lives, she will not rest, and stand ready to aid in finishing what they started. Before fading from him, Revan vowed that they shall. Revan would go on to share all he knew of the Emperor, his plans, and his nature with the Jedi Council, his descendant Bastila Shan amongst them. Yet Revan, while proud of each of his descendants, chose not to attach himself to this time. His task, was rapidly approaching its end since the moment of his release, and would end at the utterance of the last secret he had to share with the Republic. He would go on to try to fight against the Sith Empire, to protect the Republic in his own way. He knew the Sith had to be convinced to turn against the Emperor, but he would not be the one to do it. This life, this time, was not his destiny. His destiny was complicated, and having endured so much torment for centuries, his mind, his spirit was split. Upon the fall, the light side sought to join the Force, yet the darkness of his damaged mind raged, nothing left to keep it in check, and threatened to undo everything. Yet his legacy echoed from Bastila and Vaena to Bastila Shan and Theron. His bloodline, his legacy was so powerful, even his darkest form could not stand against it. In spite of everything, Revan's knowledge about the Emperor gave the Republic a chance. Betrayal and pain are teachers, for the Republic and the Sith Empire, and this too was the case with the Emperor. That day, when Revan, Surik, and Scourge stood before him, he realized that he was not as untouchable as he had believed. All that power, his progress for immortality, was sealed in a single body. If the body were to be cut down, it would all vanish. And so, Emperor Vitiate dove deep into the secrets of the dark side, and mastered a powerful ritual which allowed him to shift his spirit, his essence, from one body to the next, ensuring he could live on forever. After years of neglecting his Sith Empire, distracted by other pursuits, it would turn against him as his secrets stood revealed, and his own people would unite with the Republic, hesitantly, of course, As they sought his destruction, many times did he outmaneuver his enemies, capable of great and terrible things, to possess the minds of others light years away, and to consume worlds as he had before. And each time he fell, he'd escape death by shifting to a new host. For a time, he hid, recovering his energies, and the galaxy could do nothing but wait for him to resurface. What better puppet to possess, to dominate, than the strongest of minds which sought his destruction?
Darth Mar awaits you on the bridge. I trust you remember the way.
Has Mar really found the Sith Emperor all the way out here?
I wouldn't presume to speak for Lord Mar, but I've never known him to exaggerate. Welcome aboard.
I received your message. And now that I'm here, I sense it too.
We grow closer every moment. Our former Emperor is out there.
Do we know what could have brought him to this area? My ship's charts don't have much.
There are rumors of many civilizations in this region, but our only outposts nearby were destroyed without explanation some time ago. The culprits were never determined. Why travel so far? Why consume every living thing on Ziost, then turn and flee into the depths of wild space?
For all his shows of power, he must have a weakness, or he wouldn't have stopped with Ziost.
That would be reassuring, wouldn't it? Between the two of us, I'm confident we can press the Dark Council into line. But I'm beginning to doubt the Republic will make any serious contributions. Their assistance here has been useful, but limited.
There are at least a few people in the Republic who can be reasoned with. I could contact Theron Shan.
He is a spy, but if we have no other means...
My lord, sensor contact, 15 clicks, small, no life form readings, some kind of probe.
Readings are identical to scans from the unknown force that attacked Korriban.
Raise shields! Pursue and destroy! Evasive maneuvers. Come about 180 degrees.
We've been boarded. All decks, report hostile forces.
I'll sweep for borders. You get us out of here.
Set deflectors to double aft. Divert weapon power to the engines. The shield generator is under attack. Defend it. The enemy has breached the engineering deck. They're after the primary generator. I'm on my way now. Meet me there.
Main thrusters are hit. Even if we get the power back online, the situation may not be salvageable.
I did not ask for your assessment. Speak only if you want an update, or you will lose your tongue.
Yes, my lord. Most apologies.
The bridge is secure for now, but without main power will be destroyed in seconds.
Let's not waste any time then. The power core is strained to the breaking point. We can recharge the shields, but they still won't last long.
The hyperdrive has been completely burnt out.
Enemies on the bridge. Repeat, enemies on the...
There are rudimentary backup controls here, but the enemy's ships have us surrounded. We have few options left.
Then we take as many of them with us as we can.
Agreed.
You've awakened. I trust you can walk.
Unlock these shackles, and I'll show you exactly what I'm capable of.
You are in the heart of our empire now. I assure you, escape is impossible, even if you could make it past me. Come along.
A member of the ruling Dark Council, Darth Maar holds command over the Imperial fleet, and is feared by many, with a reputation for routing entire armies. The only member of the Dark Council trusted by Maar, Darth Nox, is an ambitious and manipulative Sith, whose methods are viewed as unorthodox amongst the Sith. Her ancestry rivaled that of the Great Tulak Horde, and combined with her intellect and skill, allowed her to rise through the ranks. Both made their mark on the world, but this now means that perhaps two of the most powerful individuals in the known galaxy are held as captives of war.
His glorious majesty, immortal master and protector of Zakul, Emperor Valkorion.
Welcome.
A new name. A new face. These are not enough to hide from us.
The Sith Emperor. Your presence is unmistakable.
Oh, I think a mistake has been made. But by whom?
Do these people have any idea who you really are? The kinds of things you're capable of?
Do you?
Your constant silence across our history. This was your distraction?
This was my focus. Everything else, a means to an end. You claim to have come all this way to find me. Here I am. You say you know me. If that is true, then you know the depths of my power. Whatever you hoped to achieve here, you know deep inside that you cannot succeed. But you do not have to stand against me. Instead, you can kneel.
I will never again kneel to you.
You would sooner die than acknowledge my superiority.
It is you who fears death, Valkorion. I do not. I will not kneel.
Everyone out!
Why send your new followers away? Something you don't want them to hear?
They are not like us. Look around you. Zakul is poised to become the greatest civilization in the history of the galaxy. I have forged this empire to surmount all of my previous works, to span eternity. The Eternal Throne commands a fleet more vast than any ever built. It has the power to reshape the galaxy into any image that I choose. That we choose. I will share all of this with you. If you will only kneel.
Share. You don't share anything. You enslave. You devour. I will never be a part of that.
So be it.
You came here to defeat him. This This is your chance.
First your brother, now your father.
Does my ambition truly surprise you?
You do not have ambition, only jealousy. That is why you fail.
This is for all of the people you forced to suffer and die.
So be it.
He allowed Darth Nox to kill the body he possessed, and shifted his essence into her mind. Tenebrae, Vitiate, now Valkorion, was a powerful entity, but within the confines of any mind, his greatness only had as much power as the host believed. A slayer of worlds, akin to a god amongst Force sensitives, was now inside her mind. It took time for her to realize and accept that the truest of challenges that yield the strongest rewards are those we place upon ourselves. It took time, but she realized all his arrogance, talks of power and greatness, only made him strong for as long as she believed it. Within the corridors of her mind, she faced him and unraveled the illusion and played him for a fool. He had been arrogant in believing so absolutely that he could break her, as he had any other puppet, so very arrogant to place his immortality he so desperately wanted into the belief that no mind would have the willpower to resist. There, within her mindscape, now on a level playing field, her spirit would pierce through his intimidation.
Conjure 100 more holocrons, an arsenal of superweapons. Nothing will stop me.
They're on!
Go. I'll cover you.
We fight together, we die together.
Now you're talking.
You're the Alliance Commander. Before that, Force Walker and member of the Dark Council. Save yourself. You may take my body, but you can't have my mind.
Impossible!
I control what happens here.
I am the immortal Emperor. You cannot defeat me. A lone Sith, bloated with power.
You're the same person you always were.
I forged you into a being worthy of the eternal throne. Without me, you are nothing.
Wrong again, Valkorion. It's you who needed me. Now you're alone, and nothing can save you from the fate you deserve.
Remember me when your alliance burns to ash.
Save yourself.
Impossible! I am immortal!
You defeated Valkorion, once and for all.
Valkorion's risen from the grave more times than I can count. Are we sure he won't return again?
For the first time in my life, I can't feel his presence. We will never see him again. I'm sure of it.
And so, the Emperor of the Sith, Valkorion, Vitiate, Tenebrae, fell, and the galaxy moved onward, new battles and conflicts raging. It moved without the Emperor's influence. For a time.
I am Lord Scourge, once a loyal servant of the Empire.
Kira Carson, Jedi Knight. Not thrilled to be here.
All three of us have fought the same enemy. The former Sith Emperor, Tenebrae, Vitiate, Valkorion, whatever you wish to call him. We know he was once a part of you. And we both felt his destruction, but he has always been a master of deceit. We had to be sure that he wasn't lingering in your mind, hidden, waiting to come out only in the most dire circumstances.
I don't see Jedi and Sith cooperating very often outside of my alliance. How did you end up working together?
That is a very long story.
We can't risk saying more here. Let's travel to your base on Odessen. It should be safe for us to talk there.
About what?
The final, gruesome weapon of Tenebrae. He sought immortality, but only his endless spite survives now. I was his most powerful servant once, but I learned of his true nature and plotted his downfall for centuries. Ultimately, I saw what had to be done, and betrayed my empire in order to destroy its creator. That is how I came to fight alongside Kira.
We fought the Emperor's servants constantly for years. We even thought we'd beaten him alongside my master. Then Yavin 4 happened. And Valkorion.
I received guidance from an old ally. Instead of seeking out our enemy in his current shell, you, as it turns out, we sought a different target. Tenebrae hid his original body where no one could harm it. As long as that body remained in stasis, the galaxy's greatest evil could never truly be killed.
Unless we destroyed Tenebrae, the fight against Valkorion would never really be over.
Since Valkorion is gone, I assume you succeeded.
We did. As we later learned, we destroyed his first body just as you purged the last vestige of his twisted spirit from your mind. That is when his final weapon was unleashed. A Sith ritual, carved into his very flesh, unleashed an ancient plague from every molecule of his decaying corpse.
We were both knocked out cold, comatose for more than a year. Bastila Shan was the one who finally pulled us out of that nightmare, and started a new one.
Like you, Kira and I have both been vessels for a portion of Tenebrae's power. It acted as a sort of vaccine. But Satele had no such protection, nor did any of her followers. Within days, they were all laid low, trapped in a nightmarish slumber. In helping us, they are knowingly doomed themselves. The infection is worsening. There is a darkness growing among the afflicted.
We can feel their minds connecting, communicating. We're afraid they might be merging somehow.
Merging into what? Another Valkorion? Is this plague bringing him back somehow?
It's too early to make that conclusion. Whatever it is immensely dangerous. We must stop it.
How?
We loaded Satele and all of her followers onto a transport to keep them quarantined, along with a few med droids to tend to them. The transport is programmed to fly a random course through unsettled sectors of the Outer Rim, all weeks away from civilization. I can send a signal to alter the course, bring it to another empty system that's closer so that we can meet it in a shuttle.
We board the ship and connect our minds with yours through the Force. Together, we will face this entity and purge it from existence. And if we cannot purge it, then we destroy the transport and hope we've ended the old monster's schemes forever.
Send the signal. If what you say is true, this thing could be getting stronger by the minute.
I'll send the signal right away. We're here, scanning the transport. Locked on and sealed. We're ready to go in.
What do you think we'll find in there?
Nothing good.
So many lives lost.
It must end, here and now.
Revan?
The end is closer than ever before, but the threat is as dire as we could have imagined. The ritual inscribed on Tenebrae's body, the plague that was unleashed, is feeding on its victims' minds. Tenebrae is being remade. I can feel it. You must intervene before it's too late.
You must be the ally Scourge mentioned. You guided him to Tenebrae's body.
We hoped that destroying it would finally end him. But destroying his body wasn't enough. His essence itself must be obliterated.
That is our plan. Kira will lead us in meditation. We will join our minds with Sathiel's and end his blight on the galaxy. Forever.
Then go, quickly. I will aid you as best I can.
Kira, the bridge has been secured.
We're all clear too. Meet you at the medbay. Does Kira know you've been working with Revan?
I did not mention the specifics. Kira fought his followers on Yavin. I wasn't sure she would trust him. Come, the end is in sight.
Master Sathiel, she's still alive. Trad and Syl are dead, and the rest aren't far from it. So much darkness. We have to hurry.
Form a circle, quickly!
I'll keep you covered from here, just in case any stragglers are hiding out.
Baron?
She's my mother. I'm glad I can help, but I don't think I want to see the inside of her mind.
We're going to join our minds with Sathiel's to help her fight. Focus your minds on her. Watch her breathing and try to match it. Close your eyes. Let my voice guide you. Listen. Follow my voice. The Force unites us all. Through the Force, all things are one. Follow my voice. Follow. I can't sense the others. I'm not sure if they made it in.
Unexpected guests. Fascinating. Who are you?
You don't recognize me?
No, but you have come here on purpose. Who else could you be? I've heard so much about you. Impressive.
Most impressive.
What the?
My wayward child. You of all people should know better than to challenge my strength.
Also, I've gathered from this Jedi's memories. Your minds are resilient, to say the least. Adapting so quickly. Resisting so ably.
This isn't the first time we've faced each other. You don't remember?
This Jedi remembers, though she clearly lacks details.
You aren't who you pretend to be.
I am, and I am not.
That's your original body, isn't it? You're not Valkorian or Vitiate. You're Tenebrae.
As shrewd as I've been led to believe.
The ritual carved into him isn't a plague. It's an imprint. An echo of who he was back then.
It has taken longer than I'd hoped to recompose myself.
But time has never been in short supply. Not for me.
To be honest, I've quite enjoyed the process. The memories this Jedi and her followers have of me, of us. Quite amusing.
Am I supposed to think you're so old that shirts hadn't been invented?
Poor simple-minded creature. Do not fear. Soon, you will not have to think at all. The version of me that you knew became too complacent, too distracted by mortal concerns, empires, wars, even a family. I have seen where that path led. I'm not so easily distracted now. I will succeed where he failed. And thanks to you, I have a choice of interesting bodies to carry me to victory. You cannot succeed, only die alone.
In the fight against you, no one is alone. He divided us. He knows that together, we are stronger than he can ever hope to be.
If this really is Satil's mind, it looks like he's close to taking over completely.
Perhaps. But our enemy lies as often as he kills. We can still win. No one person can destroy this threat. But all of us together, we will end him.
I control all that happens here.
I am immortal, infinite, endless.
Everything ends, even you.
I believe you tried to destroy me once before. You failed.
I saved you then. I will not save you now.
Fools!
He thinks you will be lost here forever, but you have always known the way to destroy him. Together, we will find his doom. Satil is stronger than this. Duplicate believes. She is not the easy prey he assumes. He gleans the facts of his other lives from the memories and impressions of Satil and her students. But he has only the knowledge of those events. This Tenebrae possesses none of the wisdom earned by experiencing them.
Do you know how long ago this impression of Tenebrae was made?
I can only theorize, but it must have been long before our time. Likely before even Revan's time. Do not share in his arrogance. He is more vulnerable than he would have us believe. But he is still the most dangerous being in the galaxy. If we fail to destroy him here and now, there may never be another opportunity. Destroy him. Break the chains he uses to ensnare us all. Free the galaxy from his manipulations. Avenge me. Avenge us all.
What could you possibly be thinking?
You must realize by now that everything you do here is meaningless. The Jedi's mind can no longer resist me. It crumbles by the second.
When she is obliterated, only I will remain.
Watch, fight, flee, bring as many friends as you like. Nothing can stop me now.
You're starting to sound a bit desperate. Who are you trying to convince?
Mindless child!
Look at them. Your Jedi and her weak-minded students.
They will fall, and once again, I will rise.
No. Your power is your weakness. It blinds you.
Jedi nonsense.
Precisely. My students and I, who are we to resist your power? You knew you could dominate us all. That you could tear a path through our minds, absorbing our essence, strengthening yourself, crashing through all our defenses one by one. In time, your victory was inevitable. In time, you would claw your way here, into the very core of my being. into the heart of my trap.
Trap? Look around you.
Yes, look around me. Look at my students, each of them shaken to their core by the death and chaos that you helped create. Eager for help, guidance, strength. Had you focused on any one of them, you might have succeeded. But your ego wouldn't allow it. Why settle for one student when you could assault them all? And why limit yourself to the students when their master was close at hand? I never needed to beat you. I only had to let you think you were invincible. Until now. Until every person who knows your weakness firsthand could come to face you. Until the one person who proved you could be defeated came here to destroy you, once and for all.
I am master to all Sith. Not one can challenge my power.
Have you forgotten our ways so quickly? To overcome the Master is the heart of being Sith. Even you cannot escape it.
Enough! You will all learn the true depths of my power.
Everything you've done.
Everyone you've betrayed.
There is no escape.
Kneel, Father. Everyone you've manipulated.
I saved you then. I will not save you now.
Everyone you've murdered.
All your decisions have brought you to this point.
The Force seeks balance. Always.
No! The Force is mine. I command it.
I am endless.
No. In the end, you are nothing.
Welcome back.
What is this?
A victory party. The best I could do on short notice. We destroyed him. Utterly and forever. The Sith Emperor will never rise again.
At the end, all those people who appeared around us, who were they?
They were the consequences he fled for so many centuries.
Where is everyone else?
My son is helping Kira and Scourge. They're taking my surviving students to our old training grounds on Coruscant. The rest, Darth Mar, MEETRA Surik, Revan. I believe they are one with the Force at last. Today, we defeated the most evil and destructive being in history. It has been centuries since the galaxy knew a day without Tenebrae's dark influence. Today is the first step toward a new future. Let's make that future a better one.
And so the Emperor of the Sith fell, in each and every form that existed. Now, at the end, as it had at each, the Force once more stretches out its hand, promising stillness, peace. This time, with nothing to hold her back, she accepts, not for any reason other than because it is her will. Everything Traya had predicted that day in the Traya School, as the pillars cracked and Malachor fell to ruin, came to pass. The echoes of the lost Jedi traveled, were heard, and in time collided with the echoes of Tenebrae. Now, as it must be, new echoes take their place, with a canvas to tread upon undeterred, and the cycle continues. Nearly everything came to pass, for the fall of the Republic is coming, still millennia away. More lessons, betrayals, hopes to be born. But that battle is not hers to fight. Her battle, her struggle, and her effort has come to an end. For MEETRA SURIK, the Jedi Exile, the rarest and quietest savior of all, has chosen to rest and finally become one with the Force.
So this is Katina. She's my emotional support animal because I'm not used to appearing on camera because I think that the camera is going to devour my skull and just eat my brain.
It has been some time. If I'm sweaty this whole video, I will kill somebody. I'll be really pissed. Well, the video for Surik the Complete Story is now completed, and in case you would like to see more, do check out Revan and Traya, who came before this, which are also pretty long projects, but I will confess, obviously not as long as this one. Up next, if you're curious as to what I will be doing, is probably some other narrative project, whether in Star Wars or outside. Either way, I would suggest to hit that subscribe button, not for the sake of my channel growth or whatever. Just subscribe for the sake of this channel appearing at some point in your recommended, in case I do create another very, very long video like this, maybe in the Star Wars universe or not. In terms of other projects, I would personally like to continue working on a book, which I have started working on many years ago, but eventually stopped. But I've learned a lot about storytelling, story writing, directing, all these types of things. You kind of already got a little taste of my storytelling style through this project, because everything that I said basically is pretty much written by me. Of course, you know, you take up sentences from the games and stuff that you find online, but it is kind of that back and forth script writing, correcting, like, what do you want to say and how do you want to say it and how that's going to look in the video. So that style is pretty much going to be consistent throughout anything that I do in the future. So on the top of the description, I will put a little section where you can check out in the future, like whether this is months down the road or years, you can take a look whenever you're watching this to see if I'm actually doing something of that scale and to suggest that you go check it out, right? But I will say, if I was to create a book, you know, it would definitely have to have an impact. I have a very high standard in terms of when I work. To my ability, you know, and my ability is growing progressively, and so are my standards tied to that ability. So if I do write a book, it's definitely going to be obviously fiction, storytelling, whatever, but it's going to be good, because if it's not good, I will not feel comfortable publishing it, and I would not feel comfortable giving it to you to check out. And it also applied throughout this project, because I have had scenes where I did not like them. You know, even if they were adequate, I'm like, this is not a real representation of what I want to do. If you enjoyed the ending of the Traya score, then that is my style of writing. Those are the scenes I kind of hunger for. So first of all, in terms of chapters, I have included, and you will be seeing that now on the screen, I've included just for fun, because I enjoy statistics, in terms of length, which chapters are the longest, and the echoes of Malachor are the longest, of course, and the chapters which I invested most effort in, because they had the most files in them, like audio files, voice lines, music, scenes, all these things, and that definitely has to be Malachor, because it has such a high quantity of detail put into it that I also experimented a lot with the right music, with the right stuff. to make sure that it's good. Peragus was definitely the moment where it all flipped upside down, because I wanted Surik to be a 2-3 hour video, but then on Peragus I was like, this in itself is 1 hour long, but it's so immersive and it's kind of fun, and I kind of want to continue exploring this. My favorite planet definitely is Korriban, both in the game and in this video. It was my favorite to work on. It had just such a lovely vibe in the Valley of the Dark Lords. That was a lovely vibe. The tomb itself, the tomb of Ludocresh, I think was a very big thing for me, because you have the legendary line Apathy's death there. I observed this entire journey culminating, like, you do go through your past, you do mistakes, you do make choices, and then as she reached the apathy is death, to me that resonated very closely with depression, because I am someone who definitely struggles still. I struggled more in the past with depression, and to this point, like, this project even aided that kind of, like, it helped distract me both, but also it gave me a nice place of safety. In the Tomb of Ludocresh, the concept apathy is death for me. It's that feeling of nothingness. You know, it's like you feel life is ending anyway. And I think, I don't know how many people ask themselves this. I don't really talk to people about this, right? Which is, I don't really talk about my depression to people, but hey, you know, here we are. You're gonna die, I'm gonna die. Eventually, it's an unavoidable fact. So in my brain, I started thinking during these depressive moments, like, what's the point? You know, like, what is the purpose of even trying to get better if everything ends anyway? It's kind of a negative take on what Traya said a while back at the start. It is not the destination that matters, it is the journey. So you could interpret that as saying, like, the journey is where you need to invest value. You need to focus and make choices for the sake of journey, for the sake of growth, because the ending is already determined. But the negative side of that, there's no point in even attempting the journey. If I'm going to die anyway, why bother to make a good life? Why bother to help others? So with Surik, it was her crew that she spread out these echoes, and it's like, that's the purpose. That's why you make choices, because even though you're going to die at some point, it's the people along the way that you meet, and you spread your positive echoes and you spread your lessons to them, and then they spread them to others, you know. So that's the point. So the generations down the line can also experience what you and I experience. You know, it's also interesting to consider that the fact that we are echoes as well, you and I, you know, like, we are here. The fact that you're watching this video is quite literally made possible through the echoes of people that came before you and myself, right? Everyone who contributed to the development of technology, the internet, everything, to even the learning of the language. So we are the results of those echoes, and similarly us carrying that forward collectively as a species, right? We're also ensuring that people in the future get to experience these things, even though our input is definitely very small, but it is present there nonetheless. But it is interesting to consider, you know, that I am right now sitting in front of you. I am an echo of him. I'm an echo of Nox. I don't even know what he's doing right now. I wonder what the editor Nox is doing right now. Go right up there what you're doing currently. Did you have the protein shake that I bought? Because I bought double chocolate, but I don't know if I like it. Okay, so I hope I didn't waste my money on that. Did I? Okay, I'm a hope that's good. Crazy to think that one day, both you and myself are no longer going to be out there, you know. And it could be that this echo of me is a remnant, you know, that sticks around. So it definitely is something to ponder about when you think about it. But it is very fun. And rest assured, this type of thinking will definitely be applied to any book writing. Although the easiest part about book writing, let me tell you, to me it's very easy right now to write a book, because script writing is literally 1/10 of the process that it took to get these chapters out. It's like, script writing, then record the narration, then actually I recorded the narration last, because I would always find something to tweak with it. And then we have Malachor V, which was the climax. That was like the biggest emotional thing, and that was the emptiest of all planets. If you have played, the Traya core is very empty. It's very barren. Like, there's really not much going on there, which is really a shame. Even at the ending final scene when you're facing Traya, it's just nothing really taking place there. You just kind of spam your attacks on her, and that's it. It's really not a challenge. There's really not that many. There's 2 stages basically. You attack her once, and then she deploys her 3 blades, which is my favorite scene in the entire project. I will tell you, those 10 seconds when she pulls the blades up. Oh, perfect. Mind you, that's the only scene that I feel I could not have done better. Every other scene I'm like nitpicking how to do it right. The future part of the novel, now that's the controversial part, isn't it? As you may have noticed, I have utilized AI there to produce visuals. Because, firstly, for the simple fact of the matter that we have no visuals whatsoever. We don't have visuals from the novel, from that era. We have maybe 1 or 2 pictures, like maybe there was a picture of Revan in the caves. But I firstly used it for that because I wanted to bring the story to life. It was like I didn't want to half-ass this part of the story simply because most people don't like it. And as I did with the Revan complete story video, I did it in this case as well, where I really, really tried to give it my all, to include music, to transform the scenery. And I think I've captured that as best as I could have. I did the best I could have with the resources that I had and with the skills that I had. I especially enjoyed Nathema. I was really surprised at how progressively I found myself immersed in that, to the point where Nathema itself, it's kind of a peculiar thing to witness. And I was really thinking, what was Surik thinking? You know, how did she feel? What is this absence of the Force? So I did include a little tidbit of using the first person to say, I wonder, you know, if you recall that. And I wonder, is Nathema a dreamer? And I just felt that was very multi-layered, because I felt if this place is a place that kind of shatters the realm of the Force, it almost shatters the fourth wall of this story, to the point where it's even pulling me in as the narrator. So it was I really enjoyed those types of things, because it makes you kind of think. I definitely learned about myself working on such a colossal project, to continue to be dedicated to it, and it was lovely. Very hard, and definitely not a wise time investment, if you will, on any on an objective level. Subjectively, it's good because it helps me grow as a person, challenging myself, like managing my time differently, chapter divisions, what do I focus on? So it's subjectively good. Objectively, this project is such a colossal thing. It's really not a wise thing to attempt to do something like this. I looked at characters more so as what they represented rather than what they physically were, you know. Like, I didn't really view Traya, I don't really view characters themselves. I'm not a fan. Like I think someone made a joke that I should get a tattoo of Traya, and then I said, well, that defeats the purpose, because Traya is all about not getting symbolism in that sense. It's all about understanding and extracting objective knowledge. So in a way, having a tattoo of Traya defeats the purpose of her teachings. Of course, you know, that's fine. Obviously we like to, you know, get tattoos and symbols and stuff that we enjoy, so that's fine, right? But it's just like a subjective little comment. So I don't view her as a individual character. I view her as a representation of something, and to me she represents the truth. So whatever the motivation is throughout life, to be honest with yourself. One instance of this truth, very simple instance with her, was when you ask her why does she use the Force if she wants to destroy it.
I use it as I would use a poison, and in the hopes of understanding it, I will learn the way to kill it.
And then she follows that up with, but perhaps these are the excuses of an old woman who has grown to rely on a thing she despises. So that's one example of being, it's a silly, small example, but it's a good example nonetheless, to be honest with yourself. So it's fine, I've concluded, for instance, to be hypocritical. But it's important to be hypocritical, but to be honest with oneself, and to not lie to oneself and say, no, I'm not hypocritical. I'm actually doing what's objectively right. Okay, so I've written down notes just in case you're wondering why I'm looking over here, right? I can't remember everything. So from Surik, I learned the impermanence of things, the limited time we have, and we have a set quantity of time. To be truthful with you, her death is the realest death. It's not really who kills her or where she dies. She didn't die in any way. She never could die in any way that is grand, like sacrificing herself for a greater cause or whatever. That's not what the point of the character is. The point of character Surik is really to defy set norms. To defy. I think I wrote that down later. In a nutshell, the story of MEETRA SURIK is one of fighting, heart and mind, to know oneself and what true desires and motivations are. To be strong and honest with oneself. To grant mercy to oneself. To forgive oneself and seek out growth of the self. This is why I prefer Surik's story over Revan's. It's not so easy to grasp quickly. It takes time to see what the point of it is, to bathe in the motives, the decisions. For every fan that dislikes what came afterwards, you are kind of living the tale because you yourself have been betrayed, and that creates contrast for you to appreciate the parts that came before, and also to appreciate creators you know, who create stuff like this, or who compile stuff, or the modders that created M478. This betrayal extends beyond the story itself. The way Surik died is really the way most of us die. Most of us die very quickly. We don't really have a whole ordeal or a whole last words, like what Traya had basically. That fits the character of Traya, for her to have some final wisdom, something to share in the end. But Surik represents that person that defies standard norms, you know, and is greater for it. So in a way, her death that is as so simple defies the standard of storytelling, where these deaths are grandiose and they're done for a greater cause and they take down millions with them, you know, like she sacrificed herself. What is that? Oh, that's just on the camera. Okay. So quick edit from the future. I was going to include a section here where I talk about the quotes, my favorite quotes from the game, and analyzing them, but that ended up being pretty long. So instead I've decided to keep 1 or 2, which are pretty positive and pretty nice ways to wrap up this project. So yeah, carry on. It is all that is left unsaid upon which tragedies are built. In loving relationships, when there is slight resentment or small seeds of negativity, if they're not called out, they tend to really blossom into something that's really poisonous and toxic. And on the other end of the spectrum, you really have the positive stuff as well. Unspoken positives rob us of happiness. The best example of this in the story was when Mar said, "I have nothing to offer you." And you as the player are looking at her, especially if you know who this Mar is, you're thinking, you know, this is one of the best characters in the game. And then her saying, "I have nothing to offer you." Like, she has no value. But you see the value in her, you know, like she's the last Miraluka, like gifted with the sight, all these things. So that's a great example of if Surik had not spoken to her, kind of rescued her from this darkness that was created by her master, she would not have become a good outcome, a good echo. So this applies to our lives as well. You know, when you don't express your care and love and appreciation for your friends, family, partners, like, so I will challenge you most definitely to, as I will challenge myself, to show appreciation and to not leave words unspoken, certainly not the kind ones, because they can only bring benefit to both the speaker and the target. Pain, loss is fundamental to our existence. We lose so much, but loss is a certainty. In time, you will lose everything you have. In time, you will lose your life. Because of that, it is important to cherish it and focus and lock on to everything that you hold dear, because all things end. People, objects, even stars end in time. Enjoy life so that when the time comes and the suffering, the loss starts, you will have peace in knowing that you did all you wished, desired, and could with the time given to you. And insert Traya's quote, "Only when it was ripped from me did I truly see it." So this is another yet lesson. That's, I think, one of the biggest lessons from this whole story, is that everything ends. Everything has an expiration date. So use it wisely. And contrast creates value, you know, and that's why even in the story, without death, you do not appreciate life. Just apply this to any game. As soon as you have cheats implemented, the game becomes just meaningless, you know. So as long as you have that bad side, then the good side is so much more. Even things as simple as like a gym or whatever, physical development, you have to have that negative side, that negative side, you know, challenge, conflict's needed to grow. So there are so many lessons packed into this whole project. That's why I really like Surik. Like, there's so many lessons in Knights of the Old Republic too, but none of them are as dramatic and sharp as it was with the Revan plot twist reveal. So the Revan and KOTOR 1 I really like for the drama and action and game quality. KOTOR 2 is a lot more meditative. That's why I don't really tend to really see streamers enjoy KOTOR 2 as much, because they kind of just bullet through a fight scene and they don't really take the moment to process what that means. And that's of course fine. That's totally fine. But when you're on your own, you kind of do have that bit of time to think, because you're not really rushed. And yeah, all things end, as does this video, in spite of it being this long. I've decided to include credits in my own way, so you will be seeing them on the screen now. These are the secondary characters, and they take up this much throughout the entire video. I've decided to look into stats and display what percentage of video the main characters also took up. So for this last ending bit, I have kind of gone ham in creativity. I spent the last 2 weeks playing around with visuals and percentages and data, because I just felt like it. Because now we're past the story, and this last tidbit, this is like less than 0.5%. So with that said, congratulations, you are definitely amongst the 1% who watched the video to the end. By all means, as in the Revan, the complete story, feel free to leave a comment below saying that you are in the 1%, and then everyone can wonder what the hell does that even mean. So yeah, that's it. another ending. And just to add to the sense of impending doom, here's a timer. And yeah, that's about it. Unless my future self decides to mess it up.
Su per ora, aureum tempus sine mora, voxerat intensina viri, lux manet sed nescitiri. Mare fluere evanescere, tempora non volunt fateri, nomen cadit sonus remanet, nihil fixum, nihil manet. Fenestra celi sine figura, verbum vacuum mens obscura, linea fract caducit gradum, fatum scribit sine modum, manere fluere evanescere, tempora non volunt fateri, nomen cadit sonus remanet, nihil fixum, nihil manet. Inter motum et quietem stat momenta sine rete, si finis vertit in initium, credo umbram non exitium. Tempora non volunt fateri, nomen cadit sonus remanet, nihil fixum, nihil manet. Manere fluere evanescere, tempora non volunt fateri, nomen cadit sonus remanet, nihil fixum, nihil manet. Nihil fixum, nihil manet. Nihil fixum, nihil manet.